They move me in some sort of, I don't know. Sometimes I think sometimes you get corporate heads involved. People overthink.
Yeah, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. First of all, aloha, good morning, everybody. But it does seem like maybe they're trying to change up the feng shui this morning a little bit.
Feng shui?
We were talking mojo with Kyle Shanahan early in the week, so maybe this will shake up our mojo or our feng shui this morning.
Does this mean Bosa will play, the new feng shui?
Yeah, I don't know if the feng shui is going to help out his hip, to be honest.
Oh, my God. So if you guys are watching on YouTube and Twitch, and believe me, I'll just say it on the air, man. I've been the victim of long meandering thin Tim stories as to why they're doing this. And I'm just down there trying to have a Mai Tai.
Yeah,
I'm just sipping on chamomile, man.
Yeah.
And he's going on. He's like, so we're moving you. I'm like, bro,
He's like, I'm adding a second camera. I'm like, what's wrong with the camera the first time?
Just move me, buddy, and let me have my Mai Tai.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, bud? That's all.
Just make sure we're on air, Tim.
Hopefully everybody is enjoying the new and improved view of us here.
Yeah, spoiler alert, the sun's still not up and it's still dark behind us.
Yeah.
No matter how many cameras we have.
I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. I'll tell you how it went in 4 hours.
Yeah.
All right, buddy? So anyway, good morning, everybody, and shout out from Hawaiian Airlines who got us here. Hawaii flies with us in the Western Hapuna. And once again, Petaluma Mike and Amanda, not only 4 a.m. posting, 3:59 posting.
Before the show opened.
I mean, Petaluma Mike came with the idea that he wanted to enter the Hawaii trip lore. I think he's getting there.
Oh.
I think he's getting there,
well,
buddy.
I mean,
he's
after
putting in the work.
Hit the golf course
and
together
we actually
yesterday.
played golf together. Can I get the stat out? You want analytics?
Oh, yeah. Let me get the advanced analytics.
13 lost golf balls, 4 Coors Lights.
Wow.
How's that?
That's just your stats individually.
That was me.
13 total.
13 lost golf balls, 4 Coors Lights.
Wow. Did you make it through all 18?
I had 13 in the bag.
Wow. So when did you lose the 13th ball?
Actually, I should say 12 lost golf balls. 1 ball left. No, I did not.
There was
one
one
for you
survivor.
Guys. Yeah, I did. Yeah, let's just say 13.
Well, I'm glad you had that many balls because I heard the story about Copes, and I know he told it on the afternoon show yesterday about trying to show up with just 3 balls, and then like the store clerk got in his head and said, "Oh, 3 balls. You must be pretty good, huh?" Next thing you know, he turns around, grabs 3 more balls, and apparently he lost all 6 by the 9th.
I was looking for you because we were looking for a line. Because what she was saying was that he was going to lose more than 3 golf balls in 9 holes. And Cope's only playing 9 holes. So she said, "Oh, really? You're going out there to play 9 with 3 balls?" And pause. And she said she basically called him out. And I said, "We need Boucher, the better, to set a line. The 3.5. Would Cope survive? Actually, 2.5 would be the line, right?" And we were saying go to Prize Picks, go to Underdog, and take more or less. I would say higher, or I think it's higher or lower.
Yeah.
I'm still learning. And it turned out it was higher.
Yeah, I would definitely take more. And I know I know Copes does play golf pretty regularly, but I also know he's got kind of that kind of shank shot where he kind of slices it.
There's a reason why every time somebody goes to play, you hit him with the well wish. Hit them straight. That's like because you know why?
Not the easiest thing in the world.
Because it's hard to hit them straight over and over and over and over again. And here in Hawaii, while it is awesome, and I did declare it yesterday in the What Did Young Tony Ask Today, my favorite thing to do in Hawaii, it is the one thing I'll say is that the courses, they got penalties. If you leave the fairway, like you go play Harding Park and you leave the fairway, there's your golf ball. You can go find it, you can go hit it. You leave the fairway in Hawaii, good night, Irene.
Yeah,
it's
good luck.
over.
Yeah, I heard it's a tough course, and that's after they said they closed down 18 bunkers, but they still got 81 of them left.
The bunkers weren't the problem. The problem was the
ocean. The
high weeds, no. But we still had a great time. That's the thing about golf, man. You can lose 13 golf balls and have a great time.
There it is.
That's it. How can that be? I don't know, but it was great. Shout out to Petaluma Mike, who roasts the ball off the tee. The only problem is he also roasts the ball around the greens,
yeah,
too.
That's the problem.
The deal. Yeah,
got to have a little touch.
So, the old you guys need the dad joke, right, about the guy who goes to the golf course with a gorilla, and the gorilla's like, oh, ooh, ooh, pounding his clubs and everything. And the guy who's on the putting goes, "What are you doing bringing this gorilla here?" He goes, "Oh, this gorilla, he could beat you." The guy's like, "The gorilla's not going to beat me." He goes, "Yeah, I'll bet you $1,000. He's like, "You bet me $1,000 gorilla's going to beat me?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Let's go." So our hero, the guy lights up, hits his drive 220 yards down the middle. Gorilla steps up, boom, whops it 300 yards. It's a 600-yard par 5, 300 yards right down the middle.
And he hits it straight.
It's just straight, right down the middle. The guy's like, "Wow, that was the luckiest thing I've ever seen in my life." So they go down there. The guy lays up. He's laying 2. The gorilla gets there, boom, 300 yards right down the middle, on the green, in the hole. The guy goes, "That's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. I can't believe this gorilla just hit 2 300-yard balls right down the middle into the hole. I surrender. Here's your $1,000. That's insane." But I just got to know, how does he chip and putt? He goes, same way he drives, 300 yards. 300 yards, right down the middle. There's the joke, buddy.
All right.
It's the old dad joke.
There's the gorilla on the golf course.
That's peddling with Mike.
That's it.
300 yards right down the middle, even when he's 20 yards out.
That's it. Just make sure the hole is 600 yards in.
Me, I'm going to go left. That's what you need. I'm going to snap it left. There's got to be a fix somewhere, buddy, but somebody fix my lefts. Somebody. Coach Doug Acton, fix my left. That's my buddy who's the pro at Mill Valley.
Feels like you've been trying to fix that for years, Murph.
So if it goes left, it's lost. Yeah. So some people have a slice. So there's an old Lee Trevino line that says you can. They're called a fade or a hook, or a fade or a draw, or a slice or a hook. Lee Trevino's line was, you could talk to a slice because you can kind of make. He says, but a hook won't listen.
See, now Murph, you're losing me. I know about fade and bets and hooks on the money line.
Well, there you go.
A little 2-point
and the money back to the money line.
Yeah.
And Cope's got the over on his golf ball. So anyway, but it was great. It's awesome. It's so gorgeous out there. And you have those 2 or 3 or 4 moments, where you're like, that's it. That's worthwhile. So you, yesterday, more ocean for you, buddy?
More ocean. Essentially hiked the entire beach. Took a walk all the way down south. Then went all the way up north. Went up to the resort. Is at the Mauna Kea.
Mauna Kea, you did it.
So
good.
I did the oceanside hike. Beautiful views. Filled up
that trail I was telling you
Yeah,
about.
I hit that trail, filled up a backpack full of beers, went down. I basically had a rule. Every time I chugged a beer, I would jump in the ocean.
Oh.
So I kept on purifying myself and staying hydrated.
Yeah.
Went down, got a couple Mai Tais at the bar over there.
At that bar.
Yeah. I was going to say, the walk back was a little bit more difficult after a few Mai Tais and a big old plate of Kahlua pork nachos.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were definitely more. You had more in the gut.
Yeah, definitely.
So you came back on the ocean again? Because there's a paved way, too, that's really boring.
No, I wanted to take the trail both ways.
Do you feel like King Kamehameha?
Exactly. So I took the trails back, hopped in the ocean before I came back here, saw you at the pool bar, hopped in the pool, went out to dinner, got some short ribs last night. I'm eating like a king, Murph.
You are living large,
Yeah, just don't tell my diet plan.
You are living... Oh, shh. Come on, the read's coming up later on.
I know.
And all the while, we watched the Warriors. I was able to get the Warriors on my app and watched them take care of business last night. And my goodness, even though with the bad news of DeAnthony Melton being out, and we'll have to talk about that, that's a blow to their depth. He was their starter. He was the one Kerr really liked, and the 2 guard to play defense and distribute the ball, and that blows that up. So the depth has been tested already. Shout out Lindy Waters III, made his 2nd NBA start ever.
That's crazy.
Scored 10 points. But the Warriors get it. We might as well call it in bright and early. To Adam Silver, young Tone, you got our guy, Bruce Q. Frazier, the most interesting coach in the world, calls up. Adam Silver said, is it true those KNBR guys are in Hawaii? Q says, I don't know. Just put this one in the books. Golden State Warriors 120, Atlanta Hawks 97.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
Slowly.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy. And it's going to be more of that because Lindy Waters III last night got his 2nd start. So we'll see. He scored 10 points, 4 of 9 from the field, 2 of 5 from 3. He hit a couple of threes. He had 3 rebounds, and he had a good game. He was in the plus. They were all in the plus. Trace Jackson Davis had 14 last night. Wiggins with 27.
Yeah.
Last night, Curry with 23. Then off the bench, you had double digits from Buddy Hield and Kuminga, who only played 15 minutes, which I guess was a topic after the game that Kuminga hasn't been playing as much the last 3 games.
Yeah, Atlanta Hawks are not a very good basketball team, and that's a polite way to say it without getting fined on the FCC.
9?
I mean, they're decent. I mean, we went through a whole bit yesterday with young Tony whether or not he can name 3 guys on the team.
Name 3 Hawks, yeah.
I mean, I feel like more people know about Hot Tua than the Atlanta Hawks.
My God, dude. Did I see, let's see, the last night, well, God, they had, even Trae Young didn't have a good night last night. 12 points, 4 of 12 from the field. They had nobody with 20 points last night. And your boy, Richacher, he scored 12. He started 12 in 19 minutes. So.
Bonjour.
Hey, your Emirates Cup is coming back, though, on Friday.
That's right.
But
it's
we'll
almost
see.
Cup action time, Murph.
So, according to Overnight Dave, and I didn't double-check this, but according to Overnight Dave.
And I believe Overnight Dave.
I do, too. I'm just saying, Overnight Dave knows the old Gorbachev-Reagan trust but verify. The Warriors are now 11-3. And this is the 7th time they've started 11-3. The other 6 times, they made the NBA Finals.
Ooh.
Now that stat will be tested this year. Because even the most optimistic Warrior fan, and I've been pretty optimistic about this team, I'm not sure it gets to the NBA Finals. I'm not ruling it out, but that's a big ask.
Wow.
That's a big ask.
Well, also,
that would
Murph,
be so wildly far what people expected.
I'm also trying to break the trend because maybe for the first time ever in franchise history, after an 11-3 start, they'll win the NBA Cup. That's more important right now, Murph.
Well, you got one tomorrow night.
Yep.
Tomorrow night, Emirates NBA Cup, and that game is that a home game or road game? I should have ironed that out there for you guys before we got going here on the show. The Emirates NBA Cup on Friday is at New Orleans.
That's right.
New Orleans, and it is. I think we'll be in the air possibly, but with that Starlink Wi-Fi and an app or two.
Yeah. Where
maybe
there's a
watch the
will,
game.
there's a way, Murph.
Where there's a will, there's an Emirates NBA Cup.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, let's get the guest list on the other side from Young Tone. It's a Thursday. We're one day closer to the 49ers at the Packers. We're one day closer to another Emirates NBA Cup game. And I hate to say this, but we're one day closer to leaving Hawaii. I know. I had to. I know. I had to be that guy. I'm that guy who tells, hey, kid, are you looking forward to Christmas? You know, the day after, there's no Christmas.
Spoiler alert, Murph.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young joins Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach on the afternoon show at 5 o'clock this evening. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. So the 49ers are in Green Bay to face the Packers on Sunday. Mike Silver says the Niners don't have a signature win. So do the Niners need this game as a signature win on their resume? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Now back to Murph and Marcus live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort from the Big Island in Hawaii on the Sports Leader.
Healed from deep. Jepski. Brandon hitting a three. Daniel spinning. Steph with a good hands. Final 8 seconds. Wiggins in the open floor. What a block by Wiggins. Wiggins in on DeAndre Hunter with the step around the hang. Wiggins getting his own miss. Curry the open three. The Warriors are going to be 11-3. Staying atop the Western Conference. Most importantly for a team that was 21-20 at home, I like 5-1 to start things at home this year.
There it is, Bob Fitzgerald on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area, and the Hawaiian rejoins continue. Warriors get the win last night. We called it in to Adam Silver, skinny boy. Hey, Young Tone, first of all, good morning. Aloha to you back in the mainland.
Aloha.
The mainland.
Aloha, Young Tone.
Aloha, brother. I'm loving these rejoins. Who do we got here?
This is Eddie Kame and the Sons of Hawaii. This is a song called Mauna Kea.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for Eddie and the Sons. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, that's my jam right there. That's what I like. My question, though, is tomorrow's a 90s Friday. Do we abandon the Hawaii rejoins, or do we just find 90s Hawaiian rejoins?
I mean, we can go 90s Hawaiian rejoin or a 90s reggae Friday is kind of what I was thinking about.
Well, we'll have to debate it.
Yeah.
Because we are debating it. Young Tony, do you have a vote here? Because, I mean,
Ooh.
I kind of like keeping with our... Does it take a pause because it's in Hawaii? Maybe we do that.
Maybe punt to the next
By the way,
week.
we've already given it more thought than any listener cares about.
I know, right? This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
great on-air producing right here.
Nobody cares, says Gary Radich and Johnny X. You guys know my career has been marked by... Thank you. My career has been marked by on-air producing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I've done for 20 years. Got me this far.
Yeah, you enjoy doing some on-air producing.
Yeah, well, I take the lead, take me on the curtains.
Mm-hmm.
Because Petaluma Mike's asking me on the golf course. He goes, you know, how do you guys do this or that? I said, just tune in. You'll hear it.
Yeah,
we'll talk about it.
You'll see it live in front of you.
Yeah. So I'm a big on-air producer. We'll figure it out. But the possibility, I'll float the possibility if we pause a 90s Friday and resume it next Friday. Although there is no next Friday. Next Friday is Thanksgiving week. So we'd resume it 2 Fridays from now. But that's my first nomination. What do you think, Young Tone?
I would go, there has to be 90s Hawaiian music. We could still do it, I think.
But I think like the point of a 90s Friday is to get the whole breadth of the 1990s we all experienced on
Is it,
the
though?
mainland.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Well, Tony, the real question is, what year was Over the Rainbow recorded? Did it come out in the
Nice.
90s?
You can just play that every time.
If that's the case, let's just hit it every rejoin for Murph.
Oh my God! You know what? Let's look that up right now. I'm gonna look that up right now.
I'm guessing it might be.
I think. Okay, there it is. Now I'm embracing it. Now it's so good.
Oh.
I've never heard it before. It's so beautiful.
That's it. We stopped the slander. 1993, baby. Let's go. I need it every rejoin tomorrow, Tony.
And doesn't it bring the listener down?
No,
Yes, it
absolutely
does.
not.
Oh my God!
We're
All
going
right.
over the rainbow, Murph, not under
I'm
the
going to have
rainbow.
Curly mute my mic during those there. So anyway, you heard the Warriors last night get that win, move them to 11-3, 5-1 at home, all well, off to New Orleans for an Emirates Cup. But the big story, and of course we'll get to the 49ers in just a sec here because Packers-Niners Sunday at Lambeau is a big deal, man. But the big story is DeAnthony Melton being out. And that's a guy we barely got to know. I mean, you know, he came in, he got banged up a little bit, came back, and blew out his knee November 12th. It's funny, he finished the game. Once again, those ACLs that take a while. I talked to you about how people like Clay with the blown ACL in the famous 2019 NBA Finals comes back on the court and actually jogs back down to play D before Kerr gives him the hook.
Wow.
Melton finished the game on November 12th against Dallas, and then it stiffens up after.
Yeah.
I don't know. In all your years playing football and all that, you never did an ACL, did you?
No, never had a torn ACL. Just had like some fluid buildup in the knee. Got chop blocked once. Took a helmet straight to the knee and got kind of swollen up, but never tore anything down low at least.
Well, and so but they said then it stiffens up, and then there was a possibility that they would rehab it for 2 to 3 weeks and see. And then the doctors are like, you know what, you should probably get this taken care of. I guess Steve Kerr had multiple ACL surgeries when he was in college.
I mean, it's pretty common.
Well, these days now, I mean, look, we're talking about Dre Greenlaw coming back from an Achilles sometime this calendar year after blowing it out in February. Dude, they used to be almost career enders.
Yeah, and I remember when Adrian Peterson came back. I don't know the exact date, but it felt like he came back in like 6 months and put on that MVP-type season. And ever since then, people have been coming back from ACLs quicker than ever.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants it, but it's not the career ender it used to be. And so, anyway, the point is he's out for the year, though.
Yeah.
And that's the point. And so now this warrior plan of like, you know, we're going to try to beat you with waves of talent and come at you with depth, which has been working so far at 11-3, unless they play the Clippers, is now been tested. So Mike Dunleavy did a little. Mike Dunleavy, the gangster. Remember that? I called him again. Marcus Thompson said nobody's ever called Mike Dunleavy a gangster.
Except for Murph.
He is a gangster. He traded. First move was to trade Jordan Poole. The first thing he got the keys. He got the keys to the office
After he signed that 4-year contract extension.
Yeah, and pledged allegiance to him.
And then 4 days later, he was gone.
That's what I'm talking about. That's gangster behavior. It's like when he came in, he's like, no, you guys, your radio show, it's real good. I'm committing to you guys.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, your key card doesn't work.
Psych.
So here's Dunleavy's big picture on DeAnthony Melton, cut A, Tony.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think he was starting to fit in really well, and he's a big reason we, went after him this summer for the way we feel like he could play offensively and defensively. So it's a big loss for us. But like you said, we have good depth, and the next man up will step up, and we'll take it from there.
I mean, you hope. I mean, and the next man up is Lindy Waters III.
That's crazy.
Which is, I mean, this guy is attaining like almost damn near cult status.
Already.
Well, it started with that bite that we found. I forget who exactly. You had seen that in the past?
Yeah,
or not? I had not.
I can't remember if it was me or young Tony who found that and sent that over. But yeah, just a random OKC fan that's on a date with his girlfriend, and they get asked about a hall pass, and Lindy Waters III name comes up in that conversation.
Like for you, I mean, just for the hall pass conversation, for like my generation, you default to like Jennifer Aniston Friends, something very like we all know, the most obvious thing in the world, right? Like, of course, Jennifer Aniston Friends, mid-90s, right? For ladies, it's Brad Pitt, it's George Clooney, right? DiCaprio. I don't know who am I forgetting. I don't know.
Brian Murphy,
yeah. That is said no one ever. This young lady. Do you have the longer version, Tone, of this thing? We're a morning show, buddy. We're not here to bring you the X's and O's of Lindy Waters' footwork on defense. Do we have the longer version of this? Just the give me a little bit of context on either end, so people who, because there would be people, we know you're in and out of your car. Hell, we know there's people on the show that on this trip that don't even know who we are. You know what I mean? So sometimes you have to reset things for people. So if you're this is Young Tone. This is some guy in OKC doing one of those mini mics or whatever on the street.
Yeah,
pretty
like
much
street fair.
Okay, so pick up wherever you want here, kid.
How old are you?
26.
22.
How long you been together?
2 years.
If she gave you a guilt-free pass to sleep with anybody, would you take it?
No, sir. You might get one pass, but at the end of the day, you want one wife, and this is the wife I want. So no.
Okay. Now, what about you? If he gave you one?
If he gave me a guilt-free pass, I would take it.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Sorry.
That's crazy.
Who would you take it with?
Lindy Waters III.
Don't even know who that is. That's our problem. Yep.
Who else?
Barry Sanders. I'm in love with him.
Now, what do you think those men have over your men?
They're professional athletes.
That's crazy. Hey.
Black or white?
One is Native American and one's black.
But do you think that any of those guys would go for you?
Junior would.
That's crazy. Hey, at the end of the day, it's whatever. Whatever. At the end of the day, I don't care.
Bro, so much better than I remembered it.
Bro.
So much better than I remembered it. There's dimensions all over that thing,
Dude, it starts with you only get one wife, one life, to at the end of the day, I don't even care. It's whatever. and then everything's sandwiched in between.
Right. In 60 seconds, he goes from you only get one life, one wife to at the end of the day, it's whatever.
Yeah, it's whatever, dude. His whole life flashed before him in that 60-second TikTok interview.
Oh, man, Tone, that thing is way better. Don't forget she's going to Barry Sanders. Don't forget she's nailing that. Well, one's Native American, one's African American. Oh, Junior definitely would.
Dude.
I'm like, Junior, wait a minute. Is that the nickname for Lindy Waters?
And how about the guy in the background? He goes, I don't even know who he is. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem, buddy. That's the problem.
Freaking time. she's just dropping nuclear bombs on him, and he doesn't even know what to do.
No.
He's just getting blown out. He's just getting blown. It's like you're hapless. It's like you're playing, I don't know, you're just like playing in some sporting event, and the guy's just kicking your ass, and you can't even stop him.
No. He's just waiting for the clock to run out.
Exactly. Oh, man. So anyway, that's Lindy Waters the third, which leads to, I guess, a real actual quote about Lindy Waters the third from Steve Kerr, who's now going to be in the starting lineup. Cut N, Tony, on it's cut I on committing to Lindy Waters.
Yeah, I'm committed to that right now. He's a good fit next to that group. I like bringing Buddy off the bench. The bench group has been really good this year, so starting Lindy allows us to keep the bench intact and gives us another shooter, defender in the starting lineup.
There it is, man. And he's like, yeah, I'm as committed to Lindy Waters as that young lady in Oklahoma City is committed to him.
Now the whole squad's on the hall
It's a slight red flag. He's 22, she's 26. Maybe on slightly different wavelengths at that point in time.
Yeah, it seems like they're at different points in life.
Yeah, she's like, she still wants to sow those wild oats. And he's one of those nerds who's trying to settle down. All right, guest list on a Thursday, November 21, 1 week out from Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Will the Church of Abundant Life let us eat on Thanksgiving?
I mean, you always have to eat on Thanksgiving, but it is weird. I was talking about this yesterday with Copes. It's weird thinking about Thanksgiving when you're in Hawaii. Because I know back home there's a lot of rain.
A lot of people come here for
a lot of crazy weather, but like you're sitting out here chilling on the beach. It does not feel like Thanksgiving weather.
If you have a couple of bucks in your pocket and you can take your family to Thanksgiving, many Californians would do that. I've always wondered about that, Thanksgiving in Hawaii, but some people do it. They seek it out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me one of those big old pigs at the luau and some turkey.
Hey now.
I'll take that. I had some lechon yesterday too. Delicious.
What was that?
Oh, that crispy pork belly, that lechon yesterday. Oh, I had some of that at the restaurant. Yeah, crispy pork belly. Oh, it's delicious.
Oh, nothing wrong with crispy pork belly ever.
Delicious.
I didn't know it was called lechon, though. That's good knowledge. By the way, 408 says, lots of reaction to that soundbite, including 408 saying, as the kids say, she's for the streets.
Oh, yeah.
209 says that soundbite ages like fine wine, dude.
Better.
707 says she went to college with both of them because they're OKC and obviously already slept with both of them.
Sounds like that hall pass has been punched.
Dude, 510 says, you know what they say nowadays? She belongs to the streets. It's all coming. See, I didn't know that phrase, so now I know.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got, Tony?
All right, well, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we will talk to Mike Krukow. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:15. Our first chance to talk to the great Randy Wynn, the new Vice President of Player Development for the San Francisco Giants. He is going to join the show at 8:45, and then Matt Mayoko at 9:10 to close us out.
All right, sounds great. On the other side, how did the 49ers react to practice yesterday? What's the news? Who's playing? Who's not? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Lindy Waters the third?
Don't even know who that is.
Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, this is the KNBR Morning Show with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Okay, well, you know me, I'll never turn down Bing Crosby, whether it's golf or singing, but that's a Christmas song, Young Tone, on November 21. What you launching Christmas the week before Thanksgiving?
This was a Jacob Violante request.
Well, does Liceboy know that this is like exclusively a Christmas song, and nobody here is in the Christmas mood right now?
Well, don't say nobody, Murph, because Young Tony's had his Christmas tree up for now a month at his house. So, yeah, he's had the Christmas vibes going.
I mean, listen, like I said, I support it, just not really right now. But, hey, you guys are running the show, and we'll tap our toes, like Jim Harbaugh would say. Oh, we'll hear from Jim Harbaugh later on the Black Eyed Peas, won't we? All right, guys. Thanks, Young Jake. Is this the extent of Young Jake's Bing Crosby and Hawaiian music knowledge?
Oh, no, I'm guessing Jacob, just like myself, probably did a couple of shifts back in the day with the great, legendary Sammy Spear.
Did Jacob work with Sam Spear?
Oh, well, Jacob was working before I started working at the station.
Get out of here.
So I would assume that he put in those overnight shifts and worked with our guy Sam Spear.
It's a good thing Sam was follically challenged. I don't want him to get a lice from Jacob, dude. So, all right, 49ers are on Christmas Day. Where will they be on Christmas Day? There are some games on Christmas Day, right? The Ravens and them are playing and all that.
On Netflix this year. Which is going to be a spectacle and probably a problem after we saw the streaming issues with the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight.
Have yourself a buffering little Christmas. Yeah, the 49ers around Christmas will be, where they got?
Wrapping up the Miami Dolphins game on December 22nd, Murph.
And then they go open presents and listen to Bing Crosby sing Mele Kalikimaka.
And then they get ready for the Detroit Lions to come to town before the turn of the new year. That's going to be a tough game.
What are they going to be, like 25-point underdogs in that game?
I mean,
the way the Lions are playing?
I mean, Vegas is laying points with the Lions, double-digit favorites back-to-back weeks.
Lions, Colts. No, this week they're only 7-point favorites.
Oh, I was just going more last week. They were 12-point favorites and still covered.
Geez, Lions only giving 7 to the Colts. What do they know that we don't? I don't know.
That's interesting.
Well, what do we know about the 49ers that you don't? And that is that George Kittle says he's playing, which is interesting because he's such a warrior. I mean, use that phrase, warrior, whatever. Obviously, we're not talking about soldiers here, but we are talking about guys who put their bodies in great physical harm, and he's played through so much. It was a shock to see him sit out that game, and it's kind of surprising to me that he's back this quickly. It shows me how close he was to playing last Sunday, but here he came out yesterday, Young Tone, and kind of at his locker just flat out said, Lambeau Field, he's there.
I will be playing on Sunday. Very excited. Can't pass up playing the Packers. So, no, I will be out there for sure. Get to practice today. It'll be very fun and exciting.
I wonder, can't pass up playing the Packers just because of their playoff history, or just because he grew up in the Midwest and the Packers are the Packers? Or
Ooh, I'd go D, maybe all the above.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a classic helmet game. You get the two uniforms. It's Lambeau. I mean, everyone wants to play out of Lambeau, and the 49ers need George Kittle just as much as George Kittle needs to be on the football field. He's just got a different brain, a different mentality, and he wants to be out there every single week.
Well, a lot of the film this week from people on the Twitter crew that is, by the way, it's snowing it's snowing in Green Bay right now.
I don't want to hear about it, Murph. There's no such thing as bad weather, just soft people.
Not Sunday. It's just 46 degrees and dry on Sunday. Chance of precipitation 0% on Sunday. So 0%'s a lot. I mean, that's pretty bold to say 0%.
That's a bold take.
That's like me. That's like me and my Juan Soto odds.
Yeah, you're going 0.000.
So, but getting back to the George Kittle factors, a lot of the film breakdown that's coming out on Twitter this week is showing how much they missed him in the run game. And you were talking about that Monday, even Friday. Like, man, how are they going to run the ball without Kittle? Turns out this guy's the key that unlocks it all. I saw Baldinger break down a bunch of missed blocks, a bunch of blown assignments, including Eric Saubert, Jalen Moore, even Jawan Jennings missed a block or two, even though he's a pretty good blocker. And then yesterday, Dan Orlovsky on ESPN, he took his shot, said he was looking at the film. And so people are saying, oh, McCaffrey's not back. Dude, McCaffrey had no holes. And now there was one play Baldinger isolated where McCaffrey could have cut right and he cut left, but hey, he's a running back. He's not always going to hit the right hole. But Orlovsky yesterday with harsh words about the Niner run game on ESPN.
1, injuries. 2, they get beat at the point of attack in the run game way more often than they used to. And that's the big problem on early downs when they're trying to run the football. They used to dominate the game. Now they're constantly losing blocks from sometimes their best players. Double team, front side. This is on first down, trying to get a couple yards. Nothing there. They get beat. McCaffrey has to cut back at 2nd and 9. They used to never be in 2nd 9. This is called GH counter as an offensive group. There is no lane as he's trying to follow that tight end. Nothing there. 2nd and 9 becomes 3rd and 8. This is toss with a lead. Again, we are losing at the point of contact. All 3 spots in the front side of those blocks. This is San Francisco 49ers constantly getting beat at the point of attack, not capturing the line of scrimmage. That was never the case in San Francisco. I understand the injuries are a thing, but I haven't seen this run game look as disconnected as it has over the past couple weeks in a long time.
I mean, harsh words, man. Harsh words. And, it's funny. Stat-wise, they check out. Yards per carry, they're tied for 3rd in the NFL.
Yeah.
Total rushing yards, they're top 10 in the NFL.
Yeah.
Top 7. But you've seen it now the last couple of weeks. It just hasn't been the same.
I mean, first half of the season, Jordan Mason was leading the NFL in rushing yards. Right. He was on track to have a career-type season. So I think this is more about Dan breaking down the film from this past week than the entire season. And, of course, it's going to look worse without George Kittle on the field. That's the thing about this offensive line. When we're talking about this Shanahan zone scheme going back to the days of Mike Shanahan, you look at what Kyle's been able to do over the last couple of years without really investing that much draft capital-wise on the offensive line. And they've been able to get away with it because of Trent Williams, because of George Kittle, and even throw Kyle Juszczyk into the mix also. But once you take George Kittle off the field, Murph, you can go back and look at the stats with George on and off the field, going back to the days of Jimmy G or whoever the hell you want at quarterback. They just don't run the ball efficiently enough as they do when Kittle's on the field.
Right. And then, the funny thing is we talk about Mason had those 2 good runs where he looked really fresh, and, so those worked, but there was only 2 carries. Who knows if he had more, if he would have been bottled up too. So that's going to be a focus, man, going forward. Can they fix it? Will George Kittle fix it? Will they give Mason more carries? But, man, they did not block well against it. And again, is it Mike McDonald sniffing it out, run blitzing the right time, loading the box, all that stuff. And so put a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy, who did not deliver on the other end, too.
Absolutely. And then you take away the safety blanket. I know we talk about Christian McCaffrey being the safety/security blanket so much, but this year, really, it's been George Kittle. So you take him off the field, and surprise, surprise, 49ers are now 0-2 on the season when George Kittle doesn't play. Didn't play earlier in the season against the Rams, and then this past weekend, 2 division games, 2 division losses, 2 games they couldn't put away in the fourth quarter. No George Kittle.
And it's funny because his contract status was such that they were talking about they're going to get rid of him.
No, you can't do that.
Now at this point, they're like, dude, what do you need to stay?
Yeah, exactly. You see how valuable it is. You see the lack of depth at tight end behind him. I know they spent a 3rd-round pick on Cam Latu. He never panned out. Saubert was a guy we thought could come in and give you some of that blocking, but he really hasn't worked out either. They just really don't have that depth behind Kittle.
No, they do not. That Sunday piece by Barrick Branch detailed their attempts to try to build up that depth, and it has not paid off at all. Now it's like, dude, they're relying on Kittle, whose body is getting more and more beat up every year, too. But there's old George Kittle, the most optimistic guy out there, saying yesterday that he thinks it's up to the offense. Now, we can talk about Nick Sorensen and pushing the wrong buttons in that final drive and letting Geno score and all that stuff. But George Kittle went out there so Demo Lenore came on our show and tried to take a leadership role, saying the offense scored enough points, that's on us. George Kittle yesterday tried to take a leadership role, did the opposite. Said it's on the offense. Here's what he said.
I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, each season is so unique, and there's ebbs and flows of each season. There's different players on the field and different coaches. There's no blame to put anywhere. I just think that, honestly, there is a little bit of blame. I think the blame is on our offense needs to perform at a better, and that's players. Coach Shanahan gives us opportunities to go out there and close games, and we've kind of missed out on those opportunities, whether it's missed blocking on a run play by anybody, a bad cut, even Brock with a bad throw. We just miss out on some of those opportunities that we've been cleaner before in the past. And I think that's one thing. I think our defense is playing at a level enough for us to win. I think we should be scoring 25 plus points a game to be able to win those games. And to me, the pressure's on the offense. And it's not really pressure. It's just like, hey guys, just go play football the way we've been playing, and we have to be better than we have been.
Right. There's other angles of Deebo Samuel's numbers being down on breaking tackles. Eric Branch has a whole breakdown of that today in the Chronicle. The next-gen stats showing that he's just not breaking tackles at the rate he used to. All those run plays this year are not working with him. The defenses are sniffing it out. He's maybe lost a step. Who knows? All these things adding up to the 49ers being 5-5 going to Green Bay on Sunday. All right, well, Shanahan spoke too yesterday. We'll get into what he had to say about this upcoming game, about his injuries, about number 97, That's all coming up. But here we are live at the Westin Hapuna. If you're noticing new cameras, we're like at a different spot. The Feng Shui. I haven't even talked about the fact they took away my leg room because now my knees are going up against the end of the table.
Oh, that's got to feel great.
Which is not awesome. It's like being on an airplane with a bad situation.
Oh, and the person puts their seat back.
Which happened to you, by the way.
Dude, and shout out our guy Craig, who's on the trip with us, who sat in front of me on the flight and referenced our talk with young Tony a couple weeks ago about our biggest pet peeves, and I talked about people dropping the seat back on the plane, and Craig turns around and goes, out of respect, I'm not going to drop my seat back on.
And he's a tall drink of water. He's 6'5".
Yeah, he's a big boy.
You mean Craig Brinkman drafted by the Baltimore Orioles in the 11th round in what was it? No, he's 43. In 1990, I forget what year it was, 99.
One of Napa High's greatest, right?
Yeah. He said, I told him, I said, man, I didn't know any of this. He goes, I thought you followed all the good players.
There we go, Craig. There we go.
All right, man. So let's get into Shanahan and Bosa and all that stuff. Live from the Westin Hapuna on the Big Island. It's gorgeous here. And thanks to Hawaiian Airlines for flying us out here. Hawaii flies with us on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Go Pack, go the f*** home.
Listen. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Now back to Murph and Marcus live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort from the Big Island in Hawaii on the Sports Leader.
Or as Wendy from the Westin says, aloha kakahiaka.
Wow.
Which I just learned is good morning.
There it is.
In Hawaiian. How'd I do, Wendy? Good?
She gave you a thumbs up.
Thumbs up?
She
All
gave
right.
you a round of applause, Murph.
All right. What's she dropping off, by the way? I can't see it behind me. It smells great.
Looks like a little breakfast sandwich. I got to figure out what's on it today. We had earlier in the week Portuguese sausage. I'm looking to see if that's Spam or ham hanging out the side of that.
Ask Wendy after you say aloha kakahiaka. That's a good one. I like that. All right. Young Toad, who we got here, bud? I like my rejoins.
Yeah, man. Shout out Dustin in Vacaville, the guy that was sexting in yesterday, giving us a bunch of songs. This is You Don't Write by the Kau Crater Boys.
All right.
Crater Boys.
The Crater Boys. You know, unfortunately, that's what they used to call me in middle school.
Yeah. Nice face, Murph.
No, man, it was tough. Not that I'm. It's not that it didn't scar me or anything. Not that I remember it or anything. You know what I mean? So I hope those guys are happy.
Yeah,
hope those middle school kids are happy for the psychological damage.
Well, that's what you get, Murph. And now look at you now, calling one of our workers back in the studio Lice Boy. Shout out Jacob.
Yeah, but you only say that because that guy gets all the girls. He's okay.
He's a good-looking
dude.
dude.
Doesn't need. He needs to be taken down a peg.
Although I did call him out, he's got a lot of gray hair now. He's almost catching up to you, Murph.
But you know what? As we know, as my barber tells me when he wants a tip, it's the silver fox. So tell that to Jacob. More ladies will like him.
There's a new silver fox in town.
But I think he has a regular, doesn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Jacob does well for himself.
But if he had a guilt-free pass, would he take it with Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Or Barry Sanders.
One
or Midnight,
wife, one
or
life.
early friends Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
What would you? Let's go there, buddy. For you,
Jessica Alba.
100%. What percent? Like what era? What are we talking? Like a certain movie or a certain?
I mean, Jessica still looks fantastic, but I'm probably going like early 2000s. What was that movie, Deep Blue, where she's out like scuba diving and stuff?
Okay.
Looked fantastic.
Is that what you're thinking about? You're out in the water.
Yeah. I got to be careful talking about this on air, Murph.
Things get a little.
Yeah.
She is married to.
Not me. I can tell you that.
It is Cash Warren. Yeah, Mike Warren's kid. So I knew she had a connection. She's in the family by marriage, dude. Cash Warren is the son of Mike Warren. Mike Warren was a point guard for John Wooden's UCLA national championship teams in the 60s, then became the very cool actor on Hill Street Blues and was awesome. He's just a cool dude. He was a national champion basketball player, cool actor, had a kid, named his kid Cash. Cash Warren.
That's
Cash
how you know
Boucher.
you're living the life. You name your
And
kid Cash.
I remember they met at Cash Warren played down. They met at some private school in West L.A. I remember that. And then she's come to UCLA games.
Wow.
Nice choice, dude. Especially on SC week. Hey now.
That's it.
All right.
Big
4.5 point dogs. I'd take us in the points now.
Ooh,
I
careful.
may have to do that in the.
Are you tipping your hand?
Brian and Bobby's best Aloha Kakakiaka bets. Oh, God, I just stumbled the third time. I should have stopped when I was ahead. Well, we'll see if the Niners are saying Aloha Kakahiaka when they get to Green Bay on Sunday. By the way, it's an afternoon kick, 1:25, so 3:25 Green Bay time. But we have said the app continues to say no precipitation, so should be just classic football weather. But which 49ers will show up, man? Because right now there's been some bad stuff. Now, which Nick Bosa will show up. So here's Shanahan on Bosa and Sunday. Cut K, Tony.
Well, he definitely could be good for Sunday, and he definitely could not be good for Sunday. So that's why I don't think about it yet. And it's similar to the Tampa week when you got guys who are hurting. I don't ask them if they're going to play. I don't ask them after the game on Sunday. I don't ask them Monday when they're too hurt to practice on Wednesday. And, when it's a guy who hasn't done it before and they're a part of the game plan and, sometimes I'll tell guys, you got to start to get out there. We're going to rule you out. But when it comes to a guy like Bosa, when it comes to a guy like Trent, their position, the veterans they are, how they play, those guys have all the way till kickoff for me. So I just look at it just like Tampa. And towards the end of the week, I'll have a better feel. And that's when he'll have a better feel. And we'll discuss.
We'll discuss. So, in other words, we ain't giving you the answer this morning on Thursday morning. That's one of those things you got to check Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport on about 5 hours before kickoff.
Yeah, Kyle's going to play coy, not really give you a straight-up answer. A little bit of a nothing burger answer there on Nick Bosa, but reading the tea leaves, seeing that he sat out of practice again yesterday, seeing the way he's talking about this injury, I would not be surprised if Nick Bosa is not on the field this
I would
Sunday.
agree with you. This one feels and sounds worse. In fact, some of the reporters, the beat guys yesterday, said Bosa spoke, which seems the kind of guy. He's great with the media, he does. He'll talk even when some guys will duck the media if they're hurt. He says he's feeling worse than he did last week. He said he hopes, he said after the Packer game, after the Seahawks game, hoped he wouldn't miss, quote, too much time. He said it's a little more sore. Actually, I'm sorry, those quotes were from Sunday. So, in other words, it sounds really bad. It's both obliques, dude. Both obliques. So he had the right oblique and said he tried to compensate, and now his left oblique is worse.
Yeah, and this is scary because Nick does have a bit of an injury history. He had a core injury back at Ohio State. That's what kind of shut down his final season before being drafted by the 49ers. Now, I know yesterday at his locker he said it's a little bit different, but it does seem like there is some type of connection. I don't know, maybe I'm reaching here, but just the fact that he has a past with this similar type injury is kind of a red flag for me.
Well, I'll just say this. We already know they're underdogs going into this game, 2-point dogs. I've already declared the season toast. You take Bosa out on Sunday? Bro.
Yeah, that's tough when we're talking about the 49ers trying to get pressure without Nick Bosa. Then you throw in the fact that the Green Bay Packers offensive line has been playing as one of the best O-lines in football, has only allowed 13 sacks the entire season. That's tied for number 1 in the NFL, Murph.
Lots of negative signs going into this thing here. So, but like we said, we won't know until Sunday. He is one of those tough dudes who got out there Sunday against the Seahawks, but then had to take himself out of the game. And I don't want to say you could say it cost him the game because you're not going to blame a guy, but they wound up losing the game probably because he wasn't on the field.
Yeah, and the Seahawks scored their touchdowns without Nick Bosa on the field, and they drove 80 yards in 11 plays without Nick Bosa on the field.
All right, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Steve Young still going to join Copes this afternoon, 5 o'clock on your rainy commute. Hope everybody's staying dry out there and driving safe. 2 hands on the wheel. But back to the 49ers getting ready for the Packers on Sunday. So nothing overly optimistic on Bosa there for you guys. So next up is this Brock Purdy situation. He did not throw a pass yesterday.
Yeah, it's a little concerning, right, when the quarterback's not throwing the ball?
Man, he's young, too. He's usually springy and resilient. When you're Brock Purdy's age and you take a day off, something's banged up.
Yeah, and, it's not your traditional day off of rest, like your Veterans Day of rest that we see Trent Williams get all the time.
Guys like that.
Quarterbacks usually don't take it off unless they're dealing with something, so we'll see if Brock Purdy's back throwing passes today, but Kyle chose to give him the day off yesterday. Still went through the mental reps, Murph, but just didn't actually throw the ball.
Well, so we're wondering about did he get his shoulder injured on a hit, quite likely of one of his many carries in which he didn't slide. So the beat writers actually asked Shanahan yesterday about that, saying does he need to slide more often, Young Tone?
Same as how we coach everyone. You don't want him to get hit, and we always talk about that. And I think he's done a pretty good job this year of avoiding them. He hasn't been too reckless. There was one in particular I thought he could have got down on a little bit earlier. But yeah, no, we don't want him taking those hits. And sometimes when it's 4th down and you're right at the line, that's a very different situation. But no, it's we always want him to slide and doing things like that.
I mean, the NFL, we've assumed because Brock is so young and generally doesn't put himself in too much harm's way that he would probably start all 17 games. But how many quarterbacks truly do start at all 17 games?
Oh, I know we went through these stats last year after all the backup quarterbacks we saw. I mean, it's a constant rotation each and every year, Murph.
It ain't easy here.
I mean, you even look at a guy like Jordan Love who you're squaring up against this weekend.
9 last year. According to AI, 9 last year. Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, who's now out, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, who's already missed time this year.
Exactly. He had his own injuries.
Do you know who started every game last year? Tua.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's shocking.
How ironic is that?
Right?
Here's a guy who probably shouldn't have started 17 games, Derek Carr.
Pump that one back a little bit.
Jalen Hurts started all 17. He's been banged up. Baker Mayfield started all 17. He's a tough dude. Has he? No, he hasn't missed time this year. You know who started all 17 last year? Ready for this? Sammy Sosa.
Wow.
Sam Howell.
He started all 17 last year?
According to AI.
Wow.
Can I trust AI?
You never know with AI.
In 2022, 10 quarterbacks started every game. So,
by the way, is that your go-to now? You ask AI questions instead of just Googling?
Yep. Well, I Google with a question, and then it answers Google now answers with AI.
Hasn't the Google search engine always been kind of AI?
Yeah, I guess it's just maybe, I don't know. They're calling it, they relabeled it, or they got new. I don't. Now I'm way out of my.
I know. Now I'm like one of these. What
question do you want to say? Here's my question. Here's my question. Here's my question. I'm going to ask AI. Will Jessica Alba go on a date with Marcus?
I feel like this is the Magic 8 Ball.
Okay, here it is. AI. Will Jessica Alba go on a date with Marcus Boucher? The answer: it looks like there aren't many great matches for your search.
Oh, come on, swipe right one time. Not too many matches for the search.
That's really funny.
That's essentially what AI is. It's a Magic 8 Ball, Murph.
Try using words that might appear on the page you're looking for.
Damn.
Anyway, so there's Brock Purdy on that, but more on Brock's season. And we talked about his numbers being down across the board, and Shanahan, I think, kind of tried to defend him a little bit yesterday. So here's Shanahan on the good and the bad of 2024 for Brock Purdy.
I think it's such a fine line with, we're a 5-5 team, which isn't where we want to be. But you asked a question about Brock, but I think if we were 8-2 with the top offense in the league and stuff, I think we'd be feeling a lot better. And so I try to keep perspective of that, especially with our guys. And to me, that's come all the way down to how we finish games. And we've had 4 games here that have come down to the last 2 possessions, and we've only won 1 of those. And that's the difference between 8-2 and 5-5, with the one we won being Tampa. In contrast, you look at a team like Green Bay, they've had 7 games come down to the last possession, and they've won 6 of them, with the only one they lost being the opening game versus Philly. And that's why they have such a good record. So I think Brock's doing a lot of good things, but we're all going to be judged on winning games. And that's why our team's got to find a better way to win it there in the 4th so we can get a record right.
There it is. Are wins a QB stat? Some days I think yes. Some days I think no.
Yeah, most days the answer is no.
You think no?
I don't think it is. I mean, it's a team sport.
Well, they're going to strip it away. Then that you just told me once and for all, no Tom Brady on the GOAT.
Yeah, that's it. Knock him down. Knock him off the podium, Murph.
We saw some goats, by the way, on the golf course yesterday. There's goats all over. And I said, hey, guys, there are exactly 0 Tom Brady's behind the green and about 40 Joe Montanas behind the green. So I said,
nice line.
That was on the second hole. Second hole, I think, Petaluma Mike? Yeah, there you go.
That's a good breakdown. But I also like that breakdown of Kyle. And maybe that's why I've been more optimistic than most 49er fans or even hosts on our own airwaves about whether or not the season's toast, whether or not it's over. Because, yeah, you're looking at the 5-5 record. You're looking at the injuries that they're dealing with. But Kyle's right. This is a team that should be 8-2. Now, of course, they blew 3 division games. So they're not 8-2. They're 5-5. You are what you are on the back of your baseball card. But they're a few quarters away of being almost in the situation that the Green Bay Packers are in. Packers are 7-3 because they've won 6 of their 7 one-possession games, and that's been the big difference. Green Bay Packers have found ways to close out games. The 49ers have not.
Yeah, and I think part of that is Purdy has not been playing totally awesome. He's been playing good, not totally awesome. And I think I go back to that Rams game where I said, dude, you got to. They gave him the ball on the 30-yard line. All they had to do was get into field goal range. He couldn't do it.
Also, Ronnie Bell drops that ball, or else we're talking about Brock Purdy
then
maybe
bounce back and make another play on the next one.
You're not wrong. But I'm with you, too. Brock Purdy, to me, especially this year, just off the eye test, not the analytics, it does seem like he is air-mailing more balls, has missed more balls high.
He's not taking those checkdowns that I want. He just chunks down the field, buddy. It's all you got to do.
Well, maybe that's the reason, and here's my conspiracy theory, that Brock Purdy was not throwing the ball yesterday. Maybe they go back to like a high school basketball coach or a Brian Murphy himself, and like when a team starts playing terrible, they take the ball away, and they're running plays without the ball. Maybe that's what the 49ers should have done
punishing
yesterday.
him.
They should have had Brock Purdy just throwing mental reps at Deebo Samuel over the middle.
Something. We'll see. It's going to be very interesting because you're right. It does come down to these final possessions now. But two guys this week, and I know it's not the hot take sports radio people want, but Tim Ryan opened his conversation with us on Monday, and he said, guys, let's be honest, the competitive balance, the parity, we talk about it all the time. And then Bill Belichick's answer on McAfee said the same thing. He said, guys, in the NFL now, with all these teams, it comes down to one or two possessions. Other than a few outlier teams that just are terrible. There's a few teams that are terrible. But even for the Kansas City Chiefs this year, it's been coming down to final possessions. I mean, it is true. And so you don't want to hear it, any given Sunday, parity, balance, all that stuff. It's kind of boring. It's kind of dull, but it's super true. But the problem is the Niners are not winning those games that are coming down to those final possessions. And whether that's, like you said, injuries, Kittle out, McCaffrey out for part of the season, bad play calls by Kyle, Brock trying to do too much, or the defense letting Geno scramble, something like that. So more Shanahan on Brock Purdy then, who's, as we say, Matt Barrows was answering the question in his athletic mailbag. He's not playing totally awesome. He's not playing Pro Bowl this year. Would he still get $60 million? And Matt Barrows said, the market is the market. Yes. It's Bay Area real estate. Here you go, guys. Next one, Shanahan on Brock's third-year improvements he was asked about.
Yeah, man, it's hard to make a lot of progress after the way he played last year, and it was hard to make a lot of progress after the way he played his 7 games in his first year. So I think Brock's playing at the exact same level. I think there's different circumstances around him. Our team hasn't been quite as good through this, but it's been close to getting there, and close doesn't matter. That's why we're 5-5, but a couple plays here and there, and I think we're looking at it totally differently, and that's why we put ourselves in the hole, and that's why we made it a lot harder for ourselves here at this back half. But I still think it's going to come down to the same stuff. I bet these next 7 games come down to the fourth quarter, and we either get it done or we don't, and we got to find a way to get it done.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, Steve DeBerg, just good enough to lose, just good enough to get you beat. So, I mean, Niners are these are the laments of a losing team. 1 or 2 plays here, 1 or 2 plays there. That's what losing teams talk about.
Yeah, and it feels like they just haven't found a way to close out the games for all the reasons that you listed. I mean, we can talk about the efficiency of this offense moving the ball downfield. I mean, they're putting up good stats when it comes to yardage-wise, but they're just still not scoring when they get down to the red zone. So they're going to have to find a way to put the ball into the end zone and close out the fourth quarter like they did last year in the playoffs against the Green Bay Packers, where Brock Purdy outplayed Jordan Love and they had a pick to end the game.
Yeah, man, it's going to be really interesting to see how they bounce back on Sunday. I mean, the more you talk about it, the more you think about it. This does not set up great for them on Sunday in Green Bay, but backs against the wall, save a season, Meanwhile, last one from the Niners. We'll get into the Warriors on the other side. But Deebo Samuel did his podcast. Was it Cleats and Convo? Is that what it is? And he's expressing frustration about this season and all the stop and start 5-5-ness. Deebo.
This year for sure. Me personally, me being, want to be one of the, want to be my best self as much as possible. Especially as a whole, as a group. I kind of hit on it, like losing games that, we don't supposed to lose. And, it's kind of like we put ourselves in positions, like put our back against the wall at times. And you just look at, from top to bottom, like one of the best rosters in the league. It's just like it gets frustrating because, like, we know what we're capable of. We got to finish games. We got to be the Niners that everybody knows that, we are. And it kind of get frustrating at times when, you don't win those games. And
Right.
you kind of be like, yo, like, why we keep putting ourselves in these positions and like putting our back against the wall, and now every game that we play, it's just like you got to treat it like your last, even though you treat every game like that. But it's really like, yo, if we don't win this game, then we'll be in some trouble.
I think that's a long way of saying Super Bowl hangover is what it is. Well, we're not finishing. We got to do this. We're better than we're playing. That's dude, that's all the symptoms. That's when the doctor does his stethoscope and takes your temperature and says, you have Super Bowl hangover.
Yeah, and it seemed like everything was going right last year on the path to that Super Bowl. I mean, we're talking about a team that was putting up 30-plus points every single week, and they were blowing teams out by double digits to the point where they didn't need to close out in the fourth quarter. And this year, it's a completely different story, and they're struggling.
So, Eric Branch, I told you this dive on Debo. This year, he's averaging 2.9 yards per carry. And that makes him one of only 4 players, ready for this, with at least 25 attempts to be less than 3 yards a carry. So he's in the bottom of the league in yards per carry. In his first 4 years, he averaged 6.3 yards a carry. And that was the highest average in the NFL among players with 150 rushes over that span. So he's gone from the top to the bottom. And what's crashing, they said when they asked him on Wednesday, he just said curtly, I have no idea. And then Kyle gave a long answer about how averages come with one big one. Like you break a big one, your average gets better, all that. But here's the stat I had for you guys on the Next Gen, and credit Eric Branch of the Chronicle. From 2019 to 2023, he broke a tackle every 6 touches. This season, he's breaking a tackle every 20 touches.
Oof.
So there's a Next Gen stat for you.
Yeah, Debo's trending in the wrong direction.
So, yeah, I don't know what it is. So, all right, Super Bowl hangover. You know what the cure for the Super Bowl hangover is? To attack that spread behind us here, dude.
Look at that.
It's just lurking. Because I can't, they moved me, so I can't see the food right now.
That might be good for your waistline, Murph.
Trust me. Trust me, Ben. Are you doing an Abundant Life read soon?
Oh, probably. Stay tuned.
All right. Hey, the Warriors last night, they did it. There's good news and there's bad news. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Aloha! It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher live from the Big Island of Hawaii here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. It's as simple as that. And if you're looking for some action tonight, we have a Thursday night football matchup between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns. And I've taken this pick a couple times over the last couple weeks. It's George Pickens to have more than 58.5 total receiving yard. He's been averaging 83 yards over his last 5 games with Russell Wilson at quarterback. So go ahead and add George Pickens to your lineup today to have more than 58 receiving yards. And if you're not already on Prize Picks, all you need to do is download the Prize Pick app today, and you can use the code word LEADER to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, this is the KNBR Morning Show with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Listen, here's the deal. We're at the Westin Hapuna. It's amazing. It's gorgeous. The Pacific Ocean, the whole deal. You can see us on YouTube and Twitch. And, I just want to tell you guys, they just laid out a fried egg sandwich with Portuguese sausage and Swiss cheese on an English muffin. Bro. That's pretty good.
Portuguese sausage, Murph. Shout out the homemade linguiça that my grandma used to make growing up.
Man.
Oh, some of the best.
Grandma would be proud.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, are we rubbing it in? Yeah, kind of. Are we also saying you could be here? Yeah, you could. You could be like Petaluma Mike and Amanda over there, who, by the way, are our only listeners here. Hey, young Tony, I may need some help here with the rim shot here, but, man, This show so far has been so lightly attended, I feel like we're copes in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
I mean, Murph, we're getting towards the end of this trip once you get to the Thursday show and people stop showing up at 4 a.m.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I'm eating some banana bread right now.
Which is understandable because if I was out drinking every day too, which I kind of am, don't tell anybody, Murph, it's hard to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning. But here I am this morning, Murph.
Hey, man, we're like those old Army ads. We accomplish more before the sun rises than you do all day. All right, man?
Tell them. Everybody's sleeping. We're hard at work.
Well, the
Murph.
reward for Mike and Amanda is this freaking egg sandwich. It's unbelievable.
Hot off the press.
Did you guys get the banana bread? Oh, by the way, did I mention the fresh fruit with the watermelon and all that
What
over
else
there?
do you need?
Jeez, man. Oh, well, what else you need is how about rich, warm Kona coffee?
Ooh.
Too, we got that.
They got that.
Sorry, Young Tone, brother. How's it back in the studio, kid?
Oh, I'm all good, dude. I'm actually just trying to stay dry. I'm glad I'm inside because we have a bomb cyclone with an atmospheric river hitting the Pacific Northwest right now.
Remember, as Bruce Jenkins said, just tell us it's going to rain, and Waterboy called it the analytics of weather.
Yeah, dude, I don't need advanced analytics on rain, Tony. I mean, all this nonsense. I mean, what's the launch angle and, what's the exit velocity of the rain coming down this weekend, Tony?
Oh, great question. I'd have to look that up. But if you guys want to just cancel your flight home and just stay out there, it's all good. Don't worry. You might not even be able to get out here, to be honest.
Let me tell you what. First of all, I've had a lot of experiences with Thin Tim this week, and let me tell you, it's been interesting. But one of the things is this kid, on Tuesday, he started talking about our flights home on on Friday being delayed or canceled. And I was like, yeah, thank you. There it is.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
You know, that voice guy's he's in the great beyond. We lost that guy. He's up there with Johnny X and Johnny the Gout Man and Salty Balty. But I've been like, bro, we're here in Hawaii. Why are you talking about our flights getting canceled on Friday?
I know. He's been freaking out all week. And I said, Tim, it's not the worst thing in the world if our flight gets delayed by a day in Hawaii, bro.
Honestly.
There's worse places
Dude,
to
we
be.
could hit Honolulu Friday night because we'll catch our puddle jumper, and then we could be delayed there. Then we go see the big city.
I might start doing the rain dance here on the Big Island.
Right. Anyway, Warriors basketball is what we promised to talk about, and here they are. They got the win last night. We already called it in to Skinny Boy Adam Silver, 120-97. They just took control of that game early and throttled it. The Hawks looked lost. And by the way, shout out Quinn Snyder. I forgot he was the coach of the Hawks. You guys see him last night with those red framed glasses? This dude is unbelievable, man. Remember, Paulie was obsessed with him.
Oh, well, also Paulie was obsessed with your white framed glasses.
That's right.
So I'm glad to see the trend continues.
Yeah. Well, Snyder's just coming out here just blazing them. He's like, where's the party after? You know what I mean? He's always been very, handsome and kind of fit, but also maniacal and screaming and yelling, and he's got the hair. And then he added those red-framed glasses last night where he was just like, I'm just coming at you like full metrosexual / partier / NBA coach / fashionista. He's got a whole thing going on. Too bad he's coaching a boring team like the Atlanta Hawks.
I was going to say, I don't really like the flair of the red glasses when you're coaching the Atlanta Hawks.
I mean, so they weren't up for it. They were down basically 20 the entire night. I mean, the Warriors kind of throttled that game early.
Some would say that the Warriors hot too and spit on that thing last night.
Hey-oh, there you go, buddy.
Hey now.
So it's funny, my second captain's buddies put out a preview saying that Hawk Tua was going to be on their show.
No way.
I got to investigate that.
Second captain?
Doesn't seem like their style, but
Hawk
we'll
Tua
see.
in Ireland.
But I told you good news, I told you bad news. The good news was that the Warriors got that win. They're 11-3. My overnight Dave with the stat of the year that the Warriors are 11-3 for the 7th time in franchise history, and that the other 6 times they went to the NBA Finals. I mean, that's a hell of a stat. I mean, yeah, it's 14 games into 82, so it's kind of meaningless, but I mean, was anybody thinking NBA Finals this year? No. And, we're a long way from there. I'm not promising you that a week before freaking Thanksgiving. But I am telling you they're off to a better start than a lot of us thought they would be. I mean, I told you, it's always been, I've been more intrigued. Waterboy says they need to make a bigger move. I've been more, Mike Dunleavy's a gangster. You're like, Mike Dunleavy needs to go do something. So we'll see how it plays out. But they got a blow yesterday with DeAnthony Melton getting knocked out. Now, you're like, hey, who's, the casual Warrior fan would be like, DeAnthony Melton, I don't even know who he is. Well, very versatile player, the exact kind of player that they signed as part of this wave of versatility. Perimeter defenders, wing guys who can shoot, athletes, young, can run the floor, 26 years old. Only problem is, little injury history on this guy. Missed half the season last year with a back in Philly, but shows up here healthy, gets off to a pretty good start, banged up, misses a couple games, then last November 12, tweaks his knee against the Mavericks, doesn't feel right, finishes the game, stiffens up, ACL. Now they're saying surgery, end of season.
Dunzo.
So now you're talking about, you realize how fragile it is when you don't have a second superstar, when your depth takes a hit. Now you got problems. So here's Mike Dunleavy yesterday afternoon, about losing DeAnthony Melton. Cut A, Tony.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think he was starting to fit in really well, and he's a big reason we, went after him this summer for the way we feel like he could play offensively and defensively. So it's a big loss for us. But like you said, we have good depth, and the next man up will step up, and we'll take it from there.
Well, the next man up is Lindy Waters III.
How about that?
And we spent last hour just laughing our A off about that video. We probably won't replay it here, but we've heard it in our victory thing. Lindy Waters III. You know what's so we were talking about this cult status of this guy, because he was like the first move they made after Clay, right? Because it was like the big joke was, oh, Clay's out, but Lindy Waters III is in, because we were like, wait, what? They just swapped out Clay. It wasn't a trade, but it was like back-to-back transactions.
Yeah, and I saw people making jokes about, oh, just because his last name is Waters, they think this guy can be a splash brother. But here he is now stepping into the starting lineup for the third time this season.
Well, it's funny, and then they were like, no, we like him. He does a lot of good things. You're like, wait, what? And you had to be a hardo to know who he was.
Well, bro, didn't you tell me that you knew somebody who worked in the team store for the Warriors, and they said two of the most popular jerseys this year have been Buddy Hield and Lindy Waters III?
That is correct. Jeff from Merch, who's a long-time Bay Area sports fan and always hits me with old Giants and Niners trivia, said, because then we were talking about cult. So he comes in for Clay. There's that video we played where the girl said her hall pass would be with Lindy Waters III. You can cue the crazy there, Tone.
Lindy Waters III?
Don't even know who that is.
And then he shows up and he's cool. He's got the braids, he's got the tats, he's chill, he's not bothering anybody. He is a versatile player, he's kind of athletic. And then, they said he had a good preseason. And that's when Jeff, the merch guy, told me, dude, you're not going to believe this, but Lindy Waters jerseys are starting to pick up traction.
I still don't believe it.
It's funny. My kid was saying, he goes, I want a next level Warriors jersey, Dad. I'm like, well, Lindy Waters, although I'm not sure if it's next level now.
Ooh.
It almost might be getting mainstream at this point.
I know it's not an underground pick anymore, but maybe you need to buy one of those new City Connects that they debuted last night. Shout out to Larry June City Connect jerseys.
What'd you think of those?
I actually like them.
Well, anything affiliated with Larry June you like.
Yeah, of course, but I'm not as disassociated. I don't know if that's the correct word, but I know you're not a big fan of that old navy blue and orange color scheme with the Warriors, correct?
Well, yeah, but it's that specific font that has major PTSD for me, the Thunder era font.
Yeah.
It's funny, who was it that said, who was we had a guy, oh, God, I can't even repeat it because it was off the record stuff. But we were talking about our most hated. Remember the one guy asked us about what you would do? I don't want to bring that to the air. We were talking about Bay Area figures that you've really disliked through the years. And on my short list was Chris Cohan, the owner of the Warriors, because of what he did to the franchise during that stretch. Yeah. And that Thunder jersey brings back all the bad memories.
What about Thunder the mascot? You were down on him?
You know what's funny? My little nephew, he's now 32 years old, but he was little at the time. My brother had season seats to the Warriors when they were terrible. And they did this bit where Thunder... a magician came and turned Thunder into a little kid, and my nephew was picked out of the crowd to be Baby Thunder.
He was Kid Thunder.
He was so they dropped a curtain, and all of a sudden Thunder was 3 feet high. It was my little nephew Connor Murphy. So anyway, there's that connection to Thunder. But yeah, I wasn't a Thunder guy.
Yeah.
Were you a Thunder guy?
I mean, the few games that I went to growing up, like I said, I was just hoping to get a chalupa when the Warriors scored 100 points, and the Thunder halftime show, jumping off those trampolines.
Okay.
To a little kid, man, it was entertaining.
So Thunder is like Rusty the Mechanical Man for Giants fans here, but. Here's we cut down to Lindy Waters III from Steve Kerr. Cut eye, Tony. He's the guy. He's the 2-guard going forward.
Yeah, I'm committed to that right now. He's a good fit next to that group. I like bringing Buddy off the bench. The bench group has been really good this year, so starting Lindy allows us to keep the bench intact and gives us another shooter, defender in the starting lineup.
Okay, so get used to him, and that jersey will get that much more popular.
Yeah, and we know that Steve was going to kind of go with kind of the line shift throughout the season. We've seen a multiple amount of different lineups so far this season. So whether it's Lindy, I'm sure we might see GP2 in there for a couple of games, maybe even a Moses Moody. Those are all guys who could step in that position, or even maybe a Pods if he isn't, out here getting punched in the face again.
Yeah, I know. I have to talk more about that, too. I know we're up against it here, but so Lindy Waters III doing his thing, and the Warriors get that win yesterday. We shall see. We got more to talk about with the Warriors because Draymond talked about DeAnthony Melton, and he also talked about Lindy Waters. Actually, no, we don't have to. Yeah, put this one in here, Young Tone. It's cut O from Draymond just because it wraps up. It's Draymond praising Lindy Waters III, who's now everybody's climbing up the ranks of our all-time favorite Warriors. Cut O from Draymond, Tone.
Lindy's playing well. He just, he knows how to play. You come from an organization like OKC and you can immediately see it in training camp. Just always know where to be. No defensive rotations and assignments. Knows how to get to space. He's playing confident. So, we'll need him to continue to play confident. We have the utmost belief in him. And we have no doubt that he'll continue to play well for us in that group.
Well, there it is, man. So we'll get used to it for your Emirates NBA Cup game Friday night in New Orleans, and we may be watching that at the Honolulu airport as we're stranded here. So, all right, well, there's some Warriors for you. We do have to get back to it because later in the day, people are saying the injury to D'Anthony Melton increasing the pressure to make a trade. Dunleavy talked about that. And also John Kuminga's minutes became a little bit of a focus last night, too. Stuff we can return to later in the show. But right now it's time for Mike Krukow. We love it. Let's talk to Kruk. Cy Young Awards were handed out. The Giants continue to poke around, see what they got. Did you see somebody said Blake Snell is... Somebody listed the Giants as favorites?
I saw that, Murph.
We'll get into it all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's crazy.
Oh, Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. We may be in Hawaii, but you guys back in the Bay. I know it's rainy this weekend, so maybe just kind of hunker down with some pizza from Amici's. And we know the thin crust style. We love those. But how about after more than a year of developing and testing, Amici's is now offering a brand new Detroit-style pizza at all 13 locations. The Detroit-style pizzas, Richard brought them into us a week ago. They're awesome. They're rectangular. They're cut into square slices. They got a thicker crust that's still light and airy in the middle, but the best part is that the outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan cheese, and it caramelizes against the high-sided pans. It caramelizes against the high-sided pans during cooking to create a crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. Go get the Amici's new Detroit-style pizzas. I recommend the Pier 39 location. Crunchy, pillowy Detroit-style pizzas. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Kruko, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. We got one more full day and then another show tomorrow, and we fly home from Hawaii tomorrow. We'll talk to Mike next week from San Francisco, rainy San Francisco. Everybody stay safe out there. So, Mike, one more day of aloha. We had a couple Cy Youngs handed out. The Giants made a couple front office moves. How you doing, Mike? Aloha.
Hey, aloha, Mike.
Yeah, doing well. Things are starting to fall in place for the Giants. I love the fact that they brought Bobby Evans back. And, think about it. Look, Buster takes over, and he's president of baseball ops. And you're in charge of everything. Well, that's an avalanche of information you have to sort of wade through to even get close to the comfort zone. You have to have people that understand the baseball calendar, understand the pressure of each day in the off season. You don't get days off when you're president of a club. You don't get days off when you're a general manager of a club. And you can't let days go by without preparation. I mean, it's just it's intense. So for Buster to bring in, first of all, Zach Manassian, awesome. Now Bobby Evans, who I have nothing but respect for. He and Brian Sabian were amazing together. Now Bobby brings his expertise in, and it's a guy that Buster trusts. And what Jeff Berry is his agent. Here's a guy who he trusts. So now he's got three people that have his ear, that form his inner circle, and he trusts all of them. If they say something, he's going to listen. He's going to react to it. And, just like, we've known Buster so long as a player. And the one thing that he did, even the first day he walked into a big league clubhouse as a player, was he was prepared. He never, ever went into a game without a plan, ever. And that's really one of the things that stood out. That's why he had a voice, even as a rookie, in that clubhouse that everybody listened to. I mean, he was an old soul in that regard, and that's kind of how he's going about preparing himself to take on the responsibilities of being the president of the club.
Well, I mean, as you point out, and I want to get to, tomorrow's the tender deadline, and we have to talk about the four players who are up for it. But I want to circle back on Bobby Evans real quick because, Mike, angry fans or internet fans or Twitter fans would say, oh, no, he was part of the downfall of 2017 and 2018, and they tagged him with that. Like, oh, he traded for McCutchen and Longoria and signed Samardzija and Melanson, and it didn't work out. And then you were here glowing about Bobby Evans. So how do you marry the two about the fans who are upset that Bobby was the face of the sort of post-2016 fall versus what you know about Bobby Evans?
When you look back historically, what they did in 2010, 12, and 14, I mean, that's just ridiculous. Who wins 3 world championships in 5 years? And not enough is said about those accomplishments. So where are all these people when Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans were putting together these championship teams? How do they not get more accolades? How do they not get more applause? That just astounded me. Now you get into the period where you're competing, but you're not winning championships. Well, you tend to get a little bit jaded when you win 3 out of 5 years. You start to expect it, and the criticism becomes more harsh. It becomes it comes quicker, and then they start pointing fingers at Bobby Evans. And to his credit, he stood tall. He didn't try and respond to it. He just said, "Okay, well, I mean, that's how you feel. Let's move on." And that's kind of the nature of Bobby Evans. He's a good soul, and I took offense to all that criticism to him, because if you're going to point the finger and you're going to criticize, well, you better back up and you better start doing a little more applause to the accomplishment of 3 world championships in 5 years. And I don't think it was equal. So a lot of criticism, well, it comes with a job, but a lot of it I think was unwarranted and undeserving.
Mike. Yeah, Mike Kruko on the UMA guest line every Tuesday and Thursday. It's Murph and Marcus live at the Westin Hapuna Beach in Hawaii, but our eyes on the Giants right now, Marcus.
Mike, you also mentioned Jeff Berry's name. He had a comment a few months ago in a Susan Slusser interview about the future of baseball and the use of analytics, and he talked about the scouts from the 2010, 2012, 2014 team not being able to get jobs. Meanwhile, people who are connected to the Moneyball A's or the Tampa Bay Rays and the analytical department has kind of taken over baseball. But what do you think the blend's going to be between Jeff Berry, Bobby Evans, and even a guy like Zach Manassin, who came with Farhan Zaidi and helped build up that farm system? So how do you think that's all going to blend together and helping out Buster Posey?
Well, if you look back to the Brian Sabian days, they had 20 scouts and they had 6 analysts. With Farhan Zaidi, it was kind of the opposite. I think they had 3 scouts. And, I don't even know how many analysts, but it was a lot. So I think you're going to, in the Buster Posey regime, I think you're going to see about half and half. So I don't, I want to see more change back to gut baseball and a little less analytics. But I don't want to go away from analytics, because what we learned in the analytics era is that there's a lot of good that can come out of it. There's a lot of things that reveal tendencies to a team that have everything to do with your success and failure of a season. But I also believe that we really, really turned our back on historical scouting. And we saw team after team after team just unload scouts, good people, good baseball people, good gut people that have been around the game forever. And not only did it go into the scouting departments, but it went into the minor leagues with the coaches and the managers. A lot of these guys who've been around the game for years and years and taught the game traditionally through stories, through example, and not so much backed up with analytics, they all got dumped out. And then you brought a lot of guys who were given these quote-unquote teacher handle. We need more teachers in the game. Well, okay, I got it. But what about the guys who were just there? They were teachers. They were just teaching it in a different way. And so I took offense to that. I mean, I hate to see good baseball people go. And I think some of these people hopefully are going to be coming back into the game. And again, we'll find that happy median where you have analysts and you have tradition sort of blending as you go forward. And that's the hope. And again, I want to see that guy at the top of the lineup who is a bat control guy. I want to see the guy hitting behind him that is a bat control guy. I mean, I love that dynamic in traditional lineups. We don't really have that. And maybe you don't hit him in the first and second spot anymore, but I do believe in a lineup there's places for guys that have bat control. Maybe it's the bottom of the lineup now. I don't know, but I want to see that come back. And I want to see guys like Kirk Reeder come back who pitch to contact. I don't always believe that 98-mile-an-hour fastballs are how you get people out. You get people out. What do I've always said? What is hitting? It's timing. What is pitching? It's upsetting the timing. And I want to see the pitchers that pitch to contact who specialize in upsetting timing come back into the game. So I think it's happening. I'm seeing it start to happen, and it's certainly going to happen in the Giants organization.
So there you go. Zach Manassian, Randy Wynn, Bobby Evans, Jeff Berry are the ads for Buster Posey so far. Randy Wynn will join us in an hour. He'll be on our show at 8:45 Pacific time from Arizona, where he's scouting a guy you mentioned who does not throw 98 is Tyler Rogers. He's one of the 4 players, and this is the news of the day, that tomorrow by 5 o'clock Pacific, the Giants have to make a decision on arbitration-eligible players. Most fans know before you hit free agency, you can become eligible for arbitration. It's how you get a fair salary. Teams do not have to offer you a contract, though. That would make you a free agent. Here are the 4 players, Mike. Mike Yastrzemski, now 34 years old, and his bid would be $9.25 million. Lamont Wade, lower body injuries, not much power, but a tremendous on base, $4.5 million. Tyler Rogers, as I mentioned, that seems to be a no-brainer, I would think. And the big one is Camilo Doval at $4 million. Now, the Giants could tender them contracts and then still trade them. Doesn't mean they're going to be on the team. But my question is, of those 4, do any of them jump out at you? And for me, I guess sort of the bonus question is Doval, do you think, a candidate maybe to be moved in a new Posey regime?
Well, I hope not. I mean, he can be pretty special. We saw that a couple of years ago. Last year, he really struggled. And mechanically, I thought that he had a loop in his take back. I didn't like his hand position or his arm slot. I thought there was some sling in it. And when you have sling, when you crack the whip with your wrist as you're starting to unload and put power behind the ball, if that wrist snap is coming across your body, then the consistency of that wrist snap is going to fluctuate. It's going to be a 6-inch variance and coming across your body. You want to be able to get that wrist snap out in front. You want to crack the whip out in front, and it has to be in that same location every time. That's how you have consistency. That's how you maximize velocity. That's how you have you have optimal control and movement. The big three. So I think he's fixable. I want him back. And Tyler Rogers, I think, is irreplaceable. So I would start with those four with the two pitchers, and then I mean, Yastrzemski and Wade, two of the nicest guys I've ever met within the game. I mean, you want to see them do well. But, you have to be realistic as to how they're going to apply as you go forward. I don't know if there's room for both of them. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. That's why, I don't think I'd want to have the job that Buster has because I have too much emotion in it. And I think that sets you back. You've got to be realistic. You've got to be able to make an assessment of your talent as to who is going to be somebody that's going to help you win next year and optimize those chances. And that's not an easy thing to do, especially when you like guys.
Mike, we can't let you go without asking about your thoughts on the Cy Young winners. Sale and Scooble took home of those awards yesterday, but also wanted to get your thoughts on Logan Webb finishing in 6th place in the National League Cy Young race.
Well, 6th place, I think, is a bit of a surprise. I thought he was top 3. I mean, I just think that, he is someday going to win a Cy Young. But the thing about Cy Young, and it's kind of reflective of today's era of baseball, whereas strikeouts are more important or more glamorous, I should say, than innings pitched. To me, the backbone of any rotation is a guy who is that consistent innings eater, and nobody does it better than Logan Webb. And he just doesn't get the applause he should. And but it's Sale. It's hard to argue with his argument. Jack Wheeler probably had the best argument. And in regards to Sable, the kid from the Tigers, he was just, when we saw him, I thought, oh my God, this guy is off the charts. I thought he was unbelievable. So I thought that both winners were deserving. I just wish that Logan Webb would have got a little more applause.
Paul Skeens wound up finishing 3rd, the rookie out of Pittsburgh, and then Dylan Cease 4th, Shoto Imanaga 5th, and then Logan Webb 6th. So there you go, Mike. Well, we'll find out.
Guys. Skeens going to probably win about 5 of those things. That's
yeah, I mean, honestly, Mike, I know you're kind of just joking, but 5, could he 5 Cy Youngs for Paul Skeens? What do you think? Over under?
I'm telling you right there, that should be the over-under. And I don't know. I worry. When I saw this guy, look, the only reason I don't think he deserved it this year, he didn't pitch a full year.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
But talent-wise and wow-wise, the wow factor on this guy is off the charts. He's got 5 different pitches that he can strike you out with. He's a power arm. I mean, he's just like Clemens and Verlander. I mean, he gets me excited.
5 different pitches. You said pitching is disrupting timing. That's disrupting timing. If I got 5 ways to strike you out, my God.
Oh, he's freakish. I mean,
I only worry. I mean, he's such a high velocity guy. I worry about the biomechanics in the body. Right? I mean, knock on wood. I hate to even put it out there, but. But
look at the body on the guy. He's a horse. Of course, I said the same thing with Mark Pryor. I thought that guy was built for 20 years. And
but then you get guys like you said, guys like Clemens and Verlander and Nolan Ryan who pull it off. So there you go. All right,
Nolan Ryan still throws 90.
I think what did he say?
Close to 90.
What was it? Just Advil and I don't know, a couple of Advil, and that was it.
It's thank you, Mom and Dad, for the good genetic program you put me on.
From the good Lord above. All right, my friend. Well, listen, tomorrow will be news day for the Giants, and then we'll talk to you next week during Thanksgiving. So have a great weekend watching football, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday, although next Thursday is Thanksgiving, so we'll have to do a little bit of John Joe Curley's going to have to do some
Yeah, we'll do some shuffling.
finagling.
Just like he was changing the cameras this morning. We'll do some feng shui.
How's
next
that working
week with
out?
Crook
It's working
Guy.
out so well that I remember to tell you that Mike is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Steve Young joining Copes, who just walked by in his Gary Payton throwback Warriors jersey, showing us a little too much pit hair. Too many tank tops from Copes on the
A lot
show.
of tank tops.
Too many tank tops.
He was getting called out on the YouTube chat for too many tank tops.
Yeah. Well, should I just walk around just flashing? What do you guys need to see? Like the deodorant that's kind of
No.
gathered in
I don't
my
need to
pit
see your
here?
armpit hair. Yesterday you were showing off your toes on the stream. Stop
do that
with the
again?
toes.
There
No,
we
I don't need the toe hair. I don't need the armpit hair. I don't need any of it. Murph, stop it.
Yeah, there we go.
You're gonna get kicked off of YouTube.
By the way, how about that? Moving my that's my new yoga move there,
Yeah.
Marcus. Okay, here's the deal. The big hit's the Niners. Lots of injury updates, lots of previews of the Packers, lots of thoughts on this offense. Big hit Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan joins Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach on the afternoon show today at 3:30. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. So the Niners are in Green Bay to face the Packers on Sunday. Mike Silver came on this show and said the Niners do not have a signature win. So do the Niners need this game to mark a signature win on their resume? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Now back to Murph and Marcus live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort from the Big Island in Hawaii on the Sports Leader.
Hold it now.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Here's a play action to Kenneth Walker. Deep set. Bosa has got him and sacks him. Boy, he came ripping around the edge that time at Abraham Lucas and lit up Geno Smith.
Yeah, and I think he may have tweaked his hip a little bit doing that. As he came around the corner, Bosa's hurting. He's made it over to the sideline, and that hip is definitely activated on him.
Juszczyk into a true eye ahead of McCaffrey. They play action. Broxton a throw. Throws middle high, incomplete. Overshot Deebo Samuel on the in-cut there. Deebo dig was too high, and that allows Seattle to maintain a timeout. It stops the clock with the incomplete pass. 20 seconds to play in the game. 2nd and 2, 13-yard line. Geno Smith now 2-by-2. Hits his back foot, steps up. He's going to run out left. 10, 5, touchdown Seattle. Geno Smith runs in the end zone for a go-ahead touchdown with 12 seconds to go in the game.
I mean, we're in Hawaii. I just want to start your morning by saying, hey, Tony, blank you. What was that?
Ooh.
Bosa injured. Purdy misfiring on 2nd and 11. And that Geno run that's going to, be one of my least favorite plays of the 21st century.
Are we going to have to start using the blank you Tony drop on young Tony now?
Hey, young Tony, you want to explain to us? Were you just trying to set a mood here? Or what? I mean, it's Thursday now. Packers. What are you doing, kid?
Dude, okay.
And aloha. Good morning to you.
Okay, aloha. You get mad at me for playing, highlights from the game prior. Would you like it for me to play the divisional game with the Packers and the Niners, or you want me to play the Seahawks highlights? Which one do you want, my man?
I think maybe we just come in cold next time. How's that for an idea?
Get 'em.
Or, you know what I would do? Come back with sound from Shanahan. Defy the bosses.
Well, Murph,
Fight the power.
You know what I would have done? You know what Copes
what would you have done?
Former Bardolph? I would have came back with Brother Is somewhere over the rainbow, Murph. I would have came back with that.
Who's our little country music we're hearing here, buddy? Some good old-fashioned Hawaiian cowboy music here.
Is this okay for you? This is Sweet Life, Henry Capono. Shout out Dustin in Vacaville, another request.
Yeah, Henry Capono, not related to Jason, dude, the three-point god from the early OOs, dude. Jason Capono, UCLA sharpshooter.
Of course he was, dude.
I used to call him the Hawaiian god of threes. I'm not sure he was Hawaiian, but Capono does sound like a Hawaiian.
He was cash, dude.
You are listening. Well, there you go. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. If you didn't know, the Niners suffered a crushing loss to the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday. We just relived it in pornographic detail.
Whoa.
So we start to turn our attention to Sunday, where the Niners are 2-point underdogs to the Green Bay Packers, and we kept saying on Monday and Tuesday, well, we'll see who practices Wednesday. We'll see who practices Wednesday. And sure enough, Nick Bosa did not practice on Wednesday. And right now, well, if you're kind of have your little NFL sixth sense out, I'm guessing he's not going to play. However, Kyle Shanahan did not rule it out. Here was his cut yesterday after practice on Wednesday. Shanahan cut K, Tony.
Well, he definitely could be good for Sunday, and he definitely could not be good for Sunday. So that's why I don't think about it yet. And it's similar to the Tampa week when you got guys who are hurting. I don't ask them if they're going to play. I don't ask them after the game on Sunday. I don't ask them Monday when they're too hurt to practice on Wednesday. And, when it's a guy who hasn't done it before and they're a part of the game plan and, sometimes I'll tell guys, you got to start to get out there. We're going to rule you out. But when it comes to a guy like Bosa, when it comes to a guy like Trent, their position, the veterans they are, how they play, I mean, those guys have all the way to kickoff for me. So I just look at it just like Tampa. And towards the end of the week, I'll have a better feel. And that's when he'll have a better feel. And we'll discuss.
So that's the one you go till Sunday. So it's a 1:25 kickoff, 3:25 Green Bay time. Again, phone says 0% precipitation. Should just be cold and crisp back in Green Bay. But that's the one where you just listen to, you go online and see what Schefter says or Ian Rapsheet, or listen to Copes on the pregame.
Yeah, he'll be on the pregame, and it sounds like it could be a game-time decision, but I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Bosa does get ruled out for this game. But right there, we really didn't get too much information from Kyle Shanahan. Young Tony, if you can help me out, he basically said, Murph, you can't guarantee that anyone will be alive this Sunday.
Stand by.
Oh, never mind. I saw the text.
That's what happens when you try throwing an alley-oop from Hawaii.
I mean, it is we are 3,000 miles. How many miles away are we?
A lot of miles.
5,000 miles. We're on a little dot in the middle of the Pacific, trying to go back to that guy in San Francisco. It's okay. He can't guarantee.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Nick Bosa.
Oh, man, very good. By the way, somebody said, we're talking about this whole concept of how the Niners are playing right now, and they're losing games, they're losing close games. It was a text we got way earlier this morning that said, well, guys, why don't they just bring back Jimmy G because, quote, Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, young Tony, you're right. You're on page 9. Keep it rolling.
Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, so that's bad news. So here's my question to you. Dude, if Bosa doesn't play, how's that front four?
It's not going to be good. I mean, it's not a good sign.
Bueno,
I mean, especially when you look at this matchup in the Green Bay Packers offensive line that has only allowed 13 sacks the entire season. That's tied for number 1 in the NFL. They have one of the best offensive lines this year, and there's been a lack of pressure outside of Nick Bosa. I know Leonard Floyd step up. Your Torre Gross-Matos was back last week, but you take Bosa off the field, and you saw what happened in the fourth quarter against the Seahawks.
Yeah, so that obviously ominous going into the game. Does Nick Sorensen have the exotic blitz package that can dial up? They haven't shown it all this year.
I haven't seen it.
It would have to be a Nick Sorensen we haven't seen yet this year. So obviously that's a huge concern, and we'll find out again today what happens. But
also, not just in the pass game, too. It's like the Green Bay Packers are going to come out and run the rock. And if you don't have Nick Bosa setting the edge, when you have Josh Jacobs now in the backfield for the Green Bay Packers, they are running the ball extremely well this season.
Listen, we did our picks with Tamira yesterday, our confidence picks, and that to me, of all the games on the NFL schedule this weekend, is the hardest one to pick, Niners-Packers. But she went ahead and took the Packers.
Yeah.
You said you're taking the Niners.
I'm taking the Niners, man. It feels like there's a feeling around the building. Now, of course, we got to see what the actual injury report is on Sunday, but you heard it from Kyle. He's pissed off. We heard it from Demo earlier this week on our show. He's pissed off. You hear the frustrations from Deebo Samuel. It seems like this is really a turning point of the season where they realize, boys, we've blown 3 division games. We can't afford to lose any more games, so this is the weekend where you got to get right. Maybe that's a little bit too optimistic on my part, but I think this is a Niner team that can beat the Packers, force Jordan Love to turn the ball over. He's tied for number 1 in the NFL with interceptions this year, so get a few turnovers, take care of the ball, and run the rock with Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason.
I mean, it's a 2-point spread in Vegas, and I am in that pool every week. I never pick against the Niners because I don't want to be in that position, but if you're making me pick a money line winner this weekend, I think I'm leaning Packers.
Well, here's the thing, too. It's like, but your spread or your pool is a spread pool.
Yeah, I'll take 2.
And this, I believe, might be the first time in the regular season that Brock Purdy has been an underdog.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, so you're talking about the 49ers being in a position to get points, Murph. That's when you're looking for value. And I'm telling you, in the world of gambling, you got to zig when everybody's zagging.
That's just true. I know, but I think a lot of people are going to go with the Niners because people have defaulted in the Kyle era. Since 2019, they've just been a great pick. You always take the Niners. You always take the Niners. You always take the Niners. I don't know.
Not so much this season. Yeah.
We shall see. By the way, I'll go ahead and read it because what are they going to do? Fire me? 805 I sent this text in. I'm going to reward them. He said, this 49er team has had so many bad and questionable play calls offensively. I need help, Tony, and defensively. It's almost like they're being run by Cumulus.
Wow, the power of radio.
I had to read it. What are they going to do?
Yeah.
Are they going to find me?
They'll probably fire us.
Fire me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's another problem for the Niners. They're not blocking on the run game, and Dan Orlovsky called it out. Brian Baldinger also called it out. Emmanuel Acho called out their defense. So you got these film guys you follow on Twitter, and these are former NFL players, and they say they're not liking what they're seeing on film. Baldinger isolated a ton of missed blocks all over, and yesterday Orlovsky did the same thing.
One, injuries. 2, they get beat at the point of attack in the run game way more often than they used to. And that's the big problem on early downs when they're trying to run the football. They used to dominate the game. Now they're constantly losing blocks from sometimes their best players. Double team, front side. This is on first down, trying to get a couple yards. Nothing there. They get beat. McCaffrey has to cut back at 2nd and 9. They used to never be in 2nd and 9. This is called GH counter as an offensive group. There is no lane as he's trying to follow that tight end. Nothing there. 2nd and 9 becomes 3rd and 8. This is toss with a lead. Again, we are losing at the point of contact. All 3 spots in the front side of those blocks. This is San Francisco 49ers constantly getting beat at the point of attack, not capturing the line of scrimmage. That was never the case in San Francisco. I understand the injuries are a thing, but I haven't seen this run game look as disconnected as it has over the past couple weeks in a long time.
So, I mean, again, is that just simply not having George Kittle? Is he the one-man elixir? But no, there's other things. He isolated Aaron Banks. He isolated your guy, Jake Brendel, had a couple of...
My guy, your guy, Jake Brendel.
I know. I mean, I know you've been picking on Brendel a lot this year, and he seems to be a pretty easy target, but, the film doesn't always look great for him.
No, not at all. I mean, you watch it live, and you can see him get pushed back into the backfield, which is an issue when it comes to getting pressure on Brock Purdy when you talk about his height in the pocket. But, yeah, in the run game, it hasn't been the same success that we've traditionally seen from Kyle Shanahan's system. Now, we say all that with a grain of salt because, Murph, they're still averaging 147 yards per game on the ground, which is 7th in the NFL. They average 5 yards per carry, which is 4th in the NFL. So they're still having success. I mean, look at Jordan Mason when Christian McCaffrey was out. He was on pace to be number 1 in the NFL in rushing yards.
He was right there with Derrick Henry.
Exactly. Yeah. So they've ran the rock before, but you see this past week, and especially when Danny O is breaking down the field, not having George Kittle on the field takes away a huge factor in the run game. It doesn't matter if we're talking about the 2019 49ers, the 2020 49ers, or the 2024 49ers. You take George Kittle off the field, they're not as good as an offense, and so far this season, he's missed 2 games. 49ers are 0-2 without him.
Yeah. 925 says what I've been saying all along. The Niners are physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted. They just can't say it out loud. Once again, we said the doctor gets out the stethoscope, takes your temperature, and says, oh, you have Super Bowl hangover is what you have. I mean, all of these symptoms, injuries that are nagging the team, maybe a lack of crispness, maybe a lack of finishing, a slight fatigue to all that that piles up when you get to the mountaintop and don't come clean. I mean, I know it's a vague phrase, a Super Bowl hangover, but all these things are what happens. And we talked about the parity too. I mean, it's a boring topic to say that there's a lot of competitive parity, but other than a couple of teams in the league who you can kind of write off right away, Bill Belichick said it and Tim Ryan both said it. Guys, it comes down to, and Shanahan has this quote actually, we can play it, about the about how close everything is. Young Tone, this was cut, I believe it was cut H. No, that was teaching Brock to slide. I believe it was cut I on the closeness of this season versus wins and losses.
I think it's such a fine line with, we're a 5-5 team, which isn't where we want to be. But you asked a question about Brock, but I think if we were 8-2 with the top offense in the league and stuff, I think we'd be feeling a lot better. And so I try to keep perspective of that, especially with our guys. And to me, that's come all the way down to how we finish games. And we've had 4 games here that have come down to the last 2 possessions, and we've only won 1 of those. And that's the difference between 8-2 and 5-5, with the one we won being Tampa. In contrast, you look at a team like Green Bay, they've had 7 games come down to the last possession, and they've won 6 of them, with the only one they lost being the opening game versus Philly. And that's why they have such a good record. So I think Brock's doing a lot of good things, but we're all going to be judged on winning games. And that's why our team's got to find a better way to win it there in the 4th so we can get a record right.
Well, off to Green Bay Sunday, man, where the Packers just barely beat the Bears last week.
Blocked field goal to win the game. And that's to Kyle's point. They've won 6 out of their 7 one-possession games. 49ers have not had that success. We're talking about a team last year that was blowing out everybody by double digits, so they really didn't need to go in and win these close games. And now this year it's a different story, and they're not closing out games in the 4th quarter, and that's why they're 5-5.
Man, oh man. 49ers Packers Sunday at Green Bay. Niners are 2-point underdogs. Of course, the game will be on Fox, but on KNBR 104.5 and 680, Greg Papa, Tim Ryan will be at Lambeau Field where the Niners go back. As Demo Lenore said to us, last time I was there, I won. So we'll see what happens there. So anyway, as your big hit is more Niner woes. Bosa, a major question mark. The Orlovsky calling out the run game, and we'll see what happens today in terms of Trent Williams and Nick Bosa. But again, probably goes all the way up till kickoff, really. And then George Kittle officially said he's playing. Says he's not going to miss the Packer game. Spoken like a kid who grew up in Iowa, right? I'm not going to miss the Packers.
Go, Pack, go blank yourself.
Yeah, that's what he had. Okay, well, listen, we're coming up to Randy Wynn at 8:45. Looking forward to that. New Vice President of Player Development. He just texted from Arizona. He says he's in meetings, but he'll high step out to come talk to us. How about that? But some cooler content on the other side, including a disturbing Adam Schefter anecdote and more to go. And Randy Wynn at 8:45 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Go Pack, go the f*** home.
Listen. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, we're still in Hawaii, but you're back there working hard on people that have unfiled and unpaid taxes. Aloha.
Aloha. And I'm thinking about next week at this time. It's Thanksgiving. How nice it would be to enjoy Thanksgiving with your family and the games and not be worried about those tax returns that you didn't file or those taxes you can't pay. And that's what we're all about. We've been around for over 30 years. That just by itself should tell you a lot about our firm. And the bottom line is, if you didn't file your taxes, it's okay. It's probably because you didn't have the money to pay them. And even if you did file them and you said, but you have no idea, you'll never be able to pay all these taxes, there's all kinds of good deals. If you qualify, you just pay part and they forgive the rest. You get a brand new, fresh start. Or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or getting a payment plan monthly that you can afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. There's a lot more to it. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess. I want to enjoy my Thanksgiving holiday.
There it is with Thanksgiving coming up. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Aloha.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan, the man himself, joins Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach on the afternoon show at 3:30 today. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
It is indeed. So the Niners are in Green Bay to face the Packers on Sunday. Mike Silver came on this show and said the Niners don't have a signature win. Do the Niners need this game to mark a signature win on their resume? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, live from the Westin Hapuna Beach. You can see it here on the YouTube and the Twitch. By the way, I'm looking at the YouTube. Marcus, you have quite the hue.
Oh.
Are you like a Martian right now?
What's Martian? I hope not.
Do you see that, young Tony, where he's kind of orangish and I'm washed out?
Dude, shut out the orbs.
Do you see that, Marcus? Look at you, buddy.
No, that's just my tan, Murph.
I need to get some of that because I'm looking not good.
I am looking pretty damn orange.
Looking bronzish. You look like Jimmy G, buddy.
I look like an Oompa Loompa.
I look terrible. Anyway, the
That's
point
why we're on
is
radio,
that
Murph.
the reason why I'm going to the YouTube is that we actually are going to use that video stream to give you guys some cooler of content. Larry June, who Marcus, to be honest, turned me on to.
That's it, Uncle Larry.
And you know what? Here's the ultimate. Like, Declan wrote a whatever. Deck Murphy, Big D, wrote like a 800-word review of Larry June, the easiest thing in the world to read. Marcus goes, send that to me. I want to read it. I sent it to him about 6 months ago. Guy hasn't frickin' read it.
I don't do a lot of reading, Murph.
Dude, what are you doing on the next time you go to the toilet? Just call it up.
All right,
buddy.
how about this? I'll go read it down on the beach today.
Okay.
That sounds like a plan.
Point being is that Larry June, you introduced him to, he embraced Larry June.
Yeah, shout out to the day where young Declan Murphy walked into the living room and just said, yeah, shout out to Waterboy for putting me on Larry June.
Yes. Well, that all leads to our first cooler of content, which is the Warriors throwback jerseys, which I thought looked pretty good last night. And they all were unveiled with the very cool Bay Area rapper, now living in, I believe, Marvelous Marin, right?
I mean, he's all over the Bay, whether it's driving up in Sausalito at 6 a.m. in the morning or down in the city. Larry June is all over the Bay.
So, Young Tone, you want to get a little video action here. Here's what the Warriors dropped on those jerseys with Larry June.
When you step foot here, hey. You feel it from the sole of your sneakers through the fog that flows above. Our unity is in the landscape, a unified landscape rooted in togetherness, connecting us to the unimaginable. Which is what they said this wonder was. A golden gate to an unshakable legacy. Because just like my city, the city, rivet by rivet, soul by soul, it's built to last.
Oh, man. Is that it, Tone? Is that the end? Oh, my God. I mean, what would it take for me to be 1/100th as cool as Larry June? I mean, it would take like a freaking miracle, an interplanetary miracle.
I mean,
for me
just cruising around with the top down, checking out the city, going over the Golden Gate Bridge.
With that brim, that hat he's wearing.
Yeah, looking fresh. And I do like that they did incorporate the Golden Gate Bridge into the jerseys because a lot of people, I guess, are unaware that it's the Bay Bridge in the Warriors logo, not the Golden Gate Bridge.
Right, but I don't know. This one, for some reason, is Golden Gate.
Yeah, because on the City Connects, they have the Golden Gate Bridge on the side.
Okay.
So they incorporated.
I want to say the original City jerseys that Nate Thurman and them wore was the Golden Gate.
Wow.
I want to say that. Yeah.
Good
And then
information.
the Bay Bridge one was adopted by Lacob to tell everybody that they were about to leave Oakland and move to San Francisco.
By the way, with the lighting and the settings we have on the camera today, my face looks like the Golden Gate Bridge. It's about that same color.
And we do know, Young Tone, you do know the history of the colors, the paint color on the Golden Gate Bridge, what it's called? That's kind of something my dad taught me. International orange is the actual paint color of the Golden Gate Bridge.
International orange.
Yeah.
And you're big into your colors.
Well,
we'll talk
Honolulu blue.
Yeah, or
you know
action
that.
green with the Seahawks.
Action. Well, I don't like that, and I don't like Pantone, whatever that blanking thing is.
Whatever
They do.
that color is.
But the two coolest colors are International orange and Honolulu blue. One other color, dude.
Wow,
on
that's
display Friday.
Wow, and
Saturday.
now I'm looking International orange while looking out at the Honolulu blue.
You do look International orange
What's
on this
going on
this
here?
feed. I look international pale. On this
You look
feed.
internationally Irish.
I look international like a vampire. Okay, next up here, Jim Harbaugh. Guys, Jim Harbaugh, where are you with the Black Eyed Peas?
Ooh, where's the love, Murph? Where's the love?
It's funny because the Black Eyed Peas, would you say when they hit, were sort of, I don't know, I don't want to say cool or what, like indie, I don't know. They weren't as mainstream as they are now. Now they're like everywhere, and now they become a joke. Like you heard Tolbert call me the Black Eyed Peas that came here because I was doing so many events.
You're available everywhere.
Yeah. But and then have you seen that whole SNL breakdown of the song "I Got a Feeling"? Where they're making fun of the lyrics, like they're like, "What should we write?" And they're like, "I got an idea. We can write about Monday." Well, I have an idea. We can say Tuesday.
Monday.
I have an idea.
Tuesday,
Wednesday.
Thursday.
It's very funny. They do this whole like brainstorming session on actually naming the days of the week, theming like it's brilliant.
Wow.
You know,
sounds like a
we
John
could
Joe
say
Curly Pro show
Thursday.
meeting.
Yeah. So anyway, Harbaugh. So Sunday night, is it Sunday night or Monday night? The Ravens Chargers. Monday night.
Monday night matchup between two brothers, right?
Ravens Chargers Thanksgiving week, and Jim Harbaugh goes to the Black Eyed Peas. Tone.
Like prime time. Always thought that. You know, it's like tonight's going to be a good night. Has that Black Eyed Peas kind of feel. That's always the feeling. Like we're going. Got my friends are with me, and we're going to go out. Let's make it a great night.
Black Eyed Peas night. Okay.
Who isn't, right?
Black Eyed Peas fan? Who isn't?
I mean, Harbaugh is truly one of a
I
kind.
gotta imagine you. Are the Black Eyed Peas one of those bands you just have like no opinion on? Or do you ride with the Black Eyed Peas?
I wouldn't say I ride with them. I mean, especially after the embarrassment of Fergie trying to sing the national anthem at the NBA All-Star game. That was terrible. I mean, Will.i.am, I feel like still puts out music, but overall, Black Eyed Peas were just kind of around, Murph.
Young Tone, where are you with the Black Eyed Peas, buddy?
Love them, dude. They're great.
Ooh, okay. All right. Didn't know how your generation felt about them. Thought they were just, I didn't know. All right. And you ride with the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that whole thing?
Yeah, it's a funny bit for sure.
Okay, all right. I told you I teased on Schefter. I don't know, man. This one rattled me for some reason. I didn't need it.
Ooh.
But we're going to go to it because sometimes we need to just kind of know what we don't need to know. And I guess he was on, who is this, what's his face? Kevin Clark from The Ringer, is that who it is? Doing the podcast? Is that right, Young Tone? Is that who it was?
Yes, correct.
So The Ringer podcast, they asked Schefter, where's the weirdest place you've ever broke a story? And then Schefter gets this look. Go ahead, take it away.
Weirdest place you've broken a story is what? I can remember being in Denver one time, and I was how do I say this? I had just spent time with this woman for the first time, and got a text that Dale Carter was being suspended. I think it was for 8 games for substance abuse, and so as I continued to lay there, confirm it, got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
Bro.
Whoa.
Bro.
Shefty.
Bro.
Listen.
Little much.
Bro, what was that perv laugh to start it off?
And got the job done. And you know what? Why don't we ask the lady if she felt he got the job done?
Right.
There might be two different versions.
I think he's patting himself on the back a little too
Might be
much
two
there.
different versions there, buddy.
I mean, we did just ask the question with the Black Eyed Peas, where is the love? Apparently it's with Adam Schefter.
I mean, listen, maybe she'd be like, oh, yeah. Best I ever had.
Schefter. One of a kind.
Or she might have been like, who?
Yeah.
That guy?
Happened a little quick.
She'd be like, no, never. Yeah. Should we play the Elaine, John Joe Curley? Fake, and fake. That's
Young
what she
Tony,
said.
isolate that chuckle for me if you can. Man, I got to put that next to Jeff Garcia.
That Meryl Streep is such a phony baloney, as Jerry said. All right, guys. And one more. I know we got Randy Wynn coming up here. Oh, wait. Sorry, I stepped on that. What was
Tony.
that? It's almost like a Garcia one.
Exactly. I've never heard Schefter laugh like that.
All right, you want to get Copes
in every which way.
Yeah, I mean, come on, bro.
Mission accomplished.
See, that leads me to believe he didn't.
Yeah.
Because if you did, you know.
It leads me to believe he
By the
probably
way-
he probably stopped halfway to break some news.
Where's the gentleman, too? Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, we
Just
had a
say,
couple times when we used to have him on the show where he was like tweeting out mid-conversation and would just not listen at all and just sometimes hang up the phone. I wouldn't be surprised if he got stopped halfway.
Let me tell you, like the Don Drapers, the Paul Newmans, the Steve McQueens, like the cool guys, they don't say that. They just walk about. They don't say a word. You know what I mean? So, by the way, what are they doing with all these lights here right now?
Oh, they're trying to stop me from being so orange.
I like it. We got orbs.
We got orbs.
Do I look better now?
Uh-huh.
Do I look better?
Did Adam Schefter have the orbs in his room? Murph?
If he did, then he would have gotten the jobs done.
Yeah.
He would have gotten the jobs done. All right, guys. Well, that's it. We'll probably break right there. We can get to the Copes thing later at the golf balls, but we got to get to Randy Wynn on time. So I want to break now, and then break, and then get to Randy Wynn because we talked baseball, man. Giants baseball with Randy Wynn, and then Matt Mayoka later today too. So we got orbs, we got lighting, we got Schefter pleasing people and breaking stories, and we got the Black Eyed Peas on KM and Larry June on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
Now back to Murph and Marcus live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort from the Big Island in Hawaii on the Sports Leader.
Happy Thursday from the Westin Hapuna Beach on the Big Island of Hawaii. We're having a great time. Shout out to our hospitable hosts, and a shout out to Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaii flies with us for flying us over here. Young Tony with another rejoin. Is this another one from Devin, Tone?
Yes, indeed. This is All I Need by The Green. Randy Wynn is All I Need.
Oh, okay. All right. Speaking of all we need, all Will Clark needs is a microphone to just go off. Because on those no-filter hits with Eric Burns, man, he's just letting it rip.
He is unfiltered.
He's rounding second and he's running through the stop sign. Mm-hmm. He's coming around third. I'm going to score.
Yeehaw!
He is unfiltered. The no-filter net truly has no filter, and this was the latest. So this whole change in regime has somewhat liberated Will. I guess we're getting the feeling that he wasn't in love with the Farhan Zaidi analytic regime.
You don't say.
Oh, but he came around. I mean, he was hanging out and doing his thing.
He was in the suites.
But I guess Buster and Will have a good relationship. It's just so funny because you couldn't imagine two different guys, right?
Could you imagine them in a room sitting down having a couple beers together?
I mean, I guess on some level, talk to two of the greatest giants of all time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You're just talking ball at the end of the day.
But I mean, when Will was on the team, there were guys like Buster, quiet, kind of, church-going, mind their manners, and then they, I don't know, on some level, maybe they get a kick out of a Will Clark, and he's their crazy guy. But anyway, he's on with Eric Burns on the No Filter Network, and he was going on again about this concept of moving the computers out of the entryway of the Giants clubhouse. Young Tony, if you have that, lay that out.
Well, the previous regime not only got rid of Mike Murphy, they took his office and knocked out a wall, and they put all the stat meatheads right there. So now when you walk, oh, and by the way, they took all of the Hall of Famers down and everything down. So now when you walk into the clubhouse, it's some freaking graffiti on the wall. Then you got the stat guys. Then over here is the manager. And the stat guys are always in the manager's office. And I'm like, this is not right. This is not right at all. Hey, look, if you're going to be the guy that's going to tell the manager who to play, why to play him, and all that sort of stuff, well, then when it goes south, you need to answer the call too as well. And guess what? The San Francisco Giants even called me up and freaking slapped me on the freaking hand about this too. So now that Buster has come out and, reiterated kind of what I said, I don't get no slaps on the hand no more. Imagine that.
Jeez. I tell you what, I don't know. It's his number's on the wall, baby. 22, they ain't taking it down.
Yeah, he just doesn't want it in graffiti, Murph.
Oh, my God.
How about that? There's graffiti on the walls.
I didn't know what that was he's talking about.
I don't know that
I
one
didn't
either.
get too many times into the clubhouse this past summer. Did they do some sort of artsy graffiti? I don't know. This is what happens when regimes get blown out. You just crush them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everything about them, what Tom Sula, Chip Kelly, whoever, Farhan Zaidi, Gabe Kapler. Oh, by the way, did you see, speaking of Gabe Kapler, when Stephen Vogt won Manager of the Year, he shouted out Kai Correa?
Wow, did he?
Yeah.
Kai was the guy pulling strings all along, maybe.
I'll say this about Kai. We were kind of making fun of this whole, him looking like Gabe and trying to dress like Gabe and stand like Gabe and mini Gabe and all that stuff. But I remember the last weekend of the year, didn't he go 2-1 as a manager, or did he go 1-2? I forget.
Oh,
all I know is he got a W, and I was kind of like, yeah, there's my guy, Kai, putting up dubs.
Kai was Brandon Crawford's last manager as a San Francisco Giant.
I remember, actually, I kind of didn't hate his media hits. He did like 3 media hits in the dugout.
Yeah.
And well, it was the antidote to Gabe.
Do you think now Kai in Cleveland is like putting on like the referee jersey and like trying to like be Stephen Vogt also?
Mini Vogt?
Yeah, exactly. But it's funny, you mentioned Gabe, you mentioned Farhan. We were talking earlier about Mike Dunleavy being a gangster and shipping off Jordan Poole 4 days after giving him that 4-year contract extension. But how about Farhan Zaidi being the gangster to cut the head off of Gabe Kapler when it turns out he was the one giving the lineups to Gabe Kapler the entire time?
Yeah, a coach just could confirm 1 and 2 as a incredible. But he's, by the way, from Hawaii. We're in Kai's hometown here. It's funny, man. I mean, so here's the deal. So like I say, and we're about to get to Randy Wynn in just a second. The concept of the other thing I wanted to mention on this show before, because it hit me last night, and sometimes it's just Twitter, and this is just whatever social media you're on. Scrolling down in the comments, as you told me, the comments suck. We know that. But did you know that there's a growing strain of anti sort of Buster, like because of his hires and glorifying the Farhan. And maybe it's just the rabbit hole I fell down, and it could. So I'm just saying that it could just be a really random thread I got on.
What are you following, like the Farhan faithful accounts?
I just have like enough people's comments on Giants news, and then there's like this little subset of nerds, analytics guys, who've always thought they know more about baseball than you do, Marcus. They know more than you.
Yeah, just like Farhan after reading that book.
No, they know more than you,
Of
and
course
they know
do.
more than me for sure, and they definitely know more than Will Clark. They definitely, that's without a question, they know more than Will
And
Clark.
they probably know more than Buster Posey.
But they're
also.
starting to turn on Buster. I'm not even kidding you.
Already,
I'm not even kidding you. And by meaningly, they're glorifying. There's an army of Farhan defenders out there saying he got way too much static. That his progress in player development was better than you think. They pointed to guys like. Who was the example? Like Elliot Ramos improving his swing path and his plate discipline.
Yeah, the Elliot Ramos that was drafted and signed by Bobby Evans.
Yeah, but they're saying that the Farhan regime made him better.
Nah, yeah, Farhan's down in the box giving him tips.
I'm just letting you know. Believe me, I was biting my lip. It was like bleeding.
Well, here's the thing I'll say to the Farhan defenders and everybody that love Farhan's farm system so much. Look who's now the GM. Zach Manassian, who was VP of scouting. So this is a guy that was behind a lot of the moves, helping out with the Kyle Harrison scouting report, the Patrick Bailey scouting report. So you still have that in your organization, and now you blend it with Bobby Evans, of course, coming from the tree of Brian Sabian, and a lot of people will freak out about his time as a GM, but Murph, you know better than anybody. He's been with his organization for 25 plus years and was a part of the 3 World Series titles.
Man, oh man. All right, well, Randy Wynn was his hire for player development. Again, not the head of player development, VP of player development, so he's in the building. He's down in Arizona at meetings right now. And what's amazing about Randy, I told you, he joined the Giants Community Fund Board, and like some people do that, just put my name on the letterhead, don't call me. Just say I'm part of... Bro, he's currently our chairman. That's a labor-intensive job. I did it for 2 years with Kelly Larkin Cooper. She did all the hard work. He is the real deal. At every meeting, he's asking questions, he's pushing, he's provoking. I'm telling you, this guy is the real deal. Now, does that mean he can run a player development program? We'll find out. And we'll ask him how he's going to do it. Next, Randy Wynn, live from Arizona, as we do a little Giants baseball from the islands on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All the stat meatheads right there.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Aloha, it's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher live from the island of Hawaii to talk to you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island. This is the KNBR Morning Show with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Well, this is great. A chance to really talk good baseball with one of my favorites because he and I are on the Giants Community Fund board together. He's our chairman of the Giants Community Fund. So I don't know how he has room to be the vice president of player development and raise his beautiful family, but that's the kind of guy Randy Wynn is. So, Randy, it is great that you took time. I know you have meetings in Arizona. You're squeezing some time in for the listeners and for me, for Murph, for my buddy Marcus here, sitting here on the Murph and Marcus show. So I guess we'll start by saying congratulations, Chairman. You're the new VP of Player Development. How you doing, Randy?
Yeah, congrats, Randy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, Murph. I appreciate it. I don't know if what I appreciate more, the job or that intro. I mean, you're really making me look good. So, well, high standards to live up to. But no, I'm all good here down in Arizona at the minor league complex. Just trying to familiarize myself with this, to me, new facility and all of the staff that are here in town.
Yeah, so tell us what the job is. Vice President of Player Development. It's like I think I know what you're going to do, but what's the job description, Randy?
I guess in a nutshell, I oversee all things minor league, so players and staff. Our farm director or director of minor leagues, Kyle Haynes, his job and responsibility is going to be the same. But if you look at the baseball landscape, since I stopped playing, the number of people in and around the team and the clubhouse has just exploded, from biomechanics to analytics to strength and conditioning to PT. And it's the same on the minor league side. And so, Kyle has his hands full with the day-to-day running the minor league system. And so where I'm going to come in and hopefully be a support and help out is the higher level thinking, making sure everybody's playing nice in the sandbox, making sure we're all working towards the same goal, which is producing major league winning players. And like I said, kind of the big picture direction, vision for the organization. What does it mean to be a San Francisco Giant player? All of those things will fall under kind of my purview.
Sounds pretty darn good, Randy. Now, let me ask you a question. Does that include teaching them how to play the game? Will this get down into that nitty-gritty? This is how we want you to play outfield. This is how we want you to run the bases. This is how we want you to approach an at-bat. Does that involve your job description?
The short answer is yes. Will I be on the field in the cage? No, I don't plan on picking up a bat and demonstrating anything anytime soon. But from a high level, when I'm talking to our instructors, when I'm talking to our staff, in terms of expectations, setting those expectations, how we run the bases, how we play the game, understanding fundamentals, yes, absolutely.
Now, Randy, tell us about your conversations and relationship with Buster Posey and what led to you now accepting this role.
Yeah, so Buster and I crossed paths for a very, very, very short period in uniform. My last year as a Giant was his September call-up year. So, obviously we've known each other for some time. As I was kind of around the team previously in my role as a special assistant, I was around the big league club and kind of bouncing around. So, not that we ever really hung out, but I think reputation-wise, I think we understand who we are. And so when he got the job, we kind of started a discussion, and the discussion led to this position because I think, all the things that I've talked about so far in terms of like what we want from our system are the same visions that Buster shares. And that's why this is so easy. I think from a baseball philosophy standpoint, we're very aligned.
Randy Wynn is the voice you hear on the Yuma Guest Line. Of course, Randy, you can go through his stats playing from Tampa Bay from 1998 all the way up through ending his career with the Cardinals in 2010, but of course was with the Giants and had big numbers with the Giants too. How about Randy hitting .290 as a Giant, 51 bombs, 73 steals, just a great run for those Giants. Randy was a very effective baseball player. So then people say, well, wait a minute. What does Randy Wynn know about being a vice president of player development? So I asked that question by also adding, do people know that you were a roving outfield and base running instructor from 2013 to 2016? You were a special assistant to the GM in 2017 and 18. You were actually technically a pro scout in 2019 with Zach Manassian. I mean, can you expand on that, your background and your experience?
Yeah, so when I got done on the field, I wanted to get away from this evil game. I had enough of sliders and splits and chasing them, and by the end you're not really good, and the game's really hard. And so I was looking forward to getting away from baseball and maybe doing something a little bit more with my mind, and not necessarily my body. I ran across Brian Sabian, I believe it was 2011, and Sabes was the guy who traded for me here. And he said to me, Randy, if there's anything you ever want to do in the game, give me a call. And I didn't. I absolutely did not. But I was smart, and I kept my mouth shut. And I said, you know what? This is too good an offer to refuse. And so I called him back, and I said, hey, Sabes, I'm unfamiliar with this other side of baseball, the business side, the coaching side, the front office side, the television side. I said, I just want to learn and figure out kind of what I want to do. And Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans allowed me that opportunity. And so all of that stuff that you read, they gave me the opportunity to learn the other side of baseball. Being in uniform, being on the field, talking to our farm director, having input, evaluating players, teaching players, sitting in on trade discussions, sitting in on end of season meetings, off-season planning, free agent, who we're targeting to acquire, sending me out on assignments to evaluate and rate and not only the player but the makeup and how they fit with our organization. They gave me the opportunity to really learn, let's just call it this front office side of the game. And so you read off kind of some of the things that I did, but it was really them with the vision to say, hey, I remember Bobby Evans having this conversation with me. He said, hey, Randy, you should do scouting. This is going to be very important in your development, in this side of the game. And that's actually how I got to know Zach. I was doing pro scouting at that time, but really Brian and Bobby giving me the opportunity to learn and try a bunch of different things.
Randy, one of my biggest questions about player development over the past couple seasons has been the quick response to not only call guys up to the major league level, but to send them back down. We had a situation last year with Luis Matos was NL Player of the Week, and then he ends up being sent back down. We just ran into a situation a couple days ago where Elliot Ramos was ineligible for Rookie of the Year because of the 45 days that he spent on the active roster. So I'm just curious about your philosophy when it comes to maybe giving these guys a longer leash, and if the constant sending up and down could affect their overall player development.
Everything affects player development, to be honest. I cannot comment on the philosophy of what happened last year. I was not in the office. I was not around the team. Just from my television role with Matos, he had a tremendous week there and then did not play well after. It seems like the organization thought that he needed more time in the minor leagues. Like I said, I wasn't here to have an opinion on that. The thing with player development, I don't think you can ever fully develop a player in the minor leagues. With that said, my goal is to have players be completely ready and ready to contribute and be winning players at the big league level. If it were up to me, I would take things slow. I would let guys get fully developed. I'd let them have tons of innings and tons of at-bats. In the real world, you're not always afforded that luxury. Whether it's by need, somebody gets hurt, we've seen the numbers on injuries and how many guys are used over the course of the season, and that's around baseball. That's not just a Giant thing. You look anywhere around Major League Baseball, teams are using 40, 50, 60 guys, and so you're not going to always be afforded the luxury of going slow with guys. I can't comment on what Buster and ultimately Zach are going to do with the Major League roster.
Right. It's interesting, though, to get all that sort of perspective on all the things that play into it. Randy Wynn is the voice you hear. He's kind enough to hop on, even though he's got a lot of meetings down in Arizona. He's the new Giants Vice President of Player Development. We track through his playing career and then also his stuff in the front office. You mentioned Bobby Evans as part of I don't know whether you call him a mentor or one of the guys who guided you, and he just got named, according to ESPN, as an advisor to Buster. And Randy, a lot of Giants fans reacted. They associate him with the Evan Longoria, Andrew McCutcheon, Brian Reynolds, Mark Melanson, all the bad things that happened in 17-18 when things kind of fell apart. But you know Bobby a long time. What could you tell Giants fans about why Buster would pick a guy like Bobby Evans? Sounds like you have a pretty good beat on what Bobby brings to the table.
I think Bobby brings a lot to the table. Unfortunately, in this business, people want to pigeonhole you based on a couple things that they feel didn't work out. You have to be aggressive. That was a time I know the team was trying to compete, and they're trying to bring in good major league players. I will let whoever out there decide how they feel about this trade, but Bobby Evans is a guy that's been in baseball for a long time, held a lot of different roles with the Giants, the commissioner's office, and he's a guy that sat in the chair. And I think that not only his experience on the commissioner's office, minor league baseball, major league baseball, but just having somebody that sat in the chair and can say, hey, Buster, have you thought about this, is going to be super valuable. I just think his experience, his knowledge is something that, Buster's going to really heavily lean upon. Anybody that knows Buster, at the end of the day, he's going to take in the information and make the decision that he feels is best. But he wants people that are experienced. He wants people that are knowledgeable. And I think Bobby Evans is both of those.
Yeah, and Randy, the real interesting thing to me is that Bobby Evans actually has a lot of ties to a lot of current players still on this roster. And one guy I did want to ask you about is Marco Luciano. I know Buster Posey commented a couple weeks ago about a potential move to the outfield. Would just love your breakdown on his development and what you guys have going into the season plan for him.
Yeah, one more Bobby Evans comment. He also has 3 World Series rings. Mm-hmm. So people want to maybe talk about 16, 17, 18, but he was also a big part of 3 World Series rings. Luciano is a name that Giants fans are very familiar with. I have my own feelings about how we hype young players. I think it's totally unfair. The expectations that are heaped on young players to be the next, to be this, to be that, it's totally unfair. Drafting is inexact science. Player development's inexact science. I think Marco Luciano is tremendously gifted. We are considering a position change, and hopefully, ultimately, like our goal is that he becomes a winning baseball player at the major league level. We've seen him in the outfield. We're probably going to see him in another spot here upcoming. But one of the exciting things about Luciano has always been his bat, and if we can kind of get him comfortable, and then we'll see that natural talent and ability come out.
Randy, I know you got meetings. You got hopping in 2 minutes, but the name everybody wants to talk about is Bryce Eldridge. He's so enticing. They haven't had a power bat like this, but there is that part about development. So in just 2 minutes, can you just kind of summarize where development versus tantalizing talent with Bryce Eldridge?
They go hand in hand. When you're talking about the minor league system and development, for the fans, it's the hope and future. And so that's always nice when people are hopeful about your organization. But, similarly to Luciano, I think we have to be patient. This game is hard. Bryce Eldridge is a very, very high-level talent. He has a tremendous ceiling, but I think we need to be patient. He is a very young kid. He's 20 years old. But the tools, the ability is there. We just, I think, as fans, as developers, as coaches, we need to be patient. I think it would be unfair to expect this young kid to come in and hit 25, 30 home runs at the big league level next season. Do I think he has the ability to do that multiple times in his career? I do believe that he does. We just need to be patient.
Oh, my God. Patience for fans, Randy. Come on now.
I know who I'm speaking to, but I have a different hat on now. And, when you're talking about development, we've seen, if you rush a guy and you don't give him time to be ready, it is very difficult to do that at the big league level.
Man. And then the last one on your way out is because I just think about you playing center field. You were so good, and right field. Grant McCray. Strikeouts. Oh, my God, that's too many. But, oh, my God, do I want to see him chase down a ball. Where are you with Grant McCray's development?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't had a chance to see a lot of these guys with my own eyes. Most of what I've seen is in my role on television. I've watched a ton of videos so far and trying to catch up on the system. But with Grant, the athletic ability, the range, the defense is high level, and that's why we saw him in the big leagues. Everybody has a hole in his swing. He's going to try to cut that down, put the ball in play more, and use the entirety of his skill set. But, when you look at what he can do on the defensive side of the ball right now, he has the ability to change a ball game.
Man, oh, man. And by the way, teach him how to bunt, Randy. You used to bunt, didn't you? I remember you bunting.
I don't know why that skill set has left the game. It seems that it's been frowned upon, but I think in my estimation, and I would venture to say Buster's, I keep talking about winning ball players. Great base running, situational hitting, bunting, getting runners in from third are all things that we're going to teach down here at the minor league level.
Oh, man, I'm calling for a squeeze play on opening day, Randy. Squeeze play on opening day. Randy called it. Oh, man, so good, so good. All right, well, listen, we very much appreciate you hopping on. I love talking. Keep your phone around. We're going to call you, all right?
All right, thanks, guys. Hey, and you guys have fun out there in Hawaii.
Well,
seems like you guys are in a good spot right about now.
We are in a very, very good spot. You remember Buster played winter ball out here in Honolulu. Remember that? The Giants used to have a little team out here, right? Honolulu. Or is there like a winter team out there or something?
I played in that same league.
Get out of here. Oh, my God.
I don't know if it qualifies as winter ball because it was like, the weather was too nice. It was like a vacation. But
I was going to say, it'd be kind of hard to grind. You know what I mean? The word grinding doesn't really come about there.
No, that's not how I would describe it.
All right, Randy. Back to the meetings you go. You were very generous with your time. Love talking baseball with you. Congratulations, and I'll see you at the next GCF board meeting, right?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Randy.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Take care, Randy.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Mahalo to Randy Wynn. That was good baseball talk there.
That was great baseball
And
talk.
we go right into our continued smash hits at 9 o'clock. We bring you a big slice of the Weston Hapuna. Look at right next to me. Marguerite, our new camera setup. Hi, Marguerite. I'm Brian Murphy.
Good morning,
nice
Marguerite.
To meet you.
Marcus Boucher.
We
Pleasure
had
to
you
meet you
before. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Oh, here you go. There you go. You have staying power here at the resort.
I sure hope so.
You are the hotel manager.
I am the hotel manager here, yes.
Thank you for having us.
It's so great to have you guys back. We missed you last year.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You made sure we came back.
I made sure you came back.
Yeah,
Brad and I worked hard to make sure you came
Make
back.
sure you don't be afraid to just get right in there, Marguerite.
Okay.
Let them have it like you're Celine Dion or something, all right?
Oh,
Just
my.
rip it off there. Well, listen, we love the place. I could list all the things that we like. I think Marcus starts with that. You guys did a good job arranging that ocean out there.
We sure did.
Yeah,
didn't we?
great placement on the ocean.
Did you like our new lake?
Yeah, but that is actually from the floods over the winter. Is that right? Or over the summer?
That was from a flood last May. It flooded in December of 23 after you left.
Yeah.
It receded finally around April, and we had another huge storm that flooded the beach again.
But we don't go swimming in that thing.
No.
No.
No, either the ocean or the pool. And by the way, the pools are phenomenal also here.
They are pretty good. I mean, what's not to love about this?
There's nothing.
Walk in up there. This view is amazing.
Give me some. Let's brag a little bit. I got a note here. It says you guys are a top 5 Weston. Is that right?
So we ended the month of October. Marriott has guest service scores, GSS scores. We ended the month of October at number 3, actually.
Yeah, baby.
In the portfolio of 136.
Yeah, I got applause for that. There you go. Very
We're
good.
very proud of that. It's the work of this entire team. We've got a fantastic team of people
You
from
do.
housekeeping to engineering to front office to
I'll tell you a
pools
story.
to-
I left my phone charger behind. I went to the front desk. I was like, "What? We got you." They charged my phone for 2 days, and I finally got it fixed there. So, but just the hospitality, everything's unbelievable. But
That's what it's all about. It's about the people. We've got the location, but it's about the people.
Yeah, and it feels like the resort has the aloha spirit, right?
They have the aloha spirit everywhere you go.
today I learned how to say good morning. Aloha hakai. Oh boy, I screwed it up.
You had
already.
it earlier.
All right, now let's just go into the next thing. New stuff. So for people who have been here, they know the property. Tell us, you guys are always adding, huh?
We finished our pool deck since you were here last. I think we mentioned that we were going to redo the pool deck and the entire
family
floor,
pool.
the rest of the family pool.
Yeah.
So we completed that in January. It was a long and tough project, but it absolutely beautiful now. Slip proof, so no more.
I did notice that. Yes.
No more slip and falls, which is wonderful. We finished that. You know, we're always looking to upgrade the property, keep it looking fresh and wonderful for our guests. So that was our big project.
I can't believe this here. Marcus, upcoming pet menu for beloved animals. With the hotel being pet friendly, you got to visit the Department of Health for information on what's needed to travel to Hawaii with your pet.
Correct.
But it is pet friendly?
Westons are all pet friendly. So if you want to bring your animal, we've got dog beds and we've got
treats. Can you imagine if I had Flash here?
Flashy.
Give him those ear scratches.
He could have been your +1, Murph.
So I'm a huge animal lover. Diana, who's our director of marketing and public relations, she is a huge dog lover. So we're working on a pampered pet menu. We're going to have a special in-room sort of dining menu for your animal.
Yeah.
Along with all of our Weston accessories.
I'm bringing
for dogs.
Flash.
Yeah.
I'm bringing Actually, Trixie, I have a little one that I put in the backpack.
Put your bag.
Yeah.
You bring Trixie, I'll bring Flash.
All right. Last two, we got a Lover's Lay Luxe Suite package. That sounds enticing.
That sounds romantic.
Hey now. See these couples out here getting excited.
Yeah, we've got special robes.
Oh,
you
hey
get
now.
special amenities.
Sounds like
a
Schefter
suite.
would be interested. Yeah.
And of course, we have our Hapuna Experience package. If you want to come and experience Hapuna, we've got 25% off bar. You've got 25% off greens fees. You have a resort credit. You've got all kinds of wonderful things to come and spend a few days here.
This place is lights out. We love this place, and it's like you walk in the lot. Forget it. I mean, you win everybody over
That's what I said.
from
What's
the
not
jump.
to love?
Well, I mean, it's like there's no second chance at a first impression or whatever, you know. And you guys have this gorgeous lobby. We walked in at 3 a.m. or 3:40ish, and workers are polishing and cleaning at like in the middle of the night to keep this thing spotless.
Our graveyard crew, we always tell them thank you so much for being here while we're home in bed.
Yeah, they're the overnight Dave of the Weston.
That's it.
Yeah.
And they work really hard to keep this plane over.
Well, Marguerite, congratulations. You have an unbelievable facility. Would you guys agree? All y'all? These are our listeners here. I mean, they're having the time. Every one of them is raving. So you guys go thank Marguerite because she runs this. She keeps this place spick and span.
And we're so happy to have you all back. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I guess we'll see you next year then, huh?
Awesome.
All right, Marguerite.
Perfect.
Look forward to seeing you again next year.
Mahalo.
Marguerite Haight, the hotel manager of this banging Westin Hapuna, which is fantastic. So, by the way, first ever Randy Wynn Marguerite Heap transition.
Yeah, you only get that on the Murphy Marcus show.
All right. Well, we can review what Randy had to say. Actually, we have Matt Mayoko next.
Yeah.
We can review what Randy had to say later in the show. But Matt Mayoko, thank you, Marguerite. Aloha and mahalo. Matt Mayoko talking Niner football next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan joins Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach on the afternoon show at 3:30. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
The 49ers are in Green Bay to face the Packers on Sunday, and Mike Silver came on this show and said they do not have a signature win. So do the Niners need this game to mark a signature win on their resume? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Murph and Marcus live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort from the Big Island in Hawaii on the Sports Leader. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
All right, 49er football on a Thursday. Now you're starting to sniff. It's kind of hard to think about Lambeau Field when you're here, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sure the weather report's going to be a little different out in Green Bay than it is in Hawaii.
I mean, Hawaii's an incredible football state. It really is. It's a great football state. Heck, Marcus Mariota, Heisman Trophy, right? Tua, on and on. But the football in Hawaii is a little different than the football in Green Bay, where the Niners are going. Let's talk about it, Matt Mayoko. Matty, aloha. Good morning.
Matty, aloha.
Good morning. Marcus, are you in the secret witness protection program?
Oh, am I in the darkness right now, Matty? They've been working on these cameras all morning.
You look, you're backlit, as they say.
No, I'm just showing off my great tan, Matty.
I've known, Marcus and I are coming up on a year together, and I would say that he's done some things that are probably worthy of the witness protection program.
Yeah, that is true.
We've never done that, huh, Murph?
No, especially not in Green Bay, Matty.
No, not at all.
We actually went out a couple times in Green Bay. Yes.
Yes, we did.
Okay. I was so mad. I declared the season toast on Monday, and Marcus is saying, dude, pull the toast out. There's 7 games to go.
Unplug the toaster, Murph.
Bill Belichick went on McAfee and said their season will be defined by their next 7 games. So, Matty, is that it? I mean, just this competitive parity NFL, everything's equal, and it's a race to the finish? Or too many problems on this team, too many injuries, it's just not happening?
Well, if we hadn't seen the 49ers do it before, then, I think we could probably write them off. But it is still a team with star players at every position group. Are they now fighting kind of an uphill battle to make it into the postseason? Absolutely. And have we seen them play playoff caliber football this season? No, we haven't. So, you could say, I understand both ways. Why are we even talking about the playoffs when all they have to do is they just need to win a game? And I thought they had to sweep the division in the second half of the season, finish 4-2 within the division, and then that's setting themselves up to win some tiebreakers if it gets to that. Now, it's just going to be more and more difficult. And I do think Arizona will lose some games down the stretch. I guess the best the 49ers could hope for is that when all the NFC West teams get together, that everybody finishes 3-3. But this game, the importance of this game cannot be underestimated. Or is that the right word? No, it cannot be overestimated, I think, is that the Packers have 3 really difficult road games for the second half of the season. So if there's an avenue for the 49ers to get in as a wild card, this is it. They have to win this game and then put themselves in position to then win the tiebreaker head-to-head against the Packers. But we haven't seen them do it. So that's the thing that gives me pause to even talk about the playoffs, because not only would they have to, think about the 3 games they have remaining that are really difficult games, at Green Bay, at Buffalo, and then against Detroit. Well, that's just assuming that they can travel to Miami and win that game, and that's a large assumption. It's also assuming, they win the other two NFC West games. So at this point, we think they have it in them to get on a roll and win these games, but we haven't seen it this season.
Matt Mayoko is, of course, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Wait a minute, isn't the Miami game in Levi's? No?
No, that's in Miami.
Oh, okay. That changes my opinion.
Right
Go
before
ahead.
Christmas Day. Well, Matt Murph did mention the injuries. Let's start with Nick Bosa. There's a noticeable difference without Nick Bosa on the field down the stretch against Seattle. So what are the latest updates on his status for this weekend?
I don't think it's real encouraging. He had the one hip and oblique issue going into the game, and then he says he overcompensated, and the other one now is barking at him, and it's in worse shape. That the new hip and oblique injury is in worse shape than the other one was a week ago. So I don't know that there's a lot of optimism. Kyle Shanahan says that there's just as good a chance as that he does play than he doesn't. So I don't. Even if he's out there, though, I mean, how effective can he be? We saw how limited he was in that game against Tampa. Now he still got to the quarterback, and he's gotten to the quarterback the last two games while dealing with this. But I would think right now that he doesn't play on Sunday.
Man, oh man! And how's that front line look without Nick Bosa?
It's very ordinary. I mean, it's a very average or below average defensive front. And so I think it might force Nick Sorensen to do some different things. I mean, the history of the 49ers in the past, 8 seasons, even before that, was just, good pass rush. They've always invested in the draft and on their defensive line. The idea was always try to get after the quarterback with 4 and then, play coverage on the back end, have 7 guys in coverage. And that's been a pretty good formula for success because they've been able generally to get pressure on the quarterback with just their 4-man pass rush. So now, they might be left vulnerable in other areas if Nick Sorensen believes and Kyle Shanahan believes that they have to dial up more pressures. So, it's a big, big loss if Nick Bosa isn't out there, as we saw in the fourth quarter against Seattle.
Matt, offensively, what are you seeing right now from the 49ers? Christian McCaffrey, 2 games back, has not gotten to the end zone yet. I know there's a lot of fans curious about Jordan Mason not getting the workload that we saw earlier in the season, obviously without Christian McCaffrey. But overall, your thoughts on the run game without George Kittle last weekend, and it sounds like Kittle could be back for the rush game this weekend.
Yeah, he's fully planning on playing. I think it was fairly close about Sunday. And that injury is considered a 7-day to 10-day injury. And so he missed that game. He should be back. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the 49ers have been bullies at the line of scrimmage, and that goes for both sides of the ball, than what we've seen in the past. I mean, they've always played a physical brand of football, and they've always kind of beat up their opponents. And that hasn't been the case this year. If you have Christian McCaffrey, the reigning NFL Offensive Player of the Year, you're going to play him. And so I don't think that's any surprise. Where McCaffrey hasn't, in the running game, the running game has seemed to fall off a little bit with him out there as opposed to Jordan Mason. He's certainly facing, more sacked boxes, I believe. But he has shown up in the passing game. His yards per game as a receiver are even up from last year. But a significant dip in production in the running game. But, I wouldn't expect the 49ers to trot Jordan Mason out there for 10 or 12 carries. It's just not, they ride Christian McCaffrey. If he's out there, if he's, doesn't need a break or a breather, he's going to be out there. And I do think that when Jordan Mason or anybody else is out there, it probably becomes a little bit more predictable. I mean, you would think that if Mason is on the field, they're definitely going to be running the ball just because he's not the greatest in pass protection. He's not the greatest running routes out of the backfield. So, we'll see. I mean, it just doesn't look right, does it? I mean, it just looks like he's not quite as quick and as agile and nimble as he was last year. And I guess we probably shouldn't expect him to be. After all, he did miss 8 games of the season. So we'll see where that goes, but that's definitely a key for the final 7 games of the season. If Christian McCaffrey can regain that production of last season, then the 49ers can get right back in it in a hurry.
Well, the counter to that, Matty, is that he didn't have a lot of places to run. And the film guys who on Twitter, your Baldingers and your Orlovskis, are pointing to just missed blocks and blown assignments and no clear paths. And so your take on the O-line. Marcus has been down on Jake Brendel and Colton McKivitz all year. I find it hard to argue with him on a lot of that. Your feeling?
I think probably if you asked any fan base in the league, they would probably point to their offensive line as the weakness of the team. And I would say that when you look at position groups on the 49ers, yeah, I mean, I would say the offensive line is that area. But I think they're still a top 2 offense in the league. And so I think the offensive line is doing enough good things. I mean, I don't think that's in spite of the offensive line. I do think that, they're checking out for what it's worth, PFF numbers. And I think their run blocking is ranked 2nd in the league, and their pass protection is, 13, something right around there. So a little bit better than middle of the pack. But yeah, I mean, I think in today's NFL, those tremendous athletes are on the defensive line or at edge rusher, outside linebacker. And so generally offensive lines are kind of mismatched around the league. But I mean, I understand it, but I think that when you stack them up against other offensive lines in the NFL, they're right there. I mean, I would say that they're definitely a top half of the league offensive line. So I mean, there's no secret formula. There's nothing they can do about it. They have their 5 best guys out there. They're confident of that. And what's interesting is McKivitz, again, take it for what it's worth. He's ranked as the number 6 or 7 right tackle in the NFL. So, it's not an easy fix, even from one year to the next, to improve an offensive line. And it's certainly impossible once the season starts when you got your guys in the building.
Matt, one of the biggest storylines with Brock Purdy this season has been his ability to escape the pocket, which to me is a result of the pressure coming from the offensive line, but also it led to him now being injured this week with a shoulder injury. Saw reports yesterday that he did not throw a single pass at practice. So should 49ers be concerned about the status for Brock Purdy this weekend?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I mean, it's never a good sign when your quarterback can't throw a football on a Wednesday before a game. Now, we've seen this before. Remember after his first start against Tampa Bay, he cracked some ribs. It wasn't the shoulder, but he cracked some ribs, and he didn't pick up a football or throw a football until in the ballroom the Thursday morning before that Thursday night game up in Seattle. But it seems to be, I think the 49ers are confident that he'll be able to play. We'll talk to Brock a little bit today to kind of see what kind of program they have him on. And so I'm not sure exactly when that hit came, but yeah, no, definitely he is running more. Things just seem off, right? I mean, with that offense, I know they're the second-ranked offense in the league, but they've stalled at inopportune times. And they haven't cashed in those red zone opportunities. For a game on Sunday when they could have put it away, they stalled and didn't do anything when they could have run out the clock. And Purdy just seems to be just a tick slow for whatever reason, holding on to the ball longer than he did last year. And I can't explain it. I mean, and I don't have any stats to back it up other than he is running a lot more. I mean, he's already exceeded, his yards rushing for, last year through 10 games this year. So it just seems like pretty much any area you look at the team, they just seem a little bit off from where they were last year. And in some instances, it's way off, like red zone offense going from, the top red zone offense in the league to right near the bottom. And in other areas, just a little bit off. But it just seems like nothing with the 49ers this season has been easy. And as a result, they haven't closed out games. They've let leads slip away, and they are the epitome of a 500 team right now at 5-5, and they look extraordinarily average.
Well, Dr. Murphy has his stethoscope out and his temperature take, and I have diagnosed the Super Bowl hangover, is what I have diagnosed. Take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning, Matty.
or just wait 12 months and try to do it all over again.
They're going to be raging with fuel and motivation next summer, I'll tell you that.
Think about it, Murph. I mean, 2019, they lose the Super Bowl. What was 2020 all about? I mean, that was a disastrous season. And, tons of injuries, not nearly as many injuries this season, but still, you cannot say that injuries haven't affected this team.
No, and by the way, we'll know all is right, though, if indeed, because there's, any given Sunday, we'll know all is right if, and this is for the old heads, if Kyle Shanahan runs down a hallway and kisses Matt Barrows' bald head Sunday night. You guys know that story? Harbaugh kissed after the thrilling win. Who made the kick? Robbie Gold? Was that the Robbie Gold kick?
I think that was Phil Dawson.
Phil Dawson. Wow. It was. Yeah. Phil Dawson made a kick in the snow. As the Niners piled off the field past the Riders, Jim Harbaugh kissed Matt Barrows' bald head.
My God.
Yeah. I was the other part of that story is I was. Do you remember the locker room setup is really weird in Green Bay? And I found myself in the locker room. You know how they have the cooling down period, and the media is not allowed into the locker room until like 10 or 15 minutes after the game. I found myself taking a wrong turn or something, and I was in the locker room as the team was coming in, and I remember Harbaugh, slapping me on the back, like not like get out of here, but a celebratory like slap on the back, and then he sees Barrows and just plants a wet one right there on his bald scalp.
That's what we'll know, man. We'll look for the Kyle kiss on Sunday night. We'll see if the season turns around, man. But you and I, though, have one of the iconic moments in Green Bay, man. There we were, buddy, in January of 97.
Are you talking about
the kerchief, bro? The kerchief, the scarf.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
we saw George Seifert. The Niners got destroyed by the Packers, and it was George Seifert's last game. And George, oddly, it was a freezing cold rain day that actually some Lambeau people said was more miserable than the Ice Bowl because of the dampness. Yeah. And George Seifert chose to somehow combat the dampness by tying a kerchief around his neck the entire game. Yeah. And we were like, what is he, like a golden retriever or something? I
think he was like painting, like he had something at his easel.
And he said, after the game, he said he knew he was going to get, because I hadn't even thought about him getting fired. He said, I just hope we don't cannibalize ourselves as we tend to do around here.
Ooh.
Next thing you know, we're at the Fairmont Hotel, Matty.
Yep, I remember players. You're talking about the miserable nature of that game. I remember players still shivering in the locker room from that wet, cold. And then, what was it, 2 or 3 days later, a young Brian Murphy breaks the story that Seifert is out and Mariucci is in.
And look where it got me, Matty, to the west of Hapuna. To the west of Hapuna.
Beautiful.
Having that banana bread and coffee. All right, buddy. Have a great trip. I know it's awesome. It should be dry. They say no precipitation, 44 degrees. It's going to be awesome football weather. You're going to have a ball, and we'll look forward to your coverage. Thanks, Matt.
Mahalo, Matt.
I love it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, we can react to all that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort from the Big Island in Hawaii on the Sports Leader.
Man, it's getting to be that Thursday vibe here. First of all, we had a great conversation with Randy Wynn, which I want to revisit at some point. And then a great conversation with Matt Mayoko on his way to Green Bay. And then we got visited by KNBR royalty, Ron Fell. This man was the program director from 1971 to 1975. And he worked with Greg. I didn't know the Raiders were on KNBR. The Raiders were on KNBR in the early 70s.
We were here first, Murph.
It's our true home. The pride and poise leader.
The silver and black leader, Murph.
I wrote all of Frank Dill's jokes.
The greatness of KNBR is in the silver and black.
Oh, man. So that means Bill King was on our airwaves, which is incredible. And then Ron worked all the way up with Greg Papa. So G-Pop, if you're listening, we're with Ron. And then I got visited by my old Mill Valley friends I coached this kid in kindergarten.
That's insane.
Cam Root and his mom, Cindy. They came by. I haven't seen. They moved to Hawaii. So that kid has been under my thumb in my military practices as a kindergarten. That's why he's such a sharp kid. We honed him early.
Yeah.
We honed him early.
I'm sure you had a lot of impact on that, Murph.
Yeah. Well, Cindy said it was a great season, right? She said it was a great season. The best season. Did you hear that? There you go. Thank you, Cindy. I'll be getting you to write an eval later for my boss. But anyway, so we're getting a lot of visitors. It's fun. It's great. And we fixed you on the YouTube.
Yeah, we are now live together, reunited, and it feels so good. I scooted over. I'm like, boys, we're 2 feet apart. Let's just use one camera, and it looks way better on stream.
All right, buddy. Well, dealer's choice, because we had 2 good conversations, Randy Wynn and Matt Mayoko. I guess maybe with the Niners looming here on Sunday, we should go back to Matty first. And, he's talking about the epitome of average. I thought he was, and I'll say this about Matty, not stabbing him in the back off the ear, but I thought he put too much praise on the O-line.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I saw some of those Pro Football Focus numbers, and I would love to quote Tim Ryan. Who the hell's watching these games for Pro Football Focus?
Tim Ryan blew up Pro Football Focus for me in one sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I watch a lot of 49er football, obviously, but...
Because it was new, and we were like, hey, Tim, there's this thing, Pro Football Focus. They said, he just cuts us off. He goes, yeah, who is that, bro? Who is that? And we were like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Who's the man behind the all-22 tape? And I will say, to Matt's point, they are a better run-blocking team, but we saw them struggle to block in the run last week without George Kittle. I mean, you've heard me say 1,000 times, I would prefer to see someone like John Feliciano over Jake Brendel at this point. He's a turnstile up the middle. There's constant pressure in Brock's face, which has led to Brock Purdy needing to scramble and get out of the pocket, and now we're talking about Brock dealing with a shoulder injury.
They're riding with him, and Chris Forster is a good offensive line coach. They see something that you don't and others don't. I agree. Now, they have run the ball effectively on occasion. Like early in the season, we were talking about that. Jordan Mason was among the league leaders in rushing the ball. So what's happened to them? I don't know if they're getting tired or banged up. Obviously, Trent Williams is not at 100. He said he was playing at 65, 70%. Maybe Seattle also played them better.
I mean, we talked about Mike McDonald and whether or not he was going to come in and take over Seattle with the success he had in Baltimore against multiple Kyle Shanahan schemes. And the first time they matched up, it really didn't look like he had any answers. But anytime you face off against a division team for the second time, they're going to make the adjustments, and it looked like Seattle made more adjustments than San Francisco did.
Man, oh man. So going into this game, you're still feeling pretty good about a Niner. What's the path to victory for the Niners on Sunday?
The path to victory is running the rock and being efficient at it.
O-line you don't like.
Well, George Kittle is back. And George Kittle is the missing piece to the run game, in my opinion. I've gone through the numbers multiple times. I've argued with multiple hosts over the year about George Kittle being the most important piece to the offense because what he brings not only as receiver but as a blocker. And he's missed 2 games this year. 49ers are 0-2 without George Kittle. So, of course, he's a huge piece to get back on the field. I think Christian McCaffrey might have his big breakout game, despite the fact everybody's saying he's not looking like Christian McCaffrey. Would love to see Jordan Mason. And then at this kind of game, when you have to go on the road, you have to force turnovers. Jordan Love has thrown 11 interceptions. That's tied for the most in the league. I'm looking for a turnover, but it is going to be difficult if Nick Bosa's not out there causing pressure against an offensive line that really is underrated and strong for the Green Bay Packers.
I was about to say that it's going to be tough to force pressure without Nick Bosa out there. We don't know for sure, but everything's indicating.
Yeah, and it sounds like Matt Mayoko's in the same camp as us, kind of doubtful that Nick Bosa will be out there this weekend.
Hey, Young Tone, there's one cut we didn't play today. It's Shanahan on running back by committee. Marcus just mentioned using Jordan Mason. I was yelling at the TV last couple weeks to use him more. He's supposed to be the closer. You have a 4-minute offense on the field to try to close out the Seattle Seahawks. I was dying for some Jordan Mason with fresh legs and a fresh tank of gas. I mean, they did that when McCaffrey was not coming back off of injuries. They would go to Jordan Mason as the closer. So give me cut C, Tony, on what did Shanahan say about running back by committee?
It wasn't like that for our first 4 years here. We had 3 guys usually. We had Tevin, we had Raheem, we got Breida. So I think we've always done it that way. It just depends on the backs. Since Christian's been here, I think it's the only time we've had 1 guy. And I think that's for obvious reasons. But when he's tired, we spell him, especially with the good backups we have.
So he was saying he used to use by committee. Now he's going more CMC. I'd say I'd like to use him more. More committee, I'd say. Jordan Mason and even Garendo, like we said, because he could break one. Now, listen, sometimes Garendo will frustrate you because he's not a polished runner when it comes to reading and hitting holes. But those ones he can hit, he's got that lightning speed.
Yeah, but I think Kyle points out the problem. He says we spell Christian McCaffrey when he gets tired. Christian McCaffrey's the Energizer Bunny. He doesn't get tired. He just keeps going and going and going. And we've heard Kyle talk about how hard it is to pull him off the field. And when he's one of the most electric and best players in the NFL, you want him out there as much as possible. But it does seem like there is a time and place just to keep Christian McCaffrey fresh, because he's only played 2 games this season and still is dealing with that bilateral Achilles tendonitis. And so just to keep him fresh is the reason why I would be spelling him, not waiting for CMC to get tired.
It's going to be a really interesting game Sunday to see how the offense goes. George Kittle called out the offense. Even though Dima Lenore came on our show and tried to say, no, they gave us enough points, he was being very generous because they only scored 17 points in that game. But George Kittle called him out, and Brock Purdy has been noted to not have the statistical year he had last year. So I'm interested. Is it Juwan Jennings? Is it George Kittle's return? Is there any way they can unlock Deebo Samuel, who has not been performing of late? We just went through the stats that Eric Branch had, those next-gen stats, where his rushing yards are almost gone entirely. Yeah. And yesterday, what was it, 4 for 22 catching? A lot of people were like, hey, you can't call out the kicker if you're going to go 4 for 22. So is there any way you unlock Deebo Samuel on Sunday? Or, against this Green Bay team on the road? It's going to be dark. It's going to be cold. Purdy's not been playing his best, but we've seen this Kyle Shanahan team time after time win games like this. Yeah, that's what gives you that 1%
You
chance.
mentioned Deebo Samuel yelling at Jake Moody to lock it in. That's what Kyle Shanahan should be screaming at the locker room all week long. It's time to lock it in, boys. You hear the frustration from Kyle, from Demo, from Fred Warner, from everybody on this roster. These are guys that believe that they're better than their 5-5 record. They're a few plays away from being an 8-2 team. But you can't cry over spilt milk at this point of the season. Now you have to go on the road. Green Bay, Buffalo, back-to-back. Now you got to go down this 7-game gauntlet and see what happens in the NFC West. And there's no more excuses. They got injuries. Spoiler alert, everybody in the NFL's got injuries. You got to go out there and you got to make adjustments and you got to make plays.
Bro, you just said at Buffalo.
Yeah, that's the one I'm more worried about than Green Bay, to be honest.
Well, we'll see. The Packers are favored by 2.
One game at a time. One game at a time.
All right, fun stuff, man. We are sorting out our camera situation. Did we sort it out?
We look good, Murph.
Are we good?
Yeah, just make sure you don't show off your feet again. That's probably what threw off the balance.
Let's do that.
No, dude, we're in the same shot. You're too close now. This is gross.
We won't do that.
This is gross.
There are those who like it.
Yeah,
they're out there.
There's a community out there.
What did young Tony learn? I'm not even sure what young Tony learned.
Shout out Rex Ryan.
We'll figure that out, and then we'll hand it over to Papa and Silver with Papa's old Raiders producer, Ron Fell, here in the building. It's got a good stuff, man. Thursday Night Football tonight, Steelers, 3:15 Hawaii time, bro.
Yeah, a little afternoon football for us.
3:15 Hawaii time. All right, we'll hand it over. We'll learn with Tone, and that's it. Get another Hawaiian rejoin on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, let's talk Bigelow Tea. Come on now. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. Now, everything's great here at the West End of Puna. I'd say the only thing missing, talk to Marguerite, let's get the Bigelow Tea going next year. Maybe that'll just make it all complete. a Grand Slam home run. We have it at KNBR. It's right there in the break room. We have all the different flavors, English breakfast, chamomile, shout out Gwen. Hey, it keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea at the KNBR studios. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island. This is the KNBR Morning Show with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
The Juan Soto of songs. To
good song, and he's a good player, Murph.
Why don't you give me the Judy Garland version, right? Give me that. Come on, let's go. What does Lice Boy say about this, young Tony? What's his take?
He's got to be down with Brutta Is.
I mean, who's not? It's a great song, Murph. Just embrace it.
Dude, I was listening to Brutta Is when you weren't even frickin' born.
Before you even had a Brutta.
But the problem is that, like I said, now this is being used in like those drug ads where they have side effects. You know what I mean? You're like, and that's like, I get it, man. I get it. The John Legend of songs, the Black Eyed Peas of songs, the Juan Soto going to the Giants of songs.
I mean, we're almost getting to the point, like, if someone ever wants to throw Murph into a torture chamber, just, like, put this on a loop and let it keep going and going and going.
You know, my parakeet died, so I'm going to make a video and put this song over. You know what I mean?
If you have mild side effects, think about going over the rainbow.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. By the way, Brother Is has a whole catalog of incredible songs that you could have been playing, so... He was a big fella, Brother Is. Yeah. Speaking of which, I tell you, I was watching sumo wrestling. I told you that on the air.
Yeah, you got down with some sumo.
PBS Hawaii is connected. You know, the Japanese culture influence here is pretty strong.
Would you ever strap up and get into the sumo ring?
Dude, talk about strapping.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That strap goes right up there. I mean, that's part of the deal. If you're going to do that, you better be comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe our guy Mike Tyson should get into the world of sumo wrestling after showing off his cheeks last Friday.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, he needed a sumo strap.
Yeah, exactly. He was missing the strap.
But so PBS Hawaii was showing live from Tokyo. And bro, I mean, legit. Like, this was like, I mean, it was like watching an NFL game. They just have match after match after match after match after match, and they're just banging them out of the ring, Those guys are in the athletic stands, and they're popping up. Again, I don't know why they're not D tackles in the NFL.
I don't know why they're not starting at center over Jake Brendel at this point, Murph.
Remember, Ralph and Tom used to have the bit about having them as NHL goalies. Like, why? They were, like, dead serious. They're like, yeah, it's funny, but it's not funny. Just put them there, and there's nowhere to put the goal.
Yeah,
nowhere
they
to
would
put the
take
puck.
up the entire goal.
There's nowhere to put the puck.
Has anyone ever tried that with a massive human being?
Tolbert was like, insistent. He's like, I'm not even riffing anymore. Bring me a sumo wrestler and put him in goal. There's nowhere to put the puck.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like a good strategy to me.
All righty. And speaking of the puck, we have, going to start to pay just a smidge of attention to Macklin Celebrini and the Sharks.
There's Macklin with the game winner the other night. We didn't even play it.
it.
Ran out of time.
Draymond, we did play the Draymond Macklin stuff in the cooler content. But who was it? Somebody was talking Sharks to me the other night.
It's the return of the Mac and the return of the Sharks.
And you've always had a little Sharks thing, right?
I was born and raised in Sharks territory.
How many did you go to games?
408, dude. Down at SAP all the time, Murph. Down at the tank.
You did?
Of course.
Okay. I would say my only claim to fame is I saw the Sharks in their first year at the Cow Palace. Shout out Pat Falloon. Anybody? Pat Falloon. Yeah. That guy's new right here.
What's up, brother?
My man, you're always welcome. Anyway, Sharks doing that. Okay, Tony, let's do it. Let's learn.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now!
Before we get to Young Tony, I got to get this riff off because I know Young Tony will appreciate it because he was pissed off when John Heyman reported that Arson Judge was signing with the Giants. 707 texts in say John Heyman just reported the Giants signed Juan Sumo.
Oh.
That's a high-quality riff.
That's very good.
Juan
That's
Sumo.
blending. See,
to
they're
the San
blending.
Francisco
See,
Giants.
They're listening. That's
nice
P1.
text, 707.
That's worthy of a Petaluma Mike P1 right there. All right, Tone, what do we got today? We had so many different things. What was the thing that jumped out at you, buddy?
Yeah, so what did we all learn today? This was a clip from Adam Schefter on This Is Football. It's a Omaha Productions podcast with Kevin Clark, and I would just set it up right now and just go ahead and play it for everybody.
Weirdest place you've broken a story is what?
I can remember being in Denver one time, and I was how do I say this? I had just spent time with this woman for the first time, and got a text that Dale Carter was being suspended. I think it was for 8 games for substance abuse, and so as I continued to lay there, confirm it, got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
Bro,
Shefty,
come on.
I mean,
come on.
I've heard of Woj bombs before.
Yeah.
But a Shefty bomb?
Well, I think everything took a turn when he said "lay there."
Yeah.
That's when we started to get a little too Shefty.
Well, it all started with the perv laugh.
Yeah, you got that, young
I've
Tone?
never heard Schefter chuckle like that.
Got the
by
job
the way-
done, Kevin, in every which way.
Again, now listen. I like Adam. You know, he's a colleague.
Listen.
but I can be honest. If you're out there saying that, you probably didn't get the job done.
Yeah, I'm guessing he stopped halfway to put out that report about the 8-game
Or
suspension.
has anyone seen When Harry Met Sally? Right, which I think we played, in the deli.
We did do that for Young Tony.
I'll have what Schefter's gal's having.
I'll have what Schefter's chuckling at.
So, unless this guy is like the man, he's the best newsbreaker in the NFL and the greatest, should we say, pleasure meister.
You said it, not me. How do you think he's getting all these sources, Murph?
Young Tone, just grab an orb. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, the orb.
Grab an
I'm
orb.
sure Shefty had a couple orbs in his room.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That was a little too much, wasn't it? You guys back in the studio?
Oh, absolutely. By the way, I do have the Meg Ryan from When Harry Met Sally, if anybody wants it right
You're
here.
gonna rock this lobby with it because we got the speakers on. There's people here getting breakfast and coffee. Go ahead, bud. Why not?
Oh, yes! 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 Oh! Yes! 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 Oh! 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 Oh, God. Oh.
I'll have what she's having.
Boom! There it is.
I'll have what Schefter's having.
Probably one of the best timed movie lines in the last 50 years. That was Rob Reiner's mom who delivered that line there too. So, and by the way, Meg Ryan, shout it out. She got the job done every which way in that scene.
You're not wrong, but it does feel a little different playing that sound drop when we're in public in the middle of a hotel lobby, Murph.
Well, she did it in a deli in New York City. 530
that's true.
530 suggests got the job done in every which way on the soundboard because it can be used in any number of occasions.
I need that in the
We
chuckle.
can use it when they don't, like the Giants lose, Giants blow a game, boom, Schefter got the job done in every which way.
In every which way.
Oh my God! Or we could use it sincerely. Niners beat the Packers, got the job done in every
Add it
which
to
way.
the victory package.
Well, thanks to the Lice Boy and Tony for holding it down back there. We'll figure out our 90s Friday tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe we punt it a couple of weeks and just continue with our Aloha rejoins. Thanks for bearing with us on our camera adventures today. Pretty darn good. And by the way, 559 also asked, did Schefter go all Kapler and say he likes them in all shapes and sizes?
Oh, very nice.
Thick and
very
juicy.
Nice.
Okay, hand it over to Papa and Silver on the other side. Thanks to everybody, including our new listeners here today. We got some new crowd in here today. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And the handover is sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Lindy Waters III?
Don't even know who that is.
Aloha.
Good job, Warriors.
Got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
Oh! That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
20 seconds to play in the game. 2nd and 2, 13-yard line. Geno Smith now 2-by-2. Hits his back foot, steps up. He's going to run out left. 10, 5, touchdown Seattle. Geno Smith runs in the end zone for a go-ahead touchdown. With 12 seconds to go in the game.
I kind of say this year for sure.
Yeah.
Me personally, me being, want to be one of the, want to be my best self as much as possible. Especially as a whole, as a group. I kind of hit on it, like losing games that, we don't supposed to lose. And, it's kind of like we put ourselves in positions, like put our back against the wall at times. And you just look at, from top to bottom, like one of the best rosters in the league.
It's been a really good week for the most part. I'm happy. I'm learning something new every day. It's Papa, it's Silver on a Thursday, our third day together. But I'm getting real tired of hearing the Geno Smith scramble, all the Seahawks highlights. We are literally wearing it to the point where I put my Sub Pop hat on as the thing that does bring me joy from Seattle, because all week it's just been, hey, did you know they lost to the Seahawks? Did you know they lost to the Seahawks? They're 1-3 in the division. Geno Smith hit him with the night-night. let's just turn the page and move forward to the Packers. And that's what we're going to do here on a Thursday, live from Levi's Stadium. It's Greg Silver and, of course, joined by Greg Papa. How's it going?
You are sub-pop. I think you're an honorary pop. When Tim Ryan comes in at 11 o'clock, it'll be a lot of pop and this and T-Rock. And we got to get you a nickname. You have a nickname?
Sub Pop's not bad.
Is that the name? Is that the nickname for you?
It could be. I've been getting called the Pup in the YouTube chat a little bit. I don't know if I like that one as much.
We'll come up with one.
We got a lot of them.
So I agree with you, but we heard Debo talking, and I go back and watch every game multiple times, all 22 a few times. Got to get ready for T-Rock today and all the conversation, watch the TV back. I also go back and listen to every game. And I listened to the fourth quarter. I listened to the first half the other day, the third quarter, and then listened to the fourth quarter driving here. And that play, the scramble on third down where he got 16 yards, looking like he's not Russell Wilson. He's much bigger than Russ, but allow him to get out there. And the pass rush wasn't. And a lot of the new guys that they brought in, Yator Gross-Matos, not a great effort on the third down. Leonard Floyd, was he tired? And then on the touchdown run, and I'm going to talk to Devondre Campbell later today for the pregame show, a long sit-down interview, and he's a former Packer. So he's seen this rivalry from all sides, the snow game, everything, playoff game last year at Levi's. Matt LaFleur has not beaten Kyle in the postseason 3 times in 6 years. Kyle Shanahan has knocked, cram it up your cram hole LaFleur. Matt, not Mike. We like Mike. And I don't know Matt that well. I saw him at the Super Bowl party after they lost in Miami. But anyway, Devondre did not take a great angle on that last touchdown. There were a lot of guys that were culpable. And so we're starting to get into, rehashing last year in the playoff game. And the Packers have changed, obviously, adding Josh Jacobs, Greg, and the way they're running the ball this year is so creative. They do everything. And he's different than Aaron Jones. And then Xavier McKinney is just a ball hawk. You got ID 29. But if Nick Bosa does not play in the game, and he didn't sound real encouraged about it. We'll hear Tim's thoughts. And the game changed. The Seattle game, which we are attempting to move on from, but it's still lingering. The very play he left, the next play was the 3rd and 12. And I watched that play back a couple of times and listened to our callback. When that play got snapped right before, the Niners didn't know Bosa was off the field. They had 10 players on the field. They went to their turbo package, the pass rush, what I call the gold rush. They didn't replace Bosa. Okawanu ran in really late and barely got down. And then they snapped it, and then Ike Adam didn't sink deep enough over the top. You know what happened. Yeah. So, but to Debo's point, and you heard George Kittle talk. I was talking to Matt Mayoko yesterday on our podcast, and Matt will join us tomorrow. And what Kyle said, we heard it during the press conference, Green Bay's what? They're 7-3, and they've had 6 one-score wins. Is that right? 6?
Yeah.
So it could easily go the other way. If we could just change, what Debo and George are saying, we're 5-5. I'm not going to say should be, because you're not, but you easily could be 8-2. If you switched one play in any of the 3 division losses, the Ram game, you're obviously flipping the Ronnie Bell drop. If Ronnie Bell catches that ball down the right sideline, it's over.
Moody's field goal, another one.
But that Ronnie Bell drop is game over.
Yeah.
Over. Done. And then the game against Arizona, which play? The J.P. Mason fumble at the end of the game? The Jake Moody kickoff when he hurt his ankle? Just flip one. I think I'm not sure which play to flip in the Seattle game. I'd flip a lot of them, but just one. If Nick does not get hurt,
I was going to say, how about Bosa getting hurt?
But that was kind of a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
Well, eventually that oblique was going to give out because he came into the game with a bad right one. So, as the great Bill Parcells said, you are what your record says you are. They're 5-5, but they're a much better football team. And then Green Bay 7-3, but a lot of the games they're just finding a way to win. So. We'll find out. I think just the Packers and LaFleur and the, commonality with the coaching staffs and just the way they go about things and going back to Lambeau. And it did snow overnight at Lambeau Field. Did you see Lambeau Field overnight? They got about 3 inches of snow. That's Lambeau Field this morning. So it's not going to snow. I think it's just going to be – I'm going to see how windy – yesterday's practice was really windy. It was a howling wind out here. So I don't know. It's going to be, in the 30s, and then night will fall. It's not going to be warm, But I don't think we're going to have snow, but are we going to have wind? But in any event, just going back to Lambeau and feeling the vibe, they've played each other in the playoffs more than any two teams in history. You think 49ers, Cowboys playoff games, the 49ers and the Green Bay Packers have played more playoff games than anybody, any two teams. Now, it's not a playoff game. It's not, last year's divisional or the game at Lambeau or the game in 2019 when the Mosterati ran all over him for 220 and 4 touchdowns and went on to the Super Bowl. It's not that. The winner will wake up the next morning and have a season. The next game is not, you're not going to the Super Bowl or advancing to a title game. But this is a pivotal game, more so for the Niners, obviously. Green Bay's got a little pad. But if they lose this game and allow the Niners to get within one game of them and win the tiebreaker, then you can run them down if you don't win the NFC West. If the Niners do lose this game, then the avenue, probably the one path to the playoffs is to win your own division.
Well, one thing about the snow at Lambeau, I'm just glad that there's no roof to cave in, like we saw in Minnesota a few years back, or like we saw in Dallas's stadium with a piece of metal flying down on Monday Night Football. I mean, that's already given me comfort. But to kind of exacerbate your point, Pop, it's that the Packers I've been digging deep into their media a lot this week and listening to what their players have had to say when they had locker room availability. There's a lot of similarities in tone between how we talk about the 49ers out here and how the Green Bay Packers are talked about up there, despite them being 7-3. I think some of that has to do with the fact that they're third place in their division and they are far from a safe spot at this juncture in the season. I think other parts of it have to do with understanding that they too are struggling in the red zone, and they are also a few plays away from being exactly where the 49ers are, in a 500 spot, and maybe even worse if everything goes wrong. And so Xavier McKinney, you mentioned him, the ball hawk, and one of the great acquisitions of the offseason. He was talking about the 49ers. He's like, we know they're good. This is not a time to take your foot off the gas. And we're going to hear a lot from LaFleur and possibly some of those Packer players a little bit later. And, of course, we got Tim Ryan to help us break it all down. And the 11 o'clock hour, we also are going to spend a good chunk of this first hour before we get to Tim Ryan talking about the Warriors, as they did have that get-right game, very much so, with a 120-97 win over the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks, just for as talented as they are, and Trae Young still being that same player in the face of the franchise, they just have not been a good defensive team for a good 3 to 4 years now. And so the Warriors capitalized on that. The Warriors also have some bad news with the DeAnthony Melton season-ending ACL surgery. We were skeptical on that one with the news of an ACL sprain. Usually, it's not the kind of thing that gets talked about. And when Steve Kerr echoed that he was really concerned a couple of days ago, that's when I started thinking, it just might not be a thing for Melton this year.
Well, Carlos Ramirez was in the studio with me last Thursday for the football hour. John's last day was Wednesday. And when I saw a sprained ACL, I'm like, I've never quite heard it like that. Is it sprained? Is it strained? Is there some part of a tear? And Carlos braced us all with his soccer knowledge, saying, I've seen that many, many times, and it results in a torn ACL. And right after we got the news from the Warriors that DeAnthony Melton is going to have season-ending surgery to repair the ACL, whatever it is, Carlos sent me the text right away. I told you so. I told you what was going to happen. I just never heard it. So it's obviously a major blow. We'll get into it in depth. He's just different. They got guys that can guard. Lindy Waters can guard. Obviously, Moses Moody can guard. Gary Payton II can guard. Andrew Wiggins didn't have to guard Ice Trae last night. They put Waters on him. You got a lot of ball stoppers on this team, which they lacked last year and the last few years, and especially since Clay got hurt. So they got ball, but he's different. To me, he's part Andre Iguodala, part Sean Livingston, just an organizer. He looks older than 20. He's 26. That's all DeAnthony Melton is. I think I remember him coming into the NBA draft, talking to Grant Liftman, who saw him a lot at USC. He was a round 2 pick. I said, I don't know if that guy can score in the NBA, but he can guard in the NBA. There's no doubt. And he's become a good offensive player. The one thing is, since he didn't completely tear it, when he does do the surgery, is it easier to repair and the recovery time may be shorter? And then you got to figure out what you're doing with him, proceeding forward. But he's not going to play anymore this year with an ACL surgery in November. He's going to have it actually December the 3rd next week. Or actually, it's after Thanksgiving. So they got to let whatever's in there calm down a little bit. So we'll get into it. And then what does that mean? We were talking about yesterday, trading 4 guys to get Paul George. You just lost a major piece, and probably whoever's trading with the Warriors wants their young guys. Maybe they don't want DeAnthony Melton, so you could keep DeAnthony Melton just to have bodies. If you got to trade, Kuminga and Pods and Trace Jackson Davis and throw in draft picks and Moody, you want to trade all the young guys? I don't want to do that. And maybe you're less inclined to do that since you lost a big piece, a veteran piece that fit in here. So we'll get into it. But I think the Warriors can overcome it. There's going to be nights where we think, damn, you wish you had DeAnthony Melton. But really, it's a tough blow for DeAnthony Melton to put his career back on path after the back injury and play with this great team. He was fitting in with Steph and Draymond and obviously Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield. They had a table on the flight. They're flying right now to New Orleans for the game tomorrow night, then San Antonio over the weekend. So I think the Warriors can overcome it. There's going to be moments you lack. I shouldn't say that. It's kind of like using Javon Hargrave. It's a major loss. You can't overcome that. It keeps haunting you. I think they, at times, maybe most of the year, they can, certain big games, but what does that do for making a bold trade? Are you less inclined now that you lost that veteran body?
And we'll talk all about that with Tim Ryan with the Javon Hargrave, and we'll keep talking Warriors on the other side. Big win, but also a big loss in DeAnthony Melton. It's Papa, it's Silver, it's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Randy Wynn joins Murph and Marcus to share his excitement about his new role with the Giants. And it was a really good interview, so I recommend checking that out. And you can hear that podcast and more on the KNBR app, KNBR.com, under the podcast page.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Melton, there is the backup three. He got it.
This is exactly what you want with Melton. Just let him get his rhythm back. Stay aggressive. But that was a tough three to shoot, too. You talk about your momentum taking you away from the rim and then trying to tightrope that corner.
So there's DeAnthony Melton, who we mentioned will miss the rest of the season, and that is a really tough blow to the Warriors lineup, considering Melton is going to be an unrestricted free agent in July. He's played a very small handful of games with the team, but he was really rounding into that starting two, and I would even say the closing two, because, Greg, the game that the Warriors have played that by far resembled the most like a playoff game was the emotional Klay Thompson return. That game had its sung heroes. Obviously, there was Draymond Green, played out of his mind and did a little bit of everything, and then Steph Curry putting the team on his back, scoring the team's last 12, and doing the iconic scream in front of the camera with a night-night in there. I think the unsung hero of that game was DeAnthony Melton, who got inserted after a timeout when Klay Thompson hit those couple fourth-quarter threes. It was looking a little dicey. The Warriors were on the ropes. Klay was going to get his revenge in his return. And then DeAnthony Melton comes in. He gets a big steal. He hits a big three, the final points before Steph had his personal 12-point flurry to close things out. And yeah, for a guy who's making $12.8 million on a one-year deal, I look at this as losing a starter and losing a frequent closer.
Totally. I mean, he's that good of a player. He fit in so beautifully. Buddy Hield fits in well. Kyle Anderson, the Lillegagger, Slow-Mo fits in. But DeAnthony Melton was solidified the starting lineup, and we didn't see it initially. They went to a different lineup, the bigger lineup, and then Steph rolled the ankle. They've been adjusting the lineups, but it was pretty clear the preferred lineup was the one they started against Dallas. And DeAnthony Melton guarded Kyrie Irving that night because you wanted Andrew Wiggins on Luka. So he's just another high-end defender, and with his big body, he can guard all types. He can guard, big-bodied players, quick players. Last night he would have had Trae Young. In this game he had Kyrie, but he's got a little girth to him where he can take a bump and grind if a bigger player trying to post him. I hadn't watched enough of him to really know what a weakness was. When his back wasn't right, I remember him coming off a high ball screen and could not fully bend his knees. He shot the ball straight up and down, and he missed the rim by like 12 inches. I was like, what's wrong with him? But he was hurt, and we thought the back would be an issue. And I was at that game, and I saw the injury on the pass he threw to Draymond. He played through that. And then the next day, what's going on? Sprained ACL? What does that mean? And then now, obviously, they don't want it to tear. So we'll see about a rehab. So for him, it's a blow. I think he was. You talk about two-way wigs. You got guys that are, Buddy Hield works on defense, but he's mainly an offensive player. GP2 knows how to play offense. He knows how to pick and dive with Steph. He knows how to get in the dunker. He knows how to get in the glut. They leave him open in the corner. Rather have him take a corner three than an above the break three like the game-tying shot he missed in L.A. the other night, but that's fine. Kuminga can do a little bit of both. I would like him to guard the ball a little better. Looney's more defensive, but he helps you offensively. Pajemski's more defense and grit. He'll get back to making a shot. Moses Moody's both. Kyle Anderson can run the team a little bit. But DeAnthony Melton was one of those guys that's in your finishing lineup because you do think defense first, but he's not a liability. He's not like a non-shooter you can't put out there with Draymond and somebody else. So it's an issue. I mean, it's kind of like, damn, he's out the entire year. He just got here. We started to like this guy. So he's gone. Again, the rehab probably will be less because it's not a full-blown tear. I don't know what they have to do to repair it, but it would not seem as though it's badly when it's severed, completely detached. In any event, we'll see about the rehab. We'll have the surgery December the 3rd. And then in the meantime, we thought about, can you play 12 guys? You really can't play 13. And he wasn't. Well, Waters kind of mixed in when Melton was out. I think the guy that I don't want to say he came from nowhere because he did play in Oklahoma City. We've seen him play before, but Lindy Waters, he did not even play that game against Dallas. He was a DNP CD, did not play. And now he's back in the starting lineup. Steve seems comfortable with it. I don't know if you change, going to New Orleans. Are they all healthy? Is McCollum back and healthy? And you got Ingram and Zion. We'll have to look at that later. They're flying there now, but
they've been beat up all year for sure.
They have been.
Yeah.
And CJ McCollum, when we saw him, those two back-to-backs, they had Ingram and they had Zion. I don't know about CJ. But anyway, he can guard CJ. He guarded Trae Young really well last night. And he's a good shooter. He's not just a catch and shoot. He can put it on the deck. He finishes. I haven't found a real glaring weakness to his game. Got in the foul trouble a little bit, but he's fine. But now for the bigger equation, you lose Melton. And you lose a piece that probably would have been here, even if you wanted to break up the team and make a trade to get, break up the quantity to get quality. Make it 3 for 4 if you can trade for Paul George in January, whatever. If you wanted to make that bold move,
Paul George just hyperextended his knee last night too.
I saw that. How long is he going to be out for?
I haven't seen a timetable update on that, but
and they lost again.
And
they're now 2-12. Yeah, but hyperextensions are bad, depending on how bad it is. And Embiid, the whole thing, there's a mess. Anyway, it doesn't have to be George. It could be somebody else. But if somebody's going to trade with you, they're going to want all your young players, in theory, right? I mean, so they're going to want Kuminga. Are you less inclined to trade Kuminga now that you don't have DeAnthony Melton? They're going to want Pajemski. You're less inclined to deal Pods because you don't have DeAnthony Melton. Just all the way down the list. Trace Jackson Davis, different player. Moses Moody. You need these guys. Now you just lost a wing and a good two-way wing that can guard and play, not just a 3-and-D guy. The guy can play basketball. He can run the team. That's why I said sometimes I'm looking at him. He reminds me a little of Andre, the way he's so calm. He's got a little Sean Livingston. He's also a combo guard. I love the ability for that player next to Steph to be a ball handler because Steph is lethal both ways, but I love him off the ball. He's hard to go get. When he has the ball in his hand, you can flat out trap him. Now, you can trap him without the ball if you want to do that, but that's hard to get to because he's running around, relocating here and there. So it's a major blow to DeAnthony Melton. I think this would have been a great spot for him. He got a good salary, 12.8, but he plays the way he was starting to play, and the Warriors have a big year, and he has some big playoff moments. We know what that salary could do, so that hurts him. But the team, I think most nights they'll be able to overcome it with their depth, but there are going to be nights where you're like, what's the finishing lineup? If he was here, it would have been D. Melton that closing, not just the starting lineup. He would have been in the closing lineup more nights than not.
No, I agree. Melton was probably my favorite free agent signing at the time, and then just missing the 5 games with his back was brutal, and I was like, okay, he might be a little GP2 2.0 in the sense of they do a lot of the same things. GP2 obviously much bouncier and more unique, but DeAnthony Melton, to your point, Greg, was not an offensive liability. He could make threes at a semi-efficient clip. Just some numbers for everybody, and this coming from Dalton Johnson. So in the 3 games after returning from that 5-game absence, when DeAnthony Melton alone, he was averaging 14 points a game, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 1.3 steals, and 45% from 3. So very well-rounded. And then in his 47 minutes on the floor with Steph, 135 offensive rating, 98 defensive rating, plus 38.4 net rating. So it's a small sample size. It's the equivalent to 1 game. But it also kind of went to show how perfect of a pairing those two were as a backcourt. To your point on Lindy Waters, he had a really good night last night. And I think part of the reason he's been starting is 2 things. I think 1, Steve Kerr wants to keep the bench unit that he really likes as cohesive as he can. I think 2, he's kind of protecting Brandon Pajemski a little bit from the fact that he's not playing that well since he came down with his illness. And Lindy Waters was part of a 5-man unit that started the 4th quarter and really kind of stopped the Hawks' pressure. And it was Waters, Kyle Anderson, Pajemski, Wiggins, and Trace Jackson Davis. So, Lindy Waters is getting high trust, and he can be a DNP guy in a game like when everyone was healthy, but now that Melton is going to be done, he's absolutely part of this 12-man rotation.
Did you say Pajemski's not playing well? We are here in Santa Clara, and they get their backs up. Randy Wynn was on the morning show. He's all Dick Davey-ing on you. What are you saying? He's not shooting well, and I think he's still playing well, but he's not playing he's playing differently. The play he made against Memphis on Friday night, the save over to the sideline, and then the highlight pass forward for a dunk was incredible. He is playing well. He got whacked in the nose again. Maybe he should just leave the mask on permanently like Rip Hamilton.
Oh, but he hates the mask.
He does not like the mask. We got to go over to the Sharks, talk to Rick Celebrini to go to Macklin Celebrini and get something in teal or maybe blue and gold. I don't know. The Warriors changed their colors, and the court was weird last night. I do like that look, though. Anyway, the reason I bring it up, and because did you hear Draymond Green after the game last night?
We're going to get to that
Draymond
coming up
Green
on the other side.
Was incredible. He
Yeah.
talked for 16 minutes, and maybe 6 of it was on Pajemski. And the question was what you said. Well, why is he struggling? And he said, you caused it. The owner's saying he's going to be an all-star. We're not trading him for Lauri Markkanen. Just the pressure in the modern world. But it speaks to what Draymond had to say about Pajemski. I'm fully backing. But we have to go back to where we were a calendar year. At this time, we had long discussions about what do they do with Draymond Green? The Draymond. What is he doing? He is taking on everybody. Rudy Gobert, later Yusef Nurkic. The league has to suspend him indefinitely. I talked for a second time. It was a time earlier in his career during the pandemic. I thought maybe it's time to trade him. You just re-signed him. In 1 year's time, Draymond Green has completely changed his demeanor, the way he plays. Marcus Thompson had a big piece. He's lifting weights. From what a couple of years ago, he stopped drinking alcohol during the season, which I think was a major improvement. The alcohol in the season is an impediment. There were games he just couldn't get up to play for. So his body is right. His mind is right. He's playing as well as he's ever played defensively. He's taking to coaching and cutting back the turnovers. You got to hear a little of Draymond Green and just how far he has evolved as a more mature player now. I think, Steph is Steph, but outside of Steph, Draymond Green is the best player on this team. He helps you in every regard. The All-Star game is coming to the Bay Area. Could Draymond make a push to get back into that discussion? Starting to make his three ball a lot more. Defensive player of the year, all defense. All that is back for him. When about a year ago at this time, we wanted to ship his ass out of town or suspend him, or he was becoming a major detriment. And it was the year after he punched a teammate in practice and cost you an entire year. He did it again last year. He cost you indirectly or directly 2 years. He's not that guy anymore. I don't know how he's done it, but what he said after the game last night got my attention. A lot of it was about Pajemski, but really it tells you what kind of special leader Draymond Green is.
Well, to make fun of, maybe not make fun of himself, I think there's probably some honesty to this too, but on one of his social media posts, he had the caption, #therapy works. And we're going to talk about Draymond Green on the other side and how his personal turnaround has contributed to a larger Warriors team turnaround when a lot of people were writing them off. It's Papa, it's Silver, it's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Draymond Green. He laying it up, and then TJ D was pretty nifty. I was about to say, the interior passing, TJ DC and Draymond just had his defender, Dyson Daniels, just sealed.
What's happening? Papa and Silver talking a little Warriors basketball as they get the 120-97 win over the Atlanta Hawks last night, moved to 11-3 on the season. And things are looking mighty fine, but we spent the last segment also addressing the hard reality of losing DeAnthony Melton for the year. He had the sprained ACL official diagnosis and then now is undergoing season-ending surgery. But we want to talk about Draymond Green here in this segment because Draymond, Papa alluded to it in the end of the last segment. His turnaround has been a big part of the Warriors' success. It was not just last year with the suspensions. It was also the fallout of punching his own teammate in practice after coming off a championship that really derailed the team chemistry and that season. And yes, they ended up getting to the second round, but losing to the Lakers in 6 when they had the home court advantage, it just didn't look like the Warriors we were used to. And we're going to play a cut from Draymond here. First, talking about Brandon Pajemski, because I think this is what Papa's been waiting for. And Draymond spoke for 16 minutes last night. Here's just a snippet of what he said about Brandon Pajemski. And in the words of people like me, why is he not playing up to his standard? Oh, sorry, Kyle. By the way, we got Kyle Haar in. I didn't officially acknowledge that. Kyle Haar replacing Walter today and does a lot of great work.
Does the Niner game.
Does the Niner game. So Greg Papa spends a lot of time with him.
Oscar. It's the Draymond bite on Brandon Pajemski.
You got Draymond's green sound on Brandon Pajemski's struggles.
We're having a staff meeting on the air.
That's right.
Brandon's gone through kind of a tough early season. He got hit in the face again tonight, had to leave. I guess, what are you seeing with him and what he's kind of trying to work through right now?
What he's trying to work through is y'all fault. And I told y'all that at the beginning of the year. It's hard, and I don't say this from experience of myself. I say this from experience of watching people. It's hard having a great rookie season and then coming back and having the second year as good or better. It's tough. That's why you've always heard of a sophomore slump. You know, it's a very tough thing to do. And I think for him, he's just put so much pressure on himself for the player that he wants to be and that he thinks he should be, and it's unnecessary. Because what he's special at is doing all the other things on the floor. And when you put the pressure on yourself, like, I got to make this shot, but there are some guys that have that pressure, and they have to because that's what they do.
Draymond Green saying that it's hard to come back after a good rookie season, and that I agree with. We saw that with a great player like Donovan Mitchell, kind of took the league by storm, still was a lottery pick, but a lower-end lottery pick, Greg, and then ended up taking Utah, who was in total rebuild mode after Gordon Hayward leaves, and they beat Russell Westbrook and the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round of the playoffs, which was considered a big upset. And then the league adjusted to Mitchell, and then he kind of had to adjust back. I do think Brandon Pajemski has a lot of value, even if he's not scoring the ball. He's done the glue guy role exceptionally well, and I think there's no reason to believe that he can't get better offensively. But the reality is he is not shooting the ball well. He is not playing great offensive basketball, and this little setback from the illness has been apparent compared to what it was in the beginning of the year when he just looked so smooth in those early games against Portland, Utah, and some lower-end teams.
So it's called a sophomore slump. We all know about it in the history of any sport. It's happened. Rookies.
Yeah, mine was yesterday.
Rookies of the year. You're on to your junior year now, so we're moving on. You don't have that. You're a veteran. Joe Charbonneau won the American League Rookie of the Year one year. The next year, he was down in Charleston with his Charleston Charlies, got sent to the minor leagues years ago. It happens. Draymond did not have a sophomore slump. He bid his time behind David Lee and then eventually proved he could guard Blake inferior and became a starter on those championship teams. In any event, Podziemski's fine. He's lost confidence in his shot. What Draymond is saying is the outside world is pressurizing him the entire offseason. And I would not have traded Brandon Podziemski in the offseason. He just started it to begin his career. And he was a shot maker. He takes tough shots, not just outside shots. The way he gets in the paint, sometimes he over dribbles and a lot of head fakes and pivots in the paint. But he's won games. The Houston game, they don't get to overtime without him. But he also got elbowed in the nose. He broke a nose. The mask was an adjustment. He's not shot the ball well. He still plays well. But what Draymond was saying is, we don't care if you make a damn shot. Just play your game. But then he went on to say, as a leader of this team, there were times when, and he lost confidence in his shot, and we know it. The play-in game years ago against Memphis, he had a little bottom of the circle jump hook. He didn't take the shot. He turned it down, and they didn't score, and Ja Morant went dancing off the floor. There were a lot of times Draymond Green lost confidence in his shot, would not shoot the ball, and he spoke openly about, when I lost confidence, not like Pods, he keeps chucking them, I just wouldn't shoot. As Don Nelson said, any coach has said, a shot created has got to be taken, or it bogs down the whole offense. If we swing, and you're open, shoot the damn ball. I don't care if you try not to shoot an air ball so we can get a rebound, but shoot the ball. And Draymond, obviously, shooting the ball better this year on the three ball. Last night he made a few flat ones, but he's at 43%. He was up last year at 40. But there have been years he's been in the 20s, and he just would not shoot it. But it's not about Draymond shooting the ball. It's about the leadership. And they had him mic'd last night, and just some of the things he was saying were so incredible about how he's accepted coaching. A lot of times, when they mic a guy, it's just superfluous, inane stuff because they don't want anything to get out. He really, I don't know how it got approved with Tommy Edza and Phil Policino on the Warrior broadcast, how that went through with Raymond, if you listened to it. But it was very honest about, Steve has shown me clips of the turnovers I have to back away from them. Just stop the diagonal cross-court passes. In the NFL, they're pick sixes. In the NBA, they're pick threes. Just don't do that. Do what they used to do. They used to pitch ahead, where if you're coming up the floor on the right wing or the right base backcourt, pitch it ahead to the right wing forecourt. Don't try to diagonal it across the floor. There's too many bodies and long arms, and if they pick it, they got numbers coming the other way. Beyond that, but it's just everything. The way he's playing, his commitment to his body, giving up alcohol. I don't know if he's not drinking anymore, but a few years ago, you could see a noticeable improvement of his play. Marcus Thompson wrote a big piece about him lifting weights. He didn't think he needed that. He was naturally strong when he was younger. As you get older, it's just body maintenance to be able to bounce back. And I do worry about his knees. I mean, he has like Goldie pad ice packs on both knees. When he comes out of the game, Eric Hausen, and they go from his thigh all the way to his ankle. It's like, whoa. But it's also maintenance. I think he's still playing, but we had a lot of check boxes before the year. If the four young guys got to improve, Podziemski's fine. It's social media, and you didn't trade him for Lauri Markkanen. He's an all-star. Okay, just let him be. This happens a lot. I do see a little Austin Reeves in him. Steve mentioned that. I don't know about Manu maybe being a lefty. There's something to his offensive game, but he literally sticks his nose into every play, picks up charges. He's tough. He's a guy, DiVincenzo did a lot of that when he was here. And I'm not saying he's Dante, but Dante's an older, more established rotation player. Anyway, Pods is fine. But anyway, all the things that had to be, the new guys had to assimilate in. They are. Buddy Hield's working his ass off, all of it. But the number one improvement in this team from last year's team, they won 46 games last year. Draymond missed 29 of them, and they were 14 and 15 when he was out. When he was out there, they were a good team. He wasn't out there enough. He wasn't out there with the right frame of mind. He was ripping the team apart. He was making it personal. You're Rudy Gobert, whatever you got going on, you guys deal with it. But when it comes time to play a game, you can't do something silly. Yusef Nurkic, what was he doing there? it got to the point where they're going to take you off the floor, and they talked to him. And you mentioned therapy and counseling. We wondered, none of our business. I think he's a good dad, a good husband. I don't know what he is, but it was more the compete factor. He's competing in the right way. He can kick Zach Edey on the floor one time. It's not a big deal. I don't think he did it maliciously, but it shouldn't have been done. That was a bad play, and he was right to get a flagrant. He's backing off. There have been technicals where he started to go red right away, and you thought he's going to get tossed, but he's backed away. But beyond his leadership, he's just a different. Steph leads a different way. Andre Iguodala led a different way. Andrew Bogut led a different way. Chris Mullin led a different way. Mike Singletary led a different way as a player. Draymond's way of leading is challenging, but he is smart. I don't know what that guy wants to do post-playing career. He could obviously be a broadcaster. He would be a tremendous coach. And he does have tact. For a while, I thought, you just bully everybody? You're a bad teammate. What are you yelling at James Wiseman for? Remember the night he got kicked out of a game against the Knicks? And he wasn't yelling at the refs. He was yelling at James Wiseman. Well, why is he yelling at his teammate like that? Why are you undressing him? Why are you yelling at Kevin Durant like that, berating him? There were so many times that you thought, this guy, he is impactful, but he's a bad teammate at times. Not just obvious ways, sucker punching guys, getting suspended and all that. And then his game began to, we got into a discussion I think it was right after the pandemic when Steph was hurt. They went to Miami, Orlando back to back. And Vucevic was a Orlando Magic player still then. He couldn't guard him at all. Zero. Just could not guard him. There was a game in Charlotte where he got kicked out of the game. I think the night before, it wasn't Miami, it was Charlotte. He got kicked out of the game at the end. They made the technical free throws to force overtime, then they lost. And by Monday came around after that weekend, I said, should they, could they, would they trade him? Would they trade him? The owner's not going to trade him. But by and large, at that point, could you? You maybe should, but could and would. What are you going to get for him? He looked like a broken down player that had played a lot of finals years and his career was going down. And then the behavior, and he didn't seem to accept it. But all that is gone now. And hopefully it continues. I think I'd put him up for most improved player in the NBA in all regards, availability. He's back on the Defensive Player of the Year. All NBA, D, first, second team. All-star games coming here. Is he going to score enough points to be an all-star? You didn't put him on Team USA. There's a reason for that. Grant Hill came right out and said it. So that guy, it's just amazing, Greg. In a year's time, that Draymond Green that caused so much drama around here and was breaking up the fabric of this team, he's completely flipped. Now you see the guy why Steph always had his back. And Steve, after all the incidents, how many times he yelled at Steve publicly and privately? Yeah. I mean, Steve, your family knows Steve. He could write a book about everything with Draymond Green. But he's playing, I'm not going to say the best basketball of his career, but I think he's back. Kind of like Buster Posey's 2021 compared to his 2012. He's older. He's smarter. He still knows how to guard. He can roam and guard everybody. When you want to downsize, he can guard bigs. He's playing exceptionally well as he's ever played. And then as a leader, he's just grown. And this is the championship Draymond, the leadership, everything. I think if anybody on this team, Steph is Steph, we kind of expect that guy to play the way he does. He just always does. Draymond's the one that is up and down and all around. Draymond Green is back to being one of the best players in the NBA. And is he, in all regards, not just playing the MIP in this league, is he the most improved person in the NBA?
808 KNBR, 808-5627 if you want to join the conversation on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, or call in. And we're going to talk more about the Warriors a little bit later because we can get into Andrew Wiggins' big night. We can get into this guy right here, Jonathan Kuminga, who we got a detachable little bobblehead.
What is that?
Yeah, it's the Kuminga bobblehead with the new jerseys.
Doing a chin up on the rim. I love that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's you can kind of rock it back and forth. And Kuminga.
Where did you get that? You had to go to the game to get one of those?
No. I just have sources.
Oh, you got connections. I know.
It's the Dubs OT life that is taking me here. But we're going to get back into the Niners on the other side before we get ready for Tim Ryan at 11 o'clock. And, Draymond Green, this is the self-aware, revitalized Draymond that has been a major piece of why the Warriors are 11-3 right now when a lot of people weren't sure they could be that. More on the other side. Back to the Niners, back to the Packers. It's Papa, it's Silver here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting family and friends is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday or Monday Night Football. Get ready for an elevated game night. Game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are well underway now, and now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint, whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook. Find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. So support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, like each season is so unique, and there's ebbs and flows of each season. There's different players on the field and different coaches. There's no blame to put anywhere. I just think that, honestly, there is a little bit of blame. I think the blame is our offense needs to perform at a better, and that's players. Coach Shanahan gives us opportunities to go out there and close games, and we've kind of missed out on those opportunities, whether it's missed blocking on a run play by anybody, a bad cut, even Brock with a bad throw. Like we just miss out on some of those opportunities that we've been cleaner before in the past. And I think that's one thing. I think our defense is playing at a level enough for us to win. I think we should be scoring 25 plus points a game to be able to win those games. And to me, the pressure's on the offense. And it's not really pressure. It's just like, hey guys, just go play football the way we've been playing, and we have to be better than we have been.
Nicely done by George Kittle. And look, George Kittle's always honest. I would never say that he just kind of says things for the sake of saying them. But I love the pivot between, I'm not going to say there's anyone to blame. Actually, check that. We're to blame. It's on us. And the offense has to perform better. And when you score 17 points at home against a division rival and it ends in an L, the offense absolutely has to play better. And we're going to have Tim Ryan here joining us shortly. But the jumping off point I'll use is to revisit our friends from the morning show, Papa, and their question from young Tony, who is our great workhorse on the board, and then John Joe Curley, who is probably red as a lobster and like the reddest kind of lobster out in Hawaii right now. They wanted to know the importance of the 49ers getting a signature win. And the answer to me is yes, they need this one, but not for the optics of a signature win and beating a good team. It's for the math. It's the Packers are 7-3, but they're third in their division. Gonna be definitely fighting for a wild card spot unless Detroit really slows down here at the end of the season. But they're poised to probably go and take the NFC North crown and potentially the number one seed. They need this one for the math. They're essentially 2 games back in their own division because they're a game back of Arizona and they don't have any of these tiebreakers right now. I don't think they need this for the sake of a signature win and getting confidence back in the building. I think you just got to find a way to win any way, how. 6-5, you'll take it, and then you just go week by week from here.
You're 10 weeks into this, and you're 5-5, so you've got 5 wins. Whether you want to call the wins a signature, I mean, Dallas is not Dallas anymore. You did beat Tampa Bay. They're the only team in football that's been in the playoffs 4 straight years. Last 4 years is Tampa Bay, and they've won their division the last 3 years. They could still get there. Mike Evans is coming back. It doesn't matter if it's signature or not, and I know the person that said that. We're both very close to him. That dropped that line. The signature wins come in January. The bottom line is you got to go to Green Bay and deal with Lambeau. But the Niners do have a good vibe in that stadium after the playoff game and the snow game, the Talanoa scoop and score game. They can deal with the elements in that stadium. And then obviously, and it's not going to be that harsh. They had a dusting overnight, but I don't think it's going to be fine by Sunday. And, they've knocked LaFleur's Packers out 3 of his 5 years. They beat them last year. They beat them in 2019 all the way to the Super Bowl. I agree with you. Signature or not, they just add up. You need to win. And right now, Arizona's 6-4. Everybody in your division is 5-5. It's a logjam, but you dropped 3 division games. They're 1-3 in the NFC West. So even if they win out and get to 3-3, are they going to have that tiebreaker? They're a mediocre NFC team. They need more NFC wins. So going to Lambeau would be signature. Going to Buffalo, that's going to be hard off their bye. I think there's a way. And I know the Bills obviously extremely well. It's my hometown. You can run on those guys. They play a lot of 11 personnel. They don't they could have Matt Milano back for this game. He's been hurt the last couple of years. In any event, they just need to start playing Niner football. And Tim Ryan will join us in a little bit here for the football hour. I mean, what George is saying, we need to score 25 or more points. Well, the Niners are averaging exactly 25 points a game. But that's, when Jimmy took them to the Super Bowl that year in 19, they averaged like 29.8. Last year, they were right there, about 30 a game, and they had the 3 games where they lulled and scored 17. So the bottom line is when they score, they win. They've scored 17 points twice this year, lost them both in Minnesota in the last game against Seattle. Now, in years past, the defense may be able to get you a win, hold the other team to 14. We don't have that kind of defense right now. And so the games they've won, they scored 32 against the Jets, 30 against New England, 36 against Seattle on the Thursday night game, October the 10th, 30 against Dallas. The one game where they didn't get there, 23 against Tampa, went down to the end. In this game, they scored 17. It obviously was not enough. As you look at it, and we'll break it down with T-Rock, and we'll get into the Packers a lot. Green Bay's got that deja vu with this team and this because they're playing the Niners again after letting a division game go away. They felt like they should have played the Lions in the NFC Championship game, and they beat Detroit on Thanksgiving Day. They may have gone to the Super Bowl. Their quarterback played well, but they also threw 2 fourth-quarter picks to Dre Greenlaw. And then the last one, the cross-the-body throw on first down was a mistake, and Dre finally went down. But Jordan Love has said he's watched that game back 3 times in the offseason. T-Rock is here. We'll let him in. He doesn't know we have security now. We don't need to let him in. But in any event, yeah, it's nice that George says that. When you look at the numbers, the Niners are number 2 in total offense in the NFL, and they're number 7 in rushing offense in the NFL. They were 4 coming out of the bye. Interestingly, they've dropped with McCaffrey back. And they're number 4 in passing. They're number 1 in possession average. It's just the red zone, and they were better the last game. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But they need to score. When they're losing, they're scoring in the teens. When they're winning, they're scoring in the 30s. That's why you get to an average of 25. But really, it's the high end you got to get to. But signature win or whatever, they're 5-5, Greg. They're running out of mulligans here. We've made the turn. We're on the back 9 now. You got to start birdieing some holes here. You can't bogey anymore. You've got to lock in and play Niner football. And are they before the end of the year? Will it be too late? Can they do it now? We'll see. But I'm going to let Tim break it down. They got to improve. There's no doubt on that side of the ball, on both sides of the ball, to get these games done.
Well, as we let Tim Ryan get set up, and we're going to have a treat for the next hour here, I'll also tell you, and I'll let Kyle get the contest cue sounder ready, that we have a contest going all week. So today and tomorrow, we've done 1 winner per day, Tuesday through Friday. And you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Tom Segura at Chase Center January 24th, and 2 tickets to see Lewis Black at the Masonic January 26th. Both are comedians. Both will give you some good laughs. So tune in between now and 1 p.m. when we give the cue to call. Be the 10th caller to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Find official rules at knbr.com. Kyle, what is the cue to call?
Excuse me, is this where we meet his teacher?
Well, look who's out of the anemone.
Yes, shocking, I know.
Marty, right?
Marlin.
Bob. Ted. Bill. Hey, you're a clownfish. You're funny, right? Hey, tell us a joke.
So there you have it right there. Finding Nemo. It's special, and you got a chance to go and win the contest. So when you hear that cue to call sometime between now and 1 o'clock, be the 10th caller at 415-896-KNBR. I will also tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and it is about that time of week where we have our good friend Tim Ryan here to join us for the football hour, and that starts now.
.20 seconds to play in the game. 2nd and 2, 13-yard line. Geno Smith now 2-by-2. Hits his back foot, steps up. He's going to run out left. 10, 5, touchdown Seattle. Geno Smith runs in the end zone for a go-ahead touchdown. With 12 seconds to go in the game.
Oh, cool. Let me just hear that 75 more times before we got into this Lambeau game. We do welcome our good friend Tim Ryan, and these two obviously know each other very well because you can hear them together.
Greg Papa, damn glad to meet you.
Yeah, right. Greg Papa, Tim Ryan.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Greg.
Hello,
it's Greg
hello,
on
Tim.
the reg.
And,
Greg's on the reg.
2 Gregs on the reg. Before we get down to business, I will tell you that this Tim Ryan Football Hour is sponsored by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. Tim, I know this is quite familiar for you, but I would just like to say great to have you. Welcome to the Papa and Silver Show for the first time.
Yeah, right on, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate your pops. And it's depressing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Closer you get, the harder, the more it hurts. look, this team's going to be all right, as I've said many times, and we all know this roster. The faithful knows this roster. They know these coaches. I know there's a lot of armchair quarterbacks that are talking about play calling and other challenges that have certainly cropped up for the 49ers this year. And, they're not the only ones struggling in the red zone. That little,
Green Bay's worse.
Shanahan, McVay, this number just absolutely shocked me. When you look around the league and the red zone production, touchdown production, and that's obviously percentage of plays when you're inside the 20 that end with a touchdown rather than a field goal. 21st, Miami, out of 32 teams. 26th, the Rams. 27th, the 49ers. 28th, the Packers. The moral of that story is they're all running the same system. So is it a weird coincidence, or are defenses on to what this scheme is doing down in the money zone? And maybe a little bit of both. Obviously, play could be better for the 49ers, and I think a perfect example the other day is when they get in position, and it's really been a story all year long for the offense, there's some self-inflicted wounds. And whether it's penalties and certainly there's enough to go around. Penalties or a missed protection, and there ends up being a sack. Is it a lack of execution by the quarterback at times? Is it a drop at times? It wasn't in the red zone, but we all remember the Ronnie Bell drop at Los Angeles week 3 that would have salted that game away. So the bottom line is the offense just has not been consistent enough in playing good for long enough stretches. They always seem at key moments to have an error in some way or another. So I remain optimistic with these players, with these coaches in this building, that they can get it right with an absolutely brutal schedule in front of them. But at the end of the day, it's time for a big sober self-assessment and looking in the mirror. And what does this team have? It's time for mental toughness. It's 1 week at a time. It will start in Green Bay on Sunday at Lambeau Field, a place where they've played pretty well. We remember the divisional playoff a couple of years ago. Green Bay is a very good team. You look at the Packers, and Jordan Love is not having the year that he had last year. Now, I tell everybody, his year last year really didn't start till week 11 when he finished the season with 23 touchdowns to 1 interception. This dude can absolutely shred you. He's got all the skill sets. He's highly confident, a bit like Geno Smith. If he can make all the throws, he'll throw a lot more off-platform throws and probably more aggressive, I would think, than Geno Smith. But like most quarterbacks, in particular these two guys, if you get some pressure on them and get some heat on them, it's a different ball game. He's going to serve up some opportunities and make some bad decisions. So when you look at both of these teams, numbers-wise, offense and defense, and we'll get into what they're doing on defense, there will be no surprises on either side of the ball. I mean, with Jeff Hafley was here 3 years. He knows this scheme. He practices against it every day. In terms of the structure of what the MO of this offense is, and then the same goes for the 49ers and Nick Sorensen, and looking at that offense, practicing against it every day. And then offensively, both play callers know how to attack this style of defense, and there are a lot of similarities in how Hafley will line up with his 4-man front. Now they'll play some more under front where they slide the line weak side and bring a 5th guy up on the line of scrimmage. But a lot of cover 3, a lot of quarter, half, which is, quarters on one side, half on the other, some cover 2. The biggest difference when you look at these teams, and again, a lot of similarities numbers-wise, third down, red zone, both able to run it, both able to throw it. But when you look at the fourth quarter of both of these teams, defensively is where the difference is. The Packers change everything on fourth down when you look at them. Hafley is not going to sit back and play prevent and prohibit his team from winning games and trying to play it safe. They're going to bring heat. They're going to play tight man coverage. They're going to challenge offenses, and they've come out on the winning side in 7 of those games. They've had 7 games that have gone down to the final possession. They're 6-1 in those games. The only one they lost was the opener in Brazil when Jordan Love got hurt at the end of the game, and they were trying to get back in it and win it. So at the end of the day, the defense is going to have to finish. They will have their hands full against this scheme. They will have their hands full against these players. So many quality young players. I think this was the youngest roster in the league last year, and they're not far off this year. They got a lot of good players and a lot of good draft picks. And my God, is Josh Jacobs the absolute perfect fit for that running scheme and how they like to run it, and they will commit to it. But the biggest difference is going to be defense finishing and offense not self-destructing at the end of the game. You look at this defense, 49ers defense in the fourth quarter, 88 points allowed. That's 30-plus more points than any other quarter when you talk about quarters 1 through 3 throughout the season. The Packers' fourth quarter, they've given up 32 points in the fourth quarter. Their defense has finished games the 49ers have been unable to. That's really the bottom line.
A lot of great stuff there from Tim Ryan, and we're going to have the next 50 minutes to get all into it. But right now, we'll just take a short break. And I know Greg are going to have a lot of questions to ask along the way. So it's the Football Hour with Tim Ryan, and it's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan will join Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach today at 3:30. So tune in live and listen on the KNBR app or KNBR.com or wherever you stream the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Tim Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's a play action at Kenneth Walker. Deep set. Bosa has got him and sacks him. Boy, he came ripping around the edge that time, and Abraham Lucas and lit up Geno Smith.
Well, Nick Bosa got the sack, and he's been the talking point of a lot of this week with his injury. And he did say yesterday that his injury right now with the obliques is not the same core muscle injury.
Obliques. I like how you said that. Plural.
Bilateral.
Obliques.
The Achilles is the obliques. Not the same core injury that kept him out of his final year of Ohio State, but still a pretty brutal loss for the defense, given that, and we talked about this yesterday, Tim, as Tim Ryan joins us for the football hour, the 49ers don't blitz because Nick Bosa's second in the league in QB pressures. If he can't go, Nick Sorensen's got a whole different challenge on his hands, because when Jordan Love is pressured, he will make mistakes. When Jordan Love is comfortable, well, we saw it in the first 2.5 quarters in that divisional round, it could be really dangerous.
Yeah, the question is the risk worth the reward of sending pressure against Jordan Love with the young secondary, who for the 49ers certainly have played better in terms of the coverage over the last 5 games. Got to eliminate the mental errors, the missed assignments, and there were 2 on that final drive. Both of them on third down. There was a 3rd and 3 and a 3rd and 5, and there was a missed assignment. So they're one play away from getting off the field, and there's a coverage breakdown. So those have been in big moments. And again, when you got a young secondary, it's somewhat to be expected. But these guys have been playing long enough that they've got to clean that stuff up. So do you send the extra, the 5th guy on Jordan Love in the reward of getting the pressure and getting takeaway opportunities, or do you try to keep an extra guy back in coverage because all of those weapons are legit that they've got? And Reed, I would think, would be their go-to guy, Jaden Reed. He's got 12 explosives. They use him in a lot of different ways. He is their number 1 weapon. I would pencil in Tucker Kraft behind him, the tight end, and I know the other receivers are very good, especially Dobbs, but Kraft is a really good football player, and they use him the right way. I think Matt LaFleur is on his game in terms of his play calling, and he knows what he's got, and they'll be committed to the run game. They've got a whole menu of quick concepts, shotgun quick game where Jordan Love just, it's 1-2, bang, the ball's out. He's throwing it to guys, and then they've got shots. They've got play action. They've got deep shots. Christian Watson has certainly become a major deep threat. He has always been a terrific prospect coming out of North Dakota State, but was raw coming out, 6'4", runs 4.3, but he's had hamstring issues. He's had major issues in his first 2 seasons. Now here in year number 3, I think he's only missed 1 game this year, and he's starting to make his presence felt for sure. When you got a guy that big, that long, that can run like he can, you got to stay on top of him. You cannot let him get behind you. So then that opens up all the comeback routes, all the breaking routes where he's coming back to the football, because you're already out of position in terms of leverage. So we'll see. I'm sure Nick will have a good plan, because there's no doubt you got to get heat on Jordan Love, or he will shred you. It's going to be a long day. And Bosa might play. I'm never counting Nick Bosa out. I talked to him yesterday for a while. Yes, it's obliques. Yes, it's both sides. Yes, he's been in a lot of pain. Yes, he had to tap out in the game the other day after the sack, and I thought he was ready for a heater, bro. That was going to be a 4-sack day for him. They were rotating the right tackle. Cross has had some challenges at left tackle. I thought Floyd played his ass off. That long arm stab bull rush was just ridiculous down in the red zone. I think he was going to get a sack on the last play of the game, too, when Geno took off. He won to the inside, Leonard Floyd. And that, of course, where Yetur Gross-Matos was not just tired, he was hit the wall tired. And a one-timer rushed inside and left a huge crease. Guys back in man coverage. It was a funky look in terms of the man coverage. I'm not sure the call was right. I think the receivers kind of ran him into the right spots. So they didn't end up busting, but they were all out of position back there with their backs turned to the quarterback to be able to come up and make a play on Geno on the game winner. So I'm hoping Nick plays. You can bull rush both of these tackles, in particular Rasheed Walker over on the left side, young left tackle, doesn't have a big anchor. We love Nick on the power rushes. Floyd can also power rush with that long arm stab, but you got to get heat on him. So we'll see as the week goes on if Nick is going to be available or not.
He's indestructible. I mean, we didn't think he was going to for sure play the last game.
And he hates missing. He's absolutely got the Warrior mentality.
Except for the ACL tear. He missed one game in Atlanta, and they lost that game without him. So unless it's a really debilitating injury like a core muscle in school or ACL, he plays. But we'll see. What are you seeing from Jordan Love? Because you mentioned he got hot middle of last year, that Thanksgiving Day game when they went to Detroit and won. He came to our place, 18 touchdowns, 1 INT. He threw a couple of picks in the fourth quarter to Dre, would flip the game.
Right.
He's throwing interceptions, obviously the first game of the year in Brazil, and I thought it was going to be a really bad injury. He wound up injuring his left medial collateral ligament. He sat out a couple of games. They won without him. But then watching the Jacksonville game back yesterday, that groin, he was hopping around on it. He's got a brace on the left knee.
I think the brace is gone watching
the Chicago game. Do you think he's completely healthy? He wasn't most of the year. He was unstable on the left side. Do you think he's healthy now?
I think he is. Just, I mean, he took off and ran a couple of times against Chicago. You know, on third down when they're running the quick game, if it's not there and he can't get it to his check down, and they got some real creative ways in getting that ball out on those swing routes to the running backs or just dropping it off to a tight end, he's going to take off and run. And when he's in scoring position or he's looking for the line to gain to get a first down, there's no sliding out of Jordan Love. I didn't see any of that in the Bears game. So I think he is healthy. I think he's just been at times inconsistent, and that to me just magnifies how freaking hard the position is to play and play with consistency. And I was talking to Brock about this the other day. He's like, man, everyone just anticipates from one year to the next, you just jump right back in and keep improving. And it just doesn't work that way. And Brock certainly has not played bad, and he's been, as a matter of fact, has been outstanding on the road. Even though they're 2-2, he's been really good on the road. So he's just been inconsistent at times. Obviously, pressure has bothered him. Obviously, there'll be times when you need to just throw it away when the play's not there. And then there's just flashes of inconsistency. And I think part of it, like he threw that interception against Chicago where he sailed it over Kraft's head down in the red zone and right to the defender who was sitting back in zone coverage. Sometimes because his feet aren't right, and he's all over the place with his feet.
Throws off his back foot
all over the place with his feet. The ball will sail on him, and he will be, inaccurate at times. He's 62%. Certainly you love your quarterbacks closer to 70%. So he's just been inconsistent, and then at times trying to play hero ball when the game's on the line or there's pressure in his face. But make no mistake about it. This guy is one of the top quarterbacks in pro football. He's got every skill set. He's got all the confidence. And if they do not have impact, and it's not even going to be, they've only given up 13 sacks. Their O-line's pretty good at protecting the passer and his mobility and at times, again, throwing it away and putting it up for grabs and keeping both teams alive with that behavior pattern at times. But if there is not pressure on him, he will go wild and have a huge day.
Let's talk about the other quarterback and the other offensive line, because the 49ers, I think to your point, Tim, not a team that is super penalty prone. They are on the bottom 8 in the league or so in number of penalties. But when it comes to
when they happen.
It's when they happen. And offensive holding, they have the third most in the league, which has kind of been a big one. One of the talking points that we've had this week is when you went on with Murph and Marcus on Monday morning and you talked about Brock Purdy maybe looking a little bit uncomfortable in Shanahan's system. I just kind of want to follow up on that conversation and ask, aside from the personnel and the injuries, which are part of the game, what can Kyle Shanahan do to make Brock Purdy a little bit more comfortable in this home stretch of the season?
Well, I don't know. I don't want that to be taken out of context. It's just been inconsistent. It's not just Brock. It's sometimes the routes aren't right. Sometimes guys have had drops. Sometimes there's pressure coming on them. So it just hasn't, and as good as it was the first half season and as good as it was last year, it's just frankly hasn't been that good. Now it's a team game. It's 11 guys out there that are working in unison and have it synced up. So I don't know if he can do anything easier or different in terms of Kyle, and they'll try to do some different concepts and get guys off their trail a little bit. But it's just, the example, the 2nd and 11 play. And again, there's no rhyme or reason to it. When there was 4 minutes to go in the game, the 49ers were up 4 points against Seattle. in my mind, I'm like, this game's over. I mean, McCaffrey had a big run. Then I think there was a defensive hold penalty. They're pushing it closer to the goal line. Then there's a negative run. So
2nd and 11 over the middle.
So now there's 2nd and 11, and it's Debo over the middle. And it wasn't, Debo's not a great route runner in terms of creating that instant separation with his breaks. However, he was open enough. And again, I don't know all the quarterback reads, but I think Brock's reading the middle backer. He's out of position. Brock threw it on time, had his feet planted, and the ball sailed on him, and it was high, and Debo was able to go up and get one hand on it. That was 2nd and 11. Brock will make 99 out of 100 of those throws. He could make that throw in his sleep. That is certainly one of his bread and butter throws in terms of the end cut in the second level of the defense. Can usually put that on the receiver. So that was a missed opportunity. Then they end up in 3rd and 11. Seattle did the right thing. They brought 2 blitzers off the edge. They dropped 2 guys to the middle. There was nowhere to go except out to Juwan. Got it out to Juwan, and obviously he didn't get a first down. Was able to break a tackle, but didn't get a first down. Now they're stuck at I think it was a 4th and 6. Was it 4th and 6 at that point? He got 5, I think.
Yes.
And then Seattle calls 2 timeouts.
Consecutively in a dead ball period.
And the referees let him get away with it with some bogus administrative error. 49ers, and again, I don't expect them to be on the beneficiaries of calls ever, but, and all teams could probably say that. But this season has been in particular in terms of, those calls have gone in the other direction. So that should have been a penalty. That should have been a 4th and 1 at the 37, and this is a whole different game. There's a couple plays, Greg, every game. And again, it's not just Brock and being uncomfortable, and it really goes to every player on the roster. And special teams certainly have played their role as well. And again, I'm not going to take anything away from the Rams. I'm not going to take anything away from Arizona. I'm not taking anything away from Seattle the other day. Their quarterbacks made plays. Their players made plays in big moments. But those were 3 giveaway games that the 49ers typically in years past, certainly the last few, go out and win and stomp on people and finish. They've been unable to do that. And again, it's been both sides of the ball. So as much as the depression sets in, and it's especially for the guys in the building, like the fans, I get it. Everybody's bummed, and they're 5-5, and there's a lot of expectations, and those expectations remain. But as hard as these guys work, and as much time as they put in, Mondays are depressing, man, after a loss like that. You gotta really dig down and find some mental toughness. I think this team can do it, but we'd be having a whole different conversation about everybody's level of play if they were 8-2 and if it wasn't for those, couple plays in each one of those games. So I guess the moral of the story is they're not that far off. The execution just has not been good enough, frankly, in some of the biggest moments.
Yeah, we had Mike Pereira on late on our first show Monday, and he broke down that whole 4th and 6 back-to-back timeout thing to the point where it set Greg on fire for the rest of the show.
Luckily, it was the last 15 minutes of the show and not the first 15, or I would have spoiled Silver's game. How did they get away with that? We saw it. I saw the line judge coming down, number 16.
Well, and you could see the guy call the timeout on the sideline as well. Now, I know there's this unwritten rule with the officials that usually they'll tell the guy, hey, you can't call that.
But he did give him the timeout.
But he did give him the timeout. And once he gave him the timeout and stopped the action, I don't think you got any choice to go back and do what they did.
Joe Gibbs did that when he came back, and he was in the Hall of Fame. Remember, he unretired. He did it against Buffalo. He called back-to-back. It was embarrassing. He did it on offense. So if you're going to put it on Joe Gibbs, the Hall of Fame, you got to do it. And you could see McDonald's reaction with his head like, what did we just do? I don't know if he called it or the assistant special teams coordinator, but how would that have changed that game?
Well, 4th and 1.
4th and 1.
Yeah, come on.
Probably
at the 37, absolutely go for it. We know the challenges that the kickers have had this year in terms of the special teams, so I don't think there's any. Now, would they have got it? I would hope that they would. So who knows? I mean, I just know one thing. The run game's got to sync up as this thing moves forward and you start looking at this schedule, and especially these next 2 road games. The run game has not been great in 3 of the last 4 games. And give Seattle credit, they defended it pretty well, and they had some looks that were tough to run against. CMC may have missed one or two reads, which is rare. There was one that he missed that was, going to be an explosive play, and he's still getting his training camp legs underneath him and his vision underneath him. So that's got to sync up. Everything comes off the run game, all the play action, everything else. You got to run it better down in the red zone. But I think Juwan's been great. I don't think there's any question. Juwan's been an absolute monster. But I don't think there's any question George Kittle missing that game against Seattle the other day and all the shell coverage that they start with. Now, they rotate on the passing downs a lot into, different coverages, and they played a lot of tight man coverage like most people are doing against the 49ers on third down or down in the red zone. But Kittle's blocking, Kittle's ability to control the middle of the field, Kittle's ability to get him out of that cover 2 defense with big pops, both in the run game and in the throwing game. There was one reception to the tight end, Eric Saubert, on a little looky blitz beater for 7 yards. And we all know Kittle's been a Seattle crusher throughout his career. So he was missed. I anticipate he'll be raring to go against these Green Bay Packers and the way they run their coverages. And again, no surprises. Where you can run the football on them, no surprises. George's addition, I think, is going to be huge on the road this week at Lambeau.
We'll continue the conversation on the other side. Tim Ryan joining us for the football hour, and of course you can hear him and Greg Papa this Sunday from Lambeau Field. That's all coming up right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And I'm Greg Papa back on KNBR. Have you had a slice of Tony's Pizza lately? You want to get to Tony's in the North Beach. Best pizza I've ever had, and it's been ranked #1 in the entire world. And it's my personal go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and there's spicy bucatini, one of my all-time faves. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic and mouth-wateringly delectable. Don't forget to finish your meal off the right way with a super delicious cannoli or tiramisu. And then take a morning stroll to the North Beach and do it all over again. Try his homemade bread, sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And if you are looking to attend a sporting event and you want to hit one of Tony's Slice House fast casual restaurants serving up delicious slices and more across the bay, make sure to get a Tony's at Chase Center, Oracle Park, at Levi's Stadium. No matter where you are around the bay, make sure you get a slice of Tony soon.
Now back to Papa and Silver and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Second and goal from the 8 for the Packers. Trips receivers left, one right. Jacobs to the right of Love in the shotgun. Love the snap. Looking to throw. Underneath, it's caught by Jacobs at the 10. Inside the 5. Inside the end zone. Touchdown, Packers.
Little fun fact about that highlight there from Josh Jacobs and his receiving touchdown. I was sitting in our old 810 The Bread studio not that long ago and rolling audio on the Packers game. I believe that was the Texans week. And Josh Jacobs got that receiving touchdown, which then was announced was his first ever receiving touchdown.
How about that?
Really?
Yeah, one.
Wow.
So, and now Josh Jacobs is a new Green Bay Packer, and that was their signing to replace Aaron Jones over the offseason. And Aaron Jones having a good, solid year out in Minnesota. But we talked about this with Tim Ryan, who joins us for the remaining 20 minutes or so of this football hour. Josh Jacobs has been a great replacement for that offense. And on a team full of young talent, he's like a seasoned vet at age, 27?
Yeah, hard to believe. And again, at 220 pounds and the way that he runs, he's got the vision for all the quick. And most of their game is between the tackles now. He can bounce. He can definitely get it to the outside, but he loves to go downhill and he'll find those little creases inside, making his reads. And this whole offense is read it one gap at a time from the outside in, and he's quick at doing it. So he's got clarity in his vision. He's decisive. And then once he gets going downhill, if you're not getting penetration, you're not getting him off his track, he's getting 4 yards. He's just that kind of runner. His lateral quickness, I think, is very underrated in terms of in the hole, just quick little hiccups at going one way or the other to get guys that were squared up trying to make a tackle now forced into sticking an arm out and making arm tackles, and he's going to power through all of those. So I would say that this game, and we've talked a lot about Jordan Love and getting pressure on him and defending their passing game, which certainly has a chance to be really good. But this is the one component of their game that has been consistent all year long. And I think if you study Matt and where he's been, obviously with the Rams, the Titans, and Green Bay, has known Kyle for a long time.
Going back to Houston.
Yeah, all the way back.
Washington, Atlanta.
Yeah, he is a believer in the commitment to the run game. So I think it's absolutely paramount, the 49ers. I'm looking forward to the best middle linebacker in the league against the top 3 rusher in the league. I think Josh Jacobs is third right now in terms of where he is, like 142 yards away from 1,000 through 10 games. And he gets into the end zone. So he is a major problem. They've got to close those gaps early, because if they don't, it's going to be a 35-time banger ice bag game, because LaFleur will absolutely stay committed to the run game, unlike a lot of other coaches that are now calling plays in pro football.
Yeah, during the offseason, when Saquon Barkley went to Philadelphia, you thought, whoa, that's a big change. That's going to upgrade them. And then Josh Jacobs, so we saw with the Raiders a few years ago, rushing champion, his size, ability to break tackles and run away, he's special. Aaron Jones, a good player. What a major acquisition on their offense. But over on
no doubt
defense,
to go with all those young players, those young weapons,
the tight end, the quarterback,
young O-line.
I mean,
they are set for the near future, no question.
But over on the defense, I think one of the quieter acquisitions was them getting Xavier McKinney.
No doubt.
At free safety. 6 interceptions.
Right.
They have completely changed the back end. We're always wondering about Jair Alexander. Is he going to be healthy to play or not? They've got Stokes, a good player. They got good corners. But what does that ball hawk in the middle of their defense change things?
He changes you from taking shots deep because of how he plays in coverage. And they'll move him up in the box and obviously use him as a blitzer as well. I think he's got a sack. I think he leads the team in pass breakups. If not, he's tied with Jair Alexander. So that was a great pickup that somewhat went under the radar. He didn't play his best football with the New York Giants last year. So he has played great for Jeff Hafley. And then the other guy I would think that I haven't heard anybody talk about, but when I watched the tape, Evan Williams, the other safety, the rookie out of Oregon.
Yeah.
Like, this dude is not going to make a mental error. You've got to earn every bit of it against him. So he's had a very good season. He got out there. Remember when Javon Bullard, who they drafted high, second-round pick out of Georgia, I think started the year at safety next to McKinley.
Yeah.
And then had a couple of challenges. They put Evan Williams out there, and they haven't looked back. So they're very tough down the middle of the field. I think you can run it on this defense. Kenny Clark can still play the run. Been around for a long time. Does not have any sacks, which is unusual for him through 10 games. Rashawn Gary is still a stud coming off the edge. When I watch him, though, it's all different for them. He's been a 3-4 outside linebacker. So now, and remember, those guys are defending the run from a stand-up. So half of their body is always open to the edge. And when we're playing with a stand-up, your vision's better. You can see the some of the tricks the 49ers are. We're going to pretend we're going to block you, but we're not. We're influencing you. And he's been very good in that regard. He seems to me to be struggling a little bit with the new scheme. It's all different for him in the 4-man front. They got rid of Preston Smith, I think, for that reason. It's all different, and they traded him. So Enigbari is going to be out there. Cox will play.
Van Ness.
Lucas Van Ness will play. And they're all good players. But I think you can run on this group, and I think you can get up on those linebackers and engulf those guys a little bit. Quay Walker right in the middle is a monster. He was a high pick, came out of Georgia, but he can get out of position sometimes. And if those guys get out of position and you get a body on him, and Pooney has played great, the offensive guard for the 49ers, the rookie. He is, I don't know many guards that are playing better than Pooney, which is hard to say for a rookie out of Kansas through 10 games, a third-round pick. A lot of 5-man front, like I said, when they get into that under front, they'll move Eric Wilson up there. Edgerrin Cooper is another good pick for them. I think better as a blitzer and as a pass defender. He is playing a lot more and is their nickel backer when they get into that 4-2-5 look. But I think you can run it on these guys, and I think you have to. I think their pass rush is, in terms of the 4-man rush, is somewhat pedestrian. Again, Gary is a very good player in terms of his one-on-ones. The whole key against these guys is if they have opportunities to pull away the 49ers offensively, they can't self-inflict. They can't have self-destructive penalties. Whether it's a illegal shift or it's a hold or a false start. I mean, these things have cropped up at the worst times for the 49ers offense. So they got to play clean in that regard. And then they've got to handle the chaos in the fourth quarter because it's coming. If this game comes down to the fourth, and I anticipate it will, if the 49ers can't pull away or if, it's tight within a score or two going into the fourth quarter, Hafley's going to bring the heat. He's going to play tight coverage. You're going to see zero pressures with 6 and 7 guys coming at times. You're going to see a lot of 5-man pressures. You're going to see a lot of fire zones where they drop guys. They show everybody coming, then they drop 2 out, and you'll if they go to a 4-man rush, they'll have 2 guys that are free, lurking, trying to poach routes and poach concepts. So at the end of the game, in the biggest moments, is where the Packers have certainly played their best. Brock, be patient, quarters 1 through 3. They will give you opportunities in their zone coverages to take shots. And again, I think that all comes off the run game in terms of being in those down and distance situations and just being able to pick at their zones, and get some yards after the catch. Debo, let's get some stuff outside the middle of the field, some out-breaking routes. Seems like everybody's been just choking off the middle on Debo Samuel. So maybe some differences there in terms of how they run. And then I don't even know, I have no idea whether the 49ers are going to do it or not. If I did, I wouldn't say. But when I look at this defense, and I've watched some of their games, still got a couple more, you can hit them with the same things that give the 49ers problems. Jet sweeps, crack tosses, crunches, zone reads, and the 49ers have been pretty good at those for the most part because they've got a pretty good defense on how they defend it. But the Packers have been vulnerable to all those same types of plays because of the structure of their defense and carbon copy and a lot of similarities to the 49ers. So maybe some of those plays will be on tap. But at the end of the day, it's coming down to the fourth quarter. Got to be able to finish on both sides of the ball, Greg.
We're going to take our last break so we don't have to cut it too short on the back end of the football hour.
Whenever he calls you Greg, he very much confuses me. He never calls me Greg except one time.
Papa
in the middle of a game.
And Sub Pop.
Sub Pop. Well,
Sub Pop.
he drops a Greg. I'm looking around like, you talking to me?
You are kind of grungy sitting down there, Sub Pop.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll be like
I know you will. I know
Chris
your
Cornell,
father.
Lane Staley, all the good ones.
We're
Eddie
moving
Vedder,
on from
my guy.
Seattle, though. No more grunge.
Yeah, we're moving on. We're moving
going to
on.
Green Bay. Go, Pack, go.
Football Hour, it's Papa, it's Sub Pop Silver, and it's Tim Ryan here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, faithful, this hour we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
3rd down, 11. Jordan Love out of the shotgun. 4-man pressure. Love is back. Throws over the middle. Too high. Intercepted by Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw running back the other way. Breaks a tackle. Running backwards. Goes down at midfield. Finally, the Niners take the ball away.
Oh, my God, did they need that? Tips and overthrows. Got to get those. And got to get down, according to
Get down, Dre! Take a dive, brother. The game's
By the
over.
way, speaking of big play, Dre, I think he's close, boys. I think he's close. I think there's a chance. Again, I have, no idea, no inside information other than watching him. I think there's a chance he's back on the practice field next week. And the sooner he's on the practice field, the sooner he's on the bus, the sooner he's on the plane, the sooner he's on the field on game day. So I think he's getting close.
I mean, here's my thing with Dre Greenlaw is I understand an Achilles injury like that is not going to be the kind of thing you just come back for in your first game and it's all of a sudden all the same. It is a brutal injury to have. But there have been a lot of times this year where I just miss the enforcement factor of a Dre Greenlaw. I'm talking about Mahomes tiptoeing on the sideline for that long run. I'm talking about Geno Smith in the scrambles last year. Dre Greenlaw likes to live on the edge, kind of like another Dre in the Bay Area. And sometimes he gets flagged for it. And sometimes he's got Big Dom getting in his face, and it's a whole thing.
Big Dom. Sometimes he's getting fined on the sideline in street clothes this year.
Yeah, he did this year.
It's like not having Kittle on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
Just with the energy that everybody's going to follow. It's contagious. So, look, Devondre Campbell has played his best football. It took a while. Former Packer, by the way.
Yeah.
Has certainly played his best football over the last 3 games for the 49ers. So he's settling in. And I'm with you. I would not anticipate when Dre comes back, it's big play Dre right out of the box. I mean, this is a game you got to practice. You got to kind of find your slot. You got to go through stuff. It's hard. But there's no doubt they miss his, as you said, enforcement, forcing everybody to throw to the kill zone, and Dre kills it. And most of the time. And to have 2 guys in there, it's different. I mean, Devondre, at times, certainly earlier in the year, late to the party, sticking an arm out in the kill zone. It's not easy. Greenlaw with his anticipation and getting on the right track and then blowing people up, and you're just hoping he's not suplexing everybody he gets his hands on. He has a hard time not doing that. So getting him back just on the practice field and back with this team, I think will be a big shot in the arm for these guys.
Well, he had 2 interceptions against Jordan Love in the 4th quarter last year, that divisional January 20th. And just the matchup with the Packers, the 49ers and Packers have played more playoff games than any 2 teams in the history of the NFL.
2 crown jewels.
Matt LaFleur has had a great 5-year run. It's up there with George Seifert and Jim Harbaugh with the Niners as far as 1 loss, but he's been knocked out of the playoffs 3 times by the Niners. Obviously, that game. The snow game at Lambeau, the 2019, it was January 2020, Raheem Mostert game in the championship game, and we're rolling all the way to the Super Bowl. But I, for one, when the schedule came out and we saw these 2 games back-to-back, and Buffalo's my hometown, so I'm looking forward to that. But Lambeau, and it did have a little dusting of snow last night. I think it'll be clear for Sunday. But this is the Wrigley Field, the Fenway Park. It's the Soldier Field's nothing like it. Lambeau is just different. You were a Chicago Bear.
Yes.
So you played there once a year.
I played a handful of
your
times
career.
there. Yep.
What's it? I love broadcasting. The game we did a couple of years ago in the snow, it just snowed the entire second half. What's it
you
like?
You couldn't talk, but you were still talking.
I played through it.
You did, absolutely did.
You jumped in for big goals.
Yeah, you absolutely did.
Just love going back to Lambeau. What's it like for you as a player and now a broadcaster?
Yeah, if you can't get your dauber up at Lambeau and get your blood going, there's something wrong with you from a football mentality, mindset standpoint. It is a great place to play. The tradition. The history of Lambeau Field, and all the way back to the Ice Bowl and the Lombardi days, and all the great games that have been at Lambeau Field. And the 49ers have certainly been in some of those games. So it's an incredible place to play, and the whole stadium. I mean, my first game as a broadcaster was at the newly opened, renovated Lambeau Field in 2002. And it was Mike Vick. I'll never forget it. It was my 35th birthday. Mike Vick at Green Bay, and I played against Favre, obviously, in the 90s. He was still there in 2002. The game went to double overtime. The Packers won the game at the end. So that was my first time out of the box as a broadcaster and freshly renovated Lambeau Field. It'll give you chicken skin, man. It's that kind of venue when you're there. So, I'll say this about the 49ers. 2-2 on the road. Had the loss at Minnesota, a couple of turnovers, certainly opportunities to win that game. There's no question about it. The game at the Rams gave that one away at the end. Special teams, a big drop by Ronnie Bell, and then the special teams gaff, couple penalties, big shot over the top by Tutu Atwell. I'll never forget that play on Charvarius Ward. Give the Rams credit. They came back and won it. And then look at the other two road games, at Seattle, at Tampa. In all four of those games, looking at the numbers, and there was a couple of turnovers for Brock at Minnesota. The drop ball had the interception with their backs against the wall. Remember when he threw it to Juice? I think it got popped up in the air, and their linebacker got it. Brock has been a road warrior, and I anticipate something about going on the road with this team and the camaraderie and the business trip. So I anticipate an A effort with the 49ers, especially with what's on the line, and fingers crossed that old 97's out there doing his thing.
Is there anything, before we kind of wrap up this football hour, is there anything about Brock Purdy's struggles versus the Packers in the divisional round last year that you think the Packers and Jeff Hafley will take out of that playbook? I know it's a new defense.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. I need to go back and watch that game. But if I remember, the 49ers weren't playing their best ball down the stretch last year. And then Brock didn't play against the Rams. Then they had the bye week. There was off time. So that's when I think, everyone talks about the bye and how beneficial it is, and no doubt it is from a physical standpoint. Sometimes from an execution standpoint, you kind of lose your slot a little bit. You lose your mojo that you had been playing with if you've been playing good. So there was a couple of weeks off. Clearly they didn't play good in the first half of that game. Packers were able to run the football well in that game. That's why as much as we talk about the passing game and both sides of the ball, whichever team can win the line of scrimmage, and 49ers offensive line has played fine this year. As a matter of fact, I would say through 10 games they've played as a group better than they played last year. There's just been some untimely errors and some untimely challenges. So whoever can win the line of scrimmage and whoever can pound the run game and stay with it to let everything play off of it will end up winning this game. And then, of course, at the end of the day, who can have ball security? We all know the numbers with Brock and ball security and how it factors into the outcome of the game in terms of wins and losses. And that's probably the best thing the Packers have done is take the football away. They're third in the NFL with 19 takeaways. So ball security will be huge.
Also give it away a lot as well. So hopefully not a turnover-happy game. And I think
spoken like a true Silver.
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. By the way, fun note is the other Silver, Mike, is supposed to join us on Thursdays, and he is not joining us today. I don't know if that's because he's busy. I don't know if that's because I kicked him off the show, or I don't know if it's because
Syracuse beat Cal.
I think he's scared.
I think it's option 3. Syracuse beat Cal, and he's just not ready to face the music.
He's in fear of the Trojan.
Are we getting him tomorrow?
He's in fear of the Trojan.
Yeah, he is, and I think we are getting him tomorrow. But guess what? If we don't, then we know he's scared.
Yeah.
He's going to be stressed.
He wrote the book on these coaches in the matchup, and Matt LaFleur. It's fascinating. They go back. I don't even know if Kyle was involved directly in hiring Matt LaFleur in way back when in Houston, or if it was Gary Kubiak, or how it was done. But after that, Kyle took him to Washington with his dad's staff and all those future head coaches, and then to Atlanta. And what he's done in his 5 years has been remarkable as a head coach in the NFL, one of the greatest winners. But 3 times in the playoffs, Kyle Shanahan has knocked Matt LaFleur out of the playoffs.
This is a redemption game for them. I promise you they've had this on their circled since the schedule came out. They didn't anticipate having my old buddy Bob Sala in there. I've got something for him when I see him.
Hi, Robert. Is he listening to us?
What's up, Robert?
I think he's listening.
Is he in Green Bay this week, getting ready for the game?
Of course he is.
I bet he is. Awesome. Well, Tim, we appreciate the football hour. It was really awesome for me personally to do this for the first time, and we'll do this again next week.
Awesome. Good talking to you, Greg. Tell Pops I said hello.
Absolutely. And hopefully we're talking
Not this
to Tim.
Pops, the other Pops.
Sub Pop to his Pops. You know, the Dubs OT crew, Greg, the other Greg, nicknamed me the Octopus from standing at the board and during the show and also looking at like 4 computers at once. I don't know what my Papa and Silver version of a nickname is going to be, but
we got to come up with one.
We'll let the public handle that one. So, I'll also remind you as we kind of officially wrap up the football hour with Tim Ryan that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and tons of analysis to chew on there. My quick little aside as we keep this conversation in football, Greg, is that so Matt LaFleur, when he took that Texans job, I believe, drove all night, stayed in a Target parking lot to take a job with a very low salary. And then when he got to Houston, I don't believe it was Kyle that brought him in. I will have to double check if it was Kubiak, but I know that
he was the head coach then.
The first impression of Kyle for him was that, it was his dad that was a legendary coach, and he thought Kyle might have been the entitled Nepo baby, kind of like Greg Silver and Derek Papa. And then he gets in these meetings and he quickly realizes, oh, I know nothing. And then those two became good friends and shared a lot of coaching staffs together.
Without a doubt. And then, obviously Kyle took him to Washington. The why it was written in the book is because of that coaching staff they had in Washington with Mike Shanahan, legendary. Then he took him to Atlanta in 15-16 and went to the Super Bowl, obviously. Then Matt LaFleur got to get his own team and run the offense. The pairing with Mike Vrabel was interesting with the Rams. But in any event, it does come full circle. You were asking, Tim, about, Brock in the playoff game last year against Green Bay. Joe Barry was the defensive coordinator for the Packers last year. In fact, since LaFleur's been there, Mike Pettin was there first, and Kyle knows Pettin well from when he was the head coach in Cleveland, and Cleveland ran that offense. Joe Barry knows, and Jeff Hafley he knows now. I just did that game, and Devondre Campbell, they made a point of choking off the middle of the field. It was a lot of what Baltimore did in that Christmas night game where they had, Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen jumping in the A-gap. They blitzed early in the game, and George had a couple of one-on-ones against their safety. Bad matchup. They got out of that where they would show the A-gap blitz and bail, and they choked off the middle of the field. And Green Bay, I didn't think they had the off-the-ball linebackers. Devondre Campbell just wasn't himself last year. He was not moving well. He had an ankle injury, a hip injury, another sort of injuries. He just wasn't moving well. Quay Walker, the other off-the-ball linebacker, seemed vulnerable. Devondre also had a neck injury last year. But they played well in that divisional, and they choked off the middle of the field, all the in-breaking routes the Niners like to run. Preston Smith with those long arms. I remember almost spying Christian McCaffrey and they took away the middle of the field, and then all of the checkdowns to McCaffrey. It was like Preston Smith was blocking Brock's shot. He wouldn't let it get to McCaffrey. He was kind of spying him there. And then the rain. It was a rainy night, and we know about Brock and the Cleveland game earlier that year, not being able to control the ball in the rain. And then he put a glove on for the first offensive series all of a sudden with the rain. And it wasn't pouring that night, January 20th, but it was drizzling. And he saw Jordan Love miss some throws early in the game, so he put a glove on. And he just had a hard game for 3 quarters. But the last 6.5 minutes of that game, and that was kind of Brock's Joe Montana moment. He went right down the field. First play, they rolled him out to the left to get away from the midline, get away from the middle of the field, hit Juwan Jennings. Then he took him right down the field. George, he was 6 of 7 on that last drive. The one he missed, George dropped one, looking to run after he caught the ball. Again, the big 3rd and 5 to Ayuk, which I think there were so many big plays in the Lion game, but that playoff run, I don't know what Kyle would have done if you don't pick up the 3rd and 5. I guess you have to go forward on 4th down. It was getting late, but they moved Ayuk inside against their nickelback. Keyshawn Nixon, he got enough separation, got inside on him with the long arms, 81-inch arms, the big hands. He caught the ball, first down Niners, then he went to Chris Conley on the outcut, and a little while later, Christian McCaffrey with over a minute to go is running into the end zone. So Brock did not play a perfect game. It was like the Lion game the week after. More it was the whole team getting down 24-7 in the title game. But they found a way to come back, and it wasn't always perfect for 3.5 quarters, but Brock Purdy's last drive was – that's the stuff of Joe Montana. It's the legendary stuff that wins you a playoff game, and he bounced back at the right time.
No, it was what they were lacking this year. It's the quarterbacks decided to play their best and worst football at the wrong times for their team. Jordan Love really did not have a good last 17, 18 minutes of that game for as great and cool and collected as he was coming into Levi's for the first 2.5 plus quarters, while Brock Purdy really was struggling, not looking like himself. The rain was bothering him. We mentioned the glove yesterday, but then when it came down to it in the fourth quarter, that was a big maturation step for a player that only had, was it 2 real playoff games up to that point? The Eagles one doesn't count with his UCL.
The win against Seattle, the first one.
And then
Dallas. It rained a little bit that game. And the Dallas game, that was a 9-9 game late third quarter.
Yeah.
And he rolled out to his left again, and he hit Kittle over the middle where Kittle tipped the ball and caught it off his face mask. The ball went 9 yards upfield, and McCaffrey, first play of the fourth quarter, took it over and scored. So he's played a lot of playoff games. The Philadelphia game, he got hurt right away, 7 snaps in when Hassan Reddick pulled the UCL. But for Green Bay, the way they flipped their year, that's why the Niners are 5-5, and what are they? Green Bay was 3-6 last year.
Yeah.
With a young roster. Young quarterback trying to follow Aaron Rodgers, young wide receivers. They were all young. They were rookies or second-year guys, and then they got hot. I remember that Thanksgiving Day game because we were in Seattle playing the Seahawks that night. I watched that whole game in the morning, and they lit them up early. One thing LaFleur does do, he wins the toss. He takes the ball a lot. He took the ball in that game in Detroit. They went right down the field and scored, and Jared Goff and the Lions never got back. And I wonder what he's going to do in this game. Well, if Fred calls tails never fails and it comes up like heads like it always does, Fred may want to switch that up once in a while. They may take I don't know. But anyway, I never seen a quarterback, especially a young one like him, improve so much in season. You've seen quarterbacks improve in the offseason. Lamar got a lot better his second year and won the MVP. But Jordan Love, his touchdown to interception ratio was not good. He was thrown off his back foot. He looked confused like a lot of young quarterbacks. And then they went from 3-6. They wound up 9-8. And he won some quality games. He got in a heater. Then the Dallas playoff game, they went in and took them apart. Aaron Jones, that touchdown pass he threw when he got a blitz in his face. When he came to Levi's on January the 20th last year, 18 touchdowns to 1 interception he was coming into that game. He threw a couple late, but he threw a couple of touchdowns early in the game. So the point is, and even, Kansas City last year on Christmas Day, the Raiders beat them. A lot of teams, were kind of figuring it out last year, and even going back to Tom Brady's Super Bowl year. And Tom's on the call, by the way. It's Kevin Burkhardt and Tom again for Fox, 49ers-Packers at Lambeau. It's the big game of the weekend. The year they won the Super Bowl in 2020, they were 7-5. They didn't know what it was. 4th down in the late game. He's throwing his helmet around, and they didn't lose again. So, do the Niners have that kind of run like Green Bay, like Kansas City last year, where they can get on a heater? It's going to have to start at some point here. We got Thanksgiving. John Madden always said you start to play meaningful football games around Thanksgiving. Got a game before Thanksgiving at Lambeau, a game after Thanksgiving in Orchard Park. Can you get these 2 games, one of these games? What if you fall to 5-7? So because of the situation they're in, kicking a lot of games they should have won earlier this year. I'm not going to say it's a desperate game or got-to-have-it game, but they need to start playing Niner football and finishing these games.
Well, and a loss for them is a win for Green Bay, so it would be another double whammy. And we're going to get all into the things we talked about with Tim Ryan because he gave us incredible material for an hour, so we'll keep it Niners here on the other side, but got to take a quick break right now. 808 KNBR to join the conversation if you want to chime in on the phone lines or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It's Greg Papa, it's Greg Silver, Pop, Sub Pop, whatever we call it here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The best half hour in sports radio. Steve Young's going to stop by and join Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach today at 5 o'clock. So tune in live or listen on the KNBR app, KNBR.com, and however you stream the Sports Leader. Hey, it's our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. We talk to him every day, and he's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people, and he helps me out, too, during a KNBR break. And today, Steve, we're talking about how to file unpaid taxes.
That's right. And look, today's Thursday. Well, what's the big deal about Thursday? Next Thursday is Thanksgiving. Wouldn't it be nice to be sitting around with your family, enjoying your company, enjoying the games, and not having to worry about your taxes? Hey, when's that IRS agent going to come knocking on my door? If you haven't filed your tax returns, it's probably because you don't have the money to pay it. And even if you filed the returns and you're sitting there thinking, there's no way in the world I can ever pay these taxes, I can never get out from under this. Maybe you can. Let's see if you qualify for a deal where you just pay them part and they forgive the rest. Or qualify to get the penalties forgiven. You know, sometimes the penalties and the interest are more than the taxes. Or if it was your former business partner or former spouse that caused the problems, shift it over to them. Or get you a payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can afford. The bottom line is we have a lot of good solutions. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I want to enjoy my Thanksgiving. Get me out of this mess.
Get out of that mess. And I do want to enjoy my Thanksgiving games because the Packers, win or lose this weekend, the 49ers are going to need them to lose, and they play that night game at Lambeau against the Miami Dolphins. All that aside, Steve Moskowitz at Moskowitz LLP. And for more, give him a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And Robbie Gould to kick the 49ers to the NFC title game. Will try to win it here from 45. Pepper's snap is a little high, pulled down by Wisnowski. Robbie Gould has it away, and it is good! Robbie Gould has kicked the 49ers to victory here in Green Bay.
That golden leg of Robbie Gould going to an NFC championship game. The Packers 3 years in a row now have been put out the divisional round. Aaron Rodgers 0-4 against the 49ers. The defense played their hearts out, and the offense made plays pop empty in the tank when they had to.
Stunning.
Unbelievable.
So much. The silence in the background of a stunned crowd at Lambeau Field. Greg Papa giving all his voice had left to Robbie Gould.
I was done.
Kyle Haar is in for Walter today, and this is great because I just kind of have been giving Kyle some guidelines. He's doing a lot of great work. I'm like, Kyle knows what he's doing. I don't need to tell him exactly what to do. But yesterday we had a whole thing about don't play some of those calls, like the blocked punt that resulted in the Hufanga touchdown. So Kyle was digging deep in the bag.
I'm sure. Well, we've heard that one. I was not well that game. I didn't have much of a voice. It was snowing. The hotel, as I told you, and many of the players had the same problem with the room. They could not get any heat in the room. I couldn't get any heat in my room at all. It would go to Ray Nitschke's number 66, the old middle linebacker of the Packers. Would not go above 66. So I was freezing when I was sleeping, and it snowed. That was an amazing game, obviously, just to have a snow. It did snow a little bit last night at Lambeau Field, a little bit of a dusting. And I think it snowed a little bit this morning. But it was the early part of the game, and when I go there on Sunday, I'm going to go right to the 49ers visiting locker room and get the chicken broth right away. So Mike Kohler sent me the pictures of the game. So that was the divisional playoff game right at kickoff. Grass is clean. It's Lambeau Field. It's impeccable. No snow at all. And then it started to snow in the game, and it snowed the entire second half. So here's the picture of Lambeau Field at the end of the game when Robbie Gould made that field goal. It looked like a snow globe. The entire second half was just so beautiful. A lot like the infamous Tuck You game with the Raiders and Patriots, where it snowed the whole game. Tough to see, like the yard lines. And the one thing about that, and this was, right when the bus was leaving, we were leaving the booth. One thing I do remember about that, and they're already gone now, the 49er faithful, the fans that traveled to Lambeau for that playoff game, they took over Lambeau, right? The Pack, and at the time, is that Aaron Rodgers' last game as a Packer? Is that Devontae Adams' last game as a Packer? They wound up coming back and playing one more year, and he couldn't win that last game against Detroit the next year, so he did play one more season.
Well, it was Devontae's last game.
It was Devontae's last game, but we saw him the next year with the Raiders, obviously, and Josh Jacobs together. But anyway, there was just a lot of, and they scored right at the beginning of the game. They went right down the field and scored. And Devontae got in it with 7-0, and the Niners took him away, and it turned into a battle. The only touchdown the Niners scored that night was on a block punt, as we all know. Jordan Willis with the block, Talanoa Funga the scoop and score. And then I remember Jimmy. Jimmy was not well
I mean, they're talking about Brock not throwing yesterday in practice. He'll be fine by Sunday. But Jimmy Garoppolo could not throw the week of that game. He was throwing left-handed in practice that week. He got hurt, remember, the week before in Dallas. Randy Gregory, who would become a Niner later, threw Jimmy down. Danico Autry got him in Nashville to cause a shoulder injury, but then Jimmy hurt his thumb, the relatch of the thumb, remember all that? And he wound up not being able to pass a physical the offseason. They wound up keeping him. Anyway, he could not grip the ball and throw it, and he threw left-handed the week of practice. He didn't make a lot of throws. He made some big ones, to get the 49ers into field goal range. The big run by Deebo Samuel late in that game to get Robbie Gould inside of 50 yards to make that field goal. We wound up playing the Packers the next year in a preseason game, and it was Trey Lance at quarterback against Jordan Love, which was interesting. So I remember watching that game back to get ready for that preseason game. But all these playoff games, at some point tomorrow we'll probably revisit the Raheem Mostert 4-touchdown, 220-yard playoff game. The Kaepernick wins in the playoffs. The T.O., he caught it. Joe Starkey's great call to beat him. All the heartbreaks of losing to the Packers and Brett Favre in earlier years. But that playoff game there, and remember, this team is 5-5 right now. That 2021 team started 3-5. They were 3-5 that year. Not the McCaffrey team that started 3-4. That team was 3-5 after they lost to Arizona at home. They played the Rams on Monday Night Football. It was Veterans Day. They reinvented the offense. They moved Eric Armstead from end back inside more. They began to run more. Deadpool, 11, Tyson, which is Deebo running the ball. That team was 3-5, and they still won that game in Green Bay to get to L.A., to have a 10-point lead to go into the fourth quarter of the championship game. They're 5-5 now, so they can flip it around. So, a lot like going to Seattle early in the year, Greg, and all the memories of the wins there on Thursday night and Thanksgiving and Brock's first game and playing with 2 crack ribs and everything. I think just going to Lambeau on Sunday is what this team needs to remind themselves of that big playoff win and get on the road. They've won their last 2 games on the road. We forget that. They won their last game in Tampa. The game before that was October the 10th in Seattle. They can win at home, obviously, but I think they need to get away and just be among themselves and relive who this team is and what they're capable of doing, and seeing the Packers and the G on the side of the helmet, may be able to get them back to playing like they can play.
Well, to me, Greg, 2021 and the year of the Robbie Gould game winner, that was Kyle Shanahan's finest coaching work, in my opinion. And obviously the Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and then eventually Brock Purdy year was very different, but trading for Christian McCaffrey was a big part of why they went on a heater, and then Brock Purdy kind of proving to be ready for the moment was really impressive on the QB himself. Shanahan, what he did, that was essentially the same team at 3-5, and it wasn't just 3-5. It was 3-5 with Colt McCoy and the Arizona Cardinals absolutely blowing you out. That was a backup quarterback on a team that you were looking at as your little brother for most of this century in the division, and they dropped to 3-5, and then from there they have the Monday night game against the Rams, blowing out Matthew Stafford when the Rams looked like they were incredibly hot, and that started causing some questions in that locker room, which I know about just from spending time in that building the previous summer and everything. So
you used to work there, huh?
Yeah, just a couple of months, a short stint.
You got some intel.
Don't worry though, I'm not going to wear any Rams gear to rival your San Francisco hat. Just the Seattle record label is as far as I'll go.
It's all right.
But yeah, I think that to me that was his finest coaching job. And if the 49ers are able to turn around their season here, we'll see exactly where that would list, and as far as everything, see if they get to the playoffs, if they can win a game, if it's on the road, etc. The Jordan Love cycle is another thing we discussed, and Matt LaFleur, in my opinion, should be on the short list for Coach of the Year right now. I wouldn't give him my vote if I had a singular vote. That's probably Dan Campbell with how dominant Detroit has been, but Matt LaFleur won 2 games, and I'm going to call it 3, with having Malik Willis come in midway and lead a game-winning drive. Malik Willis was a guy who looked awful in Tennessee, like unplayable in the NFL, and Matt LaFleur has found ways to play to his team's strengths. The Josh Jacobs piece as a veteran, which is interesting to say because I said 27 earlier. He's actually going to be 27 in February, so he's just a 26-year-old. But Matt LaFleur's done a wonderful job, and at the same time, Kyle Shanahan has had the better of LaFleur since they've been head coaches.
In the playoffs. Not in the regular season, but in the playoffs, he's knocked him out. And you look at LaFleur's first year, they went 13-3 all the way to the NFC Championship game, lost to Kyle and Mostert. The next year, they went 13-3 again, and they lost to Tampa. The year that Tampa won the Super Bowl, that game was the championship game was at Lambeau, and Tom Brady threw 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter of that game. They were beatable. Aaron Rodgers did not have a good game. So his first 2 years in the NFL, he went to the championship game in each and lost to Kyle and then lost to Tom Brady, the GOAT. And he's had an amazing 5.5-year run as a head coach. I mean, you put him up one loss record, it's as good as any coach, George Seifert or Jim Harbaugh, anybody you want to mention as far as starting in the history of the league. But the playoffs and trying to get back to the championship game where they have not been since his first 2 years. And I agree with you as far as Malik Willis. We saw him in Tennessee in the preseason, our first preseason game, and he was the third quarterback behind Will Levis, Mason Rudolph. It was Malik Willis. And their coaching staff, and they were not in love with him. They traded him at the end of training camp, and Green Bay took him, and you thought, what does Green Bay want him for as a backup quarterback? Well, Jordan Love got hurt in Brazil, and Malik played. He had made a couple of throws against the 49ers in the preseason game that took my breath away. Like, whoa, this guy's got a big-time arm, big body. You know, they thought he'd be a first-round pick. He wound up dropping a little bit. He is the backup, and he's had to play. But overall, Matt LaFleur has had a tremendous run as the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. Very few down years, been consistent. He had to go through, the Aaron Rodgers end of his career and dealing with that, and then into the development of Jordan Love. It's been fascinating. But the one thing, as Tim was talking about, their coaching staff is going back to their players losing here last year when they had the lead in the fourth quarter, the game where they got beat by the Niners in the snow. They hosted that game. And then obviously for LaFleur coming in here in 19 and not being – and they had to gut their whole linebacker level. Blake Martinez, remember that linebacker they had? He got trampled. Didn't go well. So it's the defensive side, and they've changed defensive coordinators just about every year from Mike Pettin to Joe Barry and now on to Jeff Hafley, who the Niners know well. So it's a great matchup. I mean, 49ers, Packers elicits a response that's different than 49ers, Cowboys, 49ers, Seahawks more in recent years. 49ers, Rams is here and there a little bit, but they've played so many great playoff games, and Kyle's 3-0 against them in the postseason.
We'll keep getting into the Niners and the Packers, and we're going to catch up with Wayne Larrivee in about an hour, the play-by-play voice for the Green Bay Packers. So a little battle of the radio play-by-play
There is your dagger. It's always the race to pull out the dagger.
In the short term, we're going to flip things over to the sport we have yet to talk about today, and that is America's other favorite pastime, baseball. The San Francisco Giants. Mike Krukow was on this morning, and Randy Wynn was on this morning. And I know you talked to Randy with JD last week, but it was a short interview. I thought Randy, just fantastic insight he gave into his new job and sort of what are going to be some expectations as we look ahead to a new Giants regime. That's all coming up on the other side. It's Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Elliott named an all-star. Just a remarkable story. He swings here and drives this one to deep center field. Varsho back at the wall. It is gone! Elliott Ramos in an 0-2 count to deep right center. His 13th home run of the year. Wow, what a swing. 1-0 Giants.
What's going on, everybody? It's Papa and Silver here on a Thursday afternoon. We spoke to Tim Ryan in the football hour. We've talked a little bit of Warriors, and we'll get to them later on as well. But we have not talked any Giants today. And Elliott Ramos, what a story indeed, per Dave Fleming on the call there. But it's interesting, Greg. He was like a underdog story, but also not being a first-round pick back in, I think, 2017, and then kind of came out of nowhere this year with Jung-Hoo Lee's season-ending injury being a big reason why he got the opportunity and ends up being an all-star. And now the Giants have parted ways with Farhan Zaidi. They're going to be moving on. And Randy Wynn was on the morning show a little bit earlier today talking about overseeing the minor leagues. And I think that's a really important job because the Giants did sign free agents last year. They got Chapman and Snell pretty late, but you can't count on it with the season they just had and a lot of new people coming in. It's not safe to assume that it's going to be a free agency hotspot here in the MLB.
Without a doubt. And, we had Randy on last week. I've known Randy for a long time. I knew him when he was a player in the American League, with Seattle and Tampa Bay. I remember when I was doing the Giants games and they traded for him. That was one of the greatest midseason acquisitions ever. He went off. His last 2 months of that year, August and September, he was as good as anybody on that team, including Barry Bonds. He just went on a heater. And I remember him being on Team USA doing the initial World Baseball Classic for ESPN in Arizona. Randy Wynn was on that team, and there were a lot of stars on that team back then. Obviously, Roger Clemens pitching to the South Africans. And then you just watching Randy in his post-career, playing career. And Sabes did hire him. He's been around. He's been in uniform. When I was at spring training this past year, Randy was there with the guys shagging in the outfield. He's a quality person, knows mom and dad. Went to San Juan Valley High School out in Danville. His mom was a teacher for a number of years. And the whole thing, Randy's quality. But we got into a lot of baseball, philosophical discussions, watching ball together at the yard or at the studio at NBC. And because Randy was a switch hitter, Randy could run, Randy had power, Randy could play anywhere in the outfield. He wasn't a five-tool player like Willie Mays, but he could do everything at a very high level. And we talked about the changing in baseball. And, I remember the discussion this year in those fateful games against Atlanta to bunt or not to bunt. They didn't bunt with Yaz. They bunted the next time with Tyler Fitzgerald. They wound up winning. Which path they chose, it didn't go well. But I remember we had Randy on, and we talked about small ball and buggy whipping and why is everybody looking to hit bombs and anybody have a flat swing like Ichiro, his teammate. Anyway, Randy's quality. And then a guy like Elliot Ramos, he's a glaring example of it takes time a little bit. He's been up and down and all around. Why isn't he here? Joey Bart was in that same realm. Luis Matos a little bit later on. John Shea wrote about it. I'm surprised it's a story now because we knew it in real time during the summer. He was not a Rookie of the Year candidate. He lost his eligibility. We asked that question right away. He was, as far as overall plate appearances, he didn't have 150, but the service time, and a lot of it was up and down, and being on the IL. Anyway, he didn't qualify for Rookie of the Year. We knew that. Where would he have finished this year? I mean, Skeens did win. There were a couple of Jacksons that played really well, Chirios and Merrill, and I thought Tyler Fitzgerald. And it's a three-man ballot at the end. They don't go any further out, the final three. But in any event, Ramos is a guy who I want to say he was late developing. He's still young. This 2024 was his age 24 season. He's got time. As you pencil him in, he's your everyday left fielder. A right-handed power hitter in that ballpark plays. He's got a big-time arm. He didn't track the ball as well in center as he did in the corners. Really, he's probably a right fielder, and we'll see what they do with Grant McCray, Greg. But it's a classic example of you have to have a little bit of time. So, do you start putting these guys? What do you do with Matos? What do you do with Casey Schmidt? Do you bundle these guys together and make a trade for a proven, and there's no guarantees in sports, certainly baseball, but a guy who has a little more of a track record in baseball? Or do you wait on them like Ramos? And you could, he was the first homegrown outfielder. We talked about it to make the All-Star team going back to Chili Davis in the mid-'80s. It's a long time. They signed Bonds as a free agent. They had other guys that they brought in. But as far as a homegrown, so he's a great story. But Randy Wynn, I'm going to be fascinated to he's a lot like Buster personality-wise. Not a big talker, not boisterous, just pure quality. And good guy. I mean, if you're struggling in the minor leagues, you call Randy Wynn the boss. And this was a position they created. It wasn't there. Kyle Haynes is still in his position. They created this.
And it's the perfect job for Randy Wynn. But it'll be intriguing to see what he does, what input he gives Buster. And, Thanksgiving is coming up. And then you got the winter meetings after. There's going to be some movement here with signing players. It'll be fascinating to see what a guy like Buster Posey, with the advice of Bobby Evans, the advice of his former agent Jeff Berry, the advice of Randy Wynn, although Randy's in a different area, how he evaluates the minor leagues, and just what does Buster actually do as far as player acquisition.
I'm excited to get to know Randy Wynn a little bit better. He gave a great interview this morning. I'm also excited just in general for my first baseball season here in this role coming up. And I think some of the frustration with a lot of the fans, and what I really resonated with working a lot of Giants weekend games and producing extra innings for Bill Lasky last year, was it felt like there wasn't a clear direction in which they were going. I never felt a true commitment to these young players that Randy Wynn is going to be overseeing. Now, if it's fine if the Giants go and win 70 games this coming year, but it feels like there's a real sense of direction in what they're doing. But then when you mix in the AJ Pollock and the Nick Ahmed and the Mark Canha signings, and then pushing young players out of the way for a moment, and sometimes they're up, sometimes they're down. Marco Luciano never really got consistent reps up there. Tyler Fitzgerald went on a heater eventually after Nick Ahmed was off the team. So I'm more just interested in seeing how this plays out with, is there a plan? Is there a roadmap? And is there going to be a commitment to developing this minor league system? Because the Giants are not going to be the Dodgers this year. They still got the Diamondbacks. They got the Padres in front of them ahead. But let's just see a commitment to the path they're choosing and some kind of clarity. And I think that's going to be a lot easier to talk about here in these chairs.
Well, nobody's conceding the NL West. I know they've had a stranglehold on it for a decade. Giants did beat them in 21. It took 107 wins. And they didn't win 100 games this year. So we'll see. Every year is different. The one thing, and I was probably the one guy in the media that defended Farhan. I appreciated a lot of the things he was trying to do. He was not the only one to do these things. They've been around for a while. Obviously, Billy Beane and David Forrest have been doing them, and Andrew Friedman in Tampa with Joe Madden. It's been going on for a long time. But even, decades ago, as far as platooning and the computer and all that. But anyway, the one thing I did not like, he ran the 26-man payroll roster a little bit too football-like, where guys are up for a couple of days and they're gone. Now, some of it, and I thought he was genius, because he took over, obviously. He was up before in Bochy's last year, but Cap's first year was the pandemic. And there were just a lot of strange rules. And even the next year in 21, nobody massaged the vaccination rule. I remember Kevin Gosman's not going to pitch. Where is he? They just hid guys so cleverly and used that roster manipulation. Now, the rules have changed as far as how many, you have options for a whole year. You could go up and down as many times as you want. They put a cap on that. That was the Farhan Zaidi rule. But he adjusted his roster series by series as well as anybody in baseball's ever done it. It was amazing. He locked in on every series to win. And if you threw a lot of innings one night out of the bullpen, guess what? You're going back down to Sacramento. We can't pitch you for 3 or 4 days. Bye. We're going to bring a fresh arm up here. But it wasn't so much that I liked. It was the guys up and don't have a role and hardly played and got sent back down. So they're not just, Stratomatic or APBA baseball cards and it's on a computer sheet. They're human beings. Why'd you bring them up? What role did you want them to play? They never played any role and they went back down. And baseball is a game of failure. You could have a bad 2 or 3 games and then go off. Or conversely, Luis Matos can drive in 15 runs in 1 week and 11 in one series. And you're thinking, wow, this guy's going to be the MVP of the league. And then he faded. That's just baseball. It's up and down. And I don't think if he has to get hired again, and I think he will, the one thing is that you have to play a little bit more of the long game and let guys fail and play. So to your point, I think it'll be interesting to see how Buster, and when Buster first came up, we think of the 2010 Buster that was Rookie of the Year and the World Series hero and the Grand Slam off of Latos. Look at what Buster did in 2009 when he came up in September. He struggled. He had like 1 hit. He didn't play every day, but you weren't going to judge him. And then he came back up in May the next year, and he didn't even play every day. He played first base they played Benji Molina at that time. So anyway, I think if I had one thing about Farhan, and I didn't mind the openers, I didn't mind the pinch hitting. It's the way the game is played a little bit. But the one thing was, you're sending a lot of mixed messages to these guys. Where they are human beings. They're wondering, where do I fit in here? I'm up, I'm down, I'm sent back down. I never played. So I think you have to have a little bit. Bo Schembechler ran the Tigers like that. He's a football guy. He was a football coach. You can't. Baseball's different. George Steinbrenner ran it a little bit like that, where everything was, we lost a game, fire everybody and trade everybody and let's sign everybody. You can't do it that way. It's a long haul. So, but it will be interesting to see from a personality standpoint and an overall, you would think, philosophical Buster's under 180 degrees from Farhan Zadi. But it will be interesting to see what he does, what Randy Wynn does, what Bobby Evans' advice he gives, what role he has. Obviously, Jeff Berry on player contracts. Are they going to re-sign Blake Snell? I kind of thought he was gone. But now there's a little bit of murmurs out there that they're going to re-sign Blake Snell as Scott Boras' client.
I know Snell's going to want a true spring training one way or another, that's for sure, after the tale of 2 seasons he just had last year. We're going to take a break, keep things going on the other side. That's a good talk on Randy Wynn, the Giants, the direction they're going. And it's a whole lot more coming up in the next hour 10. It's Papa and Sub Pop here on the Sports Leader.
Excuse me, is this where we meet his teacher?
Well, look who's out of the anemone.
Yes, shocking, I know.
Marty, right?
Marlin.
Wow.
Dick. Bill, hey, you're a clownfish. You're funny, right? Hey, tell us a joke.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Randy Wynn joined Murph and Marcus to share his excitement about his new role with the Giants. And it was a really good interview, so I recommend checking that out. And you can hear that podcast and more on the KNBR app, KNBR.com, under the podcast page.
Hey, it's Craig Papa here. Bay Area a little groggy today after a tough loss yesterday to Seattle. Are you waking up tired? Could be the Niners kicking these games late, or it could be your mattress. The Sleep Number smart bed uniquely contours to your head, neck, and shoulders for more comfortable sleep. 94% of Sleep Number smart bed sleepers report better sleep quality versus a non-smart bed. So Sleep Number smart beds let you adjust your bed so it's firmer or softer whenever you need, so you can get the quality sleep you need to boost recovery and performance. A lot like the 49ers after a tough loss yesterday. If you don't have a Sleep Number bed, now is the time to take advantage during Sleep Number's Black Friday sale. You can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add a base. It'll end this Sunday, November the 24th, when the Niners are playing in Green Bay. It is only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Lefty fading and firing. And there's Kuminga on the clock. That's a whole other part of his game he could explore.
Just like this, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, Jonathan Kuminga on the glass. Little rim rattler. And Jonathan Kuminga, I actually thought that last night, Greg, the stats for Kuminga weren't all that impressive, but I thought the eye test, he played a really good game, and he continues to do so off the bench. 10 points on 3 of 9 shooting and 3 of 4 at the line. And, the Warriors, overall, they didn't end in great spots with the areas that have been killing them. They did finish with 15 turnovers on the night and 12 of 18 at the line. But in the first half, they had 8 steals, only 1 missed free throw, and just 5 turnovers, and 21 assists on 26 made field goals. So they were rolling enough to where the second half, they kind of made the Hawks defense quit a little bit. And Jonathan Kuminga now has played less than 20 minutes in 3 straight games. That was brought up to Steve at the podium. They did lose one of those games, but overall, I'm not really seeing this as a big deal at all. You're 11-3. He's doing great in his role off the bench. And most importantly, he seems to have embraced the role.
Well, he didn't come back. He played 15 minutes and 24 seconds last night. He had the 10 points. When they subbed him out of the game, his first stint, he's not starting, and I think he's taken to coming off the bench well. But he does come in early in the first quarter. So last night he played 4:51 of the first quarter, and then he began the second quarter, and he wound up playing the first 4.5. And he had 10 points at that point, and they subbed him out. They want him to drive that second unit, a lot like Jordan Poole was asked to drive it when Steph was off the floor the non-Steph minutes. So they had such a big lead. They played so well in the first half. They led by 25 points at halftime at 67-42. And, he played 10. He scored 10 points in under 9 minutes of play. He came back and played in the third quarter as well, 3.5 minutes, but they didn't use him as much. The lead got down. I never felt like they were going to lose the game, but the lead did get sliced down. So I think for him, he does have a role. He's not in the starting lineup. He's in a lineup. He does play with Steph some on the overlap, but he's out there to kind of drive that second quarter group early and then stay in for a bit and then sub back out. What he has to make a goal is to play so well that if he's not in the starting lineup, can he be in the finishing lineup? And we talked about DeAnthony Melton's injury. I think it opens it up now for him to have a role in the finishing lineup. I think the 3 givens in the finishing lineup are Steph, Draymond, and Andrew Wiggins. They are starting. They are finishing outside of, I'm not going to say injury, but foul trouble, ejection, Draymond. Draymond's been on his best behavior. He's turned his whole year around. One of the most improved players in the league, really, his overall demeanor, everything. We talked about his leadership. Draymond's off to a great start. But beyond that, are they going to play big at the end? Trace Jackson Davis is starting, and there's some games they sub Gary Payton II and immediately, and he's out, and they go small. Is Buddy Hield going to have a role? I think the other fourth player is a combo, a half Gary Payton II, half Buddy Hield. So you've got Steph, Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, offense Hield, defense Payton, whenever you can. And then who's that fifth guy? It could be anybody, depending on how they're playing, who the other team is and how you want to match up. It could be Kuminga. That was the lineup to start the year, was Steph and Wiggs and Kuminga and Draymond. And then you could downsize. With Buddy Hield, you have enough shooting. That would be small. So Kuminga's fine. I think he's having a good year. Look at all the scoring you got coming off the bench. Buddy Hield and the way he's scoring, Jonathan Kuminga and the way he's scoring. You've got 2 very different offensive players, completely different, but their skill sets kind of come together in a workable way. So Kuminga got on the glass last night, a couple of offensive rebounds. He defended. He does fine. To me, he's also your second best defender on the ball. They got a lot of guys, and depending who it is exactly, but usually Wiggs, like the matchup with Brandon Ingram tomorrow night. Probably Wiggs will be on him.
Because Wiggs can guard a Doncic or he can guard a Kyrie. He can guard Harden or he can guard Trae Young. He can guard quick guards or the bigger players like Doncic. I mean, Draymond's going to have Zion. But a good matchup is Ingram. But then when Wiggins is off the game, you want Kuminga on him. I mean, Kyle Anderson can guard him. You got other people that can guard him. So I think Wiggins has a two-way go where offensively he drives the team when Steph is off the floor and he's calmer when they feed him the ball in the split action in the post. He's not always looking to take. He makes the proper play. If they got cutters coming through, he hits them. He'll drop step you and take you middle. He kind of feels the game. He's shooting his three, quicker release, better results. And then on defense, I think his defense, when he first got here, I thought this guy could be a stopper. And then he just kind of wandered a little bit. He wasn't, he's a head turner off the ball. When he's on the ball, he's good. But he can be a little bit of your initiator offensively when Steph's off the floor and also play with Steph and then be your Wiggs when Wiggs is off the floor and take away that primary, whether it's a guy off the dribble or a bigger player like Brandon Ingram.
So this is going to cycle into a conversation that JD and I have had many times talking Warriors after I tell you that you're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Hour number 4 here, Papa and Silver, live out at Levi's Stadium as we get ready for the 49ers to anxiously take on the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. And Greg will be heading out there after the show tomorrow. But so with Kuminga, I think that the next big step in his growth is, aside from the free throws, is going to be taking on the challenge of defending the best wings. And he did a great job of that when Wiggins was out with his back injury and Brandon Ingram and the Pelicans came into town. I thought Kuminga showed some great growth there. I think he can be a Wiggins-like defensively. Now, offensively, they are very different players. And this is where the closing lineup conversation to me leads. If Wiggins is on his stuff that night, he's going to be in the closing lineup. He's going to be the third guy with Steph and Draymond. Now, if Kuminga's going to be part of that closing lineup, I think you probably have to go small and have Draymond play the center position because Kuminga has been propelling that second unit at the 4 position. I think Steve didn't want to start the year sitting Wiggins or Kuminga, telling them they're coming off the bench. I think Kuminga believes that the small forward is his natural position. I think Steve wanted to at least grant him the chance to get some reps and some minutes, and then maybe if it wasn't working as well, kind of show and explain why with the experiment. And Kuminga at the 4 offensively has been terrific off the bench. The difference between this year and last year in terms of the Jonathan Kuminga minutes conversation is, one, the obvious. They're winning more games, whereas last year they were losing a lot of late leads. And while social media still brings it up, I think last year, Greg, it was Kuminga also and his camp letting it be known that he was frustrated amidst all these losses that were going on. And this year, it's still a social media conversation, but Kuminga, attitude-wise, and his camp has done an awesome job, and I don't think there's any room to talk about, oh, well, he's been immature. I think he's embraced the bench role perfectly, and let's just call it what it is. He's played by far his best basketball in this 6th-man role than when he was in the starting lineup and early in the season, and it just was not flowing right.
Well, I mean, going back to last year, it was January. They were playing the Denver Nuggets, and it was, and I understand why. Andrew Wiggins was guarding Jamal Murray really well in that game. Did the Warriors not win that game? I believe they won that game, didn't they? On the Thursday night.
Was that the 18-point lead with 6 minutes left? Jokic 40-footer?
Did they cough up the whole game? That may have been early in the year. Anyway, Wiggins stayed in to finish the game, and Kuminga did not. Kuminga did not come back into the game. And at the time, the analytics people were supplying information, and it was real. It's not opinion. It was fact. The two of them the team did not perform well together. I thought, what are you talking about? I want all 5 guys on the floor to be like Kuminga and Wiggins. I want long wings that can guard the ball and get out and run, make enough shots. What are you talking about? They can't play together. But they were convinced they couldn't, so it was either or. And anyway, Steve didn't play Kuminga. It was a Thursday night game. They had a game the next night. I remember being in studio with John, and there was a report in the middle of our show. Jonathan Kuminga has lost confidence in Steve Kerr. I'm like, what? Really?
Is that the way we're phrasing this? Anyway, Steve called him in that day. They had a meeting. At that point, it was, what are your priorities here? Do you understand your role on this team? Do you understand the league? And then he had a quote with Marcus Thompson where I'm waiting for my OGs to get me the ball in the open floor. Like, I think these old guys are too slow, and I want to get out and run.
I think that was after the Christmas loss. Another Denver
I think that was
game.
even later in the year. Anyway, so there were a couple of times. He's a young guy. He's a baby. He did not play college basketball, G League Ignite in Walnut Creek. He's from a different world. I mean, he's doing fine. But I thought overall last year, I thought he improved dramatically. I thought if he can keep improving like that every year, you're going to have a dominant player on both ends of the floor. He did find a role. The team started to win again, and then he got hurt late in the year, and he came out of the rotation. It's actually how they went to the Draymond, Trace Jackson, Davis combination because Kuminga was out. He never quite found a role when he came back, as I remember, even in the play-in game in SAC. But anyway, then people, because he's young and athletic and he can jump, and you got the doll of him doing a chin-up on the rim. I mean, that's, people for some reason gravitate to people like him. He's a good basketball player. He's obviously probably the most athletic player on the team. I mean, Wiggins is really athletic in a different way, but you got to learn to play. And I think the coaching staff has done a great job of nurturing him. You don't just give a guy minutes because he can jump to the ceiling. He's got to earn it. And he did. There are a lot of things. He didn't know the tempo of the game. There were times he was such a fast player, but his shot was so damn slow, it would take him forever to load it, and he would load it low. It's like, what are you doing? Keep it up high. Look at Buddy Hield, the way he catches and shoots. The ball never goes down, or Clay. Anyway, and then this offseason, the contract, are they going to give him a deal? I didn't want to give him a deal either. I haven't seen enough. I want the same advancements. They know better. I think they, whatever happened to Jordan Poole, giving him that contract extension turned out to be bad timing. And that was literally weeks after Draymond sucker punched him in practice. What went on? What caused that? A lot of questions on that. The video stopped. Where did it go from there? It was just, what's going on here? Anyway, they decided to give him the deal, and then the whole thing blew up. But I thought they played fine together. But I didn't want to give Kuminga a deal just because let's just see more. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be restricted. He's not unrestricted. He can't walk away, and we'll figure it out and see where he fits. I think he's fitting in fine this year. There was a little pushback on playing off the bench where initially the quotes were, and I don't know if it's a language barrier, if he fully understands. But, I don't make the lineup. It's the head coach's call. I got nothing to do with it. Yeah, but then he judge a man by his actions, not his words. He's playing the role fine. I think it's a role Clay, if he would have stayed here, should have embraced. He's doing fine. And they got firepower coming off the bench. And now with the injury to DeAnthony Melton, his role, I don't want to say it expands a little bit, but let's not freak out every night. But that's the nature of the world you guys are currently growing up in. That's not my world. Some nights
I blame my generation.
It's all your generation.
Ugh.
And before that, they blamed my generation 30 years ago. It's a generational thing. But if he plays 15 minutes one game and 35 the next, or 25, it is what it is. There's a lot of games to be played. There's 240 minutes in an NBA game divvied up for 5 guys. You got a lot of guys that can play here. Some guys are veteran guys. He has an obvious skill set, but people, because of his ability as an athlete, they play Kuminga more. He's doing fine. I think they're doing a good job nurturing him. His scoring, his numbers are down a little bit from last year. That's fine. I didn't think he could have jumped up and scored 20 a game, but you got Buddy Hield on this team, so. In any event, I like the way they're using him and not always using him. They are deep. Kyle Anderson is some nights is not playing. He's not in the rotation. Yeah. Some nights it's an injury I didn't know about, but he's in and he's out. Lindy Waters is either your 13th man and not playing, or he's your starting 2-guard next to Steph Curry. That's just the way the team is constructed right now. So Kuminga's doing fine.
I think he's doing more than fine, and I think he not only has a role on this team, I think he has a really valuable role, and we're going to continue to have that conversation on the other side. And then we'll get to Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers, radio play-by-play at 1:30. We'll hear a couple cuts from Steve Kerr on this matter. And like you, Pop, I think Steve is also just kind of downplaying the issue. Like, guys, we're 11-3. We're good. Steve Kerr and the Warriors up next. It's Papa. It's Silver. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan will join Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach today at 3:30. So tune in live and listen on the KNBR app or KNBR.com or wherever you stream the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? It's Papa and Silver here with you up until 2 o'clock. Adam Copeland will be enjoying his island life, and Dieter Kurtenbach is joining him again. They got Steve Young on today at 5 o'clock, and I believe 3:30 is when you'll hear from the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. And we're going to talk football in about 10-15 minutes when we catch up with Wayne Larrivee, but we're still sticking on the Warriors for just a moment because I want to play a couple sounds from Steve Kerr in the postgame last night. We spent the last segment talking about Jonathan Kuminga's minutes, and Kerr, like similar to Greg Papa, was kind of downplaying the whole situation. And by the way, when you're 11-3, I think you can do that. So Kyle, let's hear cut R, and this is Steve Kerr on Jonathan Kuminga's lack of minutes the last few games.
Just read the game, and every game is going to be different. So we've got a very deep team. As we know, we're committed to playing 12 guys every night. So we just find groups that click and we stay with them, and JK will be part of a lot of those.
Yeah, and I think Steve generally is pretty honest. We talk about coach speak and everything, and Kyle Shanahan always gives us some fun quotes, especially on Wednesdays with injuries like we had yesterday. He might play and he might not. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I think reading the game is exactly what he's been doing. And last year he was not pushing the right buttons very much until it got to later in the season, and part of that had to do with Draymond Green missing a lot of time on suspensions. This year, he's off to a much better start, and we know this from the Steve Kerr era of the Warriors. When they start well, that really puts them in good position for a possible playoff series because everyone can get minutes, and it allows everyone to kind of be ready for when the stakes get higher.
So since Steve has been the coach of this team, and this is year 11, so he's been the coach for 10 years, it's been fascinating to watch him rotate his players. And Steve, most of his career, he made big shots to win NBA Finals games, obviously, but he was a bench player. Sometimes he was in the rotation, sometimes he was not. Sometimes he was starring in playoff games. So he appreciates the depth of the bench, but just the way he would rotate players were always fascinating to me. And we kind of followed along with it, and it was a little bit easier to follow the pre-Durant years. And then when Durant got here, Alvin Gentry was his first lead assistant. He left, became the head coach in New Orleans. Mike Brown came in, and Mike would do the player rotations and those laminated cards and everything. Mike was so meticulous. It's funny to see him now. They don't wear coats and ties anymore, and Mike's rolling around in his sweat outfit like a gym teacher. It must be weird for him. But his son is the assistant D-line coach here with the Niners. So anyway, and then when Durant got here, Steph would always play the first quarter with Draymond, and then Durant got here, and Durant was used to getting subbed out earlier. Anyway, it threw everything off, and it was fascinating. And they would check the non-Steph minutes, and obviously with Durant, you had four great players in Steph, KD, Clay, and Draymond. You wanted two of them on the floor at all times, and Steph and Draymond played really well together, and Durant didn't need anybody, but he and Clay worked well together. Anyway, it was Steve always had the laminated card, and Mike Brown very meticulously would figure out, barring fouls and mainly the first half, how they would rotate. And then, Mike Brown leaves, Kenny Atkinson comes on. Go back to last year and the death of Decky, middle of the year in Utah. What a terrible situation that was. And now you got Terry Stotts here. Chris DeMarco's still here, but it's Stotts on one side and Jerry Stackhouse on the other. I honestly don't know which assistant coach is in charge of the rotation. We have to, when we go out there, we'll ask some questions maybe after football. How do they do that? I mean, what the combinations and the pairings, and I think they do it mainly for the first half, and then they kind of adjust based on how you played in the first half and what the combinations are. But it's like a hockey line change. It's hard to keep up. Because, that's why it's easy just to start Lindy Waters III, because he wasn't playing at times. He was your 13th man, so just throw him in and then we'll sub off of it. But it's fascinating how they do it. And it's kind of like Kyle and the running backs. He doesn't know who's in the game a lot. Bobby Turner puts McCaffrey in, or
J.P. Mason or Garendo. He really doesn't know. That's why there's sometimes he calls a pass play for the running back, and he's like, why isn't McCaffrey in? Why is J.P. Mason? I called that play to get the ball to the halfback as a route. What are we doing? So, I mean, Steve, it's in and out, and I don't know. You're around the team more, maybe when J.D., but I don't know how they rotate, but it is different because you got so many damn guys. Like the strength in numbers team was deep. This team is deeper. Al Addle's championship team in 74, 75 was too deep, TWO deep. They had a backup at every position except for Rick. This team is TOO deep. They got so many guys. I don't know. So I'd like to know how they rotate. I have a little bit of a handle who's coming in when. GPD2 comes in quickly, and they take Jackson Davis, and they go small. But it's wow. It's like a hockey line change. Like Mark Jackson used to sub. He didn't know what he was doing, so he'd take all 5 guys off, put all 5 guys in. It's like, Coach, you can stagger them a little bit. What are you doing?
It's amazing that we're coming from the Olympics where Steve Kerr was talking about how he would have loved to play Jason Tatum, but there were just too many people on the team that were so skilled. And now he goes back to the team that he coaches full time, and he's playing 12 and at times 13 guys, and now back down to 12 with DeAnthony Melton. But actually, so I want to talk about Lindy Waters for a moment and how he's kind of been the plug and play guy. So the night that the 49ers were playing the Cowboys, of course, the schedule has to time up lovely where the Warriors home opener is also the same exact time when they played the Clippers. And so all of you guys, including JD, went down to Levi's, and I was out at Chase. And it's kind of eerie to look back on this pregame quote from Steve Kerr at the presser where he's sitting there and talking about the 12-man rotation. They're going to keep moving forward with it. And he said, I actually feel terrible sitting Lindy because he had a great training camp and he's been one of our best plus-minus guys in the preseason and everything. And ended that whole statement by saying, I would feel comfortable starting him. And, you know, it wasn't just a coach speak thing because Lindy Waters was the hero of that first Pelicans game without Steph Curry. And now he literally is starting Lindy Waters. And I think he's done more than held his own out there.
Well, I'm not going to call him a hero in a preseason game, but the first preseason game of the year in Hawaii, he made the game-winning shot to beat the Clippers. So he's played. I remember him in Oklahoma City, but they're a good team. He played some, but he just knows how to play. You could see it right away. He's 6'6". He's not slow, but he's not fast. He has a good pace to his game on both ends of the floor. He does recover. I'm not going to say he's Klay Thompson defensively when Klay was Rocco before the injuries, but you don't beat him off the dribble. He knows how to angle. He's just a solid player. He knows the defensive. He very seldom makes a mistake, if ever. I mean, Kyle Anderson, they got smart players on this team. The guys don't make errors. So he fits in. He's more than just a catch-and-shoot shooter. He can put it on the deck and drive. Honestly, all the while I'm watching, I'm like, what is he not good at? What is his glaring weakness? I haven't found one yet. Have you seen one? Maybe we'll see one. He looks just like a solid contributor, and he shoots the ball when it needs to be shot. He moves the ball. There are times the other night somebody flashed open under the basket when he went up for a jump shot, and he fed it right underneath for a goal. And he just good play, smart play. He's a player. Now, will they continue to start him next to Steph Curry? It works for right now. And C.J. McCollum didn't play for New Orleans last game. So Steve does like to match up. Mainly you got to deal with Ingram and Zion Williamson. They got some other good players on that team, obviously. What's the best matchup in this game? He did say that he's committed to this lineup. It's working. And not a lot of guys can play with Steph Curry. It's just different. The Warriors' offense is different this year with Terry Stotts. The way they move, the way they cut. But, it takes guys a while. There are guys, Kelly Oubre Jr., when he came here, he couldn't figure out how to play with Steph. He just wasn't good off the ball. This guy's a player. Is he going to be an all-star this year? No. But he's going to be a contributor. I would not be surprised. When we're talking about the finishing lineup, Steph and Draymond and Andrew Wiggins, by and large, are going to be 3/5 of your crunch time when you get there lineup. Then you could co-op it between offense for Buddy Hield, defense for Gary Payton II, and now with Melton out the year, who's that fifth guy? Could be a variety of guys. You want to go big? It could be Jackson Davis, could be Looney, could be Moody, could be any. It could be Lindy Waters III.
Situational substitutions with GP2 and Buddy Hield.
But he's good on both ends of the floor. The GP2 and Buddy Hield, when you're on defense, Buddy, you're out.
Yeah, it's
not always
the situational stuff.
It's not always that simple. You got to stop the game, and you could do it with timeouts. But there's fouls. You're in, you're out. Yeah, he's been doing that. He's been doing that throughout his career coaching. Steve, he's good that way. But I could see Lindy Waters not only in the starting lineup and the finishing line. He's solid. You have nothing but solid play. Who is a bad player? Who was playing minutes on this team? And don't tell me Pajemski. I know he's not making shots. He was 1 for 6 last night.
He's not a bad player.
No, not. Are you kidding me? The way he sticks his nose in, the way he defends, he moves the ball. He's pressing a little bit on the shot. It'll come. It happens. Steph has had games where, months where he didn't shoot the ball well. I'm not going to compare him to Steph, but he's not a bad player. I wonder about other guys, being, sometimes Kyle Anderson's the last guy in the game. That guy's played a lot of winning basketball. He's smart. Anyway, Lindy Waters fits here. It's just the overall depth of the roster. You got quantity. As you start to play better teams, and we'll see New Orleans now for a third time this year, when you play the very best teams, and they beat Boston with this approach. We'll see Denver in a cup game. This will be a cup game again tomorrow night. Can you win with just quantity, or do you need quality? Do you need great players to just take the game over? That'll be what they decide closer to the deadline. But Lindy Waters fits in here. Everybody on this team is solid, and Lindy Waters is solid.
I mean, look, put it this way. The closing lineup of the first quarter yesterday, and the Warriors ended up finishing with a season high in first quarter points at 41. They also held Atlanta at a 34% shooting, so they were up 19 after that first quarter, and the closing lineup was Buddy Hield, Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, and Kevon Looney. Outside of Kuminga, I'm just looking like a good collection of role players, and they all played together really well. Back to your earlier point, that was Pajemski's probably best stretch of basketball since his return. So we'll break here so we can get to our guy Wayne Larrivee, because I have gotten word that he will be good to go, and we're going to talk about the Packers and Lambeau Field with our good friend Wayne. That's coming up next on The Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Off the left hash for the veteran, 11 years out of Temple, Brandon McManus. Super Bowl winner with Denver. Packers along the sidelines. Hand in hand. Here's the snap. Low snap. Placement made. Kick to the upright. And it is good! Yes! It is good! Yes! It is good! The Green Bay Packers have won! Brandon McManus, 45-yard field goal. Welcome to Green Bay!
Ah, what a great call, huh? That's our good friend, Wayne Larrivee, who coincidentally is out on the UMA guest line. And before we welcome in Wayne, just a very quick update per Matt Barrows. 49ers just getting going on practice. No Nick Bosa, no Trent Williams, and no Purdy at the start of practice. Purdy was throwing at the very start of the session, but then left the field soon thereafter with his shoulder. So we'll keep you all updated on that throughout the day on The Sports Leader. But for now, let's welcome in the play-by-play radio voice for the Green Bay Packers. It's Greg Papa and Greg Silver here, and Wayne Larrivee joins us on the UMA guest line. Wayne, thanks for your time.
Well, my pleasure, guys. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. Wayne, we're going to make all these jokes about this, radio play-by-play duel we got going on, and the Packers and Niners have had some great battles over the years, but there are also some similarities between these two teams right now, and I want to start with the Packers and their red zone struggles. That's been a big talking point here out in San Francisco for the last 2 months, really. The Packers, with Matt LaFleur, who is a great play caller, have also really struggled down there. Both of you, what you have in common is you watch your teams move the ball, and then you get to where the field gets tighter, and they're not finishing drives. From your perspective with what's going on with the Packers, why are they not executing down inside the 20?
Well, it starts with penalties. They've had 11 penalties in the red zone, 3 turnovers, 2 interceptions, and a lost fumble on the goal line. Those are the big factors, and they have not been able to run the ball effectively in the red zone. Not the way they have between the 20s. And looking at San Francisco, they seem to be in much the same position with probably fewer penalties. But that's been a big problem for the Packers, and it's something that has to get solved. You look at them, they're 8th in scoring. Can you imagine if they were good in the red zone, what they'd be? They're averaging 25 points a game. Same for the Niners. Yeah. Either one of these two teams makes hay in the red zone, and that scoring number goes way up.
Since we both have gold in our jersey colors and uniforms, maybe we should switch it to the gold zone the way Nathaniel Hackett did years ago, Wayne. Good to hear your voice, my friend. And you were talking about, running it in, and I think the Niners' big problem in the red zone has been inability to run the ball in the low red zone. They do have McCaffrey back, and they were 2 out of 3. Jordan Mason just hasn't been as good there. But I want to ask you about Josh Jacobs. We know him well from his Raider days, dominant player. Aaron Jones played really well against the 49ers a lot. But how does it change the Green Bay Packer running game going from Aaron Jones as the lead tailback to Josh Jacobs, Wayne?
It's a little more physical, a little more pounding, I think, although Aaron Jones is a physical runner, but he doesn't have the size that Josh Jacobs does. And the thing about Jacobs is I think his vision in traffic is exceptional. And, when he does hit the open field, he can take it the distance. So he's a power runner, gives you a physical edge, maybe that some other runners don't. And that's really been what they've been looking for here.
Talking to Wayne Larrivee here, who is the play-by-play voice of the Green Bay Packers. Something we talked about yesterday with Tom Silverstein, and I want to ask you as well. What are you seeing out of Jordan Love health-wise right now? Because we mentioned the game in Brazil to start the year looked like a really bad, potentially season-ending injury. Able to come back, knee gets healthier, but then he has the groin issue, which takes him out of the Jacksonville game. And Love, for as much as his talent has been on display, has also not quite always moved his best and been turnover-prone still in this year. So do you sense that Jordan Love has just been playing through stuff all year and is not quite himself?
Yeah, I thought coming out, he played fine in the Philadelphia game and then got hurt in the end. The thing about Jordan, he's got, 11 interceptions. I would say at least 3 of them are decisions. And, 2 of those decisions were returned for pick sixes. And that's something that I'm sure he's learning from. But what I saw in Chicago was Jordan Love healthy again. And, I thought he moved really well. He didn't throw it a whole lot, didn't have to. But I just thought he was much better in Chicago. threw the one interception on a pass that sailed over the head of the tight end, Tucker Kraft. But beyond that, I thought he played a great game, clean game, and I think he's got a chance now to maybe get back to where he was toward the end of last year. But he and the Packers are not at that level that they were at the end of last year yet.
Yeah, he has insane arm talent. There's no doubt. Watching him warm up before that divisional playoff game last January the 20th, Wayne, and I'm a little taken why he throws off his back foot so much, but he's just so whippy, and he does rotate his hips to get it done. He's long, and the arm talent is incredible. Since you've been the voice of the Packers, you've seen some of the greatest throwers of the football ever, and Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers is just so special, natural thrower of the ball. Is Jordan Love in that category? What do you see from the young guy's ability to spin the ball?
Well, I think he spins it really well, Greg. And, to put him in that category yet, I think we have to see a little bit more, obviously. He's just in his second year as a starter and really in his career just getting it going. So is he on the level of just pure passer like Rodgers or the cannon arm like Favre? Probably not as strong an arm as Favre. Probably a little more accurate than Brett was. Although, again, this is something that came on toward the end of last year when he really picked it up. Right now, he just has not gotten into a rhythm yet this year, and hopefully this second game in a row off the bye week, he can start getting to that level. Aaron Rodgers, people complain about, well, Jordan doesn't take care of the ball like Aaron Rodgers did. Well, tell me something. Nobody in the history of the game took care of the football the way Aaron Rodgers did, period.
Wayne, I want to ask you about Matt LaFleur because we've praised him justly here on the airwaves today, and he's had an incredible 5-year stint thus far as a coach. But the Packers last year, they turned around a 3-6 season when it looked like, at least Jordan Love's not on a very tough contract and they can get out of it, to Love getting a $224 million contract in the offseason. It was one of the craziest in-season improvements we've ever seen out of a quarterback, but the Packers are 7-3. They've also looked rather inconsistent at times, and I've noticed that whether it's how they're talked about in the media or even the words coming out of the players, there's a really similar tone as to what we're hearing around here in San Francisco with the 5-5 San Francisco 49ers. And I'm sure some of that has to do with the NFC North just being a brutal division to play in right now and, fighting for a wild card spot. But I want to ask you, what is Matt LaFleur's challenge here in the back end of a season with a team that is still really young?
Yeah, I think it's similar to where he was a year ago, although the record is much better. They're very much in that mode where they're looking for consistency. They're looking to figure out how they're going to get it done, what works for them. And I think they're starting to find that. They're winning close games. I mean, really the difference in the records of these two teams will meet Sunday in Green Bay is that San Francisco hasn't won as many close games. The Packers won almost all of their close games. So it'll be interesting to see how this thing evolves. But the fact is, they're not where they were a year ago at the end of the season, but they certainly have the potential and the ability to get there. Now, will they? That's not a given. None of this is a given. And, I think what the Niners are going through is a little bit different. Last year was your year. You were the best team in the league, period. And, you weren't playing your best in January. The Packers almost beat you. The Lions should have beaten you. You get to the Kansas City game. You're leading by, thumbnail. In the end, the Chiefs get it tied in regulation, and God knows, what's going to happen next isn't good. And that's Patrick Mahomes wins another championship. So I understand where the Niners are coming from. That rips your heart out. And I'm sorry, that carries over for another year, and maybe two. But that's the kind of thing those athletes will never forget. And that's where I see the struggle with San Francisco. Yeah, there have been injuries. Yeah, there have been holdouts. No question about it. They're another year older. I get all of that. But this team still is one of the better teams in the league, but they're not the team they were a year ago, and who could expect them to be that way?
That's why this game on Sunday is going to be big at 5-5 against the 7-3 Packers. And since Matt LaFleur took over as the head coach of the Packers, Wayne, in 2019, this will be the 7th matchup between Matt and Kyle. And Matt LaFleur's one-loss record is just so glittering in the regular season, one of the best in the history of football for 5.5 years. In the playoffs, Kyle has been able to beat him 3 times, not just last year's game, the snow game a couple of years ago, and the championship game in 2019. So when we get done here in about 15 minutes, I'm going to go
sit down with Kyle Shanahan and do a long 20-minute interview. And we're going to talk about the relationship with Matt LaFleur. And we know it goes back to the Houston days. Kyle took him to Washington with his dad, Mike, and all those great future head coaches there, and the Falcons in 15-16 before Kyle became a head coach here. So we kind of know Kyle's thoughts on Matt LaFleur. What's the other side of it, from the Packers side of it, this Matt LaFleur versus Kyle Shanahan 7-time around on Sunday, Wayne?
Yeah, it's become a real rivalry. And I think Packers and 49ers has been a rivalry since the 90s when Brett Favre and that group were coming up, and they seemed to meet the 49ers every year in the playoffs. And to their credit, they kept getting the wins over the 49ers, great 49ers teams and great quarterback Steve Young. But so the rivalry continues. I think this is at a different level in that you've got two head coaches that know each other well. I think they're very similar. I think they're very similar in the way they conduct their business, in the way they handle things, in the way they call the game, that kind of thing. There's an awful lot of Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur, and I hope that wouldn't bristle Matt LaFleur. But, I say that in a positive way. So this has become a great matchup over the course of the years. This game's another regular season game. If Matt's had an edge on Kyle, it's been in the regular season. So if this is a regular season game, Greg, we're not in the playoffs yet, but it's a great rivalry game. And this young Packers team, the youngest team in the league, knows what it's all about because they saw it last year in San Francisco. Just a great ball game out there, and they're looking forward to this game. But you're right, these two teams, and hey, he's been at 5-5 for what seems like forever, and they always turn it on down the stretch and make a Super Bowl run. It's a credit to the players they have and to Kyle Shanahan's coaching. And I thought Matt LaFleur last year did the best coaching job I've seen in a long time, getting that young team to turn around and, go from like 3-6 to the playoffs and make a run.
Has Robert Saleh been hanging around Titletown this week? As far as you know? Is he there?
Yeah, he's been around during the week. He goes home on weekends, but he's been working with the offensive staff and basically looking at defensive tape and giving the offensive staff an idea of, okay, this is what they're doing defensively. This is how I see what they're doing, and this may be where you guys can attack type of thing. So, but the Saleh and LaFleur are very, very tight, very close. So, I'm sure that was a natural when Saleh became available.
May the best man win, no pun intended. Wayne, want to thank you for your time and joining us, and we certainly won't make this the last, especially if there's another playoff meeting between these two teams, which just seems to be inevitable.
Let me tell you something. No matter what happens Sunday, someone is going to have to deal with San Francisco in January. Trust me, they will.
I like it. Wayne Larrivee giving some good
There is your dagger!
Wayne, thanks so much. We appreciate the time.
All right, see you guys.
Well, that is Wayne Larrivee.
I mean, what are the odds if the 49ers do win the NFC West and they are the 4 seed, they would face the Green Bay Packers?
Now, if Green Bay catches Minnesota,
they'd have to be the 5 seed to get up there, or you could see them later in the playoffs if Green Bay pulls an upset like they did last year against Dallas. And, what are we going to see them not once but twice this year? We're going to see them in late November and maybe see them in January at some point.
Could also be a 3-6 if the NFC South decides to NFC South a little bit here.
Do what they do.
Do what they do. We'll see if it's Atlanta or maybe the Panthers have one of the all-time great
Tampa's
postseason
not done
stories.
yet. They're getting Mike Evans back.
No, Tampa's been banged up, and they're a dangerous team. Only team to beat the Lions, by the way. So
I remember. I watched that game.
Yeah, it was a good one. Cool. Well, we're gonna wrap things up on the other side. It was great to talk to Wayne Larrivee. Good day with Tim Ryan here, and we'll close the show out with a little bit more football comments. Browns Steelers tonight, kicking off Week 12, and we'll hand it over to Copes and Dieter after that. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The best half hour in sports radio. Steve Young's going to stop by and join Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach today at 5 o'clock. So tune in live or listen on the KNBR app, KNBR.com, and however you stream the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Here of Papa and Silver, we got Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach coming up here shortly. Tank top Copes, hanging out in Hawaii, was told, little rumor mill, that he was walking around with a Gary Payton jersey sleeveless this morning by the morning show. So living his good life. Before we get on out of here, there is a game tonight, and Week 12 is going to kick off between the Steelers and Browns. Steelers quietly right there for the number 1 seed in the AFC. And the thing about the 49ers and 5-5, yes, it stinks that they came so close to winning the Super Bowl, but sometimes I just feel a little better when I look at other organizations that are just a little bit more of a dumpster fire. And 2 of those belong in New York. And I don't wish anything bad on players individually. I feel for the quarterback, Daniel Jones, who we're about to hear from, but it could be worse here rather than paying attention to the 49ers. Daniel Jones, who is very much still on the New York Giants roster, but a la Russell Wilson, Denver Broncos, is going to be let out of that contract. He was playing scout team safety at practice today and then spoke to the media, sort of giving a little bit of a goodbye. Here is what he had to say.
The right way. Let's see. The opportunity to play for the New York Giants was truly a dream come true, and I'm extremely grateful to the Mara and Tisch families for the chance to play here. The Giants are truly a first-class organization, and I have nothing but genuine respect and appreciation for the people who have built it and who helped carry on that tradition. I've met so many special people and created relationships that will truly last a lifetime. Thank you to all my teammates, coaches, and staff that have done so much for me these past 6 years. There have been some great times, but of course, we all wish there had been more of those. I take full responsibility for my part in not bringing more wins. No one wanted to win more games worse than me, and I gave everything I had on the field and in my preparation. Of course, this season has been disappointing for all, and of course, I wish I could have done more. I'm 100% accountable for my part. I did not play well enough consistently enough to help the team get the results. The reality of the NFL is it's hard to win games and requires consistent performance from everyone involved. We didn't do that well enough, so the idea to change something happens, and I understand. I love the game. I love being part of a team. I'm excited for the next opportunity and know that there's a lot of good football in front of me, and I'm excited about that. To all the fans, I have deep respect and appreciation for your passion and love for the Giants. The fans are a huge part of what makes playing for the Giants so special.
Man, kind of a heartfelt and classy goodbye.
He's a smart guy.
He's a smart guy. Look, here's the thing with Danny Dimes, and I'll always say this. It's not his fault that he got overpaid. If I got offered $160 million to host a show on KNBR, and I promise you, it's nothing close to that. We already have people mad at me for, whatever salary I'm making that is way less than $160 million. It's not his fault that he got the contract offer.
No, but so Dave Gettleman is the one who drafted him, way back then. Smart guy, Peyton Manning camp at Duke. And the 1 year, I thought we were going to play him. Or actually, the way it worked was they were playing Minnesota in a playoff game. And Minnesota had all those one-score wins. This was in 2022. Kirk Cousins was their quarterback, and I thought we were going to play them had they won that game. And he played well. They had a good system. What they did with him, he could not drop back and do a full field read. He was not a Brock Purdy where you go boom, 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 get the ball out. They would roll. He's a very athletic guy, and they would run a stretch left and a keep and a boot right, and it was half a field. But he went in there in that playoff game, and he lit them up. Problem was his contract was up, Saquon's contract was up, and they curiously gave him the $40 million. Saquon, they kind of kicked it down the road a little bit, and now he's gone, and Daniel Jones is going to be gone. My thought would be to make him a scout team quarterback. His contract is null and void after this year. You just worry about a guy going into the weight room and dropping a plate on his toe and breaking his toe. If I'm the Maras and Joe Shane and Brian Dable, I escort him out of the building. Now, I don't think because the way the contract is structured, even if he does get hurt, break something. Remember Jimmy Garoppolo? They couldn't pass him on a physical, couldn't trade him. I don't think that's the situation here with him. His contract's done, right? Now, there may be an injury settlement. I don't know how that would work if he ever did get hurt in the building. It's not that uncommon for offensive players to run a scout team defense and safety. You see it all the time where they cross-pollinate defensive guys, or Chase Lucas does that a lot on the practice field here where he simulates a wide receiver. So it's not as unusual as you think, but they're not just benching him. They are jettisoning him out of the building, out of the state. I mean, he's their fourth-string quarterback, and they're going to Tommy Cutlets. And I wonder about Drew Lock. What do you think Drew Lock's thinking? Why do I not get a chance to quarterback the New York Football Giants? So
he might
if Tommy Cutlets doesn't perform well. But Daniel Jones will have to reinvent himself, like Geno Smith, like a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL that had to go to backup. Or he's not going to be a starting quarterback next year. Somebody will employ him as a backup quarterback, and it's moments like these where he takes this graciously, wrote a nice speech, delivered it beautifully like you do at the open of our show, Greg, and he's a dookie. So he may not be a great quarterback as far as a full field read, but if you structure the offense around him, he proved he could win at least one playoff game in 1 year, but he got paid a lot of money for that one win.
Hey, well, great show today. Appreciate you, Greg, making life easy. I appreciate Kyle Haar back in the studio. And we're going to keep this thing going, man. Like, we are going to keep building on this. This is good. I'm feeling great about it. And I have not been reading much social media for obvious reasons of a lot of the changes, but sometimes things just get thrown in your face a little bit. My favorite one so far this week was being called a Hawaii fraud. Dude, I wish I was in Hawaii.
What does that mean?
Because we got shows in Hawaii right now.
Not in Hawaii.
I'm not in Hawaii. That'd be awesome to be on the islands.
Are they calling Copes that?
Nah, Copes is just Hawaii tank top guy. And he and Dieter Kurtenbach will take it from here. Thank you to everybody, and we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. to do more previewing of Niners and Packers. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
His love of the game brought him to the Bay.
Blank the Dodgers for life.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Copeland and Copes.
Let's get it on.
Adam Copeland.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Geez, talk about low energy on the music. We really coming in with it this quiet? Can you pump this? I don't even know who's on the board today. Is it Raph? There we go. Thank you. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on a Thursday. Jesus, Kyle. What kind of half-ass board-op work was that? Pot it up, bro. Let him hear it. What's golden, dog?
Just do some smooth jazz next time, you know? Maybe some classical music if that's the energy we're going to
All right, now turn it down. Okay, now we got a show to do, all right?
It's too loud.
Just ride the fader. All right, I look, Dieter, I got right back to it. I wasn't going to be deterred or detered, for lack of better terminology.
Correct.
By the fraudulent vote that went down yesterday. I thought we should have stopped the steal and stopped the count when I had an opportunity to win with my tank top. So I came back with another one. Go ahead and try to shoot down a Gary Payton II jersey. All right, you may not like the way it looks on me, but you're not going to hate on the Dubs. Not after the win last night, not after GP2 the season he's having. Even Murph going, look, I don't like you in the tank, but it's a good fit. It's a good-looking tee. Murph's even giving it the thumbs up after yesterday. Across the board, thumbs down. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. We got a great show for you today. I would presume. I mean, I say that every day, and I'm really just full of it. I don't know what's going to happen. Could be a bad show.
I'll pull my end of the bargain, and we'll see where you're at and where the guests come, and by the end of it, we'll have a good idea.
Well, here's the deal. 2:50, Mark Spears will join us. Good day to talk to Mark Spears, get into some basketball talk for sure. After Dubs win last night, D'Anthony Melton goes down, and we got a lot to talk about in terms of where they go from here. We got into it a bit yesterday. Done a little bit more reading on this, but right now, Lindy Waters III is the guy. He's the guy who started the last 3 games at shooting guard. He actually did a pretty good job yesterday against Trae Young, but the Hawks are a disaster. So we'll talk to Mark Spears at 2:50. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan at 3:30, and then at 5 o'clock, the best half hour in sports radio, Steve Young, will join us for his weekly conversation. Couldn't do it yesterday. I think he was traveling yesterday. Warriors beat the lowly Hawks 120-97. Niners prepare for their trip to Green Bay. And Kyle Shanahan and Steve Young join us today. Also, am I hearing, did Brock Purdy, quote, pull himself from practice? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, he pulled an Anthony Richardson. He tapped
What's that
out.
mean?
Well, Anthony
what's
Richardson
that mean he pulled himself
famously.
from practice? Well, I know, yeah. Earlier this season, Anthony Richardson, I know he was like, look, it's 3rd and short, I know, but I need a blow. A little bit different on third down in the red zone than at practice.
Pulled himself out at start of period number 3, according to David Lombardi. That kind of detail you can only get from David Lombardi. Before period 3 at practice today, Brock Purdy, who was tossing the ball around a little bit, said, no mas, and stepped to the side. Now, we'll talk to Kyle here in the not-too-distant future, and we'll get as good of a read as anybody on what the hell's going on there, because there's the idea that the Niners can beat the Packers, and then there's the whole other concept of if Brock Purdy doesn't play, how bad do they lose by? Because that's what that conversation is.
Well, and again, you look at the players who are like of the most important, and if you were going to rank, it's funny, like at the start of last season, probably even this year, Tom and I went through it last year, and we're like, okay, so which players could you not lose in order to maintain Super Bowl status? This was going into last season, right, when they, of course, did go to the Super Bowl. And the immediate thought was, probably Nick Bosa, probably Trent Williams, maybe Christian McCaffrey. But even going into last season, my thought on McCaffrey was more on the lines of, well, they went to a Super Bowl with Raheem Mostert and Matt Breida and Trey Sermon helped get.
And you loved
you
some Elijah Mitchell, so you're like, this can work. We'd be fine.
I was like, they found enough in the run game with guys who were undrafted and like pulled off the scrap heap, or guys who'd been on practice squads, 6, 7 of them in Raheem Mostert's case, before they become, record-breaking NFC Championship running backs. So I thought, okay, running backs maybe not even the most pertinent one. But as you go through the season last year, it became pretty clear they can't lose Brock Purdy. They lose Brock Purdy, their chances of being successful are not great. And I sort of feel the same way this year. Now, not sort of. I know the team is better with Brock. I don't know how anybody feels about Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs taking snaps, but in terms of the 3 guys who you say, well, you can't lose any of those to be successful, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, Brock Purdy, all three of them are on the injury report right now. I mean, you may be without all those guys this week.
Got the trifecta. And listen, last year, the Niners did have Sam Darnold, and there was a strange and vocal contingent of Niners fans who wanted to see Sam Darnold.
Come on.
You're seeing it now. It's fading away. Glad that we didn't have to see it in a Niners uniform last year. But Sam Darnold is unquestionably a better quarterback than Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs. Like, that goes without saying. Anyone who wants to have that argument, I guess 808 KNBR will own you on the air. And I'm a little bit stunned at the lack of attention, or maybe the lack of investment specifically, that the Niners put in at backup quarterback. It's something I harped on all offseason. If any team should know how important a backup quarterback is, it's the 49ers. The only reason Brock Purdy's in, he was the 3rd string. And they had him and Jimmy Garoppolo backing up Trey Lance, and it not just saved their season, it made their season when Purdy finally got in there. So if any team should know that, hey, maybe we should be getting every quarterback every year in the draft, just keep investing at the position, make sure we always have a good contingency plan, it's the 49ers. And instead they went with Brandon Allen, who was the 3rd string quarterback for this team last year, and Josh Dobbs, who's an interesting little change-up, but ultimately has been on a bunch of different teams because, well, outside of the element of surprise, he doesn't offer all that much. We'll have to just see what's going on with Brock. We can get into a conversation later on if it does seem as if Brock is out about if they should play Allen or Dobbs. But I'm not ready to head down the hill of depression just yet and engage in that conversation. But you're 100% right, Adam. Like, 3 for 3 on guys you can't miss. Things are going great for the Niners.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse in terms of injuries, it feels like. I think two things I would take a bit of exception with what you said is you said the attention to the backup quarterback spot, and I think spending the money on Josh Dobbs is paying more attention to the backup spot. I like Josh Dobbs as a backup. I think more than I liked. I mean, now it's different because we've seen Sam Darnold. I liked him more than I liked Sam Darnold as a backup last year. And it's interesting because Dobbs is the 3 right behind Brandon Allen. But I liked him more than I liked Sam Darnold going into last year. And I certainly liked him more than I liked Nate Sudfeld a couple of years ago, right? Was that 2 seasons ago that Sudfeld was going to be the 2 before Jimmy signed back?
Well, it was not just that. Sudfeld was going to, you're right, before Jimmy signed back, or technically wasn't traded. And then they gave Sudfeld $2 million to go away so that they could see what they had with this Purdy fella. But, they paid Sam Darnold $4.5 million last year to be a backup. I mean, they didn't, he was the most sought-after backup quarterback option in the league of guys who weren't clearly in the, 1A, 1B competition, like a non-Gardner Minshew, who's always going to be a starting quarterback for a bad team. Like, not one of those situations. Like, Sam Darnold was sought after. Teams wanted him. He wanted to come here. And, much like when we talk about the Giants, like, go get some pitchers. Pitchers should want to be here in San Francisco. It's a great place to pitch. You should be getting backup quarterbacks who, guys who failed out at the starting ranks, guys who don't have as much shine on them or any shine on them anymore, guys who got a bad reputation somewhere else and are considered busts. Those are the guys you should be bringing in. Brandon Allen, what's he there for? What's the point of Brandon Allen? Can you win games with Brandon Allen? You could maybe win a game with a Josh Dobbs just because he can run around a little bit, but it's not an investment. It's not somebody, either of them, neither of them is somebody that you would trust for an extended period of time. And the fact that both of them on the roster is a pretty clear indication that Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust either of them to even win a game or two, because there's another backup quarterback there. So I found the whole thing strange. I find the whole thing strange. And we all just hope that Brock Purdy, because it's Thursday, can play on Sunday, and that between now and then he can get what he needs to be out there on the field. Because as we joked with Matt Barrows yesterday, I've seen what it looks like when a 49ers quarterback can't throw, and I don't want to go back to those kind of places.
Yeah, I mean, that was rough in the NFC Championship. Not just can't throw, not have a quarterback that can even play. I mean, the other reason I think Josh Dobbs, and the other thing, and it's not even a point of contention with something you said, but I think it's just more context. You mentioned Josh Dobbs being on numerous teams. I also think it's because Josh Dobbs is one of those mercenary-type guys who, even this early in his career, is capable of picking up offenses and showing up and just being able to go play backyard football. I think that if you want Josh Dobbs to be your starting quarterback week to week to week, I think the floor for him can be pretty low. If you need Josh Dobbs to come off the bench and win a game for you in the middle of the second or the third quarter, I think he's one of the better guys in the league that has that capability or that trait in his bag. Like, if you're going to go a whole week and know you need a starting quarterback, maybe Brandon Allen is the guy to operate. If somebody goes down in the middle of a game, maybe it's Josh Dobbs who can come in and just sort of fly by the seat of his pants and make something happen.
But that's the opposite of what they've been doing, right? Dobbs has been down as the super emergency every single game this year. And just to run it off real fast, he's been on the Steelers, Jaguars, Steelers again, Browns, Lions, Titans, Vikings, Cardinals, Browns again, and now the Niners. And you're right. He's a literal rocket scientist. That's what he studied in school. Sharp guy, charismatic guy, never have to worry about any nonsense off the field. He's just a stand-up dude, and you could throw him into disadvantageous situations, and he can make something out of it because he can learn just fast enough and just well enough, and then he's just good enough to make something out of nothing. But the NFL is all about Monday through Saturday. It's all about those preparations, not just what you're doing with your quarterback in your meeting rooms, but what they're doing against that guy in the other meeting rooms. And if you know Josh Dobbs is coming in, you are licking your chops as a defense. And we saw it time and time again, stop after stop for Josh Dobbs. He's here for a flash of something interesting, and then it ultimately fades away. He's a firecracker.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. I'm live from the Westin at Puna Beach on the big island of Hawaii. We got more to come in terms of some of the stuff going on out here, but we will get into a conversation a little bit later with Mark Spears, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, and, of course, Steve Young at 5 o'clock for the best half hour in radio. And, hey, KNBR, Mr. KNBR, who runs the YouTube chat, where's my damn poll? Huh? I want to find out how good we are on this jersey today, huh? You shot down my tank last night. I'm back and I'm batter. I'm running for election yet again with my new jersey and my cutoffs on. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. More to come only here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
Warriors won last night 120-97 over the Atlanta Hawks. The bigger story might be the season-ending loss of DeAnthony Melton. Should the Warriors consider Jimmy Butler? Let us know what you think on our KNBR YouTube chat, the only place that lets Bay Area sports fans sound off instantly. It's the Sports Leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Tech. Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, here's Adam Copeland on The Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland back with you here from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort. We're here all week long. We'll be here, by the way, we get the extra night because the morning show, Murph and Marcus, fly out tomorrow with the listeners right after the show. We leave on Saturday, so Tim and I will be here for an extra night tomorrow, bringing you all the action there in the Bay Area from here on the Big Island of Hawaii. And joining me now, Kansas Henderson. He is the hotel manager at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel right up the road right here. Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you so much. Stoked to be here.
Okay, first and foremost, are you from the Bay Area?
I am indeed, yeah.
Where are you from?
30 years there on the peninsula.
You're a KNBR head, is what I'm told.
Absolutely, yeah. 680 on the AM dial in the card growing up. Candlestick games, Niners, Giants, absolutely.
Give me your rent. Giants, Warriors, Niners, or you're a Raider guy?
No, definitely Niners. Born and raised in the 80s there. It was easy to be a Niners fan.
So are you still following the team?
Absolutely.
How you feeling right now, dude? Because how about this? Ready for some good news we got today?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy just pulled himself from practice.
Oh, wow.
More good news for the 49ers this afternoon.
That injury list has not been pretty for the Niners this year, and now the Warriors getting hit as well. It's
tough deal. So is that how you go? You go Niners first, then Giants, then Warriors?
I would say so.
I think from the 80s, that's in general how it goes. So who's your San Francisco Giant guy? Is it like you going Will Clark, you going Matt Williams, Robbie Thompson, the Roger Craig Giants?
That was the era. Loved that bullpen as well, and Caveman and all those guys. And these days, I'm so happy Buster Posey's back with the organization.
Yeah.
He was absolutely stellar. My son growing up right now is a catcher, so he's like one of those idols he looks to.
Good deal, man. Yeah. Repping the Giants and repping the Bay Area here out on the Big Island. So Mauna Kea is going through a bunch of renovations. That's what we're told. And we're going over there tonight, by the way. We're going to have dinner at Copper Bar tonight.
All right. Look forward to having you.
It's going over. We love it. We've been over there a couple of times. Tell us about the renovations, what people can expect when they get out here.
Yeah, so we started in April. We're knee-deep in a $200 million renovation, and it is touching every part of the property. We're going to have a new spa, new adult pool, new fitness center. We've redone some of the restaurants already. Our golf course reopens next month. Every single guest room being redone. It is going to be absolutely stellar.
That's fantastic. So what's going to be the most different element of it? I mean, everything being modernized or updated, I guess, is what's happening. When it's a renovation, everything's just going to feel fresh and feel new. But what can people be excited about coming out to see?
I think the biggest pieces are going to be the elevations in the guest rooms. You are going to feel a much more residential feel, high-quality feel in those guest rooms. And then our new health and wellness end of the property, where you have a brand-new spa, 12 treatment rooms, you got sauna, you have steam room, hot tubs, additional pool, and then you walk down to a brand new fitness center. The fitness center is 180-degree view from every Peloton, from every treadmill of the Pacific Ocean. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Are you guys a hotel like this one where everything's facing the water too?
We have a few rooms that face the golf course.
Yeah, that's a good look though too. That's a good spot
not
to be.
Not so bad. Yeah, when you got a Robert Trent Jones course, it's you're doing okay for yourself. But pretty much all the public areas are ocean facing and got a view just like you're seeing here.
Yeah, so San Francisco Giants baseball. You know that we've got the this will rankle some people. We've got the garden out in center field where they're growing stuff. They're doing their smashed blueberry vodkas, whatever the hell they're working on out there. But you guys have a new garden, is that right? A new sustainability garden coming to the hotel?
Yeah. The Ulu Garden is coming along so well, and actually we're only 2 months in and we're already harvesting. It is amazing how quickly things grow here in Hawaii. But it's going to be a great new spot, not only for obviously produce and sustainability efforts for our culinary team, but we now have an awesome new pavilion there. Yeah. Pizza oven, a great place for family dinners, group dinners. It's going to be it's a great new setting.
What kind of stuff are you guys growing?
We have microgreens. We have zucchini was one of the first things we had on the harvest. All sorts of herbs going. Yeah, I mean, we had our first event there a couple weeks ago, and the bartenders are pulling herbs and muddling things right there, like you're talking about, and obviously the kitchen team can't get enough of it.
So what am I eating tonight? What am I having at Copper Bar? What's my go-to?
I mean, you have to do flatbreads.
Yep.
The flatbreads are amazing. The Hamaku mushroom one is probably my favorite, and then the sushi is to die for.
Sushi's,
in Copper Bar. You're
that's
not
what I think
gonna
about.
miss.
Yeah, the fresh fish here, man.
That's what people come for.
Yeah,
right?
that's what you come.
Yeah,
That's the thing is when I'm here, like we went out to a restaurant the other night, and I'm like, when I'm in Hawaii, I'm not getting let's get a smash burger. I'm not getting a hamburger, dude. I was like, if I get something, I'm getting something with fresh pineapple on it, getting something Kahlua, I'm getting some legit, something Hawaii based, and getting the fresh fish. So that's where I'm going tonight.
Plenty of options.
If you're coming out and a family's coming to stay, what would you recommend they do if they're coming to stay at the Mauna Kea? What's your go-to there?
Yeah, I mean, I will be honest with you. Multi-generational travel is what we're all about.
Yeah.
Families, year-round. And honestly, when the average person gets there, you don't want to leave this resort.
No.
You have absolutely everything you need.
Here, yeah.
We have the #1 tennis center in Hawaii. We have the #1 golf course on this island. And we have, without a doubt, the 2 best beaches on this island as part of this resort. So once you're here, you don't need to leave. The average rental car sits in the parking lot and collects dust. So plenty to do, and a week-long stay goes by real quickly.
And you mentioned the beaches. I mean, even here down at the West End of Puna Beach, Mauna Kea, you guys have great beaches, and all the beaches here are like they're like public parks, like they're open to everybody.
Absolutely.
But it's got a private beach feel, does it not?
It does, but I mean, we love the locals coming down as well. It makes for a great vibe, and we have a great membership on property with our homeowners, and all the stakeholders together make a phenomenal resort community.
Now, I know you spent a $200 million renovation. That would get you like a third of what Juan Soto is going to get this offseason. Is there a free agent out there that you want the Giants to go after you'd like to see?
Oh, man.
Anybody or a position you think they need to upgrade the most?
That is a great question. I don't know if I'm skilled enough in recruiting.
They need more
scouting
offense
to
is
make,
what they need. They need some bats.
I think that could help, but hey, I'm cheering them for him no matter what, and I look forward to seeing the new roster. And again, with Buster at the helm, I'm really excited to see what he does.
How about Niners Packers? How you feeling this weekend?
I'm going Niners every single week.
Yeah.
Injury list or not, I'm going.
You're
with
riding them out, dude. This afternoon, you get Niners on Sunday afternoon.
Absolutely. I'm going to say right now, Lions-Niners in the NFC Championship.
An easy segue for me to plug that you can hear pregame and postgame right here with myself and John Dickinson this weekend. Niners and the Packers only here on the Sports Leader. All right, last one because I've been getting heat. Text line in the YouTube chat hated it yesterday. Am I rocking this jersey? Is it working?
You're rocking it hard, man.
Dude, yeah. If Kansas is down, dude, everybody else should be down. Kansas.
I could use one of those as well. Yeah, if you got an extra.
I appreciate you coming, dude.
All right.
Make sure you're coming out. That's the Wisconsin Kansas Henderson, the hotel manager at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. We're here at the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort. We got plenty more to come. Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you. When we come on back, what's going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga's minutes? And is he expendable now that DeAnthony Melton is gone? We'll see what transitions or transactions the Warriors decide to make now with the injury to Melton. More to come here from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. And our trip sponsored by Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaii flies with us. More to come on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Adam Copeland, live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island in Hawaii, on the Sports Leader.
Game-by-game great sheet, Steph Curry. My goodness. He knows he's about to come out. He's like, let me get at least one more step-back three. Let me let one more fly.
Warriors going to win last night over the Hawks, destroy the lowly Hawks, 120-97. And like that doesn't even tell the entirety of the story. No. I don't think, for how this game went down. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. I'm still live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. And Tim, I think you have the camera sitting at this gentleman's chair here. Should I just move over? I guess I can move over. Or you can just keep looking at the empty chair. That's all good. Rev says we're all good. Steph Curry, though, that, by the way, was his fourth three-pointer of the night, 4 of 6 from three-point range, 7 of 10 overall, 23 points. Really, Andrew Wiggins had a great night, 12 of 17 from the floor. Both he and Steph were plus 27, Draymond a plus 29, but Wiggins, it was the 7 rebounds for me to go with the 5 defensive. Steph had 8 assists in this one. Draymond had 9 assists and 7 rebounds. Warriors in total 36 assists as they hammered the Hawks. It was an easy win last night. They let us by much as 31 points.
Yep.
Now, something that's been brought up since the injury to DeAnthony Melton, and really in the last couple of games, Jonathan Kuminga not only coming off the bench, but the minutes he's playing. For the 3 straight games, Kuminga's played now fewer than 20 minutes, and they dwindled to a season low. I think it was 15 minutes in total that he played in last night's game. Kerr was asked about it after the game. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about the usage of Jonathan Kuminga over the last 3.
Just read the game, and every game is going to be different. So we've got a very deep team. As we know, we're committed to playing 12 guys every night. So we just find groups that click and we stay with them, and JK will be part of a lot of those.
So for Kerr, it's always about matchup. But if Kuminga's minutes are going to go down, is it easier to move him if they go down? Like we talked about yesterday, guys sort of solidifying in their role. Like, does it turn teams off of a guy like Kuminga when you go, well, he's good, but we just can't use him the way you would use him? Like, you know what I mean? How do you sell somebody else on this? He's not good for me, but he's great for you.
I don't think the Warriors are interested in trying to sell him to somebody else. I think that they're interested in making sure that Jonathan Kuminga can re-sign here at a reasonable rate, which is not what he was asking for this past offseason. He wanted to be maxed out. He wanted to be treated like a superstar player, and he's clearly not that. There's not a person on this planet outside of Jonathan Kuminga in his immediate circle who thinks that Jonathan Kuminga is a max-level player in the NBA. Like that. I don't know why we would even need to have that argument. Apparently some people on social media want to have it, but the proof is in the pudding in his career. So I had no problem with the way that they handled the minutes last night. You noted how the Warriors were just up early, stayed up. Jonathan Kuminga was a +1 in that game.
Yeah.
So the lineups that he was part of weren't very good. Certainly not relative to Andrew Wiggins, +27, Draymond Green, +29, Buddy Hield, +11 in 20 minutes. Like Gary Payton II, +7 in 6.5 minutes. So Jonathan Kuminga, yeah, he was nice. He had a solid efficiency game. He had a really high usage rate. I thought he was fine. That's a good role for Jonathan Kuminga. And I think Steve Kerr is making sure that we don't reach a point of diminishing returns with Jonathan Kuminga. Everyone wants him to play more minutes. This might be the right amount of minutes for him. Certainly was yesterday. Again, +1 when everyone else is +10, +15, +20, +30. So it's got to tell you something there. Overall, they want him to anchor the second unit. They want him to be the sixth man of this team. That's a very good role for him. It allows him, you talk about usage rate, 32% usage rate yesterday. Like, he's the man. He's the dude with the second unit, and he's got to graduate up to something else. He's young. He can get there. I don't know if he will get there, but he can get there. And as it pertains to other teams and trying to move them and this and that, there's not a lot of teams that are going to even be in the market for a big-time free agent, have the money for a big-time free agent next summer, right? Because of just the way that the cap works, the way that everyone got hamstrung at the end of this year. There's not a lot of teams with money. It's less than 10 to be sure. How many of those teams are going to use that money to sign a offer sheet to a restricted free agent in Jonathan Kuminga? Well, I mean, the last one I can remember was Miles Turner got one, and that was almost because teams goaded, I think it was the Suns, into sending an offer sheet there. So it just doesn't really happen anymore. Ultimately, the Warriors have to figure out what's the best way to utilize Jonathan Kuminga that we have today. What's the best way to bring him along at a reasonable pace, because we expect to have him around for many years to come. And also, how do we make sure that we're getting the most out of him while also maintaining some level of logic when it comes to the contract we have to give him at the end of the year? I don't think they're artificially holding him back, but they're also not trying to push him and see what's what because they're winning basketball games. And Jonathan Kuminga, at least yesterday, wasn't helping them win basketball games as much as some other nights when he is.
Well, I would say this too. That like Lindy Waters, I think people look at the starting lineup, and we talk so much about this. The starting lineup isn't the end-all be-all to anything, right? It's more about who's out there at the end of the game. Now, Lindy Waters still, yesterday, 23 minutes. The game, and he started the last 3, by the way. The game against Memphis, just 11 minutes played, but he went 3 for 4 from the field, and then against the Clippers in that loss, he played 29 minutes in that one. He plays 23 minutes in yesterday's game. What's interesting is like, yeah, and he's out there for a little bit more size, right? He gives you a little bit more in terms of size. I thought he played pretty good defense yesterday on Trae Young as well. Young didn't have a great game going up against him. In terms of Kuminga, though, what you would think is like in a game where you lead by as many as 31, in a game where you win by 23 total points, you would see more off the bench from a guy like that than 15 minutes. Now, Looney played 13 minutes. Guy Santos even got in there for 3. Gary Payton only 6. Buddy Hield played 20, but he'd be a part of the rotation anyway. Kyle Anderson, 15. Moody, 19. Podziemski, 15. Is it odd at all, though, that in a blowout game like this, he didn't end up playing more?
Yeah, I think it's overtly odd, but then if I think about, okay, well, who really got more minutes than they usually do? And
that's kind of when I looked. It's not,
I think Moses Moody did, right? Like Moses Moody's usually a 12 to 15 minute a game guy. He went for 19, but that makes perfect sense when you consider the context of the game, which is DeAnthony Melton is out, right? They need to figure out who's going to be the 2 guard next to Steph. They liked what they got from Lindy Waters. I'm in agreement with you. Let the waters flow with Lindy. He can really shoot it. If he can bring anything on the defensive side, and I thought he had good effort, even though he did commit a lot of fouls, like that's a real positive. That's a player for you now. But you still need to have other options there. You can't go all in on Lindy Waters now that DeAnthony Melton is out. You need to see a little bit more of Podziemski. They didn't really do that last night, but you do need to see if Moses Moody can play some 2. And this was a perfect opportunity for the Warriors to try Moses Moody at the 2 yesterday, to give a guy like Gary Payton II a little bit of run. Sometimes he just sits on the bench, even when you have these deep rotations. So I thought that Moody kind of stole Kuminga's minutes, and I think that it's really important to remember the context here. Like, the positions do matter. I know that we talk all the time about positionless basketball in the modern NBA, but like it does matter because Jonathan Kuminga cannot reasonably play the 3. He can't. And so what is he? He's a 4. He's strictly a 4 because he's not a 4 that can slide up to the 5. He can theoretically slide down to the 3, but he's not very effective there. So what does that mean? That means he's Draymond Green's backup. So if Draymond Green's out here playing 27 minutes, and, you have some other options with Kyle Anderson, who got 15 minutes last night at the 4, and that's a good spot for him. You have a little bit of a logjam, and Jonathan Kuminga has not yet played to convince Steve Kerr that, in fact, Kyle Anderson's minutes should come down. I thought Kyle Anderson was awesome yesterday. Kyle Anderson's minutes should come down, or Draymond Green's minutes should come down. Yeah, I'm talking about slow-mo. Draymond Green in slow-mo is a great one, too.
Slow-mo.
And if
Kuminga
could play the 3, then maybe he'd have an argument for more minutes, but he can't play the 3. And Steve Kerr tried that at the beginning of the season when he was starting Andrew Wiggins at the 2, and it just looked clunky and nasty. Their starting lineup sucked for the first couple of weeks of the season. Then Steve Kerr said, you know what, maybe we actually play a 2 guard and put Kuminga on the bench, and everything fell into place in a real way. So maybe that's what makes him expendable. Maybe that's why Jonathan Kuminga can go, because you do have a good backup at the 4 in Kyle Anderson, because you want to play Draymond Green almost exclusively at the 4. You have too many chefs in the kitchen here, but I wouldn't be getting rid of this guy because now you're also probably selling at a low point.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a low point, I guess. I don't know what was the high point. Draft day?
I guess that's a good point. I mean,
I don't know.
There have been
I don't know
moments,
what the high point is. The fact
I don't
that
know
he's
when has he ever been a winning basketball player to you? Like, when has he been a consistent, reliable, winning basketball player? And I know that's a big ask of a 22-year-old, but come on.
Yeah, and this has been the question with him is, yes, we've seen the physical trajectory go upwards, right? We've watched him become a better player. But the game doesn't feel instinctual to him or come to him in the way that he can be a game changer in the way that it does like Brandon Podziemski, right? Like Brandon Podziemski is a winning basketball player because he understands what the team needs of him, what the situation asks of him. And we'll get into some of the other stuff, the comments from Draymond on him and about the pressure that he's putting on himself. But that's sort of beside the point. We're in a sophomore year for Podziemski, but the second he stepped on the court, it was like, oh, wow, that's a rookie. And you can tell that rookie understands how the game comes to him at a slower pace or a more digestible pace or an understandable pace than clearly it did Jonathan Kuminga. Now, Kuminga, I don't know that he'd been playing basketball for quite as long as Brandon Podziemski. By the time he got to the NBA, his ceiling was high, but he was a raw player. Podziemski, I don't know that he has as high of a ceiling, but he understands the game, which is what this team needs much differently.
Well, and we'll get into Podziemski a little bit later on in the show. There's a large conversation to be had about that. But ultimately, the reason that this team is successful right now is because they're being professionals, right? It was the baseline ask of a professional basketball player. Know your role, play your role. Talent gets you into the league. Knowing your role keeps you in the league. And I think Jonathan Kuminga is doing a great job with his role. Don't get me wrong. But you still get the sense that he believes he's better than this. And I know that there are a lot of people who cape for him who think that he should be better than this because you see the physical talent and you just extrapolate that out to superstardom. But that's just not how it works. Everybody in the NBA is at least preposterously athletic compared to regular people.
And yes, right.
Yeah. And yes, he is clearly overtly athletic compared to even the best of the best, but athleticism, I mean, James Wiseman was athletic as hell. Did that translate into much? Not really. There's a lot of dudes. Clint Capella's athletic as hell. He sucks. Like every time I see him, he gets worse. There's a lot of athletic dudes who are out there and playing basketball and deserve minutes, but that doesn't mean they're winning basketball players, because to win basketball games, you need to know your role and play your role. And the Warriors have 12, maybe 11. Maybe I'm giving Kuminga too much credit here, but they have 11 guys who have bought into that and are willing to do what it takes for the overall of the team. And I do think Kuminga has shed a little bit of that immaturity, the stuff that we saw last year where he's, quote, lost faith in Steve Kerr. Like, that's gone away. He's accepted this bench role. He's playing well in this bench role. But that's all he's providing right now. And I still think he thinks he can play the three, and he thinks he should be starting. And I get it. You love the confidence, but that's not what this team needs right now. And frankly, would probably hurt this team right now.
He's a perplexing player because I don't know what you can get for him. I don't know how the league views him. To your point, I don't know that he's a winning basketball player, but he's here, so you may as well throw him out there for 15 minutes. Sam Amick reported earlier this month the Warriors' interest in a guy like Jimmy Butler, right? So, quote, rival executives, per Sam Amick, rival executives believe the Warriors are more than willing than ever to include Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude. The fact remains that they're setting their sights on very high. They're setting their sights very high in terms of possible targets. One name to monitor is Jimmy Butler, the 35-year-old Miami Heat star, whose sources say drew interest from the Warriors during the offseason and who did not come to terms on an extension. Now, you might go, okay, well, why would the Miami Heat move Jimmy Butler for Jonathan Kuminga? What does Kuminga give them? Well, first of all, the Warriors didn't sign him to that extension, so he's inexpensive. They can go into the negotiation process with him and determine what it is that they want to give him. Jimmy Butler may be walking out of Miami anyway. He's an expiring contract. The Warriors, I guess the real question you have to ask in determining whether or not they would make a trade like this, and I think they would, it's whether or not you can come to terms with Miami on getting something like this done. The question I have is, do the Warriors intend to pay Jonathan Kuminga anything at the end of this year, or is the hope that they can ultimately move him anyway for another piece? That's kind of where I'm at.
You can't really move him at the end of this year because
he'll sign a contract. He's a restricted free agent.
Right. So you're signing him to what would be a market rate deal in all likelihood, which is not going to be what Kuminga wants, and it's probably a little bit more than what the Warriors want, but you're sort of tied together. You're betrothed to Jonathan Kuminga, and it's a hard player to quit on. Don't get me wrong there, but we talked about this yesterday. Are they at a point where they need to blank or get off the pot with Kuminga or with Podziemski? Are they hurting their trade value here? And I'm curious. I mean, you look at Miami, this would be a good move for them, because they're starting Nikola Jovic, who's actually a pretty nice young player for them at the 4. But Haywood Highsmith, I don't think that does it for anybody at the NBA level. As much as I love a Haywood Highsmith, Adam, I'm not sure that he should be a starting 4 for a team that's trying to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. So they're trying to go young. They need to reset their stuff. They're going to go with Hero and Adebayo, and I think Kuminga could be a really interesting option there for Miami if we're talking a 1-for-1. Now, that's where it gets tricky. That's where it gets tough because of the money and all that stuff. But
do they want to pay Kuminga at the end of the season is the question.
Well, if you're trading for him, clearly you have some interest in him, right? And if he's the centerpiece of a deal for a Jimmy Butler, then that feels like a pretty clean deal, all things considered. I know that the Warriors would have to toss in some extra money. I'm not sure how they would do that. I haven't gone through the machinations of it yet. But, if Kuminga is the centerpiece of a deal for Jimmy Butler, that might solve, maybe not immediately for the Heat, but it might solve both teams' issues because the Warriors still have Draymond and Slow-Mo at the 4, and now they get a backup or another starter with Wiggins. It's tricky. Like, depth is a problem when you have a bunch of good players. Not everyone can be on the court all the time, and you don't really want to get rid of any of them because none of them are clear superstars. Like, you're kind of locked in.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. This, by the way, our show, after you said it yesterday, I was thinking about it last night. This is the KNBR version of the Island Boys. Minus everything revolving like having to do with the Island Boys.
There.
Well, you're on the island of Alameda. You on the island of Alameda. Me on the island of Hawaii, the Big Island. The Westin Apuna Beach Resort is where we're hanging out all week long. We'll be with you all afternoon and evening. Kyle Shanahan joins us at 3:30. We'll talk to Steve Young, the best half hour on radio, coming up at 5 o'clock. And when we come on back, Mark Spears, ESPN and Andscape.com, the Hall of Famer, joins us. We'll talk more about this Warriors situation. We played that sound from Mark yesterday where he said he thought maybe guys like Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga were losing value. I want him to expand on that and what the league views their value as right now. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach from the Westin Apuna Beach Resort on the Big Island. We got more to come with Mark Spears next on the Sports Leader. '49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins the show today at 3:30. You can listen to the interview right here on KNBR or on our YouTube and Twitch streams on the Sports Leader.
Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, here's Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you. I'm live from the Westin Hapuna Beach on the Big Island of Hawaii. Dieter an island boy, too, but Alameda Island. A little
I'm
bit
on
different.
the Big Island of Alameda.
So is our next guest, Mark Spears, another island boy.
The Island Boys, we're back.
Mark Spears, ESPN and Andscape.com, joins us on the Yuma guest line for his weekly conversation. What's up, Mark? How are you, bro?
Oh, man, just trying to figure out the world, brother. That's all.
Yeah.
You know?
You and me both. You and me both.
Loop us
bro.
in.
Where are you? What's the last thing you came up with, huh? What'd you figure out last?
Prayer.
What's that? Prayer. Prayer. That's how you figured out prayer. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Spot on
man.
sin and pray for rain. All right. Well, we actually played a soundbite of yours from yesterday or earlier this week when you were on KNBR, and you were talking about the value of guys like Kuminga and Podziemski. Did you? And I don't want to misquote you, but did you suggest that they're losing some value in terms of like the trade market and how that would go?
My curiosity with it is I thought that it was very high this summer, right?
Yeah.
No doubt.
And a lot of that is based on potential. And then I think what happens now is when you decide not to give Kuminga a contract extension, then perhaps a suitor could say, hey, well, I mean, I don't know if the value is the same as this past summer because you guys wouldn't even give him a contract extension, right? like that's something they could certainly say or use against the Warriors.
Sure.
Super logical.
I think in terms of BP, like he's taken a step back so far, right? He didn't have a great start, and so it's kind of like the stock market. I believe when it comes to trades, it's what's the value at the time, and so with BP not really taking off, with Kuminga still being a roller coaster and not with an extension, I don't know that people across the league, not saying anybody's told me anything, but I wonder if they're is as enamored with those two guys as maybe they might have been over the summertime.
Yeah, Spears, Warriors go out and kick ass last night, 120-97 over the Hawks, and a lot of folks seem up in arms about Jonathan Kuminga only playing 15 minutes in that game, though he was pretty efficient when he was on the court. We just talked about, I was wondering if you had any takeaway on that minute number. It does seem peculiar.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's as the world's turn with him, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, he's a very, very interesting player. I mean, it was a blowout. So when it comes to blowout games, I don't know that you could really judge that because, like, maybe Kerr felt like he needed some rest. Maybe wanted to see some other guys get some playing time that typically don't. So I'd like to see if there was more of a pattern. But, over the last 3 games, he's played less than 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And so I could see certainly – but when you shoot 3 for 13 from the field against Memphis, doesn't push for playing time, right? And I thought he had a good game against the Clippers.
Yep.
To me, yesterday was just a wash for everybody. So I think I'd need more of a sample size before I, put some flares in the air.
Talking to Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. D'Anthony Melton, he went down with a ACL injury a couple of games ago, about a week or so ago. And I think the evaluation of it, just based on what I was reading from Anthony Slater, was, you could rehab it and whatnot, but you're risking more injury and then maybe an eventual tear. So they just said, you know what, let's just do the surgery and repair this thing now. The Warriors used all of their mid-level exception on him and made him the priority when, 20 minutes after free agency began this year. So it's a loss for them, certainly, in terms of the depth they tried to add. How detrimental do you think this is? When we look back at the season, regardless of what happens, how big of this injury, or how big is this Melton injury to the Warriors' hopes this year?
Yeah, it's intriguing because you didn't really get to know him, right? Like, you didn't really get to see what he could potentially be.
6 games.
You saw flashes of it, but he's a starting shooting guard, solid scorer. was just starting to fit in, and to lose him certainly I think was painful because I don't know if he was the sexy number 2 scorer guy for the Warriors, but I think he was a reliable scorer. So one thing you got to look at, and my colleague at ESPN, Bobby Marks, he posted this yesterday. So, and I asked Kerr about this, and he didn't really seem. He's like, hey, that's a Dunleavy question. But Golden State is allowed to file a disabled player exception with this season-ending injury.
Right.
Melton did say maybe he could come back for the playoffs, but it didn't sound likely, right? So the DPE would be worth $6.4 million, which would be half of his salary. The problem is that Golden State is about a little over $500,000 below the first apron and not allowed to exceed that threshold. So it doesn't seem likely that they'd be able to take advantage of such an exception. But I do wonder if there's a team that's like, all right, you know what, we're trying to shed some salary. He's in the last year of his deal. We'll give you a player back that maybe has a couple years on their deal that they want, throw some picks in. I just wonder if maybe the Warriors can take advantage of this bad situation by including Melton in a trade. Because if you lose him, put him in a trade, that's $12.8 million right there. It could his contract could be attractive to another team that just wants to drop some salary, maybe pick up a draft pick or two in the process. So if I was a betting man, I'd see him being involved in a trade for somebody trying to cut some bait. And so maybe there can be some good coming out of it, but that certainly is a major hit to lose a starter, especially this early.
No, that makes a lot of sense, Spears. And I'm very curious in the meantime, because I don't think the Warriors are keen to make any trades right now. I think they want to see what they have in totality for 25, 30 games. But a lot of the spotlight's going to be on Brandon Podziemski now. He has not had a great start to the season. You had Joe Lacob at the Summer League saying that he was a revelation and a future all-star, and then you have Draymond last night going in and saying that people are putting too much on him and that he's trying to live up to all this external stuff. It's like maybe you need to have a conversation with Joe on that one, Dre. But regardless, what have you seen from Podziemski so far, and is it just as simple as he's pressing, or are you seeing something else, maybe the way that teams are defending him?
Well, you got to remember he had some injuries too. So I think he's fighting through some stuff. I don't think he had a great training camp from what I was told. It's kind of carried over. And then, he's not a surprise now. Teams know who he is, know what his ability is. I don't know. I liked him. I don't know that I love him as a person. Great cat. Talks a lot of trash.
Yep.
We have fun talking trash about San Jose State and how Santa Clara lost to us with him on the team. But I do think maybe the projection is a little grandiose. I think he's a good player, solid player, rotation player, all-star. I think I'm with Draymond. I think there's too much on it, and it's kind of coming back to earth a little bit. I think he's and that's why I was like, this summer, I'm like, hey, these dudes got pretty great value, both of them. I think and it's tough because I don't want to dog nobody out, but
of course
I felt like their value this summer was much bigger than actually the talent. So maybe my eyes are different than everybody else, but I just think that there needs to be a ton of more consistency and urgency from Kuminga, more force, a more anger, a more every day I'm playing as if I'm saving somebody's life in the process to be talked about in an all-star world. And, I didn't see Brandon like that at all. I thought he was a good player, but nothing yelled all-star to me. And that's not a slight on these guys. I think they're good players, but sometimes I worry that teams could overvalue, what they have in house. And I think the hype between both of them was pretty great this summer, which to me would have been a perfect time to push the button on both of them. Like, I think now, like, if you think about it, I heard it was like, well, the Jazz wanted Podziemski and they wanted Kuminga and they wanted 3 firsts for the big fella in Markkanen. I don't know about the 3 firsts, but dang, if it was 2,
right.
I might have pushed the button. I think I would have pushed the button on that.
Yeah.
Me too.
So.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. Nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Going bigger picture here, just NBA-wise. Give me the percentage chance in your mind that Joel Embiid finishes the season with the 76ers.
I think it's pretty good because how could you be attracted to adding a player that's part-time? Like, I can't. I will not question it. Oh, the dude's not an amazing player. I mean, Joel Embiid's one of the greatest.
No debating. No debate.
No debating that.
He's an MVP of the league. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but from a part-time standpoint and what you're paying him, and I do also think that there's some diva that you accept. Typically, that every superstar has some diva in them, right?
Yeah.
But like when you hear things like I heard in the Olympics, when you hear things I hear about the 76ers behind the scenes, and I think Tyrese Maxey said something to him about, his tardiness and how frustrating it is for him and everybody else. And I've heard about frustration with the organization, which I think is a bed that they made from the beginning. When the previous GM just basically coddled him and trust the process and, did everything for him. There's a lot that comes with it. And so you're just not getting a great player. You're getting an injury-prone player who might be the most high-maintenance player in the league. So do you want that? Do you want to bring that into your house? Right? I mean, it looks good, but once it's in there, like, oh, man, the siren's blaring every day, so is it worth the purchase, right? It's there's a lot that comes with him, and so I think it's going to be Philadelphia's, glory and pain to bear at the same time.
I mean, Spears, I'm out here getting more run at KNBR than Joel Embiid is getting for the 76ers. That's not a good sign. I'm part-time, baby. I'm filling, so.
Well, you're going back to back days, too.
There's times, and you guys understand this, if I could say everything I hear, I just can't.
Yeah.
But there's a lot.
What percentage, Spears, I used to say that I could tell you 1% of what I knew. What percentage would you put it at? Because you know a hell of a lot more than me.
About you or about Embiid?
No, about just you hear things. You hear a million things, right?
Of what you tell us, what percentage of what you know do you tell is the question.
Right.
Yeah.
How much of that can be put up for public consumption? I used to say it was 1%.
I'd say about 20%. I'd have to.
That's some newsbreaking right there.
I got to do a Mark Twain book where I write it, and it could come out 75 years from now.
Yeah. No one will care what was going on with Joel Embiid in 75 years.
It's some good over a glass of verite stuff. Good stories.
It's like
you put some Cardinal of Verite wine in me, I might tell you a few.
it's like a remastered.
A good time.
It's like a remastered version of all his best pieces of work that never got released long after he's gone, dude. The lost years with Mark Spears. Okay, so same question then. Is there any indication that a guy like Giannis would be moved this year? It's odd because he's asked for all those pieces to come in, and now they're no good.
You know what though? That dude shows up every day.
That's exactly a much different situation. Yeah.
What a dude.
Yeah, I mean it's frustrating, but. The Bucks, I actually said this on NBA Today on Monday, I'm still buying. They've been competitive. I think they've actually won 3 of their last 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like they're turning it around. there's still like 65 plus more games of basketball. So I think that they're going to get past this adversity. They're going to play better. Obviously, Middleton's not there. We don't know his status. Brook Lopez, no one's talking about him. He didn't have the greatest start in the world either. So it feels like the Dame and Giannis show. If I'm the Bucks, I ain't getting rid of him. No, you're a small market franchise. He is everything. He's their Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's kind of their only hope, right? Like you're lucky you got Dame to join him. Nah, man, he ain't going nowhere. Enjoy Laverne and Shirley life. Like you ain't going nowhere.
Schlemiel, Schlemazel.
Yeah.
Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yeah, there we go. Can we?
He actually likes it there. Like these dudes got a store. Him and I'm trying to say it right.
The Antetokounmpos?
Like Tom Bros. Like they got a store across the street where they sell merch. That is just like family merch.
Yeah.
Antetokounmpo Bros.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm like, and I'm completely serious. They got a merch store across the street, hoodies, T-shirts, you could coffee mugs, all kind of Antetokounmpo Bros merch.
Giannis out here.
The Giannis
grifting
stuff is flying off the shelves.
Yeah,
Giannis is grifting. It's crazy.
They got a table.
More. Talking to Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com. Okay, the other one we were talking about is as it relates to the Warriors, Jimmy Butler. We were just talking about him as it related to Jonathan Kuminga per the Sam Amick report earlier this month that the Warriors were in on Jimmy Butler. He's an interesting case because he's an expiring contract. Is that somebody that either would he like to be moved, that the Miami Heat would look to move, and could you see the Warriors getting back in on the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes?
I like that. I like Jimmy.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that'd be interesting about Jimmy coming to Bay is that this is the first time he would walk into a room and he wouldn't be the loudest voice.
Right.
Kind of sense reminds me of like Cousins coming to Golden State, right?
Okay,
like,
yeah.
That went great,
like
by the way.
Well, no, I mean I thought it went okay. I didn't think it went terrible.
No, I mean it wasn't disastrous, but it was. There was contention for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, if Clay didn't fall apart and Kevin Durant didn't get his injury, they would have won that and he would have had a ring. So that being, I mean, Jimmy, Cuz post Achilles and Jimmy Butler are two different worlds.
Yeah.
If Jimmy Butler is on their team, he's your number 2 guy. He's gonna fight every day. I saw this dude in the bubble will these guys to the finals.
Yeah.
Team had no business going to the finals. He willed the Heat 2 years ago to go to the finals. They had no business going to the finals. I know that if Jimmy Butler is on this team, the Warriors got a dog, a fighter.
Yep.
You try to figure it out. Certainly, I'm sure they would want like Kuminga and some picks. I'm all in on Jimmy Butler, and you could sell him on wineries being close by. He loves wine. I just think that him and Draymond and Steph together, like if they do that move, I'm buying in that this could be a championship team. Because I know come playoff, the Jimmy Buckets shows up. That dude's tough, man. He's tough. So I'm like when you think about Brandon Ingram, I wonder after things didn't go so well with USA Basketball, like this. I don't know that Steve's a super fan of his, right? But I like Ingram. Zach LaVine, I think he has the athleticism in the game, and he could be a big boost. I'm not against Zach LaVine, but there's some health concerns there. Jimmy Butler, man, I'm in. Let's go.
Him and Draymond is worth the price of admission. Not to a game, though they would be incredible at playing defense on the same side of the court in a game. Yeah. But those two just behind the scenes would be worth whatever you could charge subscription-wise.
Jimmy's a good dude, man. He's like a very super eccentric dude, likes country music, and he's big soccer fan. He's like a really intriguing guy. But when the game starts, I still remember, I mean, you guys could see that video, that picture of him in the bubble. It looks like he's damn near about to die.
Right.
And he willed this average team to the finals. Like, that finals team that lost to Denver had no business playing for that.
No.
I thank them for the Miami time that I got, right?
No doubt.
Jimmy Butler got them there, and then I think he was like hurt. Like,
yeah,
he's a bad dude, man. And on that team with these vets, with this veteran coach, he's gonna have to come fit in. They don't have to fit into him,
right?
And I'm sure Draymond and Steph, if they didn't like something, they would let them know. I'm in. I'm buying.
Mark Spears, the voice you hear, ESPN and Anscape.com. I think that's the one superstar out there that would be an absolute add to the Warriors. It could legitimately change the fortunes of the season. Not that it's not going well already.
How do you guard that, Coach?
He'd be incredible, man. He'd be a perfect fit.
How do you
He'd
guard
be an
that
awesome
backcourt?
I mean, and again, you got Melton to be a defensive asset for you, and I know he was going to be, like you said, not the sexiest number 2, but that would bolster you right back into being an elite defense as well. And they're already really good defense. Mark, great to have you, man. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, peace, guys.
Good stuff there. Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com. Make sure you're checking that out. You can listen to the full podcast available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. When we come on back, we'll talk more about Draymond, what he had to say about Brandon Pajemski, the Warriors' young guard, who he says is putting a lot of pressure on himself. I bet you Steve Kerr would love to see Pajemski just take over that number 2 guard role. Would definitely take away from some
somebody
depth.
with the Warriors who wants to see it. His name is Joe Lacob.
We'll talk about that next, and then 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins us for his weekly conversation at 3:30 this afternoon. Brock Purdy was apparently not at the end of practice, pulled himself from practice is the report. We'll talk to Kyle about that at 3:30. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach live from the West End of Puna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. Kyle at 3:30 on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
'49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins the show today at 3:30. You can listen to the interview right here on KNBR or on our YouTube and Twitch streams on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know everybody's got questions when it comes to tax issues. How about if they've got unfiled tax returns?
Real common situation. And here it is Thursday. What's the big deal about Thursday? Next Thursday's Thanksgiving. And I'd like your listeners enjoying their meal and their family and the games and not thinking about, when's the IRS coming to get me? When are they going to come knock on my door? And a lot of people don't file returns just because they didn't have the money to pay it. If that's your case, no problem. We want to make a deal for you, a sweet deal. And what if you say, yes, Steve, I filed the returns, I just can't pay it? There's so many good options. Whether we ask the government to let you just pay a small part and forgive the rest, get you qualified for that, or get the penalties forgiven if we can qualify you for that. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get a monthly payment plan that you can afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. There's a lot of good solutions. Call for your free consultation. And all you have to do is say, hey, Steve, take care of this mess for me. I want to enjoy my Thanksgiving.
Steve can help you. Let Steve Moskowitz answer those questions and help you as you get closer to tax season. 188 Tax Dealer is the number to call, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to Adam Copeland, live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island in Hawaii, on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan going to join us here momentarily at the bottom of the hour. So we'll connect with Kyle, get his thoughts on the Green Bay Packers that they're facing this weekend. How about Robert Saleh, an advisor now or a consultant for the Green Bay Packers? Love that. Gotta love that.
Had to get away from his prodigious family. He's like, nah, I can't actually spend time.
You pointed out he's got 7 kids. Went home for a week, and he was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to.
Nope, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I get it.
So a little bit more before we get to Kyle Shanahan on Draymond and Brandon Pajemski. So even though we're entertaining the idea of a Jimmy Butler acquisition by the Warriors, the reality is Steve Kerr would love to see Brandon Pajemski fill that void, right? I know you said that of DeAnthony Melton. I know you said that Joe Lacob would, but that'd be best case scenario for Steve Kerr too. He's like, we got a guy playing well enough that I can just slot in here to allow Steph to play off the ball. It's a question of if he can fill that role defensively, and his offensive numbers are down. Carlos Ramirez, who was on with me on Tuesday, was big on Pajemski's numbers being down this year and his three-point shooting, and I was like, well, he's not taking as many shots. He doesn't shoot a whole ton. But he did go 0 for 6 or 1 for 6 a couple of games ago from three-point land. Here's what Draymond had to say yesterday. He addressed some of the struggles offensively of Brandon Pajemski after the game. Here's what Draymond had to say.
What he's trying to work through is y'all fault. And I told y'all that at the beginning of the year. It's hard, and I don't say this from experience of myself. I say this from experience of watching people. It's hard having a great rookie season and then coming back and having the second year as good or better. It's tough. That's why you've always heard of a sophomore slump. You know, it's a very tough thing to do. And I think for him, he's just put so much pressure on himself for the player that he wants to be and that he think he should be, and it's unnecessary. Because what he's special at is doing all the other things on the floor. And when you put the pressure on yourself, like, I got to make this shot, but there's some guys that have that pressure, and they have to because that's what they do. If you don't have to have that pressure, and I say that from experience, don't put that pressure on yourself because it's hard night in and night out to live based on whether you make shots or not. It's a tough thing to do. Only the greatest can do it. And I think he's capable of becoming a really, really, really good player in this league. But why put the added pressure on yourself? Why beat yourself up? We believe in him. The amount of pressure that he puts on himself with each shot is insane. And so I'm saying this also, so I hope he hear it. Me and Steph talk to him every day. Like, who cares? Miss 7 of them. No one cares but you. Like, you're the only person thinking about the shots you miss. No one else is thinking about it.
That's interesting, sort of diatribe from Draymond Green there. I mean, I wouldn't say nobody else is thinking about shots you miss in games. I would say that certainly caring too much about it is problematic. But there's been a lot of talk about Draymond and Steph counseling Brandon Podziemski daily almost in terms of how his young career has gone. But that's sort of what veterans are supposed to do, especially when you've got guys like Draymond who has taken the brunt of a lot of media attention. It's so funny. I don't hear a lot of hate on Brandon Podziemski in general. I know we'd like him to shoot a little bit better, but I don't feel like this is an issue publicly. Do you? I was a little bit surprised by this. Yeah.
Well, it might be now. And the reason that it was brought up, and Anthony Slater asked the question from The Athletic yesterday, the reason it was brought up is because Melton's out, right? And what we're talking about here, Podziemski has to get more run. And he's been able to hide in low-leverage situations, in bench versus bench minutes, as he's working through some stuff. And yes, he's had some injuries. And yes, he's had some bad foul luck and all these things. He's allowed to not have a great month. That's fair. That's not a problem. But now it could start being a problem. It could really be an issue because everybody's minutes are going to get bumped up here. Not every game is going to be a blowout of a joke of an Atlanta Hawks team, right? Pelicans come around, maybe that's another joke, but eventually the Warriors are going to get themselves into an actual tough game, and they're not going to have a DeAnthony Melton to lean on, as they have so often not had this season. But think about the big moments of this season. One of them, Dallas, who's on the floor, who's hitting a big three, who's playing great defense, DeAnthony Melton. Guys are going to have to step up into that role. Lindy Waters is a one-way player. He's offense really only. Gary Payton's a defense-only player. Moses Moody is more of a 3 than he is a 2. There's one other 2 on this team, if we consider Buddy Hield a 3, which I do.
Yeah,
there's one other 2 on this team, and the only guy who could reasonably be considered a two-way player, someone that you don't have to do offense for defense subs for late in the game, is Brandon Podziemski. And he was a really good player last year. He was good for 10 points a game, 2 charges, couple of assists. He fills up the box score. The advanced metrics love him. But ultimately, he's shooting 20% from beyond the arc. His entire thing, we talked to him on media day before the season, is he wants to be shooting more from beyond the arc. Not at 20%, you shouldn't be. And at 30, 40% from the field, including 6 misses from 2 last night. I'm wondering if he's just pushing through it or if the rest of the league has the book on him because he's more of a herky-jerk player than he is some athletic marvel. And they know, hey, just don't buy the pump fake, and he's going to put himself in tough spots to shoot. Every time he shoots it at him, it looks like it's a really tough shot. That's no way to live in the NBA, and I'm not sure there's another mode that he can operate in other than just catch and shoot, which he's not very good at, where he can be getting clean, open looks. So it's a concern right now. And ultimately, the Warriors are going to give him some time because he's a young player, because he's a solid player who'll give you good minutes even if his shot's not falling. But I'm not sure how much time they can give him if he's got to be the closing number 2 guard next to Steph Curry. We're going to find out here pretty quickly if Podziemski's got it or not, because his game's got to go to another level right now.
But I tell you what, a lot of, quote, concern around a team that's like 11-3 right now, like one of the best teams in all of basketball.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
At the start of the season.
But they're a strange team, right? Like concern is merely like you think about like the Giants that won 106, 107 games. Like we couldn't understand how it was happening. It didn't make any sense. It went against the grain, and so there's going to be some concern when it's not easily explicable how the Warriors are doing this.
Adam Copeland, Jr., Kurtenbach with you. I'm live from the Westin Apuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. We're out here all week on the listener trip. If you're not liking that you're sitting at home in the rain and you're not here, win the trip next year. We're doing it every year. Come on out, hang in Hawaii with us. We will catch up with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan for his weekly conversation next. Some questions around Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, and, of course, Trent Williams, who was, they said, 60 to 70% in last week's game. Kyle Shanahan joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, here's Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
We do it every week. Well, we're not here in Hawaii every week, but we speak to the 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan every week. And he joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Niners getting ready for the Packers. What's up, Kyle? How are you, man?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm better than I think a lot of people dealing with the weather back home. Sorry to mention that. Just in terms of sitting in Hawaii.
Deal being in Hawaii right now.
I know, tough break, right? I know. Anyway, in terms of what's going on with you guys, man, I haven't had a chance to talk to you since last week's Seattle game. I want to pick your brain just about what happened with the timeout situation in terms of the back-to-back timeouts that were not called, but there was a stoppage. Like I guess you'd said earlier in the week to the media when you asked the official about the two timeouts that you thought were called in the row, and he said, no, they didn't call a second timeout. What happens after that? Can you say, well, then why was there a stoppage? Well, what's going on? Was there any explanation there?
Yeah, he just said that they didn't call one and that they had to switch something up that they had messed up, but they didn't call a timeout, and then you got to move on with your life. But, I saw them call a timeout, and I think we all know that they did, so it's just something you got to live with, and it is what it is.
It's just one of those pro sports things, right, where you go, we don't have time to worry about this now. We just got to move on to the next play and execute.
The first time I could talk to him was when I challenged the next play, when
Sure.
I thought the wideout was out of bounds. But then all I was talking about was the timeouts. And, they just said that didn't happen. But we saw some. I mean, I saw it live. I haven't seen the TV copy, but I saw someone run down there and call a timeout, and so we thought it was going to be 4th and 1 and have a chance to go for it there. But they said that didn't happen, and then the next play moves on. And once the next play happens, then you can sit there and argue or think about whatever you want. But if you do that, you're wasting a lot of your time and just hurting your chances of getting everything right after that.
You got to move on with your life, I think, is something that a lot of us can embrace just day to day with stuff that goes on. Like, look, man, this isn't going to happen for you. Just keep on keeping on and move on to the next one. In terms of how things went on Sunday, I mean, I thought overall the defense for the first, I don't know, all till the final drive, it was holding up pretty well. Only like 200 yards allowed, a total offense, and I know that last one gets away from you. What'd you see in terms of how the defense played relative to that of the offense? I know you guys would have liked to score more, but what was your evaluation of the two sides of the ball there?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I thought our defense controlled the tempo of the entire game, made it tough on those guys to score. I thought our offense moved the ball. I thought we killed ourselves with penalties on a number of drives. I mean, just having a 14-play drive where you punt was very unusual. Usually you have 14 plays, and the way it ends, if you don't score, is by a turnover or missed field goal. So we had a couple of situations like that, which really hurt us. But we had a chance to win it there. We had our 2 drives at the end, went down and took the lead on one, and then our defense stopped them on a 4th and 1, and now we got to put it away. And thought we had a chance to, and just missed a couple plays and gave it back to them for one last drive and gave them one last chance, and that was their best drive, and that was our defense's worst drive. So let Geno scramble on 2 big plays, let him convert a big 3rd down, and that's what happens. You got to play your best at the end, no matter what happens throughout the game. It's usually comes down to one score, and if you don't finish it out that way, then the team who has the ball last usually wins.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan with us as he is every week on the UMA guest line. The offensive line, again, I've said this to you before, I'm just not an evaluator of play like that. We've talked, and I know a lot of people have talked to you about Brock scrambling this year. I think it's been an awesome part of his game. I don't feel like maybe you'd agree, that all scrambles are not created equally, that sometimes it's like the touchdown he threw last week to George Kittle, or 2 weeks ago to Kittle in the end zone, and then some where the play breaks down and he's just got to get moving. How much of that is stuff that you would embrace that he did last week, and how much of it was out of necessity that he just had to get out of there?
Yeah, you coach every play up, and sometimes when there was one blitz look where they overloaded his side and they dropped right under his hot route, and they didn't have good contain on the right side, so he broke right away and he ended up scrambling in and scoring a touchdown, and it was a hell of a play by him. There was a couple times where number 1 wasn't open and he saw a lane, and he went in and scrambled right away and picked up about 5 yards. And sometimes you want him to get to number 2 and take that because you think it could be more. But also you're not gonna restrict Brock and how he reacts in the game. He's done a hell of a job scrambling, making plays with his legs. But just like you said, not all scrambles are created equal. Sometimes it's the quarterback just not sitting there comfortably and going through the progressions. Sometimes it's him making a huge play. Sometimes no one's open. Sometimes you have a really bad play, and sometimes the O-line doesn't block that well. So it's never really one answer. It's been all of those at some time, but his scrambling this year has definitely been much more of a positive than a negative.
Is that something when you look at play calling that you can I don't know, that script around is part of it, but because he has that skill set, can you do things that you maybe otherwise wouldn't have in years past or with other quarterbacks because you know what his abilities are?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's, when you come to me, when a quarterback's mobile and stuff and making plays with their legs, your decision is you want to put in a run element, where he has an element where you're calling a run for him, or he's doing his own read and reading someone and trying to put 2 guys on 1 guy. But when it comes to just drop back passing, that's just a bonus. I mean, it's nice to have a guy who has a tool to where if no one is open or if there is a lane and he sees it and he can attack that line of scrimmage and move the chains with his legs, I mean, that's a hell of a tool to have. Sometimes it's a bonus because when no one's open, you don't have to sit there and be like, all right, dang, we have no chance. You still do have a chance when a guy can run. And also when there is a lane and you can run up there and people know that he has a threat to do that, sometimes that does change coverages. Sometimes they will put an extra guy to kind of spy on him instead of doubling another player, and that can always help you too to get people open. So it's always a good tool. It's just something you don't want to create a bad habit of, to where you're always looking at number 1, and as soon as he's not there, you just tuck it and run, because people who are like that usually end up not having success over a longer period of time.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was asking about, like the O-line scramble stuff, but it doesn't feel like that's been what's happening. It seems like it's been an addition to the offense, and he had a rushing touchdown on Sunday. I know he's dealing with a bit of a banged-up shoulder. Did that impact him at all near the end of the game Sunday? I don't know when it happened, but was that an impact in the game at all for him?
No, I don't think it was. I think it, just some pain wise and stuff, and getting warmed up on the sidelines and stuff he talked about. But in terms of his throwing and everything, I didn't see anything that it looked any different, and he didn't complain about that in any way to me. So I felt all right about that.
And I know it's Thursday. We don't want to give away state secrets or anything like that. We've talked about this type of stuff with injuries. But Brock at practice today, there was a report that he didn't complete the practice. Is there any comment on that or anything that you can tell us?
Yeah, he was still limited today, so we wanted to. He didn't do as much yesterday, did a little bit more today, but by no means was he doing his normal workload. Went out there and did a little bit, and then went back in about halfway through and rested his arm up and just continued to get his rehab. So hopefully it'll be feeling great on Sunday.
Good deal. The one that got me was I saw a quote from George Kittle yesterday. I have it in front of me. He says, quote, "I will be playing on Sunday. Very excited. Can't pass up anything. Can't pass up playing the Packers. I will be out there for sure." Is he like the only guy on the roster who gets to make his own injury reports or make his claims as to whether or not he's playing?
Well, I think that just shows that he feels that way, which is very good. I think that's why I think he was close to getting out there Sunday, but couldn't do it. And, if that wasn't the truth, I don't think he'd be saying it, but that's why he's feeling great. That's why he's about 100% here, and I'm excited to see him out there and get him back on the field with us.
Yeah, I knew he was eager to play when he was out there as a plainclothes captain for the coin toss on Sunday. I was like, so he's doing okay. He's eager to be there, wants to be on the field. I know a few other guys are banged up. Nick Bosa, we'll talk about it momentarily, I guess. But Trent Williams is the one I think all of us, he's an offensive line player. He's the biggest dude out there. We just all kind of expect him to be there. I guess he was dealing with a bone bruise, and the report was he was at like 60 to 70% after getting an injection last week and limited in practice this week. Is he in jeopardy at all for this week? I know that's a big concern for protecting Brock.
No, he is in jeopardy. Just like Nick is too, and it was the same last week. Trent battled. He wasn't able to do much at all in practice all last week, and he was almost limping in the stadium. But he found a way to get out there and help us. I was real impressed with just the fact that he was able to pull off that game and be able to play throughout it and still be able to do it at a level that gives you a chance to win. So he's in a similar situation this week. It's been tough to get him out on the practice field and things like that. Hopefully he'll be able to do it tomorrow. But when it comes to guys like Trent or guys like Nick, because of who they are, because of their history, and also because of the position they play, those guys are, regardless of how this week goes, they'll have all the way up to kickoff or whenever the latest we can decide that is.
Niners and the Packers will have it for you Sunday right here on the Sports Leader, your home of 49er football. When you go up against a guy like Matt LaFleur, it's been well documented. Your guys pass together, and Robert Saleh's there now as well. He knows you guys. You know Saleh. Is it a similar thing like when you take on the Rams and Sean McVay? You're getting to the point where you've been around for so many years, and you know so many other offenses and defenses. I think it gets overplayed when we talk about the familiarity. But is there any similar feeling in that to playing a team like the Rams when you take on the Packers and LaFleur?
Yeah, it is similar in the fact that now, we're into our 8th year of it, or, I think 6th with LaFleur and 8th with Sean. So it's, it was different when it was our first couple of years together, and our history had always been together. And now is this our first time running a team and things like that. But now we've all been in this situation so much, and we've played each other so much, and we've been away from each other so much that we've all evolved in different ways, and we've all been through different coordinators, different teams, different quarterbacks. So it's really a different deal each year, kind of like it is with every team. It's always when you play someone that you have a history with, when you spend time with someone, when you play guys that you consider friends and stuff, there's always a different element because it's always fun to beat your friends. So you never want to lose to your friends. But the schematics and the similarities and all that, we come from a similar foundation, but we've all branched off and been away from each other for a number of years now.
Beating friends and beating enemies equally as satisfying, I think. I don't know if you have many enemies, but beating people you don't like is just equally as satisfying, I think. Just a thought from you on Christian McCaffrey before we get out of here. He's been playing a lot. You're using him like it feels like he was here all season almost based on the usage. And I know he's had a couple of just average rest days or normal rest days. Doesn't seem like he's banged up at all. How would you evaluate his play to this point?
I think Christian's done a real good job in these 2 games. I think especially in the Tampa Bay game, he had a number of passes that helped us, and I thought he had a number of runs. We didn't get our run game going very well last week. We weren't able to crank out any big ones, which just the run game as a whole was tough. But there weren't many that Christian missed. So it's good to get him back here in a football shape. I think Christian does get better. The more he goes, the more he does play, and hopefully he can continue to stay healthy, and that'll continue to happen throughout this year.
I think we're all looking forward to, hoping he's healthy and staying healthy for the rest of the season, and we'll see what happens with some of the other guys who are banged up. Kyle, have a safe trip out to Green Bay. Good luck on Sunday, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Enjoy Hawaii while we're in Green Bay, man.
I'll be back by then, dude. I'll be back in the Bay Area when you're in Green Bay. Don't worry, man. We'll talk next week, bro. See you later.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
Good deal, man. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers. There you go. I mean, really, the one tell there, and he said that he's been honest and clear with us in the last couple of weeks when there have been guys who've been banged up. He didn't say anything about Brock's status being in jeopardy quite yet. He did say we were limited with him. I know David Lombardi reported earlier that Brock had, quote, pulled himself from practice, and they are not allowed to video any portion of I guess, what do they call it, Dieter? Is it like the third phase of practice? You can video guys throwing in the fourth phase of practice. So he said,
Am I out of timeout now? Is that what's
you're out
happening?
of timeout. Yeah, you're out of the penalty box.
I pulled myself out of that interview before.
Power plays over. Dude. You're back on the ice. Yeah, you're good.
5 for fighting. It's the second. I think you get the first phase, you can take video. Second phase and third phase, you can't see. So, yeah, it was interesting the way Kyle phrased it.
Shout out Kevin Jones, if I can riff. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Blue Wire Podcast.
Now that's a throwback. That's a throwback. But and this is why I don't get to participate in those interviews. So thanks, Kevin Jones. But the way that Kyle phrased it there gives me the indication that this was all part of the plan. Now we'll find out if that's true or not on Sunday, if Brock Purdy's playing or not. But if this is part of the plan, no big deal. If Brock Purdy indeed did pull himself outside of the specter of the rehab plan that Kyle laid out there, now we got a big deal. But we won't really know for a while yet because ultimately this is the NFL and there's still some clandestine elements to it.
Well, how about these two? Him saying, yeah, Nick Bosa's status in jeopardy and Trent Williams' status in jeopardy. We will talk about all of that. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach, live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the big island of Hawaii. You got to get out here, man. You got to win the prize, win the contest next year, and get out. You'll be sitting right here with me, Tim, Murph, and
you're trying to sell it, Adam. Come on, remember here. You don't want to be throwing in Tim and trying to sell it.
Eric, Local 6 IPW is what he says. He brought me a beer. That's all I needed. We're hanging here on the Westin. I need a shot, too. Westin Hapuna Beach Resort. We got more to come. We'll get into more of what Kyle said. Tell you what, the three guys the most important on the team probably, Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, they all could be out on Sunday. We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Steve Young joins Dieter and myself today at 5 o'clock. You can listen to the interview right here or on our KNBR YouTube or Twitch channels on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Adam Copeland, live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island in Hawaii, on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, he was still limited today, so, we wanted to, he didn't do as much yesterday, did a little bit more today, but by no means was he doing his normal workload. Went out there and did a little bit, and then went back in about halfway through and rested his arm up and just continued getting his rehab, so hopefully it'll be feeling great on Sunday.
That was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan with us just a few minutes ago. Adam Copeland with you from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. Dieter on the, what are you on, like Bay Farm Island in Alameda? Where are you, Dieter?
No. I would never be on on that side. No, I'm on the Big Island of Alameda. I'm a real Alamedan. Leave that Bay Farm crap out of here.
Yeah, boy. Hey, don't you knock Chuck Karika Golf Course, all right, man? I'll stick it over there a little bit, dude. Nobody's knocking it.
I love going to Korea. That's about as far into Bay Farm as I want to go. Shout out to all my Islanders.
About as far as the Bay Farm as I'll go is Fruitville Station, generally, which, of course, not Bay Farm Island.
Not even close.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock Purdy, his quarterback, who there was a report earlier that he had pulled himself from practice. And I was wary of that terminology. Like, I don't want to keep putting that out there. Like, he wasn't, like, because, again, you said he pulled the Anthony Richardson. He pulled a Roberto Duran, a no Moss. I was like, it doesn't. Right. You're right in that you said just a couple of minutes ago, based on that comment from Kyle Shanahan and that quote, it seemed like this was probably part of the plan for today.
Yeah, it sounds like a ramp up, right? Like, you
exactly.
want to get him to the point where on Sunday he feels like he can go 100%. And I'm not going to lie and say that this is no big deal. I'm not going to pretend that this isn't an issue that your quarterback is incapable of throwing during the week. But ultimately, that gives me it alleviates some of my concern that he won't be able to throw come Sunday. Now, ultimately, I'd like to see them get through an entire practice before they head out to Green Bay. But if this is the plan that they have and they're going to inch it up day by day, okay, well, we'll see tomorrow. The issue is overall that Thursday is supposed to be the big day, right? Wednesday, they let a lot of guys rest. Trent almost never practices on Wednesday, regardless of injury. Bosa gets days off. McCaffrey gets days off. Thursday is the practice where they're supposed to be going all out. That's the main practice of the week, perhaps even the only real practice of the week. And you didn't have your quarterback out there throwing the ball for unquestionably what seems to be a nice chunk of it. Now, what the circumstances were behind it, I guess, comes down to if we believe Kyle or if we believe David Lombardi. I'm going to lean towards Kyle on that one. No disrespect to David Lombardi, but
I don't believe David was trying to be misleading. I think he was indicating
no.
That he what is
no,
saw,
he pulls himself out of practice. Now the question is, was that planned or not? And so we can infer, given the fact that he's out there throwing and then he pulls out, it's easy to infer in that spot, like, oh boy, that's an issue. He pulled himself out of practice. But if that's part of the plan, a little less concerning. The issue is tomorrow's really a walkthrough before they get on a plane and go to Green Bay. And if that's really the only time that Brock Purdy is really ripping it, that's the only time that Brock Purdy is out here really throwing the ball in the entirety of a practice, that's not much of a practice typically. So something we're going to have to be concerned about all the way up to game time. Like, I think we're going to end up watching the Glazer report on Sunday morning, wondering what's going on with Brock Purdy's shoulder going into this game, because it's an entirely different contest for obvious reasons if Brock Purdy's not playing or isn't 100%.
Dude, I'm so perplexed by Jay Glazer. I still, to this day, I'm like, who's feeding him this? Like, he knows players and stuff. I'm like, why is Jay Glazer this?
Jay Glazer runs like an MMA gym in L.A.
Yep.
And
he
then,
got Alden Smith back on the field. He got him helped to get him sober at one point. Got him back to the Cowboys. Yeah, I remember all that.
He's like the hookup with trainers in L.A. in the offseason, so he's got that connection. I used to work with him at Fox, actually a brilliant guy, like a really nice dude. Interesting cat, though, but he was always kind to me, so shouts. He's not tall. I would say 5'2". I mean, he's built. You remember the Super Mario movie, the live action movie from like the mid '90s? He's
Great
built
call,
like
bad movie. Yeah.
Yeah, he's built like one of those henchmen in that, except much shorter. Absolutely no neck. It's really quite an incredible. He's a sight to behold. Let's put it that way.
That's it. He's got information. So we'll be watching the Glazer report to see whether or not these guys are willing to go. Do we have the soundbite, by the way? I know you guys are working hard back in the KNBR studios. Do you guys have the soundbite on Trent Williams / Nick Bosa? I said that just to be nice because I'm asking for something.
No, I'm too busy getting my tank top on.
Derek, hold on. Are you really wearing a tank top? People on the text line were saying that on the YouTube chat. Derek texted me saying he was wearing a tank today in the Thralls of Winter out at with the bomb site.
I got it on. Let me get this cut for you, but I'll pop it out. Hang on.
Maybe put the sleeves back.
Maybe
on
cool it with the language there. I don't want anything popping out.
Well, popping out.
Yeah, let's tone it down there a little bit, huh? We got FCC rules to abide by.
All that stuff, all that good stuff.
There really are no rules anymore, Dieter.
We don't care.
True.
If you want to vote,
I think you're going to find out.
If you want to vote, by the way, it's up on the KNBR YouTube chat. Whether or not you endorse my, I believe the way they phrased it yesterday was Cope's tank, yes or no. And I think the YouTube chat poll today says, is Cope's jersey drip? And the yes answer is, what do they have as the yes answer there? Tim, you got it?
Yeah, it's Drip Bayless.
Drip Bayless is the yes.
Drip Bayless or not it.
Or not it. How are we doing right now on the poll, Tim? Do you know?
I could refresh it, but right now I think I got Drip Bayless at 58%, so you're good.
Oh, Drip Bayless it's cleaning up, dude. This is going to be like Mondale. It's going to be like Mondale Reagan. That's how bad I'm going to win this one, dude.
The upset of the day was Derek doing a shake weight. That was amazing.
The no isn't even going to win its own home state of Minnesota. That's how bad this is going. Worse than Mondale. I'm going to take home like 500 electoral college votes on this jersey being Drip. So while he gets the cut ready, this is the. Let me know when you guys have it back at the station for what Kyle had to say regarding.
We have it, Adam.
Oh, yeah. Here you go. Here's Kyle Shanahan on the other two injuries, not just Brock Purdy's status, but potentially Nick Bosa or Trent Williams going this weekend.
No, he is in jeopardy. I mean, just like Nick is too, and it was the same last week. Trent battled. He wasn't able to do much at all in practice all last week, and he was almost limping in the stadium. But he found a way to get out there and help us. So I mean, I was real impressed with just the fact that he was able to pull off that game and be able to play throughout it and still be able to do it at a level that gives you a chance to win. So he's in a similar situation this week. It's been tough to get him out on the practice field and things like that. Hopefully he'll be able to do it tomorrow. But when it comes to guys like Trent or guys like Nick, because of who they are, because of their history, and also because of the position they play, those guys are, regardless of how this week goes, they'll have all the way up to kickoff or whenever the latest we can decide that is.
So to me, that none of that sounds good. I mean,
Nope.
I don't feel like I didn't think this about Nick Bosa. Like, I really didn't think he was going to play this week. But we found out that Trent Williams had an injection into the ankle where he had a bone bruise. It was a pain-killing thing, I guess, before the game. And they said he was at 60 to 70%. I mean, if that's how bad it was last week, I cannot imagine he's out there this week. And that if he is, he's as effective. Especially, it's going to be cold, maybe damp out there. This doesn't sound good for the Niners line on either side.
Yeah, having played on a bone bruise, you can't imagine that it got better, right? Like that's not one of those things that's like, oh, you just work it out for a while and like you got to be off of the bone bruise in his ankle. That's brutal because, as we've said time and time again, I mean, this shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody out there. The two most important guys on the team outside of the quarterback, who is also injured, are Nick Bosa and Trent Williams. You don't have Trent Williams, this offensive line goes from mediocre to awful. Just flat out off. Now you're talking Dominic Pooney as your best offensive lineman. I know we all love the Poon, but come on now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Oh.
And then, hey. And then
can we say that? Are we allowed to do this?
I was just told there were no rules.
You can't do that, Dieter.
I can't do that?
Just keep going. We're good. Yeah.
Okay.
We're fine.
Okay. I was told there were no rules, so I'm going to call them what I called them. And then is that one of the George Carlin words? Did I miss one?
No, it's not. Go ahead. I think it's good. I think it's.
I'm testing the medium, whatever it's worth these days. And then on the flip side, you got Nick Bosa, who we saw what happened when he was off the field. Seattle scored all 20 points, and some of them were field goals, to be fair, but they scored both of their touchdowns when Nick Bosa was off the field. Like, is it a coincidence? To a degree, but not really. That rings true. Without Nick Bosa, you now have a pass rush that just doesn't get home. You're relying on Leonard Floyd and Sam Aquanu and Robert Beal and Yetur Gross-Matos, and I don't think that's striking fear into the heart of anybody. And the one thing you have to do to win this game on Sunday is you have to get pressure on Jordan Love. If you don't pressure Jordan Love, he looks like Brett Favre. He'll make a bad decision every now and again, but he'll also burn you for 4 tutties. If you do get pressure on him, he gets very pedestrian very fast. That doesn't make him special. A lot of quarterbacks are like that. In fact, Brock Purdy has been like that this season. But ultimately, you have to get pressure on this guy if you want to win this game. And if you don't have Nick Bosa, that is a very difficult sell for me to believe that the Niners are going to get pressure on Jordan Love on Sunday. So big-time concerns here for the 49ers as it pertains to injuries. And again, that doesn't even include Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's where I'm at, man. If the Niners are without their 2 best players on defense and offense, I mean, the most important player probably at left tackle on offense, and you don't have the starting quarterback. I mean, this is an uphill battle anyway. Brandon Allen would be the guy to go. The way Kyle spoke about it, I feel more confident in Brock's ability to go on Sunday because of what we asked as well regarding the end of the game against the Seahawks. He didn't indicate that was any issue as to why Brock. I mean, again, they didn't lose the game because Brock wasn't throwing the ball.
Well, he didn't have a good throw on 2nd and 11, Adam.
No,
2nd and 11, what happened there?
No, he did not. Well, I don't know if they should have been thrown it on 2nd and 11. You know
Well, you know what? No, we're done. We're done. I've yelled enough about that this week. It's over now. It's Thursday. We're flipping the page. But ultimately, he made a bad throw that could have won the game on 2nd and 11. Regardless of if it should have been thrown or not, it was not executed. And so I guess I can appreciate Kyle saying that it didn't affect him. But I'm not sure if that's entirely true. And if that's the kind of play that you can expect come Sunday in Green Bay, that Green Bay defense is opportunistic. They will take advantage time and time again. I'm going to need to see an incredible football game from the Niners because I'm going in, and you know me, not exactly Mr. Optimist, I'm going in feeling pretty dour about their chances on Sunday, given all the information we have. And that includes, I agree with you, a more optimistic viewpoint on how Brock Purdy's shoulder injury is affecting him right now.
How concerning is it? This is probably a bigger picture issue, but to the level that, and somebody on the YouTube chat said this, Lynch has not been able to develop pass rush without Nick Bosa, who basically came in as he was put together in a lab by his uncle and his dad. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's a little bit different in terms of how he came. Like, he was a phenom. He was going to be the guy. Not that you just show up and you can do it all.
There's no team in the NFL that doesn't take Nick Bosa number 2 overall.
Hey, that's the point. Except for the Arizona Cardinals, who took Kyler number 1.
And you know what?
Probably the good move in hindsight.
Probably. Maybe.
Probably
Who's
not a
to
bad
say?
move. They may be playing better quarterback than anybody in the NFC West right now. So in terms of that, I mean, that's a bigger picture issue, but it's why it seems game to game, even without a guy like Bosa, you just won't be able to manufacture it. It's not something they've been able with the skill. I mean, again, Eder Gross-Matos will be out there. That's what we would assume. I don't know who's on the other side, but Drake Jackson, a guy they drafted a couple of years ago, just completely missed. You know what I mean? It's been problematic. And so if you cannot create pressure on Jordan Love, Dante Whitner said to us yesterday, he's one of the best throwers of the football in the league. He can put it in a bucket at the back corner of the end zone, and if you give him an opportunity to scramble and beat you, he will. He's not going to do it a ton, but he's one of those mobile quarterbacks that's good outside of the pocket, not necessarily going vertically.
I mean, you can make the argument that the only good pass rusher that the Niners have been able to draft since John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan took over is Nick Bosa. Like, Robert Beal, you just said Drake Jackson. I mean, what a bust Drake Jackson has been. He's not even around. Pick number 61. That's your first pick in 2022. And he gave you, one good game in his entire 49ers career? And I wonder how long his career will last beyond this year, because he's not coming back to the Niners.
Week 1 last year, is that right? He had 3 sacks or something last year?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. He got an interception. He's got 6 sacks in his career. All of them obviously terribly memorable by the fact that I can't remember any of them. So Drake Jackson, I mean, and then you even look on the interior, right? Like Kalia Davis. Kalia Davis is fine, but he's just a dude. And I guess he's a 6th round pick. You don't want to put too much on him, but it comes back again. It's not just defensive end. It's not just defensive tackle and the inability to develop there. It's every position. Like, the one spot that you feel good about the team on both sides of the ball is maybe wide receiver, and they're testing that depth immediately. They're testing it in a big way right now. And I'd like to see more Cowing, but you're getting all the Pearsall you can handle. You're getting Jawan Jennings. That was a spot of depth. They're testing it. And then cornerback, which they've had to test as well. Like, that was a good spot coming into the season. But the impact positions, and particularly the line, they have not done a good job. Thank goodness for Pooney. I said the full name this time. But other than that, what are we talking about? Aaron Banks has been a negative player this year. He's been awful. Brendel, you bring in through the practice squad, and you bring up, and yeah, there's a little bit of flash there. And yes, he can run the system that Kyle wants to run, and he's got the mobility, but he can't anchor worth a damn. And then at right tackle, I guess we're saying Colton McKivitz is good because they gave him another contract, but they were really just saying, he's cheap and he's serviceable. We got to save money somewhere. This is where we're going to save it. Like, they haven't developed, they haven't drafted well at all. And it's not just the Trey Lance of it all, where you give up those first-round picks. It's all the other picks in the drafts, too. You think about the 2023 and 2022 drafts, they got one good player out of those. Jair Brown in 23, Brock Purdy in 22. Word is, the jury's still out there on Jake Moody, but I feel fairly confident in saying that Robert Beal's not going to be a player for you here. And yet here they are relying on Robert Beal on Sunday if Nick Bosa's not there, and I don't expect him to be there.
Yeah, I don't either. If you're just joining us, we spoke to Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach. Well, I did. Talked to Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach, just a couple of minutes
Some of
ago.
us weren't allowed.
You were in the penalty box. Full podcast is up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. But the report on Brock Purdy earlier today, David Lombardi saying he'd pulled himself from practice. Then when we talked to Kyle about it, just the tone of it sounded more like it was a ramp-up situation where we didn't have video or didn't have anything showing him throwing today. But he said he will be back out there tomorrow. He's limited today. And he has scheduled Brock Purdy to speak to the media tomorrow. So assuming that does happen, that's a good indicator of whether or not he could be out there. Nick Bosa, though, the other day, in addition to what Kyle Shanahan just told us, that he is in jeopardy of missing Sunday's game, Nick Bosa said he was feeling worse yesterday than he did last week when he didn't practice until Friday before playing 26 snaps in that game against the Seahawks. And he didn't yesterday sound overly optimistic about playing against the Packers. That was just 3 days, of course, after he got hurt. And he said, he said, quote, "I hope I don't miss too much time. It's a little more sore," he said, quote, "You never know. It could be good or I could be good." Said Kyle Shanahan before he spoke to us. He definitely could be good for Sunday, and he definitely could not be good for Sunday, which to me is the funniest thing a coach could say. And so then today, shedding a little bit more light, he says, both Trent Williams and Nick Bosa in jeopardy of missing Sunday's game. How many points are those guys worth on the spread, do you think? Two-point spread as it stands right now. I mean, again, we were talking yesterday about guys who are game wreckers on the defensive side of the ball. Like, if T.J. Watt's not out there, the spread changes considerably for tonight's game, Steelers and the Browns,
2-3 points game. Yeah.
Nick Bosa, I don't know that it's the exact same. I do know it's not the same. But if he and Trent are not out there, absolutely. And then Brock Purdy, limited in practice today as well and dealing with that shoulder injury. None of this boding well for the Niners against the Packers. Must win on Sunday, Dieter. Do you want to keep the hopes alive for this thing?
I mean, yeah. I mean, pretty much.
They're all must win now. I mean,
if you want to, I mean, not really. I mean, if you win this one, you
Bills
give yourself a little buffer, you know, like that's the thing. You win one, then you don't have to, but you can't lose back to back. That was what I said coming out of the bye. Like, you don't have the ability to lose back to back games anymore. The second that happens, it's done, kaput, over, because there's no, you're not going on some 3-4 game run to negate that. Not this team, not the way that they're playing, not with their injuries, nothing like that. And meanwhile, you know, we're talking about, okay, Lombardi's report versus what Kyle just threw out here. Here's our 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko, on the NBC Sports website. Quarterback Brock Purdy appeared to experience discomfort in his right shoulder as he threw some passes before the start of 49ers practice on Thursday. San Francisco's head athletic trainer, Dustin Little, was seen rubbing Purdy's throwing shoulder. Then Purdy left the field before the start of practice. So that's from Matt Mayoko down in Santa Clara.
There you go.
I'm now not as optimistic after reading that.
Yeah, that was how long ago? Did Matt write that?
That minutes, 10 minutes
ago.
So 1 hour ago. 1 hour
there's
ago.
There's Matt Mayoko's coverage of what happened today. The Brock Purdy left practice today before really the start of it with some discomfort. He was seen being rubbed down on his shoulder by the 49ers head athletic trainer, Kyle Shanahan. Hopeful that he'll be ready to go on Sunday. But again, that was not wishful thinking. It was a hopeful comment from Kyle Shanahan. And not as hopeful, I don't think, or sounded more pessimistic. He did say Nick Bosa and Trent Williams' status for Sunday is in jeopardy. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you live from the West Sinapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. Can let's get off this and have a little bit of fun with some stuff. The Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Debo Samuel popped up. How about Tommy DeVito's agent, Sean Stellato?
Thank God he's back in our lives.
Dude, that was exactly what I thought. When I saw Tommy DeVito was going to start, I'm like, where's my boy? Where's the dude who's the agent rocking the blazer, the turtleneck, the fedora, and the gold chains? I need the guy with the rings and the gold chains on the field, tossing pies with people in the stands. Adam Schefter checking in on how sometimes he's breaking news maybe while he's in the thralls of passion. We'll talk all about that next. In the Sound Soiree, Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach, the whole thing's getting weird, and Dieter's got a new nickname for Dominic Pooney, only here on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Listen all week as Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, and myself broadcast live from Hawaii at the West Sinapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island here. Listen for everything the resort has to offer on KNBR, the Hapuna Leader.
Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, here's Adam Copeland on The Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Peter Kurtenbach back with you on a Thursday afternoon. If you missed any of Kyle Shanahan or Mark Spears, check them out. Full podcast available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. By the way, we're going to send you to Thursday Night Football live for kickoff today, coming up at 5:15, the Steelers and the Browns. You got a side on that one? I mean, by all accounts, the Steelers should win it.
Yeah, I'm not going to pick Jameis Winston and the Browns, Adam.
I'm not going to pick them, but I am going to take some points, I think is what I'm going to do.
What's the spread on tonight's game?
It's at 3.5 or 4, I think, depending on when you're looking at it.
I'll take Pittsburgh. I'll take them. Now, I have heard that the weather's going to be nasty there, and maybe that does limit Russell Wilson and those lollipop balls that he likes to throw down the field. And that
the moon ball, John.
He loves it, and he's been pretty awesome with it. Him and Pickens have something going there on that, and if that's not there, I worry about what the Steelers' offense is going to look like, but Jameis Winston in the wind, I mean, that's a recipe for 7 interceptions. Maybe I put that on the prop tonight. Jameis Winston over on interceptions.
By the way, I saw Jameis Winston walking into the stadium today, and they had the camera in his face. They're like, Jameis Winston swaggy as he's walking in. I was like, what is he doing? What are we doing with this? What is this hyping up? Come on.
It's Thursday Night Football. I just wish that they would wear the color rush uniforms again. I love it when Thursday night are divisional matchups and you have the ugliest uniforms known to man. That's my Thursday Night Football, Adam, and I wish it would come back.
I saw a good tweet the other day. It was like a screen grab of a Thursday Night Football game between where you saw, I forget, it must have been Tannehill versus Bortles or something. It was like Titans
Classic.
and Jags. And it said, I'm old enough to remember when somehow every Thursday Night Football game was Titans against Jags.
That's right.
I was like, dude, it did feel like that for like 6 or 7 years, that every Thursday night game was that
I was thinking it was like Titans. It was always the AFC South. And yeah, it was always the Tennessee Titans were like MAC football. They were always playing midweek.
It's so good. Yeah, I was like, why are the Titans playing on a Tuesday? What the hell's going on here, dude?
Can't get enough.
Tuesday
Can't
night
get enough
action.
Titans.
By the way, we're getting some Wednesday night football on Christmas. How about that? Some Wednesday ball this year coming your way on Christmas
I was
Day.
watching Wednesday ball during the show yesterday. I had the action on. I was watching some Ohio and some Buffalo and some Eastern Michigan. That's what. Again, stop trying to ruin a good thing, world. Like, let me have my beautiful MAC Wednesday night football, huh?
You're a sick man. You're a sick man.
Never alleged I wasn't.
Let's get into the sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you may have missed. Deebo Samuel. Is this our new sound soiree music?
That's all we got.
The same music? Is this the same music we always have, or is this different, Derek?
This is something we had to find on YouTube, man. I don't know what we're doing anymore.
It's the same. It's the same song.
It doesn't. Is it the same? I thought it was like Hawaiian at some point. Is this the same music we normally use, Tim, or no? This is
not
different.
the same music we always use. But
It sounds like we're in an elevator.
I'm kind of into this. It does sound more like you're like on hold or we're in an elevator. There isn't even really elevator music anymore. It's more just like on hold music, you know?
Bring back elevator music, right?
Play this during the break. I want them to hear this while they're looking out at the ocean here at the Westin Hapuna Beach. By the way, the Sound Soiree, of course, is sponsored by the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort and Hotel and by Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaii flies with us. Deebo Samuel, we always put these on like the Deebo podcast, but it's got to be the Up and Adams podcast, right? He's asked what season was the most frustrating season that he's had. It's funny, they're not asking me because for me it would be right now, Deebo Samuel.
Yep.
It's this one that we're looking at. But they asked Deebo, what's the most frustrating season you've had? Go ahead, Deebo.
What has been the most frustrating year for you since being in the NFL? I know that's a tough question. The chat's on your head right now, for sure. That's crazy work. And maybe say why, because it could be for many different reasons.
I kind of say this year for sure.
Yeah.
Me personally, me being, want to be one of the, want to be my best self as much as possible. Especially as a whole, as a group. I kind of hit on it, like losing games that, we don't supposed to lose. And, it's kind of like we put ourselves in positions, like put our back against the wall at times. And you just look at, from top to bottom, like one of the best rosters in the league. It's just like, it gets frustrating because, like, we know what we're capable of.
Yeah.
We got to finish games. We got to, we got to be the Niners that everybody knows that, we are, and it kind of get frustrating at times when you don't win those games, and
Right.
you kind of be like, yo, like why we keep putting ourselves in these positions and like putting our back against the wall, and now every game that we play is just like you got to treat it like your last, even though you treat every game like that, but it's really like, yo, if we don't win this game, then we'll be in some trouble.
All right, I just got to say this. For the amount of sound of Debo that we play in the Sound Soiree, like amount of like the number of times he shows up in the soiree relative to the number of times that he says anything that I care about at all, he's got to have the biggest delta. Like he's in the soiree like daily, I feel like. Sometimes 3 or 4 times a week. And he doesn't ever say anything. Sometimes the guys who are on
podcast 4.
Dude, and how about she has to like egg him on by going like, not only which one was the most frustrating for you, but how come? Like, why was it? Because there could be a lot of reasons why. Like, yeah, man, I get it.
It sounds like he's live streaming a therapy session. That's what it sounds like. Can you go through your biggest challenges?
And then he just gave us a bunch of coach talk. He just gave us a bunch of BS midweek coach talk in his answer. We got to start winning games and getting back to being the 49ers. Okay, man. I got to stop calling out kickers and then going for 4 for 20 or whatever the hell he did last week. You know what I mean? It's too much.
Last year we had the Eric Armstead podcast, which no one was asking for and was just the dullest thing known to man. And Debo apparently is like, what if we do the exact same thing but worse? So
I don't blame him
congratulations.
for taking the money. I don't blame him for taking the money. I blame these places that are like, this is the guy that's going to draw. Like, what are we doing? There's so much better stuff out there.
If we had a weekly Debo Samuel show and that's what he provided, I don't think we would re-up it. Just a thought.
No, I'm with you. It's really hard-hitting stuff. Oh, good. We got more from Kay Adams. The Up and Adams podcast. Here's a guy who does say some decent stuff at times. Devontae Adams. They asked Devontae, now that you're playing for the New York Jets. By the way, do they have the same record as the Raiders?
That's a great question, Adam.
Derek,
I will have an answer.
One more win.
They have one more win. Oh, so Devontae's having a much better time, you would assume. He was asked whether or not he regrets leaving the Raiders for the Jets. Now, what do you mean leaving? I thought he was traded. Here's Devontae Adams.
What about that?
Whether or not he regrets being traded to the Jets.
Regardless of whether or not it was the right thing to do, it was the right thing for me to do to come here and change scenery. And I think there's no denying that things are different. We haven't won the games that we were maybe supposed to win or, hoping to win. But when you look at the situation I was in Vegas and you look at the situation I'm in here, with the way that this offense is able to, the potential of this offense, or at least I at least feel hopeful that, going into the next game that we'll be able to have a good performance. And just based off of, different variables in Vegas, I started to not feel that way, even about myself and what I was able to go out and, contribute week in and week out. And there may be games where I have, 40 yards or something like that. And, I don't rock the stat sheet, but I still have a feeling that going into that game, we're going to be able to do our thing on that, minimum the offensive side of the ball, because that's the only side that I can, have something to do with. So at least just not feeling just helpless and hopeless, that at least,
Helpless and hopeless. That's how you felt. I think what he was trying to say is, at least I know my quarterback now.
Yeah.
That's basically all he told me. Yeah, but I know Aaron Rodgers, and I know that there's some young players here who are pretty good. Like, even if Rodgers isn't the guy, and we know he's not, but if he's, no longer ever going to be successful again at this level, even if Devontae's, wasting away there for the next couple of seasons, he's like, but we got Sauce Gardner. We got Breece Hall. We've got, there are other pieces. I hear what he's saying. I would rather have who's their interim coach? I'm blanking on their interim head coach right now.
Jeff Ulbrich.
Jeff Ulbrich, that's right, former 49er linebacker Jeff Ulbrich. I would rather have him as my head coach than Antonio Pierce. I think he's better suited to be a head coach. And again, I understand what he's saying. I just don't think he had any hope. And by the way, he wanted to be there with a quarterback that he knew in Derek Carr. Once Carr's gone, what interest did he have in being there? That was a huge part of that.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't get over the fact that he said, there's so much potential in this offense, and then I saw them score 6 points against the Arizona Cardinals a couple weeks back. A lot of potential there, boys.
Cardinals are legit. Most dangerous team in the West. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Okay. The moment you've all been waiting for. Tommy Cutlets back as a starting quarterback. Oh! Let it out, everybody. Yeah, give me your best. Tommy Cutlets back on the field for the New York Giants. And by the way, they've just made Dan Jones like the number 4 guy. Is that right? They just booted his ass out of town.
He's running the practice squad.
That's so funny. The New York Giants are such a mess, and the New York Jets are terrible. Tommy DeVito's agent, Sean Stellato. You guys remember him, right? He's got the fedora.
Oh, thank God.
He's got the turtleneck. He's got, I can't believe this. This guy's a cartoon character, and he looks like a wise guy, seriously. Here he goes. He's on talking to Peter Schrager on his podcast, and he starts talking about the biggest celebrity. This is Tommy DeVito's agent, Sean Stellato, the biggest celebrity he's gotten to meet. Here you go.
On the red carpet, NFL honors, a young girl asked me in an interview if I could change closets for the day, who would I want to change it with? And I said, the Pope. And she was blown away. She says, that's a good one. I said, well, I love to be able to bless people and bring people together and help people, those in need. And it kind of transpired. Then a friend over in Italy, connected too. And I think it was a concoction of those two moments, and then there I am in St. Peter's Square.
Get out of here.
Literally pinching myself. Tommy had the invite too, but he was, Tommy was locked in.
He's working.
And I was proud of him for that. He said, hey, we're gonna take a rain check and we're gonna do it in 25. I said, well, let me go over there and break bread with the Pope. I got to give him a regalo. So I gifted him a custom football.
Okay.
Yep, by Wilson, painted with the Vatican coat of arms. And it was just one of those moments. And honestly, Peter, as an agent, it's hard to be in the moment because you're always working. You're always grinding, you're texting, calling. And I really just got to sit in his presence and have that moment.
Dude, this is incredible. This guy got invited.
This guy's got to go.
This guy's incredible. You were stoked a minute ago that he was back. Now he's talking about the biggest celebrity I've met. Yeah, I got to go with the Pope. I was hanging with the. How about how Tommy DeVito also got an invite to go to the Vatican? What the hell is this about, dude?
I got to give him a regalo.
I'd like to know, this guy's from Massachusetts, right? Like, he's not Jersey. He's from Salem, Massachusetts.
This guy is?
The cosplay on this dude.
Yeah.
Lean into it. This is obscene. It's just, whatever happened to 15 minutes of fame, because we're well past 15 minutes now. I can't do this guy anymore.
I gave him the regalo.
I got to give him a regalo.
What? I gave him a gift. Okay, cool.
Dude.
You can say it in Italian. Also, like, the Pope's got to be like, who the hell is this guy? How am I doing time with this dude? Has the Catholic Church fallen this far that I got to talk to this guy who couldn't even make Dancing with the Stars? Come on now.
There's no way the Pope had any idea who this guy was. You know what I mean? He wasn't like invited by the
chance.
Pope. The Pope wasn't listening to Schrager's podcast and like catching up on, you know what I mean? He wasn't checking out Peter Schrager. He wasn't watching Good Morning Football and deciding which people he wanted to invite over. By the way, I'm looking at John Stellato, SES Stellato Sports or whatever it is. Dude, this website, you could have made this website, Dieter.
I know, I'm on it.
By the way, the only like advertised player on here is like a really like shoddy looking video or photo of like Tommy DeVito. It looks like it's like cut together on like a PowerPoint. They've got an Italian flag and it says number 15 Tommy DeVito in the news. It's just all cuts of Tommy DeVito. Who else does this idiot represent, dude? Who else is this guy's client? He has no other clients.
Obi Melanfawu.
Oh wow, Obi Melanfawu.
Oh, good.
By the way,
wow.
he has all these photos and they still have the name on them. So like Sean Edited is a photo of him with Obi Melifonwu. Like really, really top-notch stuff. It says America's premier sports agency on the top, and he can't even get the bad titles off of the photos that he's posted.
Here's what some of Sean's clients are saying. The only two testimonials are Jonas Gray, Jacksonville Jaguars running back and Super Bowl champ, and Ty Smith, the Seattle Seahawks cornerback. He's very family-oriented, they're pointing out, about Sean Stellato. This is a shoddy site. Check it out. Shoddy site. Check it out. Sean Stellato.
He also represents Sean Drone. Don't forget about him.
Sean Drone. I had forgotten about Sean Drone. Shout him out. Former 49er, am I right? Draugh.
Correct.
Is that right? Went for a couple hundred yards and got me into a fantasy postseason at one point, maybe like 8 or 9 years ago. That was like pre-Harbaugh, I want to say. That was way long ago. Moving on
get
here.
Some of this guy's merch. We got to get.
I saw there was a shop tab. I thought there was a shop tab. I wasn't going to click on it. I don't know what's on the shop tab.
This polo shirt must be purchased, Adam. It has to be purchased, including some of his children's books. Apparently, he writes children's books as well.
I'm moving on. Adam Schefter. How about this one? Adam Schefter is on, everybody's got a pod, dude, the Kevin Clark podcast. Adam Schefter has asked, where is the weirdest place you've ever broken a story? Take a listen to this. This is a wild one. Adam Schefter, weirdest place he's ever broken an NFL story.
Weirdest place you've broken a story is what?
I can remember being in Denver one time, and I was how do I say this? I had just spent time with this woman for the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
And
sure.
And got a text that Dale Carter was being suspended. I think it was for 8 games for substance abuse. And so as I continued to lay there, confirm it, and got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
Dude.
I'm just staring straight at the camera, buddy. I'm just that's it. That's it. This is the greatest episode we've ever had.
As Murph said this morning when they played this in their cooler of content, I think we should check with the woman to find out if you handle the job every which way. I'm very confident of Adam Schefter. And what's with the creepy build up to that story too? He made it weirder than it had to be, and then also to bury my dude for substance abuse again. You already tweeted the story out, whenever the hell that happened. You know what I mean? You got to call my dude again. He's like, I was laying there, confirmed it, tweeted it out, handled the business in every which way. Adam Schefter.
I was.
What a creep.
I was.
What a creepy.
He was a real insider.
Oh, come on. Insider just met her. Oh, Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. Live from the Westin Opuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. Sure, they're glad to be associated with that joke right there. We got more to come. Our guy Steve Young's going to join us at 5 o'clock for the best, we'll call it 15 minutes in sports radio, as we're going to get you out to the Thursday night game.
Adam Schefter knows a little something about that best 15 minutes, huh?
Oh, I think that's gratuitous. When we come on back, how about this? Brock Purdy in jeopardy of missing time this week against the Green Bay Packers. Which backup makes more sense? Is it Josh Dobbs or is it Brandon Allen, if in fact Brock Purdy can't go? More to come. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Adam Copeland, live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island in Hawaii, on the Sports Leader.
Kyle Shanahan joined myself and Dieter Kurtenbach. Dieter watched it, but he was there. Kyle he was around. For what'd you get? High sticking, so you were in the penalty box. He joined us earlier today, as he does every week. Check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. But the news today, after hearing from Nick Bosa yesterday, saying that he didn't sound optimistic. Kyle said, yeah, he could play, or he could not. And then we talked to him today. He said, his status is in jeopardy, as is Trent Williams, which is not a good thing, of course, for the 49er offense. But even more pressing, Brock Purdy, listed as questionable probably going into this week, as he's been limited in practice all week, was limited today, Kyle said, as well. He was scheduled to meet with the media today and is now scheduled to meet with them tomorrow, because they'll have a better idea of whether or not he's going to go tomorrow. So if he does go, or if they do believe he's going to go, I think tomorrow with the media is a good indication. Am I wrong on that, Dieter? Like, if Brock meets with the media tomorrow? If he does meet with the media tomorrow, is that a good indication he'll play?
Well, it doesn't rule it out. I think that then you probably have hope that they feel like it is, in fact, a ramp-up period that they can get him on the field. If he doesn't talk before they go to Green Bay, that is a big-time red flag, yeah.
So something to pay attention to, just like media-wise, to see how they'll use it. If he doesn't speak to the media tomorrow, then it's still in jeopardy. I would imagine he does talk tomorrow, even if it's just some gamesmanship. Unless they know absolutely, like, it's bad, he's feeling as bad as he has all week at practice, and he won't go.
I would imagine that they would probably play that game, especially considering that everyone in the world knows that it's unlikely that Bosa's going, and that Trent is very much on the fence right now. Like, you can only push it so far on the injury front before you got to actually start playing a little bit of games there to maybe help yourself out on Sunday.
So we talked earlier about this. If it is not Brock Purdy, they got two other quarterbacks on the roster. You've got Brandon Allen, who's the number 2, and you've got Josh Dobbs, who they went out and signed for, what was it, $3 million or something this offseason to be the number 3 guy. He hasn't been active in any game all year either. He hasn't dressed for any game all season, Josh Allen. He's been inactive to this point. So, like, I said this to you earlier, and I think I'm going to stand by this. I think if a game breaks down in the middle of a game and you need somebody to come in and play some pickup football, Josh Dobbs might be the better option there. If you've got time to plan for it and prepare for it, obviously Kyle believes Brandon Allen is a guy who can operate this offense, spent time in Zach Taylor's offense in Cincinnati, similar to that of the 49ers, and something that they think would be adaptable and somebody that they trust. He's been here for a couple of seasons now, for this season. He was the 3 last year, was he not, Brandon Allen?
That's right, he was.
Yeah, so he's been here for a couple of years, understands the offense, and can probably at least mentally, to what Kyle Shanahan's looking for, operate that to some extent better than Josh Dobbs. Who's the better fit for a game like this? If you don't have Brock Purdy, what if you don't have Trent Williams as well? Who would you rather see back there? I imagine it's Brandon Allen, but who's the better fit for Sunday?
No, I go the exact opposite of everything you said, Adam. And it's not to say that there's a right answer here. Like, we can both have our opinions. They're both crappy options, if we're just being blunt about it.
They're backup quarterbacks for a reason, you know?
And neither of them seem to be able to beat out each other. They're keeping 3 on the roster instead of using, like, clearly neither of these guys is the heir apparent to Brock Purdy or anything like that. So
sure,
I would say that if someone just goes down, and if Brock goes down in a game, let's just use Sunday's game as an example. The shoulder flares up. He falls on it the wrong way. You got to bring somebody in. You go with Brandon Allen because at least you know he's a veteran. He's been in this offense for a long time. He can hand the ball off, and if it's a 3rd and long, he can throw the ball. But you just get simple, and you trust that he won't turn the ball over. If you get a full week of preparation, and I don't know if that's actually what's happening here with the 49ers. I don't know how much Brock Purdy is out there participating versus how much they're having the backups do stuff. But if you had a full week of preparation, I would want Josh Dobbs in that situation, because you can build him up into, putting in a game plan that more fits his skill set.
I hear you. Okay.
Whereas Allen's just there to hold the fort down in the way that they couldn't do in the NFC Championship game in 2022. Just go in there and don't screw this up. You bring in Dobbs, you can win by 10 or you can lose by 50. Like, you don't know which one's happening. So if you need a chaos agent, I'd want a week to prepare the entire team for that level of chaos. And maybe that's what they're doing behind the scenes. We'll have to wait until Sunday to find out.
Could you imagine they get Josh Dobbs out there? He's all dynamic. He's running around. He's throwing passes. I mean, remember last year he got traded. Was he on 3 different teams last year, Josh Dobbs? He starts the year with who was he with at first? Because he ended up with Arizona. I think he was in Cleveland. Or was he in Arizona? I think
Vikings.
He was the he ended up with the Vikings. Remember, he was in Cleveland. as a starter. Remember, he went into and then he ended up, I think it might have been preseason, then he ends up with the Arizona Cardinals. And remember, he went in, that was the whole thing, wins a game like week 1. They go into they had him go to the team locker room. He's going to buy a jersey of himself or the team store or whatever. And they didn't have a Josh Dobbs jersey. He had to get one made custom. And then they started printing them. And then they ended up trading him. So they had all those Dobbs jerseys made. They traded him to Minnesota.
Right.
He's supposed to, I forget who the starting quarterback was. There was a rookie who's supposed to come in, start the game last year after Cousins goes down.
Kirk tears his Achilles, and then you have, it was Mullins, and then he gets injured, and then they're going to, I think it was Kellen Mond out of Texas A&M.
Whoever it was. That's right. He goes down early in that game, like very early. Dobbs had just gotten off the plane, didn't even know his teammates' names, rolls onto the field and wins it. So that's kind of where I was with the pickup football. Again, he's a really smart guy, the astronaut.
That's fair.
All that stuff. But I hear what you're saying about the game plan you can implement with a guy in his skill set. When we talked to Kyle earlier about Brock scrambling, I said, what does that do? Can you call plays differently? Can you design things differently? He said it allows you to put in a run element that other teams have to protect against, and that's something that I think Dobbs gives you that Brandon Allen does not.
Yeah, and I would like to see Dobbs just because of the volatility that goes both ways. I don't think you can win a game with Brandon Allen as your quarterback. I understand why he's on the team. I understand that there's some value there. But this team right now, they're barely winning with Brock Purdy as their quarterback. And Brock Purdy is a damn good quarterback. What is it going to look like if you have a below replacement level backup coming in there? Give me the dude who can at least do something funky and weird that makes us, hold our breath the entire time, but who knows, it might catch Green Bay off guard. There's nothing that Brandon Allen's going to go in there and do that Green Bay isn't prepared for and that Green Bay can't stop, and he's not going to elevate this 49ers offense, which frankly needs elevation. So I think it has to be Dobbs, but you're in a bad situation either way.
Brandon Allen has attempted 3 passes in the NFL in a game in the last 3 years. He has not started a game since 2021. We'll talk more about this, and we'll catch up with our guy Steve Young, who's going to join us at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. Adam Copeland from the West End of Puna Beach Resort on the big island of Hawaii. Dieter Kurtenbach with me, only here on the Sports Leader. Warriors won last night 120-97 over the Atlanta Hawks. The bigger story might be the season-ending loss of DeAnthony Melton. Should the Warriors consider Jimmy Butler? Let us know what you think on our KNBR YouTube chat, the only place that lets Bay Area sports fans sound off instantly. It's the Sports Leader.
Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, here's Adam Copeland on The Sports Leader.
We'll catch up with our guy Steve Young in just a few minutes here. Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach on the Big Island of Hawaii. Again, the update today from Kyle Shanahan is that Trent Williams and Nick Bosa are both in jeopardy of missing the game on Sunday, and it sounds like Brock Purdy, per Matt Mayoko, what he saw practice today, could be in jeopardy as well. The report again from Mayoko, you mentioned this, Dieter, was that Brock Purdy was seen leaving practice really before the start today, and the trainer was rubbing down his shoulder. It's his throwing shoulder. Kyle said he didn't think it was an issue in the game on Sunday against Seattle, but obviously a problem right now to where they're nursing this thing and they're being pretty quiet about what his status could be for Sunday. Again, this is going to change tremendously what the spread looks like and whether or not the 49ers' hopes of winning in Green Bay are still on the table. And even if Brock does go, we could be looking at some crummy weather. Weren't you mentioning that yesterday? We could be looking at some wet, damp weather, which is, I said before, the kryptonite for a quarterback being water is always just kind of funny to me, these big, tough dudes. And water is what's going to get you. It's kind of like, you remember the show All That? Of course, a classic Nickelodeon show, sketch comedy show. Like
I'm a
Saturday Night
millennial
Live.
man. I remember all that.
Yeah, I know you are. I know. I just got to put it out there for the people who may not remember it. It was like SNL for kids. It was incredible. Where Keenan and Kel came from, and Amanda Bynes and all that. In terms of great sketches, you remember the sketch Super Dude? Keenan played a superhero, Super Dude, and his weakness was he was like Superman, but his weakness was dairy. So all of his he's lactose intolerant. All of his villains were like Milkman and like Yogurt Girl or whatever the hell it was. So Milkman was Josh Silver, dude.
That's high concept, man. We were getting the good stuff when we were 9 years old, you know?
Yeah, Johnny Bravo as maybe an assailant, but we won't get into that either. You know, I mean, a lot of stuff was thrown our way as millennials. By the way, we should put this out here. We've got the latest updates. As it's too early to call on the poll that's up on the KNBR YouTube chat. Are you down with my jersey today? I'm rocking the Gary Payton City Connect. I guess it's the new City Connect or the new throwback for the Warriors. And yesterday, people were very upset I was wearing the tank top. I was very upset. It got voted down yesterday. We're back with a new poll today. Are you down with the drip of this jersey? 42% saying it's not it. 58% saying Drip Bayless is a go. I also saw Derek is back at the studio, the KNBR studios, wearing a tank top today in the middle of the bomb cyclone, and he apparently was working out with a shake weight on the YouTube chat. Dude, by the way, the crap that shows up, you've seen this, Dieter, the stuff that shows up and just sits around the KNBR studios, why there's a shake weight there, no clue. Why we haven't gotten rid of it, and how frequently people are using it and playing with it. Tim, you're a guy who uses the shake weight often.
Oh, very frequently. Nobody will claim it. It just sits there.
It's been, I think it predates me being at KNBR. It's just been sitting in the studio for a number of years.
A lot of bacteria on that thing.
Okay,
will it make it to Levi's Stadium, Adam? Will they be able to bring it in, or will that be
Anyway, KNBR, how much of the crap in the studio will end up at Levi's Stadium when we officially make the move?
True story. I have a cutout of Larry Krueger and Marty Lurie.
It's true, yeah, dude. That's one of the weirdest things. Because remember during the pandemic they did all the cutouts at Oracle Park, and they did one of every KNBR host. So many of them are just still sitting around. Most notably, the Marty Lurie and Larry Krueger cutouts of their bodies. They gave them all back to us. They're like, "You guys want these?" I'm like, "No, I don't want a cutout of myself that was sitting at Oracle Park for a season. I don't know what am I going to do with this thing, man." Tim,
Who needs a
you got
mirror when
something?
you have a cutout?
I actually wanted to keep those because I figured they would come around handy in one day, and they absolutely
Actually, you know what's funny? They have made for some good pranks around the office with the Marty Lurie life-size cutout and a Larry Krueger one. By the way, Larry Krueger tonight at 7 o'clock, Niners Nightly. That can be seen on our YouTube channel only. YouTube channel, because at 5:15 we're going to send you out to hear the Thursday Night Football game, Pittsburgh and the Cleveland Browns squaring off on Thursday Night Football. We're on opposite sides of this one. Derek's doing the shake weight right now, by the way, if you want to check out Derek pumping some iron on the KNBR YouTube chat. Or if you don't, that's good by me, too. My computer died, and I think I'm just going to stay away from it. Steve Young, number 8, the Hall of Famer, the best half hour in sports radio. Let's see how he feels about the 49ers potentially being without Brock, Trent, and Nick Bosa on Sunday. That could be problematic for these 49ers. We'll also get Steve's thoughts on what happened in the game last week, the potential back-to-back timeouts that were called that apparently the refs were like, no, Kyle.
Yeah, that's what did him in, Adam. That was the real problem.
Well, I want to know what Steve's thoughts are on that, and I want to know about the second and 11th throw. I'm sure you'll have thoughts on that too, Dieter. Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, joins us next on The Sports Leader. Steve Young joins Dieter and myself today at 5 o'clock. You can listen to the interview right here or on our KNBR YouTube or Twitch channels on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys.
Live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island, here's Adam Copeland on The Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland with you live from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me, and it's time now for the best, we'll call it 15 minutes in sports radio today, with Steve Young, who, by the way, is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference, and by Putnam Family Dealerships. Car shopping driven by you. And every week we like to start our conversation with Steve Young with the Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. Steve's Forever Young Foundation, we honor, along with KNBR, a Bay Area hero as the Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week because so many individuals and organizations go above and beyond. We got to support them as they support those who need it most. And this week, we salute Made in a Free World. Victoria Ward is here. She's the MD and the board chair. Is a pediatrician on faculty at Stanford University with deep expertise in pediatric global health. Her research includes the implementation and evaluation of interventions for poor health and poverty worldwide. In addition to her role as a physician, she's worked extensively on human trafficking. She served as the first project director for call and response, contributing significant research to the tools underpinning from FRDM platform, and later was elected to be the chair of the board for Made in a Free World. She now teaches undergraduate and medical students on the issues of trafficking and forced labor, as well as how to create lasting global social change. This is obviously a huge and broad topic, and Victoria Ward joins us. Victoria, great to have you with us here on KNBR.
Nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
What you've done is incredible work, and I'm sure a lot of it is about bringing information and knowledge about the topic to those who need it. Tell us about Made in a Free World, and tell us about what people can do to help.
Yeah, absolutely. So Made in Free World was started in response to the 40 million survivors in trafficking and forced labor around the world, which is just a staggering number. It started 15 years ago. We were making a documentary about sort of the issue and raising awareness for survivors. And we just met women and girls and men that have been trafficked in truly the most horrific experiences and just had to do something more to help them. I think probably people know that trafficking is exploitation of people against their will, but they might not realize that it happens in the Bay Area and it just really happens everywhere in the world. So we started the organization to support the most effective and high-impact solutions around the world that are helping survivors and build digital tools to advance that work.
I think that's well said, because I think when we hear, terms like human trafficking, people just assume it's not happening here. It's out in the world. It's something that doesn't have anything to do with us. What is it that people who know about now this program, the Made in the Free World program, or hear about this? What can people like me or people who are just listening to this do to help or to bring awareness to this issue?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing is to keep a lookout for it. I think knowing that it happens everywhere in the country and the world is super important. The other issue is that trafficking and forced labor might be used in the products that we buy and use every day. So really making sure that people are paying attention to the brands to find out if they're doing risk analysis and looking for forced labor in their supply chains is super important and really changes practices amongst businesses.
And Steve, we got you there with us?
Yeah, I got you. You hear me? Hello?
We got you, Steve. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Victoria, so specifically, how can we educate ourselves? Is your site a place to go to get that kind of information? How can we get smarter on trying to help?
Yeah, absolutely. So madeinaFreeworld.org is a good spot. We also have a couple different tools. Slaveryfootprint.org is another one that can help people understand about forced labor and the products that they buy. And then our business counterpart is freedomfrdm.co. And they're a really great supporter for businesses that are looking at their corporate supply chains to try to learn more about where slavery might exist in their sort of deeper commodities procurement and agricultural development.
Well, we want to bring light. Yeah, go ahead, Coach. We want to bring light to you and what you're doing, Victoria. This is the kind of work that you don't realize is happening every day around us. That's trying to help people from getting in these terrible places, and what we can do individually to help. So this is kind of part of our program. We're thankful for you to join us today.
Well, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Victoria. And again, you can find out more information, madeinaFreeworld.org, or to get more information on what you should be looking for, slaveryfootprint.org and FRDM.org. We really appreciate the time today. Thank you, Victoria.
Thanks, Victoria.
Right, good deal. All right, and Steve Young joins us. Dieter Kurtenbach here as well for his weekly conversation. Steve, how we doing, man?
I'm doing good. You guys all right?
Yeah, we're doing well. I'm in Hawaii. I'm great.
Yeah,
I'm
right?
fantastic.
I'm in Alameda, so I'm not doing as well. We're doing pretty good.
Dieter's holed up at the naval shipyards. What's he doing?
That's right. What I said earlier is we're both island boys, but his is a little different than mine right now, Steve. So Dieter hanging out in Alameda. Dude, Steve, we had Kyle on earlier, and he basically, we can't confirm or deny. We can't get any positive info here. We got to play the state secrets game on a Thursday. But dude, are we at risk of not having both Brock, Nick, or if you add one more, Trent Williams on Sunday? None of this sounds good at all to me, man. I'm not looking forward to this.
Yeah, and Nick is the one that's so out and open. Like you don't have to wonder about Nick. Nick feels. I mean, he told you on what? Was it yesterday? He's like, look, it hurts. If I play, he's going to be severely restricted if he plays. It feels like that's not going to happen. Trent's thing with the bone bruise, I agree with Dieter. I heard him earlier talking about bone bruises. Then just disappear. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta lay off of those. So, but again, if you keep shooting it and get the painkiller, then and it really depends. I've had situations where you took the painkiller and it actually got through it, and a month later it got better while you played. And other times it can't mask it and you're done. So I think that's 50-50. And with Brock, you get your throwing shoulder, and an idea that the trainer was trying to rub. It means it's just a spot that's really sore. And usually look, I'm not going to. When I say slight tear, I'm talking about microscopic stuff that you do when you weightlift or anything else. Sure. Like you can do something that takes a little time to get over, and you just don't know. So I feel like with Brock, he could be 100% on Sunday, and he could be and not play. So that was a tough one.
Steve, we haven't been able to talk to you since that brutal loss to the Seahawks on Sunday. What did you make of the final offensive drive for the Niners, and what did you make of the defensive drive? Obviously, neither of them something to write home about, but what were your takeaways from those critical series for the 49ers?
You guys get sick of me talking about it, but it's like the NBA today. The NFL's wide open, and it's about closers. And most big games end up being about the last couple of possessions. And if you have closers, they get them done, and on both sides of the field. And when you don't get it done, usually it's one side doesn't get it done. But last week it was both. And I feel like we're going to be in a really tough spot in the league today if that's who we are. If we can't close, we haven't closed really well, this year. And I think that what do people go? Well, what is it? And I think it's okay to start screaming out anything you can think of, because it's a lot of things. That you have to wonder about. But the biggest thing is for the offense, and why we're not closing, is it's getting creepy, I call it. Like defensive creep. There's no more bigger predators in the world than NFL defenses. They can smell weakness. They can smell they can sense it. And so what happens over time, if you don't push them, if you don't expand them, if you don't put them backwards, they'll just keep creeping and creeping and creeping. If you thought about the game on Sunday, it really was all kinds of contested throws. People were, the interception was just a contested throw that usually is wide open, but even if it's not open, it's not going to be contested where someone's in front of it. It feels like all defenses today are saying, look, we don't believe that you can threaten us with speed, because Brandon's not there, somebody could just run by. we don't believe that you can threaten us with your running game. That's another huge, to put creep backwards is a great running game. And then you got to have protection. Another way you can push defenses back is protection. Give them more time. That gives more space for people to get open. And if we're not going to get that, then it really becomes, can I flat-footed throw it all over the field? And we know that Brock, he's told you I'm not the biggest, strongest, fastest guy in the world, although he's been pretty nifty with speed. He's not going to stand flat-footed with people on him and just rip it down the field like some of the guys. So in that way, there's none of the threats that force defenses backwards and put them away from creeping. And so I feel last week's game, watching it, when I say creepy, it's just like it gives me like that feeling that we've had when you play teams that you can't force backwards. You're in a really tough spot.
Yeah. Talking to Steve Young here on the Yuma guest line. Dude, we got back to Brock running a whole lot last week, a lot of scrambling. And as I said to Kyle earlier when we spoke to him, not all scrambles are created equal. What did you make of the offensive line play and some of the runs from Brock this week?
Yeah, I said all year, Brock's going to have to get out and take some of those yards that are out there for, in the wide open league that it is today. And he's doing a great job of it. I mean, he has been way more expansive in his game, but I think he's had to be. I wish that it didn't. I was hoping that it would have to come out in total bonus time, right? Like we're still retailing out there, out of the huddle, just killing people, and then there's this bonus part of Brock's game that just puts them over the top. But right now, that bonus part of Brock's game that he's brought forward this year has been out of duress, right? It's been like no choice but to bring it forward. Sure. And I'm grateful for it, and I'll take every bit of it. But to think that we don't need that, we're going to need more and more of that if we're not going to get the protection, if Trent's out, it's just going to put more and more on Brock.
Steve, I'm working on a theory here. I'm wondering if you can help me out. It feels as if Kyle has built an offense around these incredible, versatile players. I'm talking CMC, Debo, and Kittle, but it's those skill sets that make them so special that makes it so difficult for this offense to find anything easy when those guys aren't in. We saw it without Kittle on Sunday against Seattle, but what are you seeing from CMC and Debo, and what are you seeing from Kyle's play calling as it pertains to those guys who, at least from my vantage point, don't look like their old selves?
Look, let's go backwards. Let's go like to 30,000 feet and talk about Kyle for a second. No one, for the last 8 years, the most innovative mind with Andy Reid and maybe Sean McVay, and the three of them were kind of going back and forth with Sean Payton. Those are the four guys that, through the 18, 19, 20, 21. And then what's happened is a copycat league. Now they're guys, they've bred all kinds of innovative minds, and they're getting almost in a lot of great spots. But if you believe that, look at Andy Reid. He has reinvented himself for 25, 30 years. That's what Kyle's going to do. He'll keep reinventing himself. Now, as they lull and find that people caught them and get everyone watched their tape all spring. I told you guys that in the summertime. Every team in the league studied the 49ers. You get the sense of that. So now Kyle's going to have to innovate again. Do you think he can? I'd bet on it because I think that's what Andy Reid's done for so many years. And look at Kyle's history. It feels kind of Andy Reid-ish, right? Because Andy struggled to win the Super Bowl. Oh, I don't know if he's but Andy's been doing the same thing. He's been, from the beginning to the end, he's always been that innovative mind. And so that's what we've got. We've got one of the top guys. Does it mean that he can get into lulls and have to reinvent themselves again? Yeah, and we might be in that mode right now. That's okay. And we'll watch for that. But as far as Debo and the deploying the talent, maybe I'm telling you, it's the creep. It's like Debo suddenly Debo can't separate. Suddenly, we're not getting that. People aren't wide open. I mean, last year, think about, we've talked about that stat 1,000 times, but I think it's you can't repeat it enough, that you led the league in yards per attempt from behind the line of scrimmage last year. That's every other team, throwing all over the field, could not get more yards per attempt than we got behind the line of scrimmage. So we got used to the innovation and the incredible talent that came out. And the line was playing above average, and CMC was just flying around. It's like you can't. And Brock's such a great processor. It was like a perfect storm. And this year, what's happened? Injury, creep, right? Then maybe innovative. We had a little bit low in innovation. We got to kind of retool. That's a piece of it, maybe. And then there's people get a little bit older. That's a little piece of it. And pretty soon the creep starts to become, a theme. And defenses, watch this weekend with the Packers at home. I think you're going to see a lot of man. If they play zone, they're going to force everybody inside. They're going to force either running game, Brock to be able to throw it all over the field, great protection, or somebody double moves. CMC went by, remember the Packer, and he double moved and got the big play in Tampa. There's going to have to be some things they're going to have to push defenses back, or we're going to continue to see what is really the worst thing that can happen to an offense is a defense that does not believe that you can threaten them. And that's insane for who we were last year, and to think that we've got some creep problems, that's like mind-boggling for fans, and I'm sure inside the locker room right now, and for Kyle. Like, how did the script get flipped? But again, we can flip it, but one of those four things has to emerge very quickly.
Steve Young, the voice you hear. Steve, we got to run. We got a short one today. We're going to get to Thursday Night Football. I'm not sure if we're connected with you next week, but if not, we will talk to you in a couple of weeks. Really good to have you, Steve. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, see you, boys. Thanks,
Steve. All right, we'll see you later. Steve Young, the best, 14 minutes in sports radio. That's what we'll go with today.
Work for me, baby.
Well, we'll have to stand by. We're going to get you out to Thursday Night Football. And again, if you're sticking around looking for Niners Nightly tonight with Larry Krueger, you bet your ass Larry Krueger's talking football. It's just only happening on YouTube tonight. Check it out on the YouTube channel. He's probably doing a Krug show right now. You can check that out as well. Thanks to Dieter for being here today, man. Always fun with you, dude. And we'll do it again tomorrow on a Friday afternoon. Thanks to Mark Spears, to Kyle Shanahan, Steve Young for stopping by. Our guy Kansas Henderson, Bay Area native, the hotel manager of the Mauna Kea Resort. He stopped by earlier. And then thanks to our guys here at the Pico Bar who've been here all week. Johnny and Michael doing a great job for us. Thanks to Derek and Raph back at the studio. Raph, I swear to God, you better have a weather report for me tomorrow, and that's it, dude. We're snapping necks after this. Adam Copeland signing off for you from the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island of